Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, An Average Life Ends, edited. Ethan Carter was, by every measurable standard, an ordinary man. 26 years old. An average job that paid just enough to keep the lights on. An apartment that was neither cramped nor spacious, just functional, a space that existed to be slept in, eaten in, and forgotten about by morning. His daily routine followed the same invisible tracks every single day: wake up, commute, work, come home, lose himself in anime or fanfiction until his eyes gave out, and then sleep. No grand aspirations. No hunger for adventure. No girlfriend, no travel stories, no dramatic turning points that people like to reference at dinner parties. Life was monotonous in the most thorough, undramatic way possible. And Ethan, truthfully, was fine with it. There's a certain dignity in simplicity, he had told himself once, though he couldn't remember when. He had watched enough stories about men who reached for more and paid dearly for it. Contentment, he decided, was underrated. But the universe, as it turned out, had opinions of its own. It happened on a Tuesday, not that the day of the week mattered much in the end. He was walking home, hands in his jacket pockets, earbuds in, mind somewhere between an unfinished fanfiction chapter and what was left in his refrigerator. The evening air was cool. The streetlights buzzed faintly overhead. Everything was exactly as unremarkable as it always was. Then came the truck. He never saw it coming. There was no warning, no screech of tires, no frantic horn, no dramatic slow-motion moment where his life flashed before his eyes. There was only the sudden, catastrophic weight of impact, a deafening crash that swallowed the whole world, a light so blinding it erased every shadow. And then there was nothing. Ethan opened his eyes to silence. Not the comfortable silence of a quiet apartment, but something deeper, an absence of everything that normally filled the air. No hum of distant traffic, no wind, no electrical buzz. Just a stillness so complete it almost had a texture. He was in a room. Or at least, something shaped like one. The space around him was featureless and pale, bathed in a diffused, sourceless light that cast no shadows. The floor beneath him, if it could be called a floor, felt solid, though he couldn't quite identify what it was made of. The whole place radiated a strange, passive calm, like the feeling of sitting beside a lake at dawn before anything in the world has started moving. Ethan stood in the middle of it, blinking slowly. I'm dead, he thought. Not with panic and not with grief. Just the flat, rational recognition of a man who had read enough stories to know the signs. The absence of pain despite having just been hit by a truck, the impossible architecture of this place, the eerie peace that had no business existing, everything pointed in one direction. He was dead. A quiet exhale left him. His thoughts drifted, almost involuntarily, to his family. His parents, who still called every Sunday. His older sister, married now, building her own life in another city, she had always been the capable one. He was the only son. The one people expected to carry things forward, to do something eventually. Well. Apparently not. Despite the weight of that thought, something else surfaced, quieter, more tentative, almost embarrassed by its own presence. Because Ethan had read a lot of Ice Guy stories. The kind where an ordinary person dies, wakes up somewhere impossible, and gets handed a new life wrapped in divine power and narrative purpose. He had read hundreds of them. Had lost weeks to them. Is this? You must be Ethan Carter. The voice arrived before the man did, or perhaps the man had simply always been there and Ethan only noticed him now. Either way, when Ethan turned, there was an old man seated across from him in a chair that hadn't existed a moment ago. He was old. Genuinely, deeply old in a way that transcended mere years. His face carried the kind of stillness found in ancient things, mountain peaks, cathedral stones, the deep parts of the ocean. Yet there was nothing cold about him. He radiated warmth the way embers did, quietly and without effort, and his eyes held the settled amusement of someone who had seen everything at least twice and found it charming both times. Ethan stared at him for a long moment. Yeah, he finally answered. I imagine you have quite a few questions, the old man said, folding his hands in his lap. A few, Ethan admitted as his gaze cautious. Starting with, where am I? The old man's expression remained easy, unhurried. A waiting room of sorts. A place that exists between life and death. Not quite one and not quite the other. Ethan's jaw tightened. So it's true, then. I'm dead. The old man's amusement dimmed, replaced by something gentler, not quite sorrow, but acknowledgement. He exhaled slowly. Yes. And that is precisely why you're here, rather than, further along. He paused, and when he continued, his tone carried the careful weight of a man delivering news he was not particularly proud of. You see, there is a being, one might call it an agent of fate, known colloquially as Truckcoin, whose function is to set certain events in motion. To redirect specific individuals toward new destinies in other worlds. Ethan waited. The wrong person was hit, the old man said simply. The room was very quiet. Ethan stared at him. His expression did not change. A full 3 seconds passed. You're joking. I don't joke about these things, the old man replied, though the corner of his mouth twitched with something that was almost amusement. Someone else was meant to be struck. A specific individual, chosen for a specific purpose. But due to an unfortunate administrative error, a miscalculation of coordinates, one might say, it was you who ended up in the path of the vehicle. Ethan pressed both hands over his face and dragged them slowly downward. So let me get this straight, he said, his voice dangerously flat. I died because of a clerical error. Essentially. Unbelievable. Oh, believe me, the old man said, and now there was genuine humor in his voice. It happens more often than anyone would care to admit. Which is precisely why I'm here, to correct it. Ethan dropped his hands and fixed the old man with a look. And who exactly are you in all of this? The old man settled back slightly, his presence filling the space without effort. You may think of me as the one responsible for the processes of reincarnation, the one who manages the transition between lives and worlds. As for my name. His expression shifted into something thoughtful, almost apologetic. I'm afraid your mind isn't quite built to receive it. Here. He said something. Or at least, his mouth moved. But the sound that reached Ethan's ears was not language. It was static, fragmented, layered, like a dozen radio frequencies colliding, none of them resolving into anything a human brain could hold. Ethan winced sharply. What the hell was that? Precisely my point, the old man said, clearly entertained. You may simply call me ROB. Random Omnipotent Being. Most people default to it eventually, and it saves everyone a great deal of discomfort. Ethan stared at him for a moment, then let out a short, incredulous laugh. That's literally the name from iSky fanfiction. Is it? ROB's eyes gleamed. And tell me, have you ever wondered where writers get such ideas in the first place? Ethan opened his mouth, then closed it. ROB continued, his tone light and conversational. When mortals enter deep sleep, their consciousness occasionally brushes against the edges of realities beyond their own. Impressions filter through, fragments of other worlds, echoes of divine structures. Most people wake and dismiss it as a vivid dream. But a few, those with particular sensitivity, translate it into stories. Novels, movies, stories, and fanfiction. He smiled. It happens all the time. Ethan went quiet for a moment. He had, in fact, once seen that exact theory discussed in an online forum at 2 in the morning. He had bookmarked it and never revisited it. Huh. That's good, but what happened to Truckcoin? He asked. ROB's expression shifted, not quite sympathy, but the careful neutrality of a man describing a consequence he personally found reasonable. Disciplinary measures were taken. The error was severe enough to warrant correction. Disciplinary measures, Ethan repeated. Quite thorough ones. There was a beat of silence. Ethan found, to his mild surprise, that he felt a faint and entirely irrational pang of something like sympathy. Poor Truckcoin. Now then, ROB said, clasping his hands together with the energy of a man transitioning to business, since your death was a mistake, you are owed compensation. I'm prepared to offer you a second life, a new world, a fresh start, accompanied by gifts befitting the circumstance. Ethan looked at him. You mean an iSky situation? Precisely. Ethan considered it for approximately 4 seconds. No thanks, he said. I'd rather move on. The silence that followed was a different kind, heavier, textured with surprise. ROB's expression shifted, the easy warmth replaced by something genuinely caught off guard. His eyes studied Ethan's face carefully, searching for humor or deflection and finding neither. Come again. ROB said. You don't want a second chance. Living sucked, Ethan said, without particular bitterness, more the tone of a man reporting a fact. I did it once. That was enough. For a moment, ROB simply looked at him. Then he laughed. It wasn't a polite chuckle or a restrained exhale. It was a full, genuine, deep laugh, and it moved through the space around them like a tremor, the pale light shifting faintly with the sound of it. You, ROB said, shaking his head slowly, his eyes bright with something between delight and disbelief, are the first young soul in a very long time to say that to me. His laughter quieted to a warm, wondering smile. Most of the ones who decline are those who have lived long, full lives, men and women who saw everything their world had to offer, who are ready for the quiet beyond. But you, he tilted his head, genuinely curious. You are young. There is so much you have never seen, never touched, never known. May I ask why you are so willing to let it all go? Ethan was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was even and honest. Even in the time if I lived is short, I watched enough to understand the shape of it. He looked down at his hands. If you're born without money, without connections, and without luck, you spend your whole life grinding against something that was never designed for you to win. And if you happen to be born into comfort or rich. He paused, tilting his head slightly. You spend your life trying to fill the time with things that don't actually mean anything. Either way, you end up running in circles. His expression remained steady. I don't see the point of doing it all over again. Rob regarded him for a long, unreadable moment. Something moved behind his ancient eyes. It's not pity, not dismissal but consideration. Then, slowly, he smiled. Then how about a drink before you go? Ethan hesitated and looked at the old being across from him, this impossible, ancient, strangely warm presence, and thought about it. Why not, he reasoned. What exactly is there to lose at this point? Rob extended a cup toward him. It was simple in appearance, the kind of vessel that seemed like it shouldn't be remarkable, but the liquid inside caught the pale light in a way that made it difficult to look away. Ethan took it and drank. The taste hit him like a memory he'd never had. Sweet and clean and impossibly layered, like the first warm morning after a long winter, like the feeling of finishing a story that ended exactly right, like the inexplicable peace of being completely, genuinely still for once. It moved through him not like liquid but like light. He lowered the cup. Rob's smile was wide now, warm and terrible and entirely self-satisfied. You just drank from the enhanced fountain of youth, he said pleasantly. The divine spring. Ethan's hand stopped moving. He knew that name. It surfaced from somewhere in the deep catalogue of his memory, 7 deadly sins, the fountain of youth, a concept that in its original form was already staggering. But the word enhanced hovered in his mind like a flare going off in a dark room, and before he could think further, the information came. It did not arrive gently. It arrived like a dam breaking. Wave after wave of knowledge crashed through his consciousness, not painful, but overwhelming in its completeness, the way being submerged in water was overwhelming even when it didn't hurt. His mind expanded to receive it and stretched further than he had known it could stretch. Adaptive evolution, body, soul, and mind. Every injury, every attack, every force that touches him becomes a foundation for growth rather than destruction. Physical, magical, reality warping, all of it, over time, rendered ineffective. Absolute regeneration and immortality, not merely healing but reconstruction. Even total disintegration. Even erasure. The soul remembers itself and rebuilds the body stronger for having been broken. Evolution absorption, not passive healing but active assimilation. The speed of an enemy becomes his speed. The strength of what strikes him becomes his strength. Every confrontation is a lesson written directly into his existence. Resistance to all forces, diseases, poisons, mental assault, extreme environments. Vacuum, hellfire, absolute zero, reality itself bending, none of it holds purchase on him. Pain nullification, not the absence of pain signals, but their transformation. His nervous system does not simply block agony, it converts it. Torture becomes meaningless. Soul-based suffering finds no surface to cling to. Limitless strength, speed, and reflexes, exponential growth through conflict, no ceiling, no cap. Instantaneous reaction, effortless prediction. Mind evolution, intelligence and perception in continuous ascent. Any skill witnessed once is mastered. Any weapon held once is understood completely. Soul transcendence, if body and soul both cease, they return. And they return as something more. Infinite stamina, no fatigue, no hunger, no thirst, no requirement for sleep. The body maintains its peak as a default state rather than an achievement. DNA lock, his genetic structure is sealed. Cloning, forced modification, copying, theft, none of it possible. Not by technology, not by divinity, not by the warping of reality itself. World-sustaining blood, a single drop of his blood could bring barren land back to life. Dying ecosystems restored. Planets rendered self-sufficient. His existence, at the most literal biological level, is a gift to whatever world contains him. The flood of information receded. Ethan stood in the pale room, completely still, staring at nothing. Then his face twisted. Wait. His voice came out strange, tight, disbelieving, the voice of a man watching a door close that he had no intention of walking through. What? He turned to Rob, and his expression had abandoned its earlier composure entirely. Horror moved across his features, open and unguarded. No. No, I don't want this. I didn't ask for this. Rob leaned back in his chair, his expression perfectly composed, the picture of serene satisfaction. I know your fear, he said, his voice gentle without being soft. I know you fear both death and life. That is the knot you've been carrying. A person who is afraid of dying cannot truly rest, and a person who is afraid of living cannot truly go forward. His ancient eyes were steady and warm and utterly unapologetic. That is why I gave you this. Not as a burden but as an answer. You, Ethan's hands balled into fists at his sides. You tricked me. You sat there and you tricked me. Consider it a gift from someone who believes you've talked yourself into smallness, Rob said pleasantly, rising from his chair with the unhurried grace of something that had never once been rushed by anything. I refused. I told you I didn't want. Rob raised one hand in a small, easy wave. Good luck, Ethan Carter. The floor beneath Ethan's feet vanished. A black portal had opened, sudden, enormous, absolute, a perfect circle of darkness that swallowed the pale light around its edges and offered nothing on the other side. No sound came from it. No light. Only depth without a visible bottom. Ethan had approximately 1 second. Wait. You son of a. And then the pale room was gone, the ancient being was gone, and Ethan Carter, 26 years old, entirely ordinary, newly immortal, furiously unwilling was falling into his new life. Rob chuckled softly, amusement lingering in his eyes. Goodbye, old friend. Until we meet again, in a few million years. Chapter 2, Welcome to Hell, Ethan Carter, edited. Unknown facility, year 2000. Consciousness returned to Ethan Carter the way light returned after a power outage, sudden, disorienting, and unwelcome. He groaned as awareness flooded back into his limbs. His head throbbed with a dull, rhythmic ache, and the air around him carried the cold, metallic bite of rust and damp concrete. His eyes opened slowly, adjusting to the dim, sickly light that barely managed to push back the shadows of the room. It's a cell. Cracked concrete walls, deeply scored with old scratches that told stories he had no interest in hearing. A door made of corroded iron bars, solid and unmoving. The kind of place that existed specifically to remind whoever was inside of it that they had no say in anything anymore. Of course, Ethan thought flatly. Of course it's a cell. Damn you, Rob. He said it quietly, without heat. The words came out more like an exhale than a curse. He had not wanted another life. He had said so clearly, directly, and without ambiguity. And what had that gotten him? Dropped into something worse than the existence he had willingly been prepared to leave behind. He pushed himself upright with difficulty. His arms trembled from the effort and his body felt hollow, not merely tired, but emptied out, as though whatever had been living inside this frame before had not been eating or sleeping or existing with any real commitment. When he finally got his bearings and looked down at himself and his stomach sank. His body is thin. Shockingly so. His shirt hung off his shoulders in tatters, barely a garment anymore, and his arms beneath it were all bone and stretched skin. The outline of his ribs was visible. His hands shook slightly just from the act of holding them up to examine them. He thought. A mildly determined child could finish me. What the hell is this, he muttered, turning his hands over slowly. Then the warmth came. It started without warning, a gentle, spreading heat that bloomed in the center of his chest and radiated outward like sunlight breaking through storm cover. It moved through him in a wave, reaching his shoulders, his arms, his legs. His veins lit up with it. It did not hurt. It was, if anything, the most comfortable sensation he had ever felt, steady, purposeful, like something inside him was recognizing what it was supposed to be and correcting it. Then his body began to change. The frailness dissolved. His arms thickened and filled, muscle layering over bone with quiet efficiency. His chest broadened. The hollowed contours of his malnourished frame filled and shaped themselves, ribs disappearing beneath sculpted muscle, shoulders squaring, legs reinforcing with a density of power he had never known even in his original life. The transformation lasted only seconds. It felt like being rebuilt from the inside out. Ethan looked down at himself when it was over. The person staring back at him in the dark reflection of the iron bars was not the person who had woken up 60 seconds ago. This body was flawless in the way that things crafted with divine precision were flawless, not excessive, not theatrical, just absolutely correct. Every line of him spoke of capability. He clenched his fists. Power hummed through them like a current. Insane, he thought. This is completely insane. Then the memories arrived. They came without ceremony, flooding his mind in organized waves, a life that was not his original one but now belonged to him entirely. His name was still Ethan Carter. His parents in this world were dead, gone for years. He had been alone for a long time. And the world outside this cell was, the Marvel Universe. Oh, you have got to be shitting me. He sat with that for exactly 2 seconds. Mutants were real. Tony Stark existed. The X-Men were out there somewhere living their complicated, dramatic lives. And he, the previous version of him, the Ethan who had grown up in this world, had been born a mutant. Not a particularly impressive one. A mild regenerative ability, slightly above baseline, nothing that would have earned him a second glance from anyone important. But it had been enough to make him a target. The memories came with weight attached to them. Experimented on. Tormented. Locked away with clinical detachment and institutional indifference by people who had decided that what he was made him property rather than a person. And from the guards' conversations he had absorbed through those memories, he knew one more thing. The year was 2000. Great, Ethan thought, his jaw tightening. Dropped into a universe full of gods and monsters, in a secret facility, 9 years before I might have any idea what I'm doing. Fantastic planning, ROB. Really? Fucking asshole. He didn't want to push the cursing any further. If Rob heard it and took offense, there was no telling what he might do, send him to a world like Berserk, or worse, Warhammer, without his current power. That was a nightmare he had no intention of facing, so he swallowed the bitterness and moved on. He stood, rolling the tension from his shoulders, and that was when he noticed it. Resting beside him on the cell floor, as though it had always been there and simply waited for him to be ready, was a pocket watch. Silver and ornate. The engravings that covered its surface were intricate enough to suggest they had taken an inhuman amount of time or patience, spiraling patterns that seemed almost organic, like something that had grown rather than been carved. The second hand inside the face was frozen, the watch perfectly, absolutely still, not wound down, not broken, but suspended, as though whatever governed time within it had simply chosen to pause. He turned it over. The back bore symbols he did not recognize, each one glowing faintly with a deep, quiet blue light that pulsed in slow rhythm, like breathing. He reached out and touched it. The voice hit him the moment his fingers made contact, not through his ears but directly into his mind, clear and unapologetically cheerful. For my amusement, I sent you here. Consider it a challenge. Oh, and that watch. It can let you travel to other worlds, but you'll need an enormous amount of energy to use it. Right now. It's empty. Good luck. Ha ha ha. The message ended with more laughter. Ethan sat very still, the watch in his hand, staring at nothing. Then he looped the chain around his neck and tucked the watch against his chest, his expression perfectly calm in the way that expressions go calm when the emotion behind them is too large to put anywhere useful. That bastard, he said quietly. A slow breath left him. He looked at his hands, these new hands, steady and strong. He looked at the rusted cell around him. He looked at the watch resting against his sternum. Before ROB's gift had reshaped him, the thought of simply ending things had been present at the edge of his mind, a grim and weary option for a man who had not wanted to be here in the first place. But the moment the fountain of youth had moved through him, something in that thinking dissolved. It was not that the thought was suppressed or overridden. It simply no longer fit. His body had changed, yes, but his mind and soul had changed alongside it. Whatever the divine spring had done, it had rewritten something fundamental. He did not want to die but wanted to know what he could become. He had been informed that he was immortal, that he could only grow stronger, that every opponent he faced would push him further along whatever trajectory the spring had set him on. Some part of him, quieter than sarcasm, more genuine than irritation, wanted to see if that was true. Wanted to find out exactly how far this body and this existence could go. Life has screwed me over again, he thought. Apparently that's just what life does. His eyes settled on the iron door. Fine. Let's see what I can do about it. Ethan crossed the cell in 4 steps and stopped in front of the door. He studied it briefly, solid, reinforced, the kind of door that did not open for people who knocked politely. He pulled back his fist and hit it. The impact rang through the cell and his arm and the empty hallway beyond. The door did not move. He stared at his hand, then at the door. So that's where we are. He hit it again. And again. And again. And again. His knuckles split. Blood welled up across them immediately and then, just as immediately, sealed shut. The skin knit itself back together between strikes, smooth and clean, and each time it did, Ethan felt, not just healed, but refined. Something in the tissue was remembering the impact, processing it, building against it. Oh. A genuine smirk moved across his face. That's actually pretty cool to watch happen in real time. He had known intellectually, from the flood of information ROB had given him, that his regeneration now operated at a level incomparably beyond the mild healing his original mutant ability had provided. Knowing it and watching it happen to himself were different things. There was something almost academic about the fascination, he noted, with detached interest, that his thoughts were already processing faster than they had moments ago. His stance shifted without him thinking about it. His shoulder angle corrected. His hips rotated into the punch with more efficiency each time. The dents in the door grew larger and his body was already adapting. A voice crackled from a speaker mounted in the corner of the cell, beneath a camera whose red indicator light blinked steadily in the dark. Cease immediately. Continued resistance will result in severe consequences. Ethan did not pause. Consequences. A dry, short sound left him that was almost a laugh. Yeah. Bring it. He drove his fist into the door one final time. The reinforced iron buckled. The hinges screamed. The door flew off its frame and crashed into the hallway beyond with a sound like a cannon going off in an enclosed space, skidding across concrete before coming to a stop. Ethan stepped through the gap. A dozen guards were waiting, arranged in the hallway with batons and tasers and knives, their posture tight with readiness. Overhead, a different voice came through the intercom. Subject 18 has undergone a secondary mutation. It appears to be granting superhuman strength. Restrain him immediately. The guards moved. Ethan rolled his shoulders and exhaled. The dim hallway lights caught the bare lines of his transformed physique, and the shadows carved it into something that did not look like it belonged in a cell. Old me would have been terrified, he thought. I would have backed up against the wall and tried to talk his way out of this. But he was not the old version of himself anymore. The first guard came in with a knife, a direct lunge, committed and fast. Ethan sidestepped on reflex, his body moving before his conscious mind had finished analyzing the trajectory. The blade sliced across his ribs in a thin, clean line and blood followed. Ethan looked down at the wound. He watched it seal. Watched the skin draw back together like a zipper closing, smooth and immediate, leaving nothing behind. A baton came at his head from the left. He ducked, but not fast enough. The impact rattled through his skull and staggered him a half-step sideways. Shit, he muttered, adjusting his balance. Still not used to fighting. Two more guards closed in from different angles simultaneously, one driving a punch toward his midsection, the other going for his arms. Ethan twisted his torso and let the first attack slide past his stomach, but the second man caught his wrist and locked on. The guard's grip was firm and confident. It was a mistake. Something in Ethan's body responded to the restraint the way water responded to a container, by finding the shape that worked against it. His movements became fluid without him consciously directing them. He turned into the grip rather than against it, using the leverage the guard had inadvertently given him, and wrenched the man's arm at an angle it was not built to accommodate. The crack of bone was loud in the narrow hallway. The guard's scream followed it down the corridor as he collapsed, curling around his broken arm. Ethan had already moved on. A knife entered his shoulder from behind. He felt it, not as pain, but as information. Pressure, depth, angle. There was sensation in it, some ghost of what pain was supposed to feel like, but it carried no urgency, no distress. It was simply data. He reached up, closed his hand around the guard's wrist, and pulled. The blade went deeper into his own flesh, and he watched the shock move through the man's face, the complete inability to process what he was seeing. Ethan used that moment of paralysis to twist the knife free of the man's grip. Then he drove it into the man's throat and the guard folded. Ethan stood over him for a moment, the sounds of the remaining guards filling the hallway around him. He had expected something to surface, some tremor of regret, some flash of the moral weight of taking a life for the first time. He searched himself for it with genuine curiosity. There was nothing. Not suppressed, not buried but simply absent. Whatever the fountain of youth had rewritten in him extended to this as well. His nervous system had adapted. His psychology had adapted. He was not cruel, he realized, he was simply unburdened by a reaction his body had decided was not useful. He looked up at the remaining guards with his lips curved. So, he said, who's next? The guards hesitated. Half a second, just long enough. Ethan moved and he was faster now than he had been 60 seconds ago. The adaptation was continuous, incremental, building on itself with every exchange. One guard raised a baton to block, Ethan caught it mid-swing, used the man's own momentum to pull him forward, and drove a knee into his ribs. Bones gave way. The men went down gasping. Another came from behind. Ethan felt the attack arrive before it landed, his reflexes already oriented toward it before his eyes confirmed it. He turned, took hold of the man's head with both hands, and slammed it into the concrete wall beside him. The wall won. 2 guards remained. One of them raised a taser with hands that were not entirely steady. Ethan tilted his head. They really think that's going to help? The electricity hit him in a full surge and moved through his body in a crackling wave. For a brief moment, the sensation was sharp and present, and then it simply wasn't. His cells found the current and processed it the way they had processed every other force tonight. The tingling faded. The adaptation completed itself. He smiled. Thanks for the charge. He closed the distance in a single step. One strike to the chest. The guard's ribs caved inward and he dropped without another sound. The last one ran. Ethan reached out and caught him by the back of the neck before he made it 3 steps. He felt the men struggling in his grip, heard the desperate, animal sound of someone who understood exactly what was happening, whose eyes had gone wide and glassy with the kind of terror that bypassed thought entirely. Ethan held him there for a moment. So this is what it feels like, he thought quietly. Not pride, not cruelty. Just recognition. This is what power actually feels like, when there's nothing on the other side of it. His grip tightened and the struggling stopped. He lowered the body carefully and let it rest against the wall. Then he stood in the hallway surrounded by 12 men who were no longer a problem and looked at his bloodied hands. "I just killed them all," he said, to no one in particular. The words carried no horror. They were simply accurate. What surprised him was the other thing, quieter, underneath the calm. A pull in his chest that wanted more of this. Not the killing, but the testing of himself against resistance. The sensation of his body answering every challenge thrown at it and coming out the other side stronger. The knowledge that somewhere out there were opponents who would push him further than this, and the beginning of something that felt almost like anticipation at the thought. He let out a slow breath and reined it in. Let's take this slowly and enjoy this life properly. He stepped over the fallen guards and picked up a jacket from the nearest one, pulling it over his ruined clothes. It was loose but functional. Good enough. The intercom crackled overhead. The clinical voice returned, and this time there was something in its tone that had not been there before, a careful, controlled edge that might have been surprise. Subject 18 has exceeded initial expectations. Deploy reinforcements immediately. Ethan glanced up at the camera in the corner. His memory surfaced the designation they had given him here, the number they had used in place of his name for however long he had been in this facility. Subject 18. He thought about the people who had decided that was a sufficient replacement for a person's identity. Who had run their experiments and administered their torments with institutional patients, filing reports and reviewing results and treating the previous Ethan's suffering as a data set. I'm going to find every single one of them, he thought, with perfect calm. He stretched his fingers and turned toward the deeper hallway, where the sounds of reinforcements were already beginning to echo from somewhere further in the facility. His eyes settled into something quiet and certain. Good, he said. Let's see how much stronger I can get. Chapter 3, Rising from the Ashes. Ethan crouched down, picking up a shard of glass from the blood-stained floor. He lifted it, examining his reflection. Blue eyes. Sharp jawline. Long blonde hair, a Greek godlike physique. Hell, he looked like some kind of prince. If he had been born with this face in his past life, maybe he wouldn't have died a lonely virgin. He scoffed, tossing the glass aside. Then, his gaze shifted to the other cells. Mutants. Some were unconscious, others barely clinging to life. They had been used as lab rats, just like him. He could tear those doors open, set them free, but a different idea crossed his mind. His lips curled into a smirk. Before he could make a move, the sound of marching boots filled the corridor. Armed soldiers poured into the hallway, surrounding him. More than 50 of them, clad in black armor, wielding high-tech rifles. A voice crackled through the intercom. Subject 18, surrender immediately. Ethan tilted his head. Subject 18. That was his designation, huh? He wiped the blood from his knuckles and took a step forward. Or what? He asked, voice calm. The commander hesitated, then barked an order. Fire. Bullets tore into Ethan's body. His chest, arms, and legs were riddled with holes. Blood splattered the walls. His vision blurred as he felt the warm liquid dripping from his mouth. And yet, he grinned. There was no pain. No fear. Only pure, unfiltered excitement. The wounds were already closing. His muscles strengthened, his bones hardened, and his movements became sharper. His body was adapting. My turn. He dashed forward, faster than before, his fingers wrapping around a fallen soldier's knife. The nearest enemy barely had time to react before Ethan plunged the blade into his throat. One down. The others scrambled back, opening fire again. Bullets ripped through him, but his body no longer cared. The more they shot, the stronger he became. He moved through them like a shadow, his knife an extension of his will. A slash to the jugular. A stab to the heart. A knife through the eye. 3 more down. Someone swung a rifle at his head, Ethan caught it midair. With a flick of his wrist, he snapped the barrel in half like a twig and shoved the broken end into the man's throat. 5 down. The soldiers screamed, trying to retreat, but Ethan was already on them. Faster. Stronger. Sharper. Gunfire became meaningless. Pain was non-existent. The commander's panicked voice echoed through the speakers. He's too dangerous. Eliminate him at all costs. Eliminate me. Ethan smirked while wiping the blood off his cheek. He rolled his shoulders, feeling his body adjust to the carnage. His senses sharpened. His instincts refined. He was no longer some lab rat. He was a predator. And the hunt had just begun. The alarm blared through the facility, a high-pitched wail of desperation and panic. Ethan stood in the middle of the hallway and his body is drenched in blood, most of it wasn't his. A dozen guards aimed rifles, shotguns, and energy weapons at him and their hands were shaking. The red emergency lights cast long shadows on the walls, making the scene feel almost surreal. He smirked. You guys really think that's gonna work? A second of silence. Then. Boom. They opened fire. Bullets and blades. A storm of lead slightly tore through Ethan's body and his body jerked back. His grin widened. He felt nothing. In fact, his body was already adapting. The next volley of bullets bounced off his skin. One of the guards panicked and lunged at him with a combat knife, aiming for his throat. Ethan caught his wrist midair and snapped it like a twig. The men screamed, until Ethan buried the same knife into his skull. Another soldier tried to stab him from behind. Ethan grabbed his arm, twisted it around, and forced the blade into the man's own chest. You brought knives to a fight against an immortal. Ethan scoffed while tossing the lifeless body aside. The remaining men hesitated. He could smell their fear. Fall back. Deploy the heavy weapons. The steel doors behind them slammed open, revealing a mounted minigun. A soldier in thick, reinforced armor stepped forward, gripping the massive weapon. He pulled the trigger. BRRRRRRRTTTTTT. A hurricane of 50 caliber rounds blasted through the corridor, ripping apart anything in its path. Ethan stood his ground. Bullets tore through his body like paper. His arms were shredded. His torso was torn open. Half of his skull was blown away. Then it all grew back. The soldier faltered. What the fuck? Ethan tilted his head while cracking his neck. Then, in a flash, he moved. In a blink, he was in front of the minigun operator. The soldier had no time to react. Ethan's hand crushed his throat like a soda can. He ripped the minigun from the mount. The weapon was meant for a vehicle, too heavy for any normal human to carry. Ethan hoisted it up with ease. Let's see how you like it. He pulled the trigger. The hallway turned into a meat grinder. The guards were torn apart. Blood painted the walls as bodies dropped in seconds. We can't stop him. Use everything. Some guys went to other room and the flamethrower unit stepped forward. Whoosh. A wave of hellfire engulfed Ethan. The heat was intense, melting steel, incinerating bodies instantly. His flesh burned. His bones turned black. And then, he adapted. The fire no longer hurt. His skin regenerated, but this time, it was different. His body temperature rose, his cells absorbing the flames. When the fire cleared, Ethan stood untouched but also naked. Is that all? He asked while stepping forward. The men stared in horror. Then they dropped gas canisters. Thick, green smoke filled the hallway. It was nerve gas, strong enough to paralyze and kill within seconds. Ethan inhaled deeply. His lungs burned for a moment, then adapted. Instead of killing him, the gas felt like fresh air. He laughed. Thanks, I needed that. The guards backed away. Desperate, the last group of soldiers set up rocket launchers. Fire. Boom. 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 Explosions erupted in the hallway, sending shockwaves through the entire facility. The concrete walls collapsed, metal beams twisted from the sheer force. Ethan was blown apart. For a moment, there was nothing left. Just smoke, fire, and rubble. Then. A figure walked out of the flames. His skin was molten, his bones glowing red-hot. His wounds sealed within seconds. His body had evolved past explosions. The last soldier dropped his weapon and ran. Ethan didn't let him. With inhuman speed, he appeared behind the men and snapped his neck. Now, there was only one person left. The one who started this. After finding some clothes, he went after the one who is running things here. It didn't take long for him to find the control room. Ethan kicked open the control room doors. Dr. Reinhardt stood there, calm and composed as he watched Ethan with amusement. Fascinating. The old scientist smiled. I've watched you evolve in real time. Ethan wiped the blood off his face. You must be the asshole in charge. The old man chuckled. Dr. Reinhardt. I oversee this facility, or rather, I did. He gestured to the destroyed monitors and bloodied walls. You've done quite a number on my staff. Not enough, Ethan growled while taking a step forward. You experimented on me. On all of them. He gestured toward the cells filled with tortured mutants. Time to pay for that. Dr. Reinhardt didn't flinch. Instead, he reached into his pocket and pressed a small red button. Ethan's eyes widened. Boom. The explosion consumed everything. Fire raged, metal beams twisted and shattered, and the entire facility collapsed in on itself. Buried alive. Ethan didn't feel pain. But he felt pressure. Tons of concrete, steel, and debris crashed down on him. His body was buried beneath a mountain of wreckage. At first, he didn't move. The sheer weight pressing down on him should have crushed his bones into dust. But his body adapted. His lungs didn't need air. His bones became denser. His muscles adjusted to the immense force. His vision was pitch black, but his instincts guided him. Ethan clenched his fists. Then, he moved. Boom. A massive slab of concrete was thrown into the air. A second later, another explosion of debris followed as Ethan ripped his way out of the rubble. Twisted steel rods pierced his body. Large chunks of cement crumbled as he forced his way through. The flames of the explosion had burned away his clothes, leaving him completely naked. But he didn't care. He was alive. And he felt stronger. His skin had become even more resilient. His muscles felt firmer, denser. His very cells had absorbed the energy of the explosion, evolving beyond the destruction. Ethan took a deep breath, his lungs filling with the scorched, smoky air. Then, he looked around. The entire facility was gone. Just a burning wasteland of ruins, bodies, and shattered steel. And yet. Ethan grinned. Nice try, old man. He cracked his knuckles and looked down. Damn, that's big. He then looked around to find some clothes as it was also snowing outside. He offered some condolences for the mutants here and then looked around, he wanted to know where exactly he is. Chapter 4, Fateful Encounter, edited. Walking through the snow, Ethan trudged through the knee-deep snow, his bare feet sinking into the icy ground. He had managed to find some fabric from the wreckage to cover his lower half, but the cold didn't bother him. His body had already adapted to the freezing temperatures, making it feel no different from a cloudy day with a faint chill in the air, the kind of atmosphere he felt most comfortable in. He didn't know where he was, until he heard the distant rumbling of an engine. His enhanced senses flared. Someone was nearby. Without hesitation, Ethan broke into a sprint, the wind howling around him as he followed the noise. Then he saw it. A pickup truck parked on the side of the road. A man stepped out. Ethan's eyes widened slightly. Logan. The rugged man, wearing a heavy jacket and jeans, lit a cigar as he stared at Ethan with narrowed eyes. "Who the hell are you, kid?" Logan asked, "and what the hell are you doing out here, half naked?" Before Ethan could answer, his instincts flared. A gust of wind surged behind him, followed by a sharp, stinging sensation as something sliced cleanly across his back. Shrip. Ethan barely had time to react before he was lifted off the ground and tossed aside like a rag doll. He crashed into the snow, rolling across the ground before coming to a stop. The women inside the truck screamed. Ethan registered what had happened, he could tell exactly where his body had been struck, how deep the wound went, but there was no pain, only a strange awareness of injury without suffering. His body was already knitting itself back together, muscle and flesh reforming in moments. He turned his head, and there stood a massive, towering man with long blonde hair, feral eyes gleaming, and sharp fangs bared in a savage grin. Saber-tooth. Logan's eyes darkened and his fists clenching. "You ugly son of a..." Snicked. Adamantium claws shot out of his knuckles, Saber-tooth grinned. "Missed me, runt." And then they charged at each other. Their claws clashed, sending sparks flying as they exchanged brutal slashes. Saber-tooth was bigger, stronger, but Logan was deadlier because of his metal claws. Logan dodged a wide slash and countered with a quick stab to the ribs, but Saber-tooth barely flinched, his healing factor keeping him in the fight. Ethan slowly got up from the ground and began to watch the fight unfold. It was raw, animalistic, a battle between two predators. But a small groan caught his attention. Ethan turned and saw the girl inside the truck, Rogue or Anna Marie. She was trapped, her seatbelt stuck, and some sparks are flying from the damaged dashboard. Ethan quickly ran to her. "Are you all right?" he asked. Rogue looked at him and her eyes wide. "I'm stuck. I can't get out." Ethan saw the problem. The seatbelt was jammed, and the truck was slowly catching fire. He didn't hesitate. With one hand, he grabbed the door and ripped it off its hinges. Rogue gasped. Then, gripping the seatbelt, he snapped it like a twig. She was free. Before she could react, Ethan lifted her into his arms, a Princess Carrie. Rogue's face turned red. "You But before Ethan could respond, Logan was sent flying, slamming into the side of the truck. Just as Ethan was about to jump in, the wind picked up. The sky darkened. Lightning crackled through the clouds. Then, from above, a woman descended from the sky, her white hair flowing, electricity dancing around her fingertips. It was Storm. With a raise of her hands, a bolt of lightning struck Saber-tooth, sending him flying backward. Before Ethan could react, another voice called out. "It looks like you could use some help." Ethan turned his head, standing a few feet away, wearing his red visor, was Scott Summers, Cyclops. Rogue was still in his arms, staring up at him and her cheeks flushed red. Ethan then glanced down at himself. He was still shirtless and his little clothing down also got lost in the fight, which means he is standing completely naked with a girl in his arms. Shit. Ethan sat in the X-Jet, staring out the window as the aircraft soared through the sky. For the first time since waking up in that hellhole of a lab, he felt somewhat calm. Scott also brought him some spare clothes, since Ethan was half naked and whatever had been covering him was torn to shreds after he got attacked. Beside him, Rogue, Anna, sat quietly. She kept stealing glances at him and her cheeks slightly flushed, as if still processing what had happened. Ethan ignored it and is lost in his thoughts. He needs to process how everything happened in his life until now. He didn't want a new life, he just wanted to move on to the afterlife, if such a thing even existed. Yet here he was, stuck in the Marvel Universe, a world that had once been his favorite before his transmigration, armed with the power of adaptation, which was essentially just another form of immortality. He sighed, realizing that ROB must have an exceptionally twisted sense of humor. After a while, the jet landed. Scott and Storm led them through the gates of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. The massive mansion loomed before them, tall, elegant, and buzzing with energy. Kids and teenagers roamed the halls, some using their powers casually, others laughing and chatting. Ethan and Anna were quickly given spare clothes, finally allowing Ethan to wear something decent other than the questionable spare clothes of Scott. Meanwhile, Logan, still unconscious, was taken to the med bay for treatment. Ethan and Anna were brought to Charles Xavier's office to wait. Ethan sat on the leather couch, arms crossed, deep in thought. Anna sat beside him, still sneaking glances his way. Ethan smiled internally but didn't comment. Instead, his mind drifted to what came next. Would Professor Xavier try to read his mind? Ethan had a gut feeling that his adaptive evolution had already started working against telepaths. But he wasn't 100% sure. And if there was one thing he knew, he will only get stronger when he was in danger. Which meant, if he wanted to be sure, he had to face Charles Xavier head-on. That thought made him grin slightly. Before he could dwell on it further, the door opened. A bald man in a wheelchair rolled into the room, followed by Storm. His eyes landed on them, and he smiled warmly. Welcome, Ethan. Anna. I am Professor Charles Xavier. It seemed he already knew about them, not surprising, since they had all introduced themselves during the flight here. His voice was gentle yet firm, carrying an air of authority without needing to demand it. Ethan and Anna both stood up and began shaking hands with him one after another. Nice to meet you, Professor, Ethan said. Anna simply nodded, still a bit nervous. Charles studied them for a moment before speaking again. I imagine you both have been through quite an ordeal. First, let me assure you, you're safe here. This school is a sanctuary for mutants, a place where you can learn to control your abilities and find a purpose. Anna shifted slightly, her hands gripping her sleeves. Ethan, on the other hand, leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, completely at ease. Now that you're here, I'd like to understand your situation better. His gaze shifted to Anna first. Would you mind telling me what happened? Anna hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath. I was on my own, running away. Hurt someone. Someone I cared about. Her voice grew quieter. I didn't mean to, but my powers, she stopped while shaking her head. Charles gave her a reassuring smile. I understand, Anna. You don't have to explain everything right now. She nodded and is clearly relieved. Then, Charles turned to Ethan. And you, Ethan. Ethan let out a small scoff. I was experimented on. That immediately caught Charles's attention. Experimented. Ethan nodded. Yeah. Some lab, full of scientists and guards. They did something to me, tested my limits. Storm frowned. Do you know who they were? Ethan shrugged. Didn't care enough to ask. But I made sure they won't be experimenting on anyone else. Charles's eyes narrowed slightly. What do you mean? Ethan's smirk returned. The facility exploded when I escaped. That made everyone pause. Storm and Charles exchanged glances. Scott, who had just entered the room, frowned. You destroyed it. Ethan shook his head. No, the guy in charge did. I assume it was a self-destruct system. Guess he'd rather blow everything up than let me walk free. Charles studied Ethan carefully. A destroyed mutant experimentation lab. That was serious. He glanced at Storm and Scott. We'll need to investigate the site. See if there's anything left. Storm nodded. I'll prepare a team. Once that matter was settled, Charles refocused on them. Now, tell me, are you aware of your mutant abilities? Anna immediately looked down, avoiding his gaze. I don't really know much about mine. Ethan glanced at her. Charles nodded, then turned to Ethan. And what about you, Ethan? If I may ask, what are your abilities? Ethan paused for a moment before answering. I call it adaptive evolution. A flicker of recognition passed through Charles's eyes. Storm raised an eyebrow. That sounds unique. Ethan leaned forward. Basically, my body adapts to whatever I go through. The more I fight, the stronger I get. The more I take damage, the more resistant I become. Scott crossed his arms. So, you're saying you can't die? Ethan chuckled. Not sure yet. But the guys who experimented on me sure as hell haven't found a way to kill me. That made everyone go silent for a moment. Even Charles seemed deep in thought. Fascinating. I once knew a mutant with similar abilities. Ethan raised an eyebrow. Really? What happened to him? Charles's expression turned somber. He didn't make it. Ethan nodded says, I'm sorry to hear that. He smiled, it's okay. Everyone has to die someday. Then he took a deep breath. Since we're discussing powers, I should tell you about mine as well. He gave them a small smile. I am a telepath. I can read and influence minds. Anna looked a bit nervous, but Ethan only tilted his head, intrigued. You can read minds, he asked. Charles nodded. Yes. If you allow me, I can sense your thoughts. Ethan's smirk widened. Go ahead. Try reading mine. A few seconds passed. And his expression changed almost instantly. He concentrated harder, but nothing. Charles's brows furrowed slightly. After a few moments, Charles pulled back, his face filled with surprise and curiosity. That's unexpected. Storm frowned. What happened, Professor? Charles looked at Ethan. I can't read his mind. I was able to enter it for a moment, but then suddenly, I couldn't sense anything, he's completely unreadable. That got everyone's attention. Ethan's smirk deepened. Interesting, huh? Charles nodded slowly. Very. It's rare to meet someone I can't read. Even among the strongest minds I've encountered, few possess this level of immunity. Are you a telepath yourself? Some mutants develop more than one gift. Ethan crossed his arms. Not really. I think my ability works on my mind too. Charles studied him for a moment before nodding. That is, truly remarkable. Ethan didn't say anything, but internally, he was thrilled. His mind was evolving. Even one of the strongest telepaths in the world couldn't break through. This meant that if anyone, even someone like Jean Grey or Emma Frost, tried to invade his mind, his abilities would shut them out. Charles smiled. Aurora, would you mind showing our new guests around? Storm nodded. Of course, Professor. After their conversation with Professor Xavier, Ethan and Anna followed Storm as she guided them through the X-Mansion. The halls were grand, filled with students of all ages walking around, chatting, or training their powers. Anna stayed close to Ethan, still a little nervous about being in a new place. Ethan, noticing this, gave her a reassuring smile and nudged her lightly. Relax, Anna. You're not alone here anymore. She let out a small breath and nodded. No. It's just a lot, you know. Storm, overhearing their conversation, smiled. You'll get used to it. The mansion is a safe space for all mutants. Here, you don't have to hide who you are. Anna seemed to relax a little more at that. As they walked, Storm pointed out different areas. This is the main hall, where students gather for announcements. To the left is the cafeteria. The classrooms are on the second and third floors, and below ground, we have the training facilities. Anna glanced around with mild interest. Training facilities. Storm smirked. You'll see soon enough. They continued walking when a group of students approached them. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy in a hoodie and jeans walked up to them first. Hey, Ms. Aurora, how are you? He then saw Ethan and Anna, so, they must be new guys. He held out his hand toward Anna. I'm Bobby Drake. Anna hesitated but slowly shook his hand, making sure to avoid direct skin contact as she had her gloves on. I'm Anna Marie, but you can call me Anna. Bobby grinned. Cool name. Then he turned to Ethan and extended his hand. And you are? Ethan smirked and shook his hand firmly. Ethan Carter. Storm nodded to him. All right, you're late for your class. Bobby then cursed and went running as Storm turned to them. Let's continue the tour. As they walked, Ethan glanced at Anna and noticed she was smiling a little more. He nudged her playfully. See? Not so bad, huh? Anna blushed lightly but nodded. Yeah. I guess not. For the first time in a while, she felt like she belonged somewhere. And for Ethan, this place just might be the perfect training ground for him to grow even stronger. There is a reason for his thinking. This place was attacked a lot. Which meant, he could grow stronger here. Chapter 5, A New Life at Xavier's Institute, edited. A sharp beeping sound filled Logan's ears as he jerked awake, his body healed from the wounds Sabretooth had inflicted. His enhanced senses immediately picked up the unfamiliar scent of antiseptic and metal, a hospital-like environment. His claws unsheathed instinctively as he jumped off the medical bed, muscles tense like a predator ready to strike. The moment he moved, a figure in white coat and red hair stood in front of him. "Easy there," she said while holding up her hands in a calming gesture. "You're safe." "Where the hell am I?" Logan growled as he stood up and his muscles tensing. She remained calm. "You're at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. We brought you here after you were injured." "Yeah. And who the hell are you?" She gave a small smile. "I'm Jean Grey. I was monitoring your condition." But Logan didn't trust her. His animal instincts flared as he lunged forward with his claws aiming straight for her. Jean's eyes flashed, and with a flick of her hand, Logan was suddenly hurled backward by an invisible force. His back slammed into the wall, leaving a dent in the metal. Logan growled and is struggling against the telekinetic hold, his arms pinned. "Relax, Logan," a calm and authoritative voice echoed. Logan turned his head and saw a bald man in a wheelchair rolling into the room. Professor Charles Xavier. Jean released her hold, and Logan dropped to the floor with a grunt. "What the hell is this place?" Logan spat, glaring at them both. Xavier's expression remained composed. "You're at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters." Logan stood up, rolling his shoulders. "Gifted? You mean mutants?" Xavier gave a small nod. "Exactly, and it's good to see you awake, Logan." Logan narrowed his eyes. "Do I know you, old man?" Xavier gave a knowing smile. "Not yet. But I know you. You've been searching for your past, haven't you?" Logan's fists clenched at his sides. "What do you know?" "Not much, but I can help you recover your memories if you stay." Jean crossed her arms. "You were attacked by Sabretooth. Do you remember anything from the fight?" Logan grunted while rubbing his temples. He remembered the fight, the brutal strength of Sabretooth, and the two people who had been with him. His gaze sharpened. "Where are the kids?" After Xavier explained the institute and gave Logan a brief tour, he followed Xavier and Jean through the halls until they reached a common room. Inside, Ethan Carter and Anna sat together, talking quietly. Anna immediately perked up when she saw Logan. "You're awake." Logan gave her a small nod before his gaze shifted to Ethan and his eyes filled with curiosity. The last thing he remembered, Sabretooth had ripped Ethan apart. But Ethan was right there, completely unscathed. "You should be dead," Logan muttered. Ethan chuckled. "Yeah, I should say the same to you." Logan crossed his arms. "I'm built different, kid. Mind explaining?" Ethan leaned back while stretching. "Let's just say, my body adapts. Every time I take damage, I evolve to survive it." Logan raised an eyebrow. "So, you get stronger every time you fight?" Ethan nodded. "Pretty much." Logan let out a low whistle. "Damn. That's some cheat code you got there, bub." Ethan grinned. "I like to think of it as an advantage in this world." Logan turned to Anna. "You doin' okay, kid?" Anna gave a small smile. "Yeah, thanks to them." Looking around, Logan also saw new faces who Anna introduced as Bobby, Iceman, John, Pyro, Kurt, Nightcrawler, Kitty Pryde, and Angelica Jones. "You all roommates or something?" Logan asked. Ethan nodded. "Yeah, I share a room with Bobby and John." He watched as Anna smiled more now. Xavier rolled forward. "You're safe here, Logan. And if you choose, you can stay." Logan glanced at Ethan and Anna before exhaling. "Yeah, guess I'll stick around for a bit." After settling Anna and Ethan into the mansion, Professor Xavier and Jean decided it was time to fully evaluate Anna's abilities. She had already explained how her powers had first manifested when she accidentally sent her ex-boyfriend to coma with just a kiss. But she had never fully understood her abilities until now. Inside the mansion's training facility, Logan, Ethan, Jean, and Storm stood alongside Anna as Jean prepared to test her powers. The room was large and metallic, lined with reinforced walls. It was designed to withstand even the most powerful mutants. Anna stood in the center, fidgeting with the glove she always wore. Jean gave her a reassuring smile. "All right, Anna. We're going to run some tests to help you understand your abilities better. Just remember, you're in control." Anna nodded hesitantly. "So, what do I do?" "You need to touch someone." "So, y'all want me to touch someone?" Anna asked hesitantly. Jean nodded. We need to understand how your powers work, Anna. Jean looked at Logan. We'll start with Logan. Anna took a deep breath and turned to Logan first. Ready? She asked. Logan nodded while rolling his shoulders. Yeah. Go ahead, kid. I can take it. Anna removed her glove and placed her hand on Logan's arm. Immediately, she felt his life force flow into her, a shockwave of energy passed between them. Logan stiffened and his eyes widening as he felt his strength being drained. His muscles tensed, and his knees buckled slightly as his healing factor started weakening. Anna gasped with her breath hitching as power surged through her body. She suddenly felt stronger, like her senses were sharpening. Jean quickly stepped in. All right, that's enough. Anna jerked her hand away, stumbling backward, breathing heavily. Logan's claws had unsheathed involuntarily, but as he recovered, they slowly retracted. Logan shook his head, taking a deep breath. Damn, that's one hell of a power. Anna looked at her hands, terrified. I didn't mean to. Jean placed a hand on her shoulder. It's okay, Anna. You didn't hurt him. This is exactly why we're testing this, to help you learn control. Logan grunted after healed in few seconds while pulling his arm away. Damn. Feels weird. Anna blinked rapidly, her breath hitched as flashes of someone else's memories flickered in her mind, blood, metal, and endless pain. She started, voice low. I saw things. His memories. Fights, pain, experiments. Her eyes darted toward Logan, who was now watching her warily. And my senses, they went into overdrive. I could smell everything, every breath, every heartbeat in this room. Jean then went over the readings displayed on the monitors. Her eyes widened slightly as she analyzed the results. Anna, your mutation allows you to absorb the life force, memories, and abilities of anyone you touch. Anna's breath hitched. So. I'm stealing their power. Jean nodded. Temporarily, yes. But with prolonged contact, it could become permanent. Anna looked horrified. That means I can never touch anyone without hurting them. Jean's face softened. That's not necessarily true. With training, you might learn how to regulate it. Ethan, who had been leaning against the wall, smiled slightly. Guess that makes you kinda dangerous, huh? Anna shot him a glare. Not funny. Jean nodded. Now we need to see if there's a way to help you control it. Anna's shoulders slumped. That sounds like a long shot. Ethan suddenly stepped forward, holding out his hand. Then let's test something else. Anna's eyes widened. Ethan, what are you doing? Seeing if my ability can handle yours. Jean looked concerned. Ethan, this could be dangerous. Ethan shrugged. That's what makes it fun. Anna hesitated before slowly removing her glove again. Taking a deep breath, she touched Ethan's hand. And nothing happened. Anna's eyes widened. What the? Ethan grinned. Looks like my body adapted before you could even drain me. Jean stared in shock. That's incredible. Anna is still stunned and blinked. So, you're saying I can touch you? Ethan wiggled his eyebrows. Yup. And if you ever need a dance partner, I'm your guy. Anna rolled her eyes but couldn't hide the small smile that formed and she squeezed Ethan's hand tightly. Ethan smiled warmly. Even though we've only known each other for a short time, I already consider you a friend, Anna. You don't have to be afraid around me. For the first time since her powers manifested, she felt a glimmer of hope. Days turned into weeks, and Ethan Carter had fully settled into life at Xavier's Institute. He quickly became one of the most popular students, and it wasn't hard to see why. With his chiseled physique, beautiful blonde hair, striking blue eyes, and sharp intellect, Ethan was the center of attention, especially among the female students. Many of the girls found excuses to talk to him, whether it was asking for help in class or simply striking up a conversation in the hallways. And who could blame them? They were teenagers, and Ethan stood out. They gravitated toward him, whispering about how he looked like a Greek god and how he excelled at almost everything. He grasped advanced physics in a matter of days. His understanding of biology and genetics reached somewhere below Hank McCoy levels. He quickly learned multiple languages, even holding conversations in French and German after a few weeks. Dude, do you even study? Bobby Drake asked one day, staring at Ethan's perfect test score. Ethan wore a smug grin. What can I say? I just pick things up quickly. John Allardyce snorted. That's an understatement. You went from struggling with algebra to solving complex equations in a week. Either you're a genius or you've got cheat codes in your brain. Ethan just laughed it off, but the truth was simple, his adaptation ability enhanced his intelligence too. At first, it felt surreal to him. Before his transmigration, he had been somewhat of an introvert, preferring to keep to himself rather than engage in social interactions, especially with girls. But something had changed within him. The divine spring not only transformed his body but also his confidence and personality. He no longer hesitated to talk. He no longer avoided eye contact. Instead, he began to flirt effortlessly, his confidence growing with each passing day. Whether it was during classes, in the cafeteria, or even in training sessions, Ethan found himself engaging with people more openly, and they responded in kind. Even the older students took notice. And the girls? They couldn't get enough of him. Jean Grey had been impressed by his intellect and quick thinking. Storm saw potential in his abilities during her training sessions. Even Kitty Pryde and Angelica Jones were often seen giggling whenever he was around. But despite the attention, the person he was closest to remained Anna. Their bond had been forged through shared experiences, being attacked by Sabretooth, surviving together, and navigating the uncertainty of their powers. Anna, at first, had been awkward around him, still adjusting to the reality of her mutation. But Ethan had a way of making her feel comfortable. He treated her like a normal person, joking with her, teasing her lightly, and never showing fear of her abilities, especially after proving that he could touch her without consequences. It was refreshing for her. For the first time, Anna felt like she had someone who truly understood her without judgment. Chapter 6, Training Session, edited. The cafeteria buzzed with chatter as students gathered in groups, laughing and eating. In one corner, Ethan, Bobby, John, Kitty, and Anna sat together, discussing the latest topic that had everyone talking, Ethan's growing popularity. "I swear, man, it's like every girl in the school has a crush on you," Bobby said while shaking his head in disbelief. "I mean, I get it, good looks, super strength, genius-level intelligence, but come on, leave some attention for the rest of us." John smirked. "Yeah, it's getting ridiculous. Even Hank, the smartest guy here, is impressed by your intelligence. You made Beast speechless. Do you know how rare that is?" Ethan chuckled while sipping his drink. "Hey, I just answer the questions right. Can't help it if I'm good at everything." Kitty rolled her eyes playfully. Yeah, we get it, Mr. Perfect." Just then, Kurt Wagner and Angelina Jones joined them while carrying trays of food. "What are we talking about?" Kurt asked in his thick German accent while setting his tray down next to Kitty. "Ethan's growing fan club," John replied as he began grinning. As if on cue, a few girls passing by glanced at Ethan and offered shy smiles. "Hi, Ethan," one of them said softly. Ethan returned the smile. "Hey." The girls giggled before walking away as they began whispering among themselves. John whistled. "Damn, even the seniors are into you now." Bobby crossed his arms. "Man, I wish I had that kind of luck." Ethan just shook his head with a small smile, but while everyone laughed and teased him, he didn't miss the way Anna suddenly grew quiet. She was still eating, but there was a slight pout on her lips as she focused a little too hard on her food. Ethan smirked. So she does get jealous. But she wasn't the only one. Kitty and Angelina were also sneaking glances at him. Unlike Anna, though, they weren't trying to hide it. Kitty in particular seemed overly hyped about everything Ethan did, laughing a little too hard at his jokes and nudging him playfully at every opportunity. Bobby and John, of course, noticed. "Oh, come on." Bobby finally blurted out. "First Ethan gets all the girls outside our group, and now our girls are looking at him too." John groaned dramatically. "There is no justice in the world." The girls said in union, "Shut it." After some playful jokes, Bobby leaned forward and began to shift the conversation. "Hey, you ever think about how all the teachers here have cool names? Aurora is Storm, Scott is Cyclops, Hank is Beast. We should pick some for ourselves." "That's actually a good idea," Kitty said, perking up. "I call Iceman," Bobby declared confidently. John grinned. "Obviously, I'm Pyro." Angelina flipped her red hair over her shoulder. "I've always liked Firestar." Kurt smiled. "I already have a name, Nightcrawler." Kitty grinned. "Oh. I want Shadowcat." "That sounds so cool." Anna thought for a moment before nodding. "I'll go with Rogue." Everyone turned to Ethan. "What about you, Superstar?" John asked. "Got a cool name in mind?" Ethan leaned back in his chair and began considering some names. He had a lot of potential names, some based on his abilities, others on his experiences. But there was one word that always stood out. "Immortal," he said finally. There's a few seconds of silence. Bobby raised an eyebrow. "Immortal. That's kinda dramatic, don't you think?" John tilted his head. "I mean, it sounds badass, but why that? It's still a work in progress." Anna, however, looked at him thoughtfully. Unlike the others, she seemed to understand. You don't die, do you? She asked quietly. Ethan turned to her, meeting her gaze. There was no teasing in her tone, just curiosity and something else he couldn't quite place. Not easily, he admitted. The table fell silent for a moment, the weight of that realization sinking in. Then Bobby cleared his throat. Well, damn. Guess Immortal fits after all. John grinned. All right then, here's to our new cool names. They all clinked their drinks together, laughter breaking the tension. Ethan couldn't help but smile. This place, this life, he is starting to like it. After lunch, Ethan and his friends went their separate ways to attend afternoon classes. Hours passed quickly, and by the time they finished, the sun had begun its descent, casting an orange hue across the sky. Ethan waved goodbye to his friends. Catch you guys later. Don't go breaking too many hearts, Immortal, John teased while smirking. Kitty giggled. At this rate, half the girls in school will be fighting over you. Angelina rolled her eyes but grinned. You do seem to be enjoying all the attention. Ethan chuckled. What can I say? Good looks, brains, and skills, hard to compete with that. Bobby groaned. And humility, don't forget humility. Everyone laughed, but Anna remained quiet. Ethan noticed her glancing at him, then looking away quickly. She had been doing that more often lately. Ethan smirked. You all right, rogue? Anna huffed and crossed her arms. I'm fine. John leaned closer and began whispering loudly, she's just jealous that all the girls are after you. Anna's cheeks reddened. Shut up, John. Ethan chuckled while shaking his head, all right, I really gotta go. You guys have fun. Kitty gave him a thumbs up. Good luck with Storm. As the group split up, Ethan made his way toward Storm's office. He had an important appointment with her, today was his solo training session. At Xavier's school, students who reached 18 were granted access to the Danger Room, a state-of-the-art training facility designed to push mutants to their limits. However, training was always done under supervision, and Aurora Monroe, better known as Storm, was one of the primary instructors responsible for guiding students in developing their abilities. Most training sessions were held in groups, focusing on teamwork and coordination. But Ethan wasn't interested in group exercises. He needed to push himself further, he needed real danger. That was the only way he could grow stronger. Which was why, a few days ago, he had approached Storm and requested one-on-one training. At first, she was hesitant. The Danger Room is designed to be challenging, but it's still meant to be used under strict supervision. You're asking for something that could be too dangerous. That's exactly why I need it, Ethan argued. You know how my power works, I adapt when I face danger. If I only train at the same level as everyone else, I won't grow fast enough. Storm tapped a finger against the desk, considering his words. Ethan, I understand your desire to get stronger, but reckless training could get you seriously hurt. Ethan shook his head. That's the thing, I can't be seriously hurt. My ability lets me survive and evolve. The more dangerous the situation, the stronger I become. Storm sighed again but didn't dismiss him immediately. That was a good sign. Ethan pressed on. I need this, Storm. You're one of the best fighters in this school, and your control over the elements is insane. If I want to reach my full potential, I need to fight opponents like you and take on advanced simulations alone. She narrowed her eyes. So, you're suggesting I personally fight you? He grinned. Why not? You'd be testing my limits and getting a workout. Storm let out a small chuckle. You really are persistent. Call it determination, Ethan said with a shrug. She stared at him for a moment longer before finally sighing. Fine. I'll allow solo training, but only under my supervision. No reckless stunts, and if I say stop, you stop. Ethan's grin widened. Deal. Storm shook her head but smiled slightly. You better not make me regret this. Now, as he stepped into her office, she was already expecting him. Right on time, she said, closing the file she had been reading. Wouldn't miss it. She gestured toward the hallway. Let's head to the Danger Room. Ethan followed Storm through the long, high-tech hallways of the X-Mansion's lower levels. The underground facility housed some of the most advanced mutant training equipment in existence, including the famous Danger Room, a combat simulation chamber designed to push mutants to their limits. As they approached the reinforced steel doors, Ethan felt a sense of excitement building inside him. He had been waiting for this moment, to truly test himself against one of the most powerful X-Men. Storm stopped in front of a control panel, pressing a few buttons. The doors hissed open, revealing the massive, futuristic chamber beyond. The Danger Room was a marvel of technology. A wide, circular training area lay in the center, surrounded by walls lined with high-tech emitters capable of generating realistic simulations and battle scenarios. The ceiling stretched high above, filled with mechanical arms, energy projectors, and training drones waiting to be activated. Ethan whistled. No matter how many times I see it, I gotta admit, this place looks badass. Storm smirked. It's designed to be. The danger room isn't just for training, it's for survival. She walked over to a locker on the side, pulling out a fresh set of training clothes. Ethan did the same, grabbing his own gear. After a few minutes, both of them stepped onto the training platform in fitting gym wear. Storm's outfit was a tight black athletic set, designed for mobility but leaving little to the imagination. Her toned muscles and powerful physique were on full display. Ethan, meanwhile, wore a white t-shirt and black gym pants, the outfit comfortable but flexible enough for combat. The atmosphere inside the danger room was tense as Ethan and Storm squared off, ready to engage in combat. Storm crossed her arms. You sure you're ready for this? Ethan grinned. I've been waiting for this. Storm took a steady breath, her sharp eyes locked onto Ethan. She wasn't a master at hand-to-hand combat, but she had learned enough over the years to hold her own. And she was about to show him that. Let's see what you've got, she said while raising her fists. Ethan smiled and began rolling his shoulders. Ladies first. Without hesitation, Storm launched forward, delivering a swift kick aimed at his ribs. Ethan blocked it with ease, but she followed up with a palm strike to his chest, which didn't do anything to him. But she didn't stop. Storm ducked low, spinning into a leg sweep. Ethan hopped over it effortlessly, landing smoothly. Not bad, he admitted. But you're gonna have to do better. Storm smirked. Oh, don't worry. I plan to. She suddenly surged forward, grabbing his arm and twisting her body to throw him over her shoulder. But Ethan saw it coming. He used her momentum against her, twisting mid-air and landing right behind her. Before she could react, Ethan moved like lightning, snaking his arms around her and locking her in place. Their bodies were pressed together and their faces inches apart. Storm let out an annoyed sigh. All right, let go. Ethan chuckled, holding her a second longer just to tease before finally releasing her. She took a step back and began adjusting her stance. Enough warm-up. Let's move on to powers. Storm raised her hands, and instantly, the air around them shifted. The wind howled as dark clouds began swirling above, electricity crackling in the atmosphere. You wanted a challenge, she said, her voice steady. Let's see if you can handle a storm. Ethan got ready, bring it on. Without hesitation, Storm raised her arms, and the room erupted into chaos. A violent gust of wind crashed into Ethan like a battering ram, hurling him backward. He hit the ground hard, skidding across the metallic floor before flipping back to his feet. Before he could fully regain his footing. Boom. A lightning bolt tore through the air, striking him square in the chest. Crack. His body seized up and his muscles locking for a brief second before he was blown away, slamming into the far wall. The air smelled of ozone as smoke rose from his scorched shirt, revealing his toned chest underneath. Storm didn't stop. She lifted both hands, her eyes glowing white as multiple tornadoes erupted around them. The roaring winds howled, twisting and spiraling with violent force. She thrust her hands forward, and the tornadoes surged toward Ethan, carrying jagged bolts of lightning within them. Ethan gritted his teeth, bracing himself. Boom. He was swept up into the violent storm, tossed around like a rag doll. The winds cut into his skin, leaving deep scratches that healed almost instantly. His already tattered clothes were shredded further, exposing more of his body. The power of the storm raged on, slamming him into the ground repeatedly before finally throwing him across the room like a broken doll. He hit the floor hard, sliding to a stop, dust scattering around him. His breathing remained steady, and aside from his tattered clothes, his body was completely unharmed. The previous explosion had only enhanced his durability. But he didn't fight back. He didn't even dodge. He began taking everything she threw at him. She hurled storm after storm, but Ethan absorbed it all. Storm narrowed her eyes while crossing her arms. Are you going to fight or just enjoy getting beat up? Ethan looked up at her slowly. I'm just letting you have your fun. But deep inside, he felt something changing. With every attack that hit him, his body was adapting, growing stronger than a second ago. He could feel it, his resistance to her powers increasing and his body is adjusting to every impact. Storm watched him closely. She noticed his stance, the way he took every hit without flinching. Most people would be down for the count after taking that much damage. But Ethan. He looked stronger. His muscles flexed and his blue eyes burned with excitement. Then with a teasing smirk, she said, if I didn't know about your powers, I'd think you were a masochist. Ethan snapped out of his thoughts, blinking at her words. Then, he let out a low chuckle before shaking his head. All right. My turn. The teasing was over. Ethan's eyes flashed with determination, and in an instant, he moved. Blur. 1 second he was standing still. The next, he was in front of her with blinding speed. Storm's eyes widened. What? Before she could react, Ethan delivered a solid punch to her stomach, not enough to seriously hurt her, but enough to make her feel it. Ugh! Storm gasped as her eyes began widening. She tried to float backward, summoning the wind to lift herself into the air. But Ethan had already adapted to her fighting style. He anticipated it. As she ascended, he jumped, closing the distance instantly. Before she could escape, he grabbed her wrist and flipped her over. Storm let out a small gasp as she was slammed to the ground, Ethan pinning her beneath him. The position was eerily similar to earlier, except this time, Storm was the one trapped. Ethan hovered over her, grinning, his face inches from hers. Storm lay beneath him, her silver hair fanned out, her chest rising and falling. Then, to his surprise, she smiled. Chapter 7, Eye of the Storm, edited. Ethan hovered over Storm, began grinning, and his face is inches away from hers. His striking blue eyes gleamed with amusement as he held her down and their breaths mingling. Storm, who was lying beneath him with her silver hair fanned out on the floor, took a deep breath. Then, to his surprise, she smiled. Ethan's smirk faltered slightly. What's so funny? Storm's expression didn't change, but suddenly, her eyes glowed white. Before Ethan could react, a violent tornado formed at his side and struck him with the force of a freight train. He was launched across the room, his body smashing into the reinforced wall with enough impact to crack it. As he peeled himself from the dented surface, Storm gracefully floated into the air, her presence now overwhelming. She extended both arms, and the atmosphere crackled with energy. I have to admit, Ethan, she said as her voice is carrying an authoritative edge, you're strong. Very strong. But don't think for a second that I was giving it my all. Ethan rolled his shoulders as his shredded shirt hung in tatters. So, you were holding back. Storm's glowing gaze locked onto him. I didn't want to hurt you. Ethan chuckled. I heal and can't feel pain, remember? Hit me with everything you've got. That was all the encouragement she needed. The air grew chaotic, winds howling as tornadoes began forming around the room. 1, 2, 3. And more. Within moments, Ethan was surrounded by a cyclone of destruction. From above, storm clouds darkened, lightning flashing ominously within them. Rain poured down in sheets, drenching both fighters instantly. Then, the first lightning bolt struck. Boom. Ethan didn't even flinch. His skin burned slightly, then instantly regenerated with his adaptation, making him stronger. Storm narrowed her eyes. He wasn't even reacting. She raised her hands, and the intensity doubled. More tornadoes formed, trapping Ethan in a prison of wind. The rain became a downpour, so heavy that visibility was nearly gone. Thunder rumbled as bolts of lightning struck him from every angle. Boom. 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 Ethan stood at the center of the chaos, utterly unmoving. The storm of power and debris raged around him, yet his body remained undamaged, durable enough to withstand the overwhelming intensity without taking any damage from those attacks. Storm didn't stop. She intensified the attack, pushing more power into the storm, forcing him to stay locked in place. Storm watched him carefully for a while and is fascinated. You really don't feel pain, do you? She mused. Ethan's lips twitched into a smirk. Nope. Any normal person can't even hear her with all the tornadoes surrounded them, but Ethan is not a normal person. Storm hummed while floating higher. That's dangerous. She extended both hands, her eyes glowing even brighter. The wind screamed louder, the tornadoes tightened, trapping Ethan completely. Lightning poured from the heavens, slamming into him relentlessly. Ethan's entire body was now engulfed in a maelstrom of storms, tornadoes, and lightning. His clothes had been completely obliterated, every last thread incinerated by the sheer force of the power. And still, he stood there, unfazed, unyielding. His body bore only minor damage, faint marks against the overwhelming storm that surrounded him. But he soon realized that, despite his resilience, he couldn't move freely within the raging storm. The sheer pressure and turbulence of the forces pressed against him from all sides, making every motion feel like wading through a hurricane made of raw power. Storm exhaled and is impressed. Fine, she murmured. Let's see if you can handle this. Raising her hands skyward, she gathered an enormous charge of electricity. The dark clouds roared in response, gathering into a singular mass of destruction. Then, she brought her hands down. Boom. A colossal lightning strike engulfed Ethan, shaking the entire room. The force shattered the air, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. When the energy finally dispersed, Storm landed softly on the ground, watching the aftermath. Ethan lay in the middle of the destruction, steam rising from his body. His flesh was burnt away, but within seconds, it regenerated, as perfect as ever. His striking blue eyes flickered open, glowing faintly. He let out a slow breath before sitting up. Still alive. You hit like a truck, he muttered. Storm chuckled. I wasn't trying to kill you. Ethan scoffed. Didn't feel like it. Storm landed beside him and placed her hands on her hips and a small smirk playing on her lips. So. Still think you're invincible? Ethan chuckled while running a hand through his wet hair. I get it. Just because I can heal and adapt doesn't mean I can't be restrained. He was confused. His adaptation should have granted him flight-based abilities. After being thrown around like a doll without strings, he should have adapted to Storm's attacks, broken free through evolution, and even gained aspects of her powers, lightning, wind, the storm itself. But he didn't. Those abilities should have manifested, yet for some reason, they hadn't. He didn't know why. All he knew was that this was something he needed to find out. Storm nodded. Exactly. Someone like me can keep you locked in place with enough pressure. And that's just elemental powers. There's also magic, psychic abilities, and more out there that could seal you away. Ethan frowned slightly and began thinking it over. Previously his physique is more powerful than Storm, that's why he had an advantage, but once she got serious, he was trapped. If someone sealed him in an unbreakable prison without actually harming him, he'd be stuck temporarily. That wasn't a problem if he gained enough power, but his adaptation powers didn't respond in this fight. Maybe he needs to be exposed for longer duration to gain them. Storm noticed his thoughtful expression. Strength alone isn't enough, Ethan, she said, tilting her head. You may adapt, but if someone immobilizes you before you evolve, you're done. Ethan exhaled before nodding. Yeah, you're right. He doesn't need to tell her that, he can simply break the prison trapping him. Storm nodded approvingly. Good. Lesson learned. Then, her gaze flickered downward. Ethan followed her eyes, only to realize he was completely naked. Oh. Storm arched a brow. I have to say, I'm impressed. Quite the physique you have, Ethan. Ethan didn't even flinch, he ran a hand through his wet blonde hair, unfazed. I'd say this is a win for you. Storm chuckled. I'd say the same, but considering your confidence, I doubt you see it that way. Ethan shrugged and began walking outside, toward the lockers. Well, if you'll excuse me, I need to find some clothes before the entire mansion sees what's beneath the Immortal title. Storm laughed, shaking her head. Go. And Ethan. He paused. You did well. Ethan smiled over his shoulder before disappearing into the changing room. A few hours later, inside Professor Xavier's office, Scott and Betsy sat across from him, their expressions serious. Storm entered soon after, immediately sensing the atmosphere in the room. She had a feeling she knew what this was about. Jean and Hank arrived next, completing the gathering of senior members of the X-Men. Professor Xavier leaned forward slightly, his fingers interlocked. His expression was calm but thoughtful. Scott, Betsy, you both went to the lab site. Tell us what you found. Scott exhaled, not much. The explosion destroyed everything. We couldn't recover any significant data. Betsy nodded while crossing her arms. We also checked for survivors, but there was no sign of anyone else. Just complete destruction. Hank adjusted his glasses while looking at the file in front of him. And Ethan. Scott exchanged a glance with Betsy before sliding a folder across the desk. We managed to recover some records from somewhere else. His parents were normal humans, both killed in a car accident when he was young. He was placed in the foster system, bounced around a few homes. Nothing unusual in his history, at least, nothing on paper. Storm leaned against the desk, so he's clean. Scott nodded. As far as we can tell, yes. No connections to anything suspicious. Professor Xavier shook his head. That's where things get interesting. Everyone turned to him as he continued. I used Cerebro to look into Ethan's mind. He paused, his voice steady but thoughtful. But when I did, it was as if I was looking at a completely normal human. No mutant gene, no abnormalities. He paused again. Yet. I couldn't enter his mind. A heavy silence settled over the room. Scott frowned. You're saying he's not a mutant? Jean's eyes widened. And, you couldn't enter his mind? Even with Cerebro. Professor Xavier nodded. Exactly. Hank leaned forward and is intrigued. Professor Xavier exhaled. I don't know what he is. Storm, who had been listening carefully, finally spoke. I fought him today. Everyone turned to her. Jean raised an eyebrow. You fought him? Storm nodded. We had a training session. At first, it was just hand-to-hand combat. He overpowered me almost immediately. Betsy smirked. That's not surprising. Storm gave a small chuckle before her face turned serious. But then we moved on to using powers. I went easy on him at first, but he kept taking my attacks without defending himself. It was like he was waiting for something. Scott leaned forward. And Storm hesitated before continuing. I increased the intensity. Stronger winds, lightning, tornadoes, he took them all. His body was torn apart after some time, but he healed instantly. Every time I hit him, he got stronger. More resistant. Hank rubbed his chin. That explains his power. Adaptive evolution, is that what he calls it? Professor Xavier nodded slowly. A fascinating ability, but also dangerous. Jean folded her arms. So, what do we do? Professor Xavier took a deep breath. For now, Ethan stays here. He needs to understand his powers, and so do we. Storm crossed her arms. Does he know about this? That he's not a mutant? Professor Xavier gave a small, knowing smile. Not yet. We'll tell him when the time is right. Scott, still skeptical, tapped his fingers on the table. And what if he becomes a threat? Professor Xavier's expression remained calm. Then we will handle it. But I do not believe Ethan is dangerous by nature. He is still young, still discovering himself. Storm sighed, leaning back. I hope you're right. Betsy smirked. Either way, this just got a lot more interesting. As the discussion settled, the X-Men exchanged glances, each lost in thought. Ethan was an enigma, one they had yet to fully understand. Anne, hi guys, new chapter. So, basically Ethan is a mutant before transmigration, but after it, his body changed due to Fountain of Youth and restored his body to peak human condition. It altered his body and removed his X gene. So, he is now a human. Chapter 8, Evolution Through Battle, edited. Professor Xavier sat in his office with hands clasped together in deep thought. Across from him, Scott, Betsy, Jean, Hank, and Aurora listened intently as he voiced his conclusions. Ethan Carter's abilities are unique, Xavier began thoughtfully. His adaptation is unlike anything we've encountered before. I believe he was experimented on precisely because of that mutation. He paused, his expression tightening slightly before continuing. Someone, or perhaps an entire organization, must have discovered his abilities and tried to unlock their full potential. But something clearly went wrong. He told us he escaped but didn't elaborate. Either they lost control of him, or he forced his way out. Jean frowned. You think they blew up the lab to cover their tracks? Or to ensure Ethan didn't leave alive, Betsy added. Aurora crossed her arms and her expression is unreadable. If that's true, then he was hunted for his power, and will be in the future. Which means we need to make sure he isn't led down the wrong path, Xavier said. Left unchecked, power like his can be dangerous. Aurora nodded. I know this better than anyone. She remembered her time with Apocalypse, how she had once believed strength ruled above all. But now, she saw Ethan as someone who needed guidance, not control. I will train him myself, Aurora declared. Scott arched an eyebrow. You're taking on a student. She smirked. Let's just say he's more willing to listen when his teacher is easy on the eyes. Jean rolled her eyes while Hank chuckled. Xavier nodded. Then it settled. We will help him grow, but also watch him carefully. Weeks passed. 2 months after Ethan, Rogue, and Logan had joined the X-Men. Ethan had become a familiar face around the mansion. Though he excelled in academics and social interactions, his true growth happened in the danger room. On the observation platform, Aurora stood with her arms crossed as Ethan examined the towering metal figure before him. The Sentinel program was designed to hunt and eliminate mutants, she explained. This model is an older version, but still deadly. Ethan smirked while cracking his knuckles. Let's see how it holds up. The Sentinel's glowing red eyes locked onto Ethan before launching a massive metal fist toward him. Instead of dodging, Ethan let the strike connect and his body began absorbing the impact, but he was sent flying, crashing into the far wall. Storm narrowed her eyes. He's doing it again, letting himself get hit to grow stronger. Ethan stood up with his body already adapting. His muscles hardened, his bones denser. His movements became faster. With a burst of speed, he leapt onto the machine's arm, running up its metallic frame. His fist struck the Sentinel's head like a battering ram, crushing it in a single blow. Sparks erupted as the robot collapsed, its systems shutting down. Too easy, he muttered. Storm smirked. Then let's add more. Ethan quickly outgrew single combat. Each day, Ethan increased the challenge. First, he fought 2 Sentinels, then 3. By the end of the week, he faced 5 at once. And in each fight, the danger room adjusted, throwing new variations at him. Some had energy cannons. Others had reinforced armor. But no matter what, Ethan adapted. His strength, speed, and reflexes sharpened with every battle. A month later, he stood alone in the training room, surrounded by 15 towering sentinels. The alarm blared. Simulation level, hard. Beginning combat. The sentinels charged. Ethan moved like a blur, weaving through their attacks. One sentinel fired an energy blast, he took it head-on, his body absorbing the damage before countering with a powerful punch that sent the machine crashing into another. The battle raged on. For 30 minutes, he fought relentlessly. His speed, strength, and durability grew with each encounter. When the final sentinel crashed to the ground, he stood victorious, completely unharmed, not even slightly out of breath. Storm clapped from the sidelines. Impressive. But you still lack range. Ethan frowned. She was right. His body adapted only when exposed to severe conditions, but he had no special abilities beyond that. He needed something more. He needs to create a situation where he gains superpowers to survive and let his body adapt to it, but that needs to be careful planned. I'll figure it out, he muttered. One afternoon, Storm stood with Logan and Scott as Ethan faced 28 sentinels at once. Kids relentless, Logan muttered while watching as Ethan dodged an energy blast before ripping off a sentinel's arm and using it as a weapon. Reminds me of someone. Scott smirked. I wonder who. Storm remained silent and her eyes focused. She had seen powerful mutants before, but Ethan was something different. His body learned from damage, his mind remained calm under pressure. But there was one thing she noticed, he had no long-range abilities. He's strong, she finally said. But brute strength alone won't always win. In the arena, Ethan took down his final opponent, landing in a crouch as metal debris scattered around him. He stood up slowly. All right, he called up to Storm. 50 next. Storm chuckled. That's enough for today. Even you need rest. Ethan smirked. Do I? Logan shook his head. If I didn't know better, I'd say he's trying to break the danger room. Scott nodded in agreement. Wouldn't be the first time someone tried, but he just might pull it off. As the simulation ended, Ethan walked off the battlefield. He knew he was getting stronger. 3 months later. Ethan had always viewed this world as something surreal, like stepping into a movie he had watched 1,000 times. At first, everyone felt like fictional characters, people he had seen on screen but never expected to truly know. But after 3 months, that perspective shifted. Now, they were more than just names. They were his friends. His initial desire to simply move on had changed. He wasn't sure if it was because of his adaptation or the few friends he'd made in this new life, but now, he wanted to live. To truly enjoy this second chance and make the most of it. Storm, his mentor, guided him through every challenge, pushing him to master his abilities. Hank, with his scientific curiosity, constantly tested the limits of Ethan's adaptation. Jean, kind yet cautious, always seemed to be watching him, trying to understand what lay beneath his confident smirk. Then there were the ones who truly made him feel like he belonged. Bobby, always cracking jokes and making everything lighter. Kitty is always bursting with energy and constantly dragging him into whatever mischief she had planned. Angelica is fierce and competitive, always trying to one-up him in training. Kurt is kind-hearted and fun, who made Ethan appreciate the simple joys of life. And John, fiery in both attitude and abilities, who treated Ethan like a rival but also a brother. But Anna was different. It started small, simple conversations, shared meals, training sessions together. Unlike the others, Anna didn't just see him as a powerful fighter or a mystery to solve. She saw him as Ethan. Maybe it was because he was the only one who could touch her. One afternoon, they sat beneath a large oak tree outside the mansion. Anna leaned back against the trunk and watched as Ethan trying to balance basketball on single finger. She hesitantly takes her gloves off and reached out, brushing her fingers against his other arm. He turned to her. Testing my immunity again. She nodded. Still amazes me that I can touch you and not hurt you. Ethan smiled. Guess that makes me special. She smirked. Don't let it go to your head, sugar. You ever get tired of people staring at you? She asked as every girl nearby are looking at him sometimes. Ethan smirked. Well, I could say the same about you. People stare at you all the time. Anna's smile faltered for a second before she looked away. Yeah, but not for the same reasons. Ethan didn't need to ask what she meant. He had seen it, the cautious glances, the fear people had of touching her, of being near her for too long. It happened because someone accidentally touched her and fell into coma. That started rumors about her. Even if he and others tried to explain her powers, it didn't help much. Soon, Anna's mutation was a curse to her, something that separated her from the world. But not from him. I don't care about that, Ethan said, his tone softer now. I don't have to worry about you draining me. And even if you could, I'd probably just adapt to it. Anna looked at him then, her green eyes searching his face. You make it sound so easy. He shrugged. Maybe it is. Maybe people just make things more complicated than they need to be. Anna hesitated for only a moment before placing her palm against Ethan's cheek. Nothing happened. No absorption, no sudden rush of memories or powers. Just warmth. Her breath hitched. I still can't believe this. Ethan smiled softly. Believe it. She didn't move her hand away. Instead, her thumb brushed against his cheek lightly, as if testing whether this moment was real. Ethan felt something stir inside him, an unfamiliar warmth, something beyond mere attraction. Without thinking, he placed his hand over her free hand, their fingers intertwining. Their eyes locked, searching, questioning, until neither of them needed words anymore. Slowly, they leaned in and then, their lips met. It was soft at first, hesitant, as if neither truly believed this was happening. But then the hesitation faded. Anna melted into the kiss, her free hand gripping his shirt, pulling him closer. Ethan responded in kind, his other hand finding its way to her waist. Nearby, a group of students had been chatting in the courtyard, but now. Total silence. Their friends came here just now. Kitty's eyes widened. No way. Bobby nearly choked on his drink. Wait, they're actually. Angelica smirked, crossing her arms. Huh. Took long enough. Kurt grinned, his tail flicking excitedly. Geez is wunderbar. Even Storm, who had been watching from a distance, raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. She had expected them to grow closer, but this was unexpected. Anna and Ethan, however, were oblivious to all of it. The kiss deepened, shifting from soft and slow to something more intense. Anna clutched at his shirt, pressing herself against him, while Ethan, ever the fast learner, adapted, matching her rhythm, responding with equal hunger. His adaptation even worked here. Guess I should thank that bastard for giving me this power, Ethan thought briefly before losing himself in the moment. When they finally pulled apart, their foreheads rested against each other and began breathing heavily. Anna's cheeks were flushed and her green eyes searching his. That was something. Ethan chuckled as his thumb brushing against her lips. Yeah. Definitely. A beat of silence. Then, as if drawn by an unseen force, they kissed again, this time with even more urgency. Kitty turned to Bobby. Are we just gonna stand here and watch? Bobby smirked. I mean, yeah, kinda. It's exciting to watch. Angelica laughed. We should give some space. But damn, didn't expect this today. As the group left, Storm watched them for a moment longer before shaking her head with a small smile on her lips. Ethan had adapted to many things since coming here. It seemed love was just another thing he had conquered. Like it. Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 9, The Watch and the Promise, edited. A few days had passed since the kiss, and to no one's surprise, Ethan and Anna had officially started dating. At first, their friends had their fun teasing them, Bobby and Kitty, especially. Angelica and Kurt weren't far behind either. Every time Ethan and Anna were caught together, someone would make a comment. Oh my stars, Kitty had grinned one afternoon, nudging Anna. Didn't take you for the type to fall for the mysterious, overpowered, and ridiculously hot new guy. Anna's face burned. I hate y'all. Ethan, however, was unbothered. The teasing didn't embarrass him in the slightest. In fact, it only made him bolder. One time, when Bobby had jokingly said, "Hey man, think you two need a room?" Ethan had smirked, turned to Anna, and kissed her right in front of them. A real, deep kiss. It shut them up real fast. Now, days later, Ethan sat alone in his room, absent-mindedly flipping a silver pocket watch between his fingers. The watch wasn't ordinary. It was the watch, the one Rob had given him. It was soul-bonded, meaning no one else could use it or even touch it without his permission. No matter where it was, he always knew its location. He had figured out how to use it, but the problem was energy. A dial ran along the rim of the watch, marking its charge. After 3 months of absorbing external energy, it had only reached 5%. Damn thing takes forever to charge. It consumed anything energy-based, mutant abilities, ambient radiation, even elemental forces. To speed things up, he had started wearing it around his neck during training sessions, letting it soak up energy while he fought. He had even held a secret competition, letting others try to damage it with their powers. Still, it barely charged. At 10%, he could travel, but only for a few seconds before being yanked back. Staying in another world required even more energy. Not enough yet, he thought, watching the faint green glow pulse on the dial. He sensed movement behind him, Anna. Smirking, Ethan turned just as she was about to surprise him. In one smooth motion, he pulled her onto his lap. Ethan, she gasped, wide-eyed. He grinned and captured her lips in a kiss. Anna's momentary surprise melted away as she kissed him back and began wrapping her arms around his neck. After a moment, she pulled back slightly, her gaze dropping to the watch still clutched in his fingers. She asked. "You've been foolin' with it for weeks now, given to you by a certain annoying bastard, the same annoying bastard you won't tell me about." Ethan already mentioned a bastard gave it to him when Anna and his friends first asked about it. He didn't mention anything more. Ethan looked at her and then at the watch for a few seconds. Then, to her surprise, he suddenly unclasped the chain and looped it around her neck. The watch was small enough to sit comfortably between her breasts. She blinked. "Wait, why were you giving me this? Thought you were all possessive over it." Ethan's expression softened. "Because it's important. And I think it looks good on you." Anna fingered the cool metal and is confused. "But. Just promise me," he interrupted, holding her gaze. "Don't ever take it off." His tone was serious, more serious than she'd ever heard before. It made her heart skip. She knew Ethan was carefree most of the time, rarely worried about anything. But this meant something to him. "All right," she said softly, closing her hand around the watch. "A promise." Satisfied, Ethan leaned forward and kissed her again. What he didn't tell her was the real reason he gave it to her. He had a gut feeling. A hunch. If this world follows the events of X-Men 2000, then things are going to get dangerous soon. And if Anna's my girlfriend, then I need to be able to track her location through the watch. Just in case. Not taking any chances. While the Omni watch is incredibly important to him, its security is as unique as its function. Ethan knows, with absolute certainty, that he is its sole true user. Others, like Anna, might be able to handle it, to touch its cool metal, or even flip open the crystal cover, but its full, universe-altering potential remains locked to his will alone. Should the unthinkable happen and Anna ever misplace it, Ethan can not only track its precise, real-time location across any distance, but he can also summon it back to his wrist with a mere thought. It's a foolproof system, one that makes the idea of it being truly lost almost laughable. Because of this, while he values the watch above all else, the fear of losing it is a quiet, distant thing. His trust in Anna, combined with the watch's own unbreachable protocols, means his concern isn't about theft or carelessness, but about far greater, more personal stakes. The rest of the day passed as usual. Classes began, students shuffled from one lecture to the next, and Ethan and Anna had to separate for the time being. Ethan sat through the lessons, but his mind was elsewhere. He had been gathering information about this world, confirming what he already knew and uncovering new details. Stark Industries existed, with Tony Stark recently becoming CEO after coming of age. At this point in time, he was still focused on weapons manufacturing. Oscorp was active too, specializing in biomedical and biomechanics technology. And then there was the upcoming space expedition, one that would eventually lead to the birth of the Fantastic Four. Reed Richards and Victor Von Doom are the leads, and about a year before they head to space. Most interestingly, Frost Industries was in play. Emma Frost was the CEO, but there wasn't much information on her online. Probably keeping things hidden. If she's anything like in the comics, she's already a telepath and playing her own game. Ethan knew one thing for certain: this world was gearing up for chaos. Superhumans, mutants, gods, cosmic forces, it was all inevitable. And if he wanted to stay ahead, he needed to grow stronger. Magic might be the next step. Camartage. The place where the masters of the mystic arts trained. Ethan had been considering a trip there for some time now. His body could adapt to anything thrown at him, but he had no long-range attacks, no abilities beyond his physical capabilities. If he could learn magic, it would give him a new level of versatility. And maybe I should take Anna with me. Her powers were dangerous, but with the right training, she could be so much more. Her ability to absorb and retain energy could be an advantage if utilized correctly. As he sat in class, he tapped his fingers against the desk, already running through different ways to help her grow stronger. By the time classes ended, the evening sun cast a golden glow over the school grounds. Ethan was already waiting. Anna stepped out of her classroom, adjusting her gloves, when she felt a firm but familiar grip on her gloved hand. Ethan. She blinked in confusion as he pulled her along, his grip firm but strangely cold. "Come on," he muttered, leading her down a hallway until they reached an empty corridor, away from prying eyes. Anna asked while tilting her head. "What's this about?" Ethan's gaze was unreadable as he leaned against the wall. Then, he spoke. "It's time to end this." Anna blinked. "What?" "I've thought about it," he continued, his voice devoid of warmth. "I can't keep doing this with you. Let's break up." Her lips parted, confusion flashing across her face. "Is this some kind of joke?" Ethan scoffed. "Do I look like I'm joking?" The way he looked at her, like she was nothing, made her stomach churn. Her voice wavered. "Why? What happened? Ethan crossed his arms. You really want to know? He let out a humorless laugh. Fine. The truth is, I was just passing time with you. Thought maybe you'd be interesting, but turns out you're nothing special. Anna took a shaky step back. That's not true. You don't mean that. Oh, but I do. He smirked cruelly. Hell, even the others don't like you much. You're a burden. Clingy. Too weak to stand on your own. Tears welled in her eyes. Stop it. Ethan stepped closer. You want to know the best part? His voice lowered to a near whisper. I was never even attracted to you. The words cut deeper than any wound. Anna's breath hitched as she reached out to touch him, desperate for something, anything, that made sense. But Ethan jerked away as if her touch disgusted him. Then, before she could react, he lifted his foot and drove it into her stomach. Anna gasped, stumbling backward and collapsing onto the cold floor. The pain in her abdomen was nothing compared to the agony in her chest. She clutched her stomach, staring up at him through blurry eyes. Why? Ethan turned away, his expression blank. It's best if you never existed in the first place. This school would be better off. Anna bit her lip, trying to hold back a sob. What about the watch? Ethan paused for only a second. Then, without looking at her, he said, it's a disposable item. His eyes flickered toward her briefly. Just like you. And with that, he walked away, leaving Anna broken on the ground. Minutes passed. Maybe hours. Anna didn't know. She sat there, knees drawn to her chest, silent tears rolling down her cheeks. Why? What had she done? She rubbed her eyes, forcing herself to stand. Her legs felt weak, but she pushed through the pain, making her way back to her dorm, ignoring everyone looking at her. As soon as she stepped inside, she froze. The watch. It hung around her neck, a reminder of everything. Her fingers trembled as she grasped it. She wanted to rip it off, throw it away, stomp on it, but she couldn't. Anna sat on her bed, staring blankly at the floor. Her hands trembled as they held onto the pocket watch Ethan had given her. She still couldn't understand why. Why had he changed so suddenly? Why had he said those things? The Ethan she knew would never have done this. Her breath hitched as fresh tears welled in her eyes. The door creaked open. Anna. She barely reacted as Angelica stepped inside. The redhead's eyes widened when she saw her roommate's disheveled state, tear-streaked face, shaking hands, and the way she hugged herself like she was trying to hold the pieces together. Angelica closed the door behind her and walked closer. What the hell happened? Anna sniffled, wiping at her eyes. Ethan, her voice broke, and she took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. He broke up with me. Angelica raised a brow. Huh. Didn't see that coming. Anna let out a bitter chuckle. Neither did I. Angelica sat down beside her, tilting her head. And Anna swallowed hard. He said I was nothing. A burden. That he never liked me in the first place. Angelica blinked and sighed before shaking her head. Damn. That sucks. Anna gave a weak laugh. That's an understatement. Angelica leaned back. I mean, it's kind of weird though, right? He was all over you, and then suddenly, he's saying this crap. Kinda sounds like he just wanted an excuse to ditch you. Anna flinched. Angelica continued, her voice light, casual. Honestly, maybe this is a good thing. You don't have to waste your time on him anymore. Anna frowned. But. Look, I get it, Angelica cut in. You loved him. But let's be real, Anna, did you really think this was gonna last? Anna's heart clenched. Angelica sighed dramatically. I mean, guys like Ethan. They don't stick around. He probably just got bored. Anna clenched her fists. I don't believe that. Angelica shrugged. Believe what you want, but you know I'm right. She glanced around the room. Honestly, maybe it's time you left. You're miserable here, and now that Ethan's done with you, what's keeping you here? Anna hesitated. Angelica smiled, a little too sweetly. Think about it, if you leave, you won't have to deal with this pain anymore. You can start over somewhere else, away from all this drama. Anna shook her head. But. No buts, Angelica interrupted. You deserve better than this, right? Sitting here crying over some guy who clearly doesn't care. Come on, Anna. Anna bit her lip, looking down at the pocket watch in her hands. Angelica's eyes flickered with amusement. She's actually considering it. She leaned in, lowering her voice. If you really want to leave, I can help. I know a way out, where no one will notice. Anna swallowed hard. Won't someone try to stop me? Angelica smirked. Not if we do it right. Anna let out a shaky breath. She wanted to believe there was a reason for all of this, that Ethan had a reason for what he did. But right now, the pain was too much. Okay, she whispered. Help me leave. Angelica grinned, her yellow eyes flashing for just a moment. Good choice. Ethan walked through the halls of the mansion, running a hand through his hair. The day had been normal, training, classes, the usual routine. Also, he had just finished helping Hank with the new chemicals that arrived when he returned to the main hall. He wiped his hands on a cloth, sighing. I should go find Anna, he thought. They hadn't seen each other since classes ended, and it was unusual for her to not seek him out. Just as he was about to leave, he heard hurried footsteps. Ethan. He turned to see Kitty and Angelica running toward him, both looking frantic. His brows furrowed. What's wrong? Kitty caught her breath, her expression full of worry. It's Anna, she's gone. Ethan's confusion deepened. Gone. What do you mean? Angelica crossed her arms, looking uncomfortable. She left. That's impossible. Kitty held out a letter. She left this. Frowning, Ethan took the paper and unfolded it. His eyes quickly scanned the words. Then, without hesitation, he tore the letter in half. Angelica's eyes widened. Ethan. This isn't her, he growled, and his blue eyes darkening. Kitty and Angelica exchanged a glance. I don't understand, Kitty said softly. Ethan's jaw clenched. This letter, it's not Anna, she didn't write this. A heavy silence fell between them. Kitty shook her head. You're saying someone forced her to leave? Ethan exhaled sharply. No, someone manipulated her. Anna isn't the type to run away just because of whatever nonsense is written here. His fists clenched. She was set up. Kitty bit her lip. Bobby already went to inform the teachers. Ethan nodded. Good. But I'm not waiting for them. Kitty grabbed his sleeve. Ethan, wait, you. I'll bring her back. Kitty hesitated, then nodded, her eyes determined. I believe you. You'd never say those kinds of things to her. Ethan's expression softened slightly. Thanks, Kitty. Angelica also nodded at him. Ethan narrowed his eyes and began to feel the location of watch that he gave her. Good, she's still wearing it. Without another word, he took off, running at full speed toward the signal. Like it. Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 10, Merciless. Anna sat alone on a cold metal bench at Salem Center Station, the nearest subway station to Xavier's school. The station was bustling with the usual evening crowd, commuters rushing home, students with backpacks slung over their shoulders, and the occasional street performer strumming a guitar near the turnstiles. The faint hum of the approaching train echoed through the tunnel, and the overhead lights flickered slightly, casting long shadows on the platform. She hugged her bag tightly to her chest, her mind clouded with doubt and pain. The events from earlier played in a never-ending loop in her head, Ethan's cold words, the way he looked at her like she was nothing, how even Angelica agreed that leaving was the best choice. Why am I even hesitating, she thought bitterly, staring at the train tracks. The subway car pulled in, the sound of brakes screeching against metal filled the station. The doors slid open, and people shuffled in and out. Anna took a slow breath before slowly rising from the bench, her legs feeling heavy, and began walking toward the nearest door. This is it. But just as she was about to step forward, a gust of wind rushed past her, and a familiar voice spoke. You sure you know where we're going? 'Cause I still gotta buy a ticket for that. Her breath hitched. Her head snapped to the side, her wide eyes locking onto Ethan, standing just a few feet away. He was dressed in his usual casual wear and his hands tucked into the pockets of his dark jeans. His leather jacket was slightly open, revealing a plain white t-shirt underneath. His hair was tousled, as if he'd been running his fingers through it, and that same easy smile played on his lips. Her whole body froze. No. This isn't right. He told me, Her voice trembled. Why are you here? Ethan's smile faded as he stepped forward, his gaze turned serious. Because you're here. She clenched her fists, willing herself not to cry. You told me I was disposable. That everyone hated me. Now you're saying. That wasn't me. Anna's breath caught as Ethan took another step forward. We barely started dating and I know we haven't known each other long, and there's so much we don't know about each other, but I swear on my immortality, I'd never do anything to hurt you. Anna's lip trembled as he continued, I joke around, I flirt, but I don't lie about things that matter. He sighed while running a hand through his hair. I didn't see you after classes. Then I get told you left. When I read the letter, I knew instantly, someone's trying to manipulate you. Her heart pounded. Manipulate. Yeah, Ethan said while taking a cautious step closer. That wasn't me, Anna. Whatever he said, whatever he did, forget it. It wasn't real. I like you. You're the first girl I've ever felt this way about. I want to date you, spend time with you, get to know you more. Anna's eyes filled with tears, her hands clutching the strap of her bag tightly. How can I know you're not an imposter too, she whispered, her voice breaking. How can I trust you? Ethan closed the distance between them, his gaze never leaving hers. Slowly, he reached up and placed his hand on her cheek and gently cupped her cheek, wiping away the single tear that had slipped down. Because I'm the only one who can touch you without getting hurt, he said softly. Think about it. The other guy, did he let you touch him? Or did he push you away? Anna's breath caught as she remembered. The other Ethan, or whoever he was, had recoiled when she reached out to him. He had even kicked her back, his touch is cold and distant. But this Ethan, his hand was warm and his presence is comforting. The real Ethan had always touched her without fear. She felt a strange sense of calm wash over her, even as her tears spilled over. She bit her lip, torn between relief and the fear of believing again. Ethan smiled faintly. Look, if you don't want to go back, that's fine. I'll go wherever you want to go. But just remember, there are people who care about you. Who are worried about you. That was all it took. A choked sob escaped her as she threw herself into his arms. Ethan smiled before wrapping his arms around her tightly. After hours, she felt safe. But then, Ethan suddenly stiffened, his head snapping up as if he'd heard something. Something was coming. And it's fast. He pulled back before pressing a quick kiss to Anna's forehead. And then, he spun around. Before she could ask what was wrong, a massive figure leaped from the shadows of the station, claws bared, eyes gleaming with hunger. Saber-tooth. Anna gasped before stepping back in fear. Ethan's lips curled into a smirk. Oh, this just got interesting. Saber-tooth's grin widened, a feral, predatory expression that sent a shiver down Anna's spine. His muscles coiled like springs as he leaped toward them, claws extended, ready to strike. But before he could reach them, Ethan took a single step forward, and vanished. Anna's breath caught in her throat as Ethan reappeared behind Saber-tooth, his movements so fast they seemed to defy the laws of physics. Saber-tooth's eyes widened in shock, his grin faltering as he realized what had happened. The world seemed to slow down as he turned, his movements sluggish compared to Ethan's blinding speed. Ethan's right hand shot out like a blade, slicing through the air with precision. Saber-tooth barely had time to register the movement before his head was separated from his body. The sensation was surreal, his head tumbling upward, his body collapsing to the ground. Ethan's left fist clenched, and with a force that seemed to warp the air around it, he punched the severed head. The impact sent it flying like a cannonball before it exploded in a gruesome burst of blood and bone. Anna's hands flew to her mouth, her stomach churning as she turned away, trying not to throw up. The subway station erupted into chaos. Passengers screamed, their voices blending into a cacophony of terror as they scrambled for the exits. The sound of footsteps echoed like thunder, mingling with the distant wail of an approaching train. People ran for their lives. The once busy subway was now a scene of carnage, Saber-tooth's massive body lying motionless on the ground, his head nothing but a gruesome mess. Ethan stood amidst the carnage and his expression is cold and unreadable. His eyes, once warm and inviting, now glinted with a dangerous intensity. He had been training relentlessly for 3 months, honing his powers, pushing himself to the limit. And this is the proof of the power he acquired. Anna was the first girl he had ever truly liked, not some distant anime or movie crush, but someone real, someone who made him feel things he hadn't thought possible. And now, someone had made Anna cry using his face. That was unforgivable. He had already killed many others. A few more wouldn't change anything. A slow clapping sound broke through the chaos. Ethan turned back to see Magneto stepping into the light. Eric Lenscher, the master of magnetism, looked as composed as ever, his crimson helmet gleaming under the fluorescent lights. Behind him, a figure with porcupine-like spikes protruding from his body grinned menacingly. He smiled with the slightest hint of amusement on his face. Impressive. I now seem to have an empty spot on my team. If you're interested. Ethan barely had time to respond before. FWIP. His hand shot out, catching a porcupine spine that had been hurled toward him. He turned his head slightly, his eyes locking onto the spiked mutant, who now looked less confident. Magneto raised his hands, and the metal around them, railings, pipes, even the coins in people's pockets, began to tremble and rise, ready to be weaponized. But Ethan was faster. He vanished again, reappearing directly in front of Magneto. Eric's eyes widened in surprise. What? Boom. Ethan's fist connected to Magneto's face. The impact sent Magneto flying. Even with his magnetic field up, the sheer force of the blow broke through. His helmet cracked before flying off his head as he was thrown back, slamming against the subway wall with a sickening thud. He slumped to the ground and is unconscious. Blood trickled from his nose and mouth. Had Ethan not held back, Eric's head would have been gone. But Ethan wasn't done. He vanished again, appearing beside Anna just in time to catch another projectile from the Porcupine Man. Anna's breath hitched. The spiked mutant, who is now visibly sweating, panicked before raising both hands before him, shooting a barrage of spikes. Dozens. Hundreds. A deadly storm of quills aimed straight at Ethan. But Ethan didn't flinch. He didn't move, he didn't dodge. Instead, his arms blurred before catching each spine with inhuman speed and precision. He began walking toward the mutant slowly, his steps are deliberately slow and his expression calm. The mutant backed away, his confidence crumbling, and then turned to run. But Ethan was already there, blocking his path. "Have a taste of your own medicine," Ethan said, his voice is low and dangerous. He pressed the spines he had caught into the mutant's body, all at once. The mutant screamed, blood pouring from the wounds as he collapsed to the ground. Anna closed her eyes, unable to watch any longer, and turned away. She was the only one left standing in the station, the only one who hadn't fled or fallen. Her legs felt like they might give out at any moment. Ethan took a slow breath before stepping toward her. He placed a hand on her shoulder. Then, without warning, he pulled her into a tight hug. Anna trembled slightly in his arms. "You okay?" he murmured. She didn't answer. But she didn't pull away either. Then. What the fuck happened here? Ethan looked up. A familiar figure stood at the entrance of the subway. Logan. His sharp eyes scanned the scene, Magneto knocked out cold, Sabretooth's headless body, the porcupine mutant bleeding out. He turned back to Ethan and is stunned to see his expressionless eyes. Ethan exhaled. "Good. You're here." Without another word, he scooped Anna into a bridal carry. "Wait, what the?" Logan started, but... "Get her luggage," Ethan said before he vanished, leaving Logan standing alone in the middle of the carnage. What the actual fuck? Before he could make sense of what just happened, Professor X's voice echoed in his mind. "Logan, what just happened?" Logan ran a hand through his hair. "Wish I knew, Chuck. Wish I knew." Like it. Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 11, The Aftermath. The world blurred around Anna as Ethan's speed carried them through the night. One moment, they were in the chaotic, bloodied subway station, the next, they stood in the serene quiet of a park. The transition was jarring, but the calmness of the park helped ease the tension in Anna's chest. The night air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of grass and blooming flowers. The distant hum of the city provided a quiet backdrop to the empty park, illuminated only by scattered streetlights. Ethan set Anna down gently, his hands lingering on her waist for a moment before he stepped back. They sat on a nearby bench, the silence between them heavy but not uncomfortable. Anna stared at the ground, her mind racing with everything that had just happened. The violence, the blood, the way Ethan had moved with such terrifying precision, it was a lot to process. But despite it all, she couldn't deny the relief she felt being with him now, safe and unharmed. Ethan broke the silence first. "So, do you think I'd make a good magician? You know, with the whole disappearing act back there." Anna looked up at him with her lips twitching despite herself. "You're not funny," she said. "Oh, come on," Ethan said, grinning. "That was at least a little funny. Admit it." She shook her head. "Wanna hear a joke?" Anna blinked, caught off guard. "Seriously? I mean, we just had a dramatic runaway scene, followed by some murder and mayhem. Gotta lighten the mood, right?" She exhaled through her nose, shaking her head. "Ethan." But his smile remained. She knew exactly what he was doing, trying to bring her out of the dark thoughts swirling in her mind. And somehow, it worked. She sighed, allowing a small smile to creep onto her lips. "Fine. Go ahead." He leaned forward, his voice hushed like he was sharing a secret. "Why don't skeletons fight each other?" She raised a brow. "Why?" Ethan smirked. "Because they don't have the balls." Anna stared at him. For a moment, there was complete silence. Then, she snorted. Not a giggle, not a chuckle, a full-on snort. Her eyes widened in embarrassment as Ethan's grin stretched wider. "Was that a snort?" Anna covered her face. "Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, Anna Marie, the Great Southern Belle, is a snorter." She hit his arm, laughing despite herself. "Shut up." Ethan just laughed along with her, shaking his head. "See? I knew I'd get you to smile." Her laughter softened into a fond expression. She gazed at him for a long moment before speaking again. "I believe you, Ethan." His grin faded slightly, turning into something softer. "Yeah." She nodded. I like you. A lot. More than I realized. But. Her expression turned pained. I don't like seeing you kill people. It scares me. Ethan exhaled. He expected that. Anna wasn't like him. She still saw the world in shades of right and wrong. I know, he said. But sometimes, there's no other choice and I won't let anyone hurt you. Not ever. You're too important to me. She swallowed. I just don't want you to turn into someone who enjoys it. Ethan's expression remained unreadable. Then, slowly, he reached out, gently brushing his fingers against her cheek. I won't, he promised. Anna closed her eyes, leaning into his touch. She wanted to believe him. After a moment, she let out a breath and wrapped her arms around him, hugging him tightly. He smiled, pressing his face against her hair. They sat like that for a while, the world around them fading away. The park was quiet, the only sounds the rustling of leaves and the distant hum of the city. Eventually, Ethan pulled back slightly, his eyes searching hers. Then, Ethan leaned back slightly, tilting his head. So, what do we do now? Anna blinked at him. Do we go back to Xavier's school? Or do we run away together like a dramatic couple in a romance novel? She thought of her friends at the school, Jean, Scott, Kurt, and the others. They were like family to her, and the idea of leaving them behind felt wrong. But at the same time, the thought of running away with Ethan, of starting fresh somewhere new, was tempting. Anna huffed before shaking her head with a small smile. As tempting as that sounds, I want to go back. He raised an eyebrow. You sure? She nodded firmly. I don't want to leave my friends. Ethan smirked. Fair enough, and his smile widened, and before Anna could say anything else, he leaned in and kissed her. It was soft at first, a gentle press of his lips against hers. But then it deepened, their breaths mingling as their tongues met and started fighting for dominance. Anna's hands found their way to his shoulders, her fingers tangling in the fabric of his jacket. Ethan's hands wandered, his fingers trailing over her waist, sliding down to her hips. Then, his hand moved to her ass. But he didn't stop there and his hands roamed all over her body, tracing the curve of her waist, the swell of her hips, the softness of her breasts and the firmness of her ass. Anna's heart raced, her body responding to his touch in ways she hadn't expected. But as much as she wanted to lose herself in the moment, a small voice in the back of her mind reminded her of where they were. She broke the kiss with a thin line of saliva connecting their lips as she pulled away. Ethan, she said breathlessly with her cheeks flushed. We can't do this here. His smirk only widened. So, later, then. Anna rolled her eyes. Idiot. Ethan chuckled, then effortlessly scooped her up in a bridal carry. She gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Ethan. What? You said we're going back, right? Before she could protest, he vanished. Moving at inhuman speed, Ethan ran toward Xavier's school, the wind whipping past them as the park disappeared behind them. Anna sighed before burying her face in his chest. She was going home. The subway station was a mess. Sabretooth's decapitated corpse lay in a growing pool of blood, his head nowhere to be found. Eric Lencher, the infamous Magneto, was sprawled on the ground, his helmet cracked, unconscious from the sheer force of Ethan's punch. Nearby, the mutant covered in spikes was groaning in pain, his own weapons embedded into his flesh. And standing in the middle of it all was Logan. His brows furrowed as he took in the scene. He had seen a lot of carnage in his life, but this was different. Ethan had done this. Logan glanced back at Sabretooth's headless body before moving away. He then bent down, checking Magneto's pulse. Alive. He wasn't sure if that was intentional or not. The sound of sirens pierced the night air, growing closer. The authorities were coming. Logan sighed before standing up. Great. He then quickly made his way out without getting caught, he didn't want to stick around. He had seen enough. Soon, the police stormed in with their weapons raised. Sir, we need a medical team here, now, a young officer shouted into his radio. The crime scene was soon secured. One of the officers quickly assessed the scene before gesturing to his men. Get Magneto and the other one into containment. Now. The spiked mutant groaned as cuffs were slapped onto him, while Magneto remained unconscious as they restrained him with power-dampening shackles. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Charles Xavier sat in deep contemplation, hands clasped together as he listened to Logan's mental recounting of the subway battle. Using Cerebro, he had also looked into Anna's memories, witnessing firsthand the emotional torment she had suffered at the hands of the imposter Ethan. While he was relieved that Anna and Ethan had returned safely, there was something that deeply disturbed him. Ethan Carter and the way he killed. The way he tore through Sabretooth like he was nothing, without a single moment of hesitation. His methods were swift, precise, brutal. And the most unsettling part? He hadn't cared. Eric had been lucky to be left alive. But Charles wasn't even sure why Ethan had spared him. Was it intentional? Or was it simply indifference? Charles closed his eyes. Ethan wasn't like the other students at Xavier's school. He wasn't like Logan, either. Logan had lived through centuries of war, his actions were shaped by his past. But Ethan. He was young. And yet, the way he handled death wasn't normal. The mansion was unusually quiet as a group of students lingered in the common area, waiting. Bobby, John, Angelica, Kurt, and Kitty had been hanging around after dinner, unsure why they felt restless. Ethan and Anna had been missing for hours, and no one had seen Anna since classes ended. The last thing they knew was that Ethan had went after Anna, and no one had heard from them since. Bobby paced back and forth. Man, what's taking them so long? John, who was leaning against the couch with his arms behind his head, smirked. Maybe they ran away together. A little romantic getaway, yeah. Kitty shot him a glare. Not funny, John. Angelica, who had been oddly quiet the whole time, finally spoke. They'll be back. Kurt, sitting on the armrest of the couch, nodded. Then, suddenly, a gust of wind appeared suddenly. Before anyone could react, a blur of motion appeared in the center of the room. Ethan and in his arms, Anna. The moment they saw them, the reactions were instant. The boys immediately broke into grins. Bobby smirked. Damn, Ethan. You sure know how to make an entrance. John chuckled. Carrying her like a knight in shining armor. Smooth, man. Real smooth. Ethan, who was still holding Anna in his arms, rolled his eyes. Yeah, laugh it up. Meanwhile, the girls completely ignored the teasing. Kitty and Angelica rushed to Anna's side, concern evident on their faces. Anna. Are you okay? Kitty asked, placing a gentle hand on her arm. Anna gave a small smile, still visibly tired from everything. Yeah. I'm okay. Angelica folded her arms. Are you sure? Anna hesitated for a second but nodded. Yeah. Ethan brought me back. Angelica's eyes flickered slightly, but she said nothing. Kurt gave Ethan a look of approval. Gut. You did the right thing, mein Freund. Ethan just gave a small nod. Before the conversation could continue, a calm yet authoritative voice echoed through the hall. That's enough for tonight. Everyone turned to see Professor Xavier entering the room, his gaze sweeping over them. You've all had a long day, he continued. We will talk tomorrow. For now, I suggest you all get some rest. The students exchanged glances before reluctantly agreeing. All right, Bobby yawned. We'll get the details later. John smirked at Ethan. Try not to get into too much trouble tonight, lover boy. Ethan ignored him and looked down at Anna. She glanced up, a small, exhausted smile on her lips. Guess we should head to bed too, she murmured. Ethan smirked. Yeah, should be sleep together. Anna's face turned red as she lightly hit his chest. Ethan. He only chuckled and carried her off toward her room, followed by Kitty and Angelica, who had smiles on their faces. Later that night, a private discussion was held. Gathered in a quiet chamber were Professor Xavier, Storm, Logan, Jean, Scott, and Hank. The atmosphere was tense. What do we do about Ethan? Scott asked, breaking the silence. His arms were crossed, his jaw tight. He's dangerous. He killed without hesitation. We can't just let him stay here. I agree, Hank said, adjusting his glasses. His powers are extraordinary, but his lack of regard for life is alarming. We can't risk the safety of the students. Storm, however, shook her head. We can't abandon him, she said firmly. He's young, and he's clearly been through something traumatic. If we turn him away, we're only pushing him further down a dark path. We have the opportunity to teach him the value of life, to guide him toward a better way. Logan leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, he said gruffly. But Storm's right. If Anna's here, he's not going anywhere. And let's be honest, if we kick him out, he's not just gonna disappear. He'll do whatever he wants, and we won't be able to stop him. The kid went full-on executioner once, who can say there won't be next time? Jean frowned with her hands clasped in her lap. He's powerful, she said quietly. More powerful than any of us realized. But power without control is dangerous. If we can help him find the control, maybe we can prevent something like this from happening again. Charles listened to each of them, his expression thoughtful. Finally, he spoke. Ethan's actions are concerning, but they don't define him. People can lose their way, but that doesn't mean they're lost forever. We have a responsibility to guide him, to show him that there's another path. Abandoning him now would only confirm his belief that the world is a cruel and unforgiving place. Scott sighed, running a hand through his hair. I don't like it, but I see your point. What do we do, then? I'll speak with him tomorrow, Charles said. Alone. He needs to understand the gravity of what he's done, but he also needs to know that we're here to help him. In the meantime, I want all of you to keep an eye on him. Not as enemies, but as allies. He needs to see that we're on his side. The room fell silent as the weight of Charles's words settled over them. Like it. Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 12, The Weight of Choices, edited. The morning at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters was as normal as any other, at least, on the surface. The students were going about their usual routines, attending classes and engaging in idle chatter. But for a certain group of friends, there was an unspoken tension in the air. Bobby, John, Kurt, Kitty, and Angelica had been waiting for Ethan and Anna since breakfast, eager to talk to them about the previous day's events. When they finally saw the two entering the cafeteria, all five of them rushed over. So, what the hell happened? Bobby asked, you guys just vanished last night, you gotta tell us what happened. Anna hesitated, glancing at Ethan, who gave her a subtle nod. I was manipulated, Anna admitted. They impersonated Ethan and tried to kidnap me. Ethan stopped them. Kitty gasped. What? Who? Are you okay? I'm fine, Anna said before forcing a small smile. Thanks to Ethan. John frowned. Who was it? Did they get away? Ethan's expression remained neutral, but there was a flicker of something darker in his eyes. Let's just say they got what they deserved. John scoffed. And what does that mean? Ethan didn't elaborate. Neither did Anna. The unspoken truth hung in the air between them. Ethan had killed someone. And though Anna wasn't entirely comfortable with it, she accepted this fact. Kitty and Angelica exchanged glances, sensing something more behind Ethan's words, but they didn't press further. John clenched his fists. I hope whoever it was suffered. No one messes with our own. Bobby nodded in agreement, his expression darkening. If they come back, we'll make them pay. Ethan and Anna shared another glance. They didn't need to say anything. The ones responsible wouldn't be coming back. Kitty placed a hand on Anna's shoulder. If you need anything, let us know, okay? We're here for you. Anna nodded with a genuine smile playing on her face. Thanks, guys. It means a lot. The group sat down for breakfast, the atmosphere lighter than before, though a shadow still loomed over Ethan's thoughts. He could tell Anna wasn't completely at ease, but she stayed close to him. Afternoon, Xavier's office. After lunch, Ethan received a mental message from Professor Xavier, requesting to meet him in his office. When he arrived, the room was quiet, except for the faint ticking of a clock on the wall. Professor Xavier sat behind his desk and his expression was composed yet firm. Ethan stepped inside before closing the door behind him. You wanted to see me? Xavier gestured to the chair across from him. Yes, Ethan. Please, sit. Ethan didn't hesitate and sat down. I'm guessing this is about yesterday. Xavier nodded. We need to talk about what happened. About the life you took. Ethan didn't flinch. They were a threat to Anna. And I only eliminated one, not all of them. Charles studied him for a moment, then leaned forward. And what about the value of his life? Do you believe he deserved to die? And do you believe that was the only solution? Ethan's jaw tightened. They weren't going to stop. If I hadn't done it, they would have come after Anna again. I made sure they wouldn't. Xavier sighed. Ethan, I understand your need to protect those you care about. But taking a life isn't something that should ever be done lightly. There is always another way. Ethan's gaze darkened. Not always. Xavier held his gaze. Perhaps not. But we have to try. That's what makes us different from those who choose violence first. Ethan scoffed. So, when someone attacks us, we're just supposed to let them. Even if we die, we can't fight back. That's not what I'm saying, Xavier replied calmly. Ethan cut him off. I'm not like you, Professor. I won't just sit back and wait to be attacked. If someone tries something, I'll make them regret it. Xavier sighed. Ethan, you have power beyond most people's comprehension. But power without restraint is dangerous, Ethan finished, and his tone is almost mocking. I've heard it before. Xavier frowned but remained composed. Then tell me, why did you spare Eric? Ethan smirked slightly. Because the one who impersonated me is still free. Eric might know something. He can lead me to them. Xavier's eyes widened slightly at that realization. Ethan stood up and is ready to leave. I'm not a killer, Professor. But if someone I care about is in danger, I'll do whatever it takes to protect them. Xavier exhaled slowly. And what if the whole world is responsible for harming those you care about? What will you do then? Ethan paused at the door, then turned back with a smirk. Then this world is fucked up. Xavier's eyes widened in shock as Ethan walked out slowly. As Ethan stepped out of Xavier's office, his mind was still running through the conversation he just had. He knew Xavier meant well, but their perspectives were just too different. He wasn't the type to sit and philosophize about morality when lives were on the line. That's when he noticed someone leaning against the wall, arms crossed, waiting for him. Logan. Ethan paused before narrowing his eyes slightly. You heard our conversation. Logan smirked before pushing off the wall. Yeah, most of it. Ethan sighed. And? You here to judge me too? Logan let out a short chuckle. Nah, kid. I've taken more lives than your age. Ain't my place to judge. Ethan raised an eyebrow. That was a rare bit of honesty from Logan. But before he could respond, Logan tapped his fingers against his temple. Got my memories back. Ethan's eyes widened slightly. That wasn't supposed to happen. Not yet. Then again, his very presence had already derailed the so-called canon. No surprises there. Logan continued, his tone unusually serious. I get it, kid. Sometimes, doing what's necessary means getting your hands dirty. But don't let it become a habit. Ethan remained silent, studying the older man. Logan wasn't judging him, he was warning him. Logan started walking away but stopped after a few steps. Without turning around, he added, I'm just worried about you. You've got heart, kid. And someone out there cares about you, a lot. Make sure you don't disappoint her. Ethan smirked slightly as he watched Logan walk off. He wouldn't become a mindless killer, he was sure of that. But there was something else, something he had started to notice about himself. He enjoyed the fight. Even during training, even against Magneto, there was something about battle that made his blood boil with excitement. He wouldn't go looking for fights, but if one came to him, he wanted to test himself, to push his limits. Maybe it was part of his adaptation, sharpening his instincts, making him focus more. Or maybe, deep down, he was just a battle junkie. He shook his head. That was something to think about later. Right now, there was something more important to deal with. When Ethan returned to the cafeteria, most of the students had already finished their lunch and left. The long table where his friends had been sitting was empty, except for one person. Anna. She looked up as he approached, her eyes filled with concern. Everything okay? She asked softly. Ethan gave her a reassuring smile and nodded. Yeah. Everything's fine. She wasn't entirely convinced, but she didn't push. Instead, she let out a small sigh of relief and moved over so he could sit next to her. Ethan leaned back in his chair before watching her carefully. Anna, there's something I need to talk to you about. She tilted her head before furrowing. What is it? Ethan took a deep breath. I can't always be there to save you. You need to be able to protect yourself. And that means learning to control your powers. Her eyes darkened slightly. I know that. But. She didn't finish, but Ethan already knew what she was thinking. You're afraid of your powers, he stated. Anna tensed. They hurt people, Ethan. I can't control them. Ethan shook his head. Your powers are out of control because you're afraid of them. You keep seeing them as something separate from you, something dangerous. But they're part of you, whether you like it or not. So instead of running from them, accept them. Let's figure them out together. Anna looked away, biting her lip. Ethan reached out, gently taking her gloved hand. You trust me, right? She hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Then trust me when I say this, you're stronger than you think, Ethan said firmly. And you don't have to do this alone. Anna took a deep breath, then gave him a determined smile. Okay. I'll try. Ethan grinned. That's all I ask. Anne, hi guys, how is the chapter? So, I need suggestions regarding the second female lead. I'm thinking of adding someone who has powers related to death, since Ethan can't die. I decided to have 2 or 3 female leads in this FIC. So, can you suggest female characters in Marvel and DC with powers related to death? Like it. Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 13, A Different Kind of Training, R18. Days turned into weeks as Ethan focused on training Anna, making sure she could defend herself if danger ever came her way. While Storm and Logan helped her understand the depth of her abilities, Ethan's primary goal was to teach her self-defense, which is how to react, how to move, and most importantly, how to survive. The training sessions took place daily in the gym and later extended to the danger room for more practical combat scenarios. At first, Anna was hesitant, unsure of herself, afraid of what her powers could do. But with Ethan's constant encouragement and Storm's firm but patient teaching, she began to grow more confident. Ethan, on the other hand, had no complaints. Every day, he got to watch Anna train in her gym clothes, tight leggings and a fitted top that accentuated her toned figure. He smirked to himself. Thank you, Rob, for this life. Truly, you are the best. One day, Storm and Logan soon joined their training, taking a different approach. They wanted Anna to learn firsthand what her mutation was truly capable of. She needs to understand her limits, Storm said before crossing her arms as she looked at Ethan. You're teaching her how to fight, which is good. But she also needs to know how her powers affect others. Logan cracked his knuckles. Only one way to do that. Anna hesitated. You mean? Logan nodded. Yeah. You're gonna touch me, kid. Ethan watched as Anna took a step back. I don't know, what if I take too much? Logan smirked. Then I'll just heal. Trust me, I've been through worse. Storm placed a hand on Anna's shoulder. The more you understand your powers, the less afraid you'll be of them. Anna hesitated for a long moment before finally nodding. All right, let's do it. The first time Anna touched Logan, she only absorbed his strength and senses for a minute before pulling away. The effect was results in her muscles becoming stronger, and she felt a rush of energy unlike anything before. As Anna absorbed Logan's powers, they noticed a subtle change in her appearance. Strands of her hair began to turn white, starting at the front and spreading to the sides. Anna pulled her hand away, her breathing heavy, and looked at Ethan with worry in her eyes. My hair, it's changing, she said. What if it all turns white? What if I age faster? Ethan chuckled, trying to lighten the mood. Don't worry. If you start aging, just absorb Logan's powers again. You'll stay young forever. Anna and Storm both laughed, but Logan just glared at Ethan. Real funny, kid, he grumbled, though there was no real anger in his voice. Even though he felt some pain, it was minimal compared to what he faced before. This is incredible, she murmured while flexing her fingers. Not bad, huh? Logan said with a smirk. Storm nodded approvingly. Now let's push it further. They repeated the process over the next few days, increasing the contact time each session. Anna learned that the longer she touched someone, the more she took, not just their powers but also their memories, instincts, and even parts of their personality. Eventually, they decided to test just how long she could hold onto Logan's abilities. You sure about this? Ethan asked as he stood beside Logan. Logan shrugged. I'll be fine. Anna took a deep breath and placed her hand on Logan's arm. Seconds passed. Then few minutes. Logan's expression slowly shifted, he looked tired. His usual unshakable stance wavered slightly and his breathing became heavier than before. Another minute, and his knees buckled slightly. All right, he muttered in pain. That's enough. Anna quickly pulled her hand away, and Logan stumbled slightly before catching himself. Storm was at his side in an instant while helping him sit down. Ethan and Anna, however, were focused on something else. The front and sides of Anna's hair had turned completely white. She clenched her fists, and with a sharp snick, bone claws extended from her knuckles. Anna's eyes widened as she stared at her hands. No way. Ethan smirked. Now that's badass. Soon, Logan became unconscious. Anna is worried about him, but Ethan and Storm assured her that he'll be back in few minutes or hours, considering how much Anna absorbed his powers. Now he was carried to the resting room by Storm, who shot Ethan and Anna a look of mild reproach. You're lucky he's so durable, she said, though there was a hint of amusement in her voice. With Logan's powers now a part of her, Anna and Ethan headed to the danger room to test her newfound abilities. As Anna sparred with the Sentinel model, her movements were fluid and precise. That's a testament to the combat experience she had absorbed from Logan. She defeated the Sentinel with some ease and her confidence is growing with each passing moment. Ethan watched her with a smile, his mind drifting to his own journey. These past 3 months in this world had changed him in ways he hadn't expected. He had found purpose, friendship, and even love. He thought back to his conversation with Rob, the being who had sent him here. At the time, he had been angry, cursing Rob for sending him here. But now, he felt nothing but gratitude. If he wanted, he can destroy him with a thought or send him to hellish worlds or worse, throw him to a lab experimental material. He didn't do anything of that, instead sent him here with a power suitable for survival. Thank you for giving me this life, Rob, he thought, a genuine smile on his face. And I'm sorry for cursing you like that. Anna noticed his smile and called out to him in a teasing tone, Hey, are you just gonna stand there, or are you gonna fight me? Ethan grinned before stepping to face her. All right, let's see what you've got. And soon the spar began. But it was supposed to be a test of her new abilities. But for Ethan, it was also an opportunity to tease her, something he found just as fun as the fight itself. Anna, who now possessing Logan's powers, moved fast. Her agility, reflexes, and strength had all improved significantly. She lunged at Ethan with her bone claws, swiping at him with controlled aggression. But Ethan. He barely put in any effort. He dodged each strike effortlessly while smirking the entire time. "Come on, Anna," he teased before stepping back as she slashed at the air where he had been standing a moment ago. "You've got Logan's powers now. You should be faster than that." Anna growled in frustration. "Stop dodging and fight me, you coward." It seems her personality also changed a little by absorbing Logan's powers. Ethan chuckled. "Oh. But I'm having so much fun watching you try." Anna narrowed her eyes before lunging at him again. This time, she was quicker. She feinted to the right before pivoting and swinging her claws straight at his chest. But once again, he dodged. And not only did he dodge, but as he sidestepped her attack, his hand accidentally brushed against her chest. Anna froze mid-motion and her face instantly turned red. Ethan stepped back with an exaggerated expression of innocence. "Oops." Anna's embarrassment quickly turned into rage. "You pervert," she shouted before slashing at him furiously. Ethan laughed while dancing out of her reach. "Hey, I was just avoiding your attack. Not my fault if you got in the way." Anna wasn't buying it. She kept attacking, but Ethan remained one step ahead. Then, just as she was about to lunge again. Smack. Her eyes widened. He had just spanked her. On her ass. Anna froze for a moment again and her face is burning hotter than ever. Ethan grinned. "Nice reflexes. But I think you need a little more training." Anna's hands trembled as she clenched her fists. "I'm going to kill you." Ethan tilted his head and his smirk is widening. "Oh. You sure about that?" Anna lunged at him in blind fury, but this time, before she could even react. Ethan grabbed her by the waist, spun her around, and pressed his lips against hers. It was quick. Just a few seconds. But when he pulled away, Anna was completely still and her breath caught in her throat. Ethan stepped back with a smug look. "Gotcha." Anna stared at him, her face burning, her heart pounding. Then, realization hit her. "You." She swung her claws at him again, but Ethan was already laughing as he dodged and moved away. "Let's continue," he said before giving her a wink. "Maybe you'll land a hit then." Anna stood there and is still fuming as he stood away while whistling like nothing had happened. She touched her lips, still feeling the warmth from the kiss. That bastard. But even so she can't land a decent hit on him. The spar had been intense, Anna had pushed herself hard, her strikes sharp and relentless, while Ethan had matched her with effortless precision. Now, the tension between them was palpable, something more than the residual energy of the fight. Ethan's eyes traced the curve of her body, lingering on the way her damp sports top clung to her chest. "She's incredible," he thought as his gaze flicked down to her hips, then back up to her flushed face. She caught him looking and smirked before wiping her forehead with the back of her hand. "Like what you see?" she asked in a teasing tone. "Yeah." He didn't hesitate and stepped closer, closing the gap between them. Anna didn't back away. Instead, she tilted her head up and her eyes locking with his, and closed the distance herself. Now, they were inches apart, feeling each other's breaths. "You ready for this?" Ethan murmured. Anna didn't answer, not with words. Instead, she reached up, grabbed the collar of his gym shirt, and pulled him down to her level. Their lips crashed together in a kiss that was anything but gentle. It was hungry, desperate, a clash of teeth and tongues that left them both breathless. Ethan groaned into her mouth, his hands moving instinctively to her waist, pulling her even closer. One hand slid lower, cupping her ass, while the other found its way to her breast, his fingers teasing the already taut peak through the fabric. Anna moaned, the sound muffled by their kiss, and arched into his touch. He broke the kiss just long enough to pull her top over her head, dropping it carelessly to the floor. Her bra followed, leaving her breasts bare. He saw her nipples hard and are begging for attention. Ethan didn't waste time. He leaned down before capturing one nipple in his mouth while his fingers played with the other. Anna's breath hitched and her head falling back as she tangled her fingers in his hair. "Ethan," she gasped. He moved between her breasts, leaving a trail of kisses and licks as his hands roaming over her body with a possessiveness that left her trembling. When he reached her navel, he lingered there for a few seconds as his tongue tracing lazy circles around the sensitive skin. Anna's knees buckled, and she sank to the floor with her back pressing against the cold floor beneath them. Ethan followed her down and his hands sliding to her waistband. He peeled her pants off with deliberate slowness as his lips brushing against her skin as he went. Her red underwear was next, and when he pulled them down, her pussy was already glistening, wet and ready. He looked up at her and his eyes are dark with desire. "Thanks for the meal." Anna barely had time to process the words before he leaned in, his tongue finding her clit in a slow, deliberate stroke. She cried out with her hands flying to his head and her fingers gripping his hair as he worked her with his mouth. His tongue was relentless, teasing and exploring, driving her closer and closer to the edge. "Oh God, Ethan, don't stop," she begged as her hips rocked against his face. He didn't. His hands slid up her body and his fingers finding her breasts, pinching and teasing her nipples as he continued to feast on her. Anna's moans grew louder, more frantic, until finally, she came with a cry and her body is shaking as waves of pleasure crashed over her. Ethan didn't let up until she was spent as her chest is heaving. He sat back on his heels, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand with a satisfied smirk on his face. Then he leaned over her, capturing her lips in another searing kiss. Anna tasted herself on his tongue, and it only fueled her desire. She broke the kiss before pushing herself up and her hands moving to his waistband. She made quick work of his pants and boxers, freeing his cock, which was already hard and straining. Her eyes widened slightly at the sight. He's huge, she thought as a flicker of worry passing through her. But it was quickly replaced by determination. She wrapped her hand around him, her grip tentative at first, but growing more confident as Ethan guided her. He mentally thanks all the knowledge he acquired through internet and his adaptating body for making this more pleasurable. When she leaned down, her lips brushed the tip, and she hesitated, for a moment. Ethan's hand gently cupped her cheek. "Just take your time," he murmured. Anna nodded before taking him into her mouth. Her movements were slow and clumsy at first, but Ethan's soft groans of encouragement spurred her on. She found a rhythm, her head bobbing up and down as her tongue swirled around him. Ethan's hands tangled in her hair as his hips bucked slightly as he fought to keep control. "That's it," he growled, "just like that." Anna could feel him getting closer, his cock throbbing in her mouth. When he finally came, she swallowed every drop of it. The taste is surprisingly pleasant. She pulled back before wiping her mouth, and looked up at him with her cheeks flushed. But Ethan wasn't done. His cock was still hard, standing at full attention. He gently pushed her down as his hands got her legs up before he positioned himself between her legs. "Are you sure?" he asked as she nodded. "Please be gentle." "It's my first time." Ethan smiled. "I will. Like it." Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 14, A Message from Phoenix, R18. Ethan's cock brushed against her entrance. He is teasing her, making her ache with need. She bit her lip and her nails digging into his shoulders as she whispered, "Ethan." His eyes locked onto hers and his eyes are filled with desire as he guided himself to her entrance. He pressed forward, the tip of his cock stretching her tight warmth, and she gasped as her body tensing at the unfamiliar sensation. Few drops of blood came from her pussy as he thrust into her slowly. Ethan paused as his hands tightening on her hips as he murmured, "Relax, Anna. I'll go slow." She nodded and her heart is pounding as she tried to ease into the feeling. But when he pushed deeper, a sharp pain shot through her, and she cried out with her nails clawing at his back. Ethan stopped for a second. "Are you okay?" Anna's eyes were wide and her breath coming in shallow gasps as she nodded. I didn't know it would hurt that much," she said in trembling tone. Ethan's expression softened as his thumb brushing over her cheek as he whispered, "It'll get better soon." He leaned in, capturing her lips in a slow, tender kiss as his tongue began sliding against hers in a soothing rhythm. Anna melted into it and her body began relaxing as the pain began to ebb. When he pulled back, his eyes were filled with a fierce determination. He gripped her hips again with his cock still buried deep inside her, and began to move. The first thrust was slow, deliberate, giving her time to adjust. Anna's head fell back against the wall, a low moan escaping her lips as he filled her completely. He pulled out almost all the way before sliding back in and his pace is steady. Her body clung to his, her inner walls fluttering around him as he moved, the pain gradually giving way to a deep, aching pleasure. "Oh God," she whispered and her voice is barely audible as her legs tightened around his waist, urging him deeper. Ethan groaned as his hand sliding down to grip her ass and he began to move faster, his hips slamming against hers with a force that made her cry out. The sound echoed through the room. It is a mix of pleasure and pain. He could feel her body stretching to accommodate him, her tight warmth gripping him like a vice, and it drove him wild. "Anna," he growled as he buried his face in the crook of her neck, his breath hot as against her skin. "You feel so fucking good." She moaned as her claws got out unknowingly and are raking down his back as she arched against him with her body craving for more. The pain was almost gone now, replaced by a raw, primal need that left her trembling. Her hips rolled against his, meeting his thrusts with a desperation that surprised her. She had never felt anything like this before, never knew her body could crave someone so intensely. Suddenly he stopped moving. Before she can express her need for his movement, Ethan's hands moved to her hips and his grip tight on her as he lifted her slightly, angling his thrusts to hit that spot deep inside her. Anna's eyes flew open as a sharp gasp escaping her lips as pleasure exploded through her body. She clung to him with her legs locking around his waist as he pounded into her, the sound of their bodies slapping together filling the room. "Ethan," she cried out with her voice breaking as she felt herself teetering on the edge. Her fingers tangled in his hair, pulling him closer as her body trembled with the force of her rising climax. Ethan's breath was steady as he drove into her with unrelenting force. He could feel her tightening around him, her inner walls fluttering as she neared her release. The sight of her, flushed and trembling against the wall, was almost enough to push him over the edge. But he held on, determined to bring her over first. With that intention he began to pound her hard. Her nails dug into his back and her breath coming in short, frantic gasps as she felt the wave of pleasure crest. With a sharp cry, her body convulsed, her inner walls clamping down around him as she came undone. The intensity of it left her trembling, her legs giving out as she sagged against him. Ethan groaned and his hips stuttering as her tight warmth milked him, pulling him over the edge. With a final, powerful thrust, he buried himself deep inside her, his cock pulsing as he spilled himself into her. His breath was ragged as he held her close with their bodies still entwined. For a moment, they stayed like that, their bodies pressed together and their breaths mingling as they came down from the high. Ethan's hands moved to her face, his thumbs brushing over her flushed cheeks as he murmured, "Are you okay?" Anna nodded and her eyes are still clouded with pleasure as she whispered, I'm fine." He kissed her softly with his lips lingering against hers as he slowly pulled out of her. A small gasp escaped her lips as he did, and he glanced down and saw the faint smear of blood on his cock. He smiled and kissed her again, this time with a fierce tenderness that left her breathless. His hands roamed over her body, his touch possessive yet reverent, as if he couldn't get enough of her. When he pulled back, his eyes were dark with a renewed hunger and his cock is already hardening against her thigh. "You're mine now," he growled in a possessive tone as he pressed her back against the floor with his body pinning hers in place. "And I'm not done with you yet." Anna's breath hitched and her body trembling with anticipation as she whispered, "Good. Because neither am I." Ethan smirked as his hand sliding down to grip her thighs as he lifted her again with his cock brushing against her entrance once more. She moaned and her body arching against his as he teased her, his hips grinding against hers in a slow, deliberate rhythm. He began to suck on her breasts and nipples with one hand while the other hand is playing with her other breasts and nipples. But soon, he stopped and with a low growl, he lifted Anna effortlessly with his hands gripping her thighs as he pressed her back against the cool wall of the room. Ethan's hands moved to her ass, his grip tightened as he slammed into her, the sound of their bodies slapping together filling the room once more. He again began to drove into her with unrelenting force with his cock hitting that spot deep inside her that made her see stars. After few minutes of pounding is enough for her, Ethan, she cried out and her voice breaking as her body began to tremble with the force of her rising climax. I'm going to." Ethan's hands tightened on her hips, his breath hot against her skin as he pounded her. Anna's body convulsed, a sharp cry escaping her lips as she came undone, her inner walls fluttering around him as pleasure exploded through her body. Ethan groaned and his hips stuttering as her tight warmth milked him, pulling him over the edge once more. With a final, powerful thrust, he buried himself deep inside her, his cock pulsing as he spilled himself into her once again. Their bodies trembled together, their breaths mingling as they came down from the high. Ethan's hands moved to her face and kissed her roughly as he murmured, "Fuck, Anna. You're incredible." She smiled with her eyes still clouded with pleasure as she whispered, "So are you." Just as she thought it was over when he made her situation down, Ethan grabbed her wrist before pulling her back into his arms. His lips brushed against her ear as he whispered, "Not yet. I'm not done with you." Anna's breath hitched and her body trembling with anticipation as she whispered, "What do you mean?" Ethan smirked, his hand sliding down to grip her thighs as he lifted her again, his cock brushing against her entrance once more. Her eyes widened, a low moan escaping her lips as she realized what he had in mind. "Ethan." She whispered, "You can't be serious." He growled, his hands tightening on her hips as he thrust into her again, the pace slow but deliberate. Anna clung to him, her nails digging into his back as she urged him deeper, her breath coming in short, frantic gasps. "Oh God." She moaned and her body arching against his as he hit that spot deep inside her that made her see stars again. They continued for hours thanks to their healing powers, and after hours of passionate lovemaking, Ethan and Anna finally parted ways, heading to their respective rooms as the night deepened. The next day unfolded like any other, filled with the usual classes and training sessions. Later, Storm, along with Logan, Ethan, and Anna, gathered in the training room to test her abilities. Anna had absorbed more than just Logan's healing factor and claws, she had inherited his combat instincts and experience. "She's not just copying my powers," Logan muttered while watching Anna move with a precision that was eerily familiar. "She fights like me too." Ethan smirked. "Looks like she got the whole Wolverine package." "Which means she can fight and defend herself," Storm added. "Then let's put it to the test," Ethan said before cracking his knuckles. "Fight me." Anna smirked and her confidence is growing with her newfound abilities. But before they could begin, Charles Xavier's voice echoed through the telepathic link. "Everyone, gather in the main hall immediately." The group exchanged glances before heading out with curiosity building. By the time they arrived, the hall was packed with students, all whispering among themselves. A few moments later, Professor Xavier entered, accompanied by Jean Grey and Scott Summers. Scott looked happier than Ethan had ever seen him, his usual serious demeanor replaced by a wide grin. Jean stood beside him, looking radiant. Professor Xavier smiled warmly before speaking. I have an important announcement to share with all of you. Jean and Scott are getting married. The room erupted into cheers. Friends and teammates rushed to congratulate the couple. Aurora hugged Jean with her joy evident. Logan, on the other hand, stood still. He is shocked. He had known Jean and Scott were together, but hearing this still caught him off guard. Ethan observed silently. This wasn't in the movies, but then again, the canon has been fucked up for a while now. As the excitement continued, a sudden shift in the atmosphere made the room tense. Jean's eyes glowed an ominous gold, and the air around her vibrated. A strange, layered voice escaped her lips, one that wasn't entirely her own. The true Phoenix is about to return. The one who finds her will be the one who truly hosts her. A pulse of telepathic energy exploded from her, sending half the room into unconsciousness. The powerful wave crashed into Ethan, but his mind and body adapted instantly, shielding him from the brunt of its force. Logan and Anna, thanks to their healing factors, recovered quickly, though Anna staggered slightly before Ethan caught her. Scott rushed to Jean's side as her energy fluctuated. Professor Xavier, pushing through the mental storm, reached into her mind. Jean, he said firmly, calm yourself. For a moment, Jean's body trembled before she collapsed into Scott's arms with her breathing shallow. Xavier, looking around at the fallen students, turned to Aurora and Hank. Help those who are still conscious take the others to their rooms. Scott, take Jean to the med bay. Scott, concern etched on his face, nodded and carried Jean away. Logan and Anna, now fully recovered, exchanged a look. What the hell was that? Logan muttered. No idea, Ethan said. But I know one thing, if the Phoenix is waking up, we're in for some serious trouble. Yet, beneath the uncertainty, a dangerous thought crossed Ethan's mind. He smirked. I wonder, what would happen if I were burned by the Phoenix flames? Like it. Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 15, The Truth and the Storm Within. Professor Xavier placed his hands gently on Jean's forehead and his mind carefully slipping into hers. Previously, a powerful barrier had blocked him from entering her subconscious, but now, there was an opening, one he couldn't ignore. What he saw inside shook him. Fragments of memories, some buried deep, others distorted. And then, something even more shocking. He pulled back and his eyes widening slightly as he exited her mind. Scott, who had been pacing near Jean's bed, immediately turned to him. Professor, what's happening to her? Is she okay? Xavier let out a heavy sigh, the weight of knowledge pressing down on him. Before he could answer, Hank McCoy entered the med bay. Charles, I came as soon as I finished with helping the students who lost consciousness. What's going on? Hank asked with concern. Xavier took a deep breath and turned to him. Hank, I need you to conduct a full medical examination on Jean. Hank nodded and immediately getting to work. Meanwhile, Aurora Monroe entered the room. Xavier looked at her. Aurora, please close the door. What I'm about to tell you must remain between us. She hesitated but did as he asked, locking the door behind her. Scott narrowed his eyes. What's this about, Professor? Xavier's expression was grim. What I'm about to tell you is something that only 3 people in the world have known until now. Aurora and Hank exchanged a look of confusion, but Scott's face darkened as if he had an idea that this conversation will be important. Do you all remember how Jean lost control of her powers when she was young? Xavier asked. They nodded, though Scott remained silent. Xavier continued, and how, later she flew into space, absorbing a powerful cosmic force, and to protect us all from annihilation, she flew back to space to release the cosmic power. Scott's jaw tightened. Professor, where are you going with this? Xavier hesitated before speaking the words that would change everything. The Jean Grey we knew died that day. The room fell into stunned silence. Scott clenched his fists. That's a lie. I wish it were, Xavier said somberly. But it's the truth. Hank adjusted his glasses. Charles, if Jean died that day, then who have we been with all these years? Xavier exhaled deeply. The Jean you know, is a clone. Aurora took a step back and her eyes widened. That's impossible. Scott's breathing became erratic. No. No, that can't be. He looked at Jean who is lying unconscious in the bed. I've been with her. She's Jean. She has to be. Xavier continued with his voice firm but sympathetic. This Jean was recreated through an experiment, a project meant to clone and manipulate mutant DNA. When she emerged, I altered the memories of those closest to her, including you, Scott, so that she could live a normal life, free from the burden of what had happened. Aurora was the first to regain her composure. And you're telling us this now? Why? Xavier's face was grim. Because the real Jean Grey is returning. That's what her message meant. The true Phoenix is about to awaken, and the host is about to reveal herself. Scott shook his head violently. No. This is wrong. Jean is right here. She's real. I love her. It can't be. His voice cracked as doubt began to creep in. Aurora turned to him. Scott. I know this is very difficult for you, but you need to think this very carefully. Do you love her for who she is? Or do you love her because she's Jean? Scott swallowed hard and his thoughts spiraling. He wanted to say that it didn't matter, that clone or not, she was still the woman he loved. But deep down, something inside him wavered. If this Jean wasn't truly Jean Grey, then what did that mean for their relationship? For everything they had shared? Had he been in love with Jean, or just the idea of her? Hank was equally unsettled. Jean deserves to know the truth, he said. She has a right to it. Xavier nodded solemnly. She does. And she will. The air in the room grew heavier as the weight of the revelation settled over them. Scott stood, his fists clenched. And what if the original Jean doesn't like sharing her life with a clone? What if she tries to take over? Charles's expression was grim. That's a possibility we'll have to prepare for. But for now, we need to focus on protecting this Jean. She's one of us, and we won't abandon her. The others nodded, though the tension in the room was palpable. Scott finally spoke. So, what happens now? Xavier looked at Jean, his expression unreadable. Now, we prepare. Because the Phoenix is coming. Scott remained standing there long after the conversation had ended and his thoughts are tangled. If the real Jean Grey was returning, then who had he been loving all this time? A few days had passed since the shocking revelation about Jean, and while life at the mansion seemed to return to normal, Ethan could tell that not everyone had truly moved on. During their training session, Storm seemed distracted, her usual sharpness dulled by whatever thoughts plagued her mind. Her movements were slower, her reactions delayed, something uncharacteristic of her. Ethan noticed it immediately but chose not to address it just yet. Instead, she assigned him a sparring match with Colossus, known by his real name, Pyotr Nikolaevich Rasputin. Meanwhile, Logan was busy training Anna in other danger room, making sure she could properly handle the abilities she had absorbed from him. Now, standing in the training arena, Ethan faced Pyotr, who was fully armored in his organic steel form, his towering presence even more imposing up close. All right, Ethan, Pyotr said with a slight smirk. Let's see if you can handle a real fight. Ethan cracked his knuckles. You're gonna have to hit me first. Without warning, Colossus lunged forward, throwing a massive punch aimed straight at Ethan's gut. Instead of dodging, Ethan planted his feet and let the punch land squarely against his chest. The impact sent a shockwave through the room. Pyotr wasn't just strong, he was trained. Unlike most powerhouses who relied on brute force, he had skill and technique behind every move. Ethan's bones reinforced themselves, his skin hardened, and his strength is already close to Pyotr but now surged to match his. Pyotr raised an eyebrow. You're still standing. Ethan exhaled. Not bad. My turn. He ducked under Pyotr's next strike, countering with a powerful right hook to his ribs. Pyotr staggered slightly and his eyes widening in surprise. Ethan grinned. Good. He charged forward, weaving between Pyotr's heavy swings. At first, the sheer difference in their strength was noticeable. Colossus slightly outclassed him physically. But then, Ethan's adaptation kicked in. With every exchange, his movements became sharper, his blows heavier. He countered a punch by driving his knee into Pyotr's stomach, making the giant stumble back. Then, in one swift motion, he wrapped an arm around Pyotr's torso, lifted him off the ground, and slammed him down with enough force to shake the entire floor. Pyotr grunted as he hit the floor, momentarily stunned. Storm, who had been watching the match with her arms crossed, snapped out of her thoughts when she saw Ethan dominating Colossus. But something still weighed on her mind, Professor Xavier's decision to erase their memories about Jean. Did he really need to do that? She wondered. Back in the fight, Pyotr tried to get up, but Ethan wasn't about to give him a chance. He clenched his fist, and without thinking, a surge of electricity crackled to life around it. Lightning danced across his fingers, and with one final punch to Pyotr's chest, Ethan sent him flying back across the training ground. The sound of thunder echoed through the room as Colossus crashed into the far wall. Silence filled the space. Storm's eyes widened as she saw the residual electricity crackling over Ethan's skin. She quickly approached him. What was that? She asked. Ethan looked down at his hands, the lightning still arcing between his fingers. He hadn't even realized what he'd done. But then, something clicked. Evolution absorption. He remembered one of his abilities, his body, when exposed to another power long enough, could adapt and develop similar traits. Storm narrowed her eyes. You gained new powers. Ethan scratched the back of his head. I think so. Storm looked over at Colossus, who was slowly getting up and shaking off the impact. She turned back to Ethan. We need to test this. Colossus, despite his defeat, chuckled and gave Ethan a nod. You fight well, my friend. We must do this again sometime. Ethan grinned. Looking forward to it, big guy. With that, Colossus waved and left the training room, leaving Ethan alone with Storm. She crossed her arms. All right. Show me what you can do. Ethan took a deep breath and focused. Immediately, his eyes began to glow white, just like Storm's when she wielded her full power. Dark clouds gathered above, lightning crackling in the air as he effortlessly summoned a storm around himself. Storm's eyebrows raised in surprise. You've mastered this fast. Then narrowed her eyes. It seems to be similar to my own power. I too think so, and I can feel my body, mind, and soul adapting to it, Ethan said while floating slightly off the ground as static energy surged through him. It's like I've always had this power, but now I can control it. Storm wasn't fully convinced yet. Then let's put it to the test. She activated the danger room simulation. Within seconds, the environment shifted, and 30 towering sentinel models emerged from the floor with their robotic eyes glowing ominously. Ethan smirked as he hovered higher with lightning coiling around him. This is gonna be fun. Storm stepped back, watching as Ethan unleashed his power. A bolt of lightning struck one of the sentinels, frying its circuits instantly. The other machines opened fire, but the wind around Ethan intensified, forming a barrier that deflected their attacks. With a flick of his wrist, dark clouds filled the room, obscuring visibility for the sentinels. Ethan flew through the storm, dodging lasers and retaliating with bolts of electricity that shattered their metallic frames. He was faster. Stronger. The storm itself responded to his will. Storm watched in awe. I think he didn't get new powers, he's evolving his own powers. But why is his new power similar to my own? As Ethan tore through the last of the sentinels, he landed on the ground, his body still crackling with energy. He took a deep breath, letting the storm dissipate. He turned to Storm. So, how'd I do? Storm smirked. Not bad. But let's see how well you do against me next. Bring it on. Like it. Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 16, Marriage and Testing the Watch. Storm sat on the ground, breathing heavily with her chest rising and falling as she tried to catch her breath. Sweat glistened on her skin as she looked up at Ethan, who was slowly descending from the air. His eyes still glowed white with arcs of lightning crackling around his body. She couldn't believe it. She had just lost to Ethan. In just 3 months, he had studied her every move, memorized her attack patterns, and found ways to counter them. Previously she had held the upper hand against Ethan. While his strength and speed were unmatched, she had the advantage of distance, controlling the battlefield with her storms. But now, that advantage was gone. Ethan had adapted and now not only did he possess her powers, but his body was far superior in strength, speed, and durability. It wasn't just Storm's lightning he controlled, he had made it his own, adapting it into his unique fighting style. It was almost unfair. She wiped the sweat from her brow before exhaling sharply. Damn, he looks hot like this. Ethan smirked while hovering above her before finally landing. You good? He asked before offering her a hand. Storm sighed and took it, letting him pull her up. I should be asking you that, she said before shaking her head. You're ridiculous. Ethan chuckled. I'll take that as a compliment. She studied him for a moment before asking, so? How does it feel to finally have some long-range attacks? Ethan grinned. Feels like cheating. Storm rolled her eyes. Oh, please. You've been cheating since day one with that body of yours. Hey, Ethan raised his hands defensively, I can't help that I adapt. As they exchanged a few more words, they eventually left the training room, returning to their usual schedules. As time passed, things seemed to return to normal, at least on the surface. But Ethan noticed something was off. There was a growing tension between Jean and Scott. They didn't argue in public, but their interactions felt strained. Ethan didn't pry into their business. He had already learned that this world wasn't the same as the movies or comics he had once known. Canon was long dead. After 3 months, whatever issues they had died down, and Jean and Scott eventually decided to move forward with their marriage. The wedding was grand, held at the Xavier Institute, with nearly every member of the X-Men present. Professor Xavier sat at the front, watching with a small but knowing smile. Logan stood with his arms crossed, looking like he wanted to be anywhere but here. Storm wore a beautiful white gown, standing beside Hank, who looked far too amused at Logan's discomfort. Ethan, dressed in a sharp suit, leaned against one of the pillars, watching everything unfold. Anna stood beside him, wearing a dress that was way too sexy for a wedding, not that he was complaining. Every chance he got, he let his hands wander down to her ass, squeezing it playfully. Anna smirked before whispering, "You better stop, or you won't like what happens later." Ethan leaned in as his lips brushing against her ear. "Or maybe I will." She gave him a pointed look but didn't stop him. As the ceremony progressed, Jean and Scott exchanged vows, and despite everything, Ethan could see Scott genuinely cared for her. After the ceremony, the reception was filled with laughter, drinks, and dancing. Even Logan, despite his brooding, had a drink in hand while Hank tried to get him to dance. Storm and Rogue were laughing together, while Kurt teleported around, playfully stealing people's drinks. Ethan simply watched and taking everything in. It felt peaceful. But that peace wouldn't last. Later that night, long after the celebrations had died down, Ethan found himself alone in a quiet corner of the mansion. He reached into his pocket, pulling out the silver watch. He had taken it back from Anna earlier. The dial now read 10%. Now with this much power, he can now travel between the multiverse or even the omniverse. But there were two major problems. 1. It required an enormous amount of energy to function. Even after 6 months of continuously feeding energy, it had only charged up to 10%. 2. The destination was completely random. There was no telling where it would send him. And worst of all, even at full charge, he could only stay in another universe for a few hours at best. Ethan sighed before running his fingers over the smooth surface. "I need to test it." With only 10%, he wouldn't have much time, maybe a few seconds, a couple of minutes at best. But that was enough. If he ended up in a hellish universe, he could return before things got too dangerous. Taking a deep breath, he flipped open the watch. A brilliant white light burst forth, engulfing him completely. And in the blink of an eye, Ethan vanished. Ethan opened his eyes just in time to see a fist hurtling toward his face. What the foo? Bam. The punch connected, sending him flying across the island like a missile. He crashed into the sandy shore and his body skidding across the ground before coming to a stop. A massive trench was carved into the earth from the impact. The woman who had hit him, dressed in a tight white and blue Viltrumite uniform, narrowed her eyes. She hadn't seen where he came from. One moment, the battlefield was empty, the next, he had appeared out of thin air. But did it matter? No. She turned her attention back to her target. Now that the interruption is dealt with, she said, "Let's continue, Mark. Will you join the Viltrumite Empire or not?" Mark, who is better known as Invincible, clenched his fists and his eyes widened with fury. "You just killed some guy," he shouted. He was about to launch himself at her when, what the hell? Both Mark and the woman turned in shock. A few feet away, Ethan stood up and is completely unharmed. He cracked his neck, shaking off the impact as if it had been nothing more than a light shove. His white eyes glowed faintly as sparks of lightning crackling around his body. A group of people, having just arrived from a large ship docked on the shore, observed the fight from a safe distance. They appeared to be civilians who are terrified. The newcomers whispered among themselves, clearly startled by what they had just witnessed. The woman, Anissa, raised an eyebrow. Ethan sighed, "If you weren't a woman, I'd have punched you hard for that." That ticked her off. With a snarl, she launched at him at full speed. A shockwave erupted from her movement, the sheer force of her acceleration causing the sand beneath her to scatter. Mark barely saw her move. Boom. Her fist went for Ethan's face again, this time with all the power of an elite Viltrumite warrior. The impact sent sand nearby flying, the shockwave tearing through the shore. And yet, Ethan caught her punch. Like it was nothing. "Okay, that's 2 times now," he muttered before tightening his grip on her fist. "Do you really want gender equality?" Anissa grunted, trying to pull her hand free. Ethan didn't let go. Instead, he tightened his hold, making her wince. With a growl, she twisted her body and unleashed a brutal roundhouse kick aimed at his head. Ethan simply caught her leg midair. Mark watched in disbelief. Nobody could handle a Viltrumite's strength so casually, yet this guy was doing it effortlessly. Ethan smirked. "Oh. I know where I am now." He glanced at Mark, then at Anissa. The yellow and blue costume, the superhuman strength, the fight for the Viltrumite Empire. This was the invincible universe. And if this woman was who he thought she was, then that meant. "I just got punched by one of the strongest warriors in the galaxy, it's exciting." Anissa snarled as he let her go and threw another punch, then another, and another. Ethan didn't dodge. He let her land every single hit, watching as his body adapted with each strike. His muscles hardened with every punch and his bones reinforced themselves, and his reflexes sharpened. After just a few seconds, his body was already surpassing Viltrumite durability. The crowd near the ship murmured among themselves, as they can't even see what's happening. Anissa was starting to realize it, her strength is ineffective against this man. Her fists, which once broke mountains, were now barely making him flinch. She grinned. "You're something else." Ethan smiled, "I am something else." With that, he threw his first real punch. Crack. Anissa shot across the island, slamming into a massive boulder near the shoreline. The entire structure collapsed on top of her. Ethan stretched his fingers. Damn, I love my powers. Before the dust even settled, Anissa burst out of the rubble with her eyes blazing. She wiped the blood from her mouth before smirking. That actually hurt. Ethan grinned. You can thank me later. In a flash, the two collided. Their fists met in the air, sending out a concussive blast that shook the entire island. Boom. The shock wave ripped through the atmosphere, causing waves to crash violently against the shore. For the next few moments, Ethan and Anissa exchanged blow after blow. Every punch was faster, every strike harder. Their bodies moved in a blur, clashing midair before slamming into the ground, tearing apart everything around them. And with each passing second, Ethan adapted more and more to Anissa's strength and combat style. Mark struggled to keep up. How the hell are they moving so fast? A voice crackled in his earpiece. Mark, stand down. We need to see what happens. Mark clenched his jaw. Are you kidding me? That guy is. We don't know what he is, the voice interrupted. If he's fighting a Voltramite on equal footing, we can't afford to interfere just yet. Mark growled, but he wasn't the type to just sit back. With a burst of speed, he shot toward them. Just as he was about to reach the fight. Beep. 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 Ethan's silver pocket watch began to glow on his neck as he caught Anissa's punch. A blinding white light erupted from it, consuming him entirely. Mark barely had time to react before Ethan vanished. But to his shock, Anissa vanished with him. Silence fell over the battlefield. Mark hovered in place and his eyes widened. What the hell just happened? Mark's earpiece buzzed again. Mark, report. What was that light? Cecil's voice came through with urgency. They're gone, Mark said, and his voice is still filled with disbelief. The new guy and Anissa, both of them. They just disappeared. A short pause later. Check the area, Cecil ordered. Look for any trace of where they went and report back ASAP. Mark clenched his fists. Where the hell did they go? Like it. Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 17, Unexpected Arrivals, edited. Ethan's vision cleared as he and Anissa found themselves standing in a dimly lit corridor. The walls were lined with ornate wood panels, and the faint hum of activity echoed from deeper within the building. Ethan instantly recognized it. Xavier's mansion. He sighed. Great. Just great. This wasn't supposed to happen. He had only wanted to test the watch for a few moments, yet somehow, Anissa had been dragged along with him. Worse, he had no idea if she'd be forcibly returned to her own universe or if she was stuck here because she lacked a device like his. Anissa took a moment to observe her surroundings before turning her sharp gaze to Ethan. Where the hell have you brought me? She demanded. Ethan rubbed his temple. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. Anissa narrowed her eyes before cracking her knuckles. Then I'll just beat the answer out of you. Without warning, she lunged at him. Ethan barely had time to react before she was on him, throwing a barrage of punches with Viltrumite-level force. He blocked most of them as his body already adapting to her strength. However, he wasn't aiming to hurt her, just restrain her. At one point, she tried to bite him. Annoyed by that, Ethan countered with a solid kick, sending her crashing through a set of double doors, right into the middle of a ballroom. The room had been filled with people attending the reception event, but the moment Anissa slammed into the floor, their conversation halted. All eyes turned toward the commotion. A group of young X-Men and Anna, Kitty, Bobby, John, Kurt, and Angelica rushed toward the scene, along with a few others. They arrived just in time to see Ethan pinning Anissa down, holding her firmly against the polished marble floor. Kitty smirked. Damn, Ethan, that was fast. Anna's gonna be mad. Bobby whistled. Didn't take you for the type to wrestle random women in the hallways. John grinned. Gotta say, mate, I'm impressed. Ethan shot them an annoyed glare. Stop kidding around, guys. But before anyone could react further, Anna stepped closer and her expression is unreadable. It was a momentary distraction, but that was all Anissa needed. With a sudden burst of strength, she broke free from Ethan's grip and lunged before grabbing Anna by the throat. The atmosphere shifted instantly. The X-Men tensed, their bodies moving into battle stances. But surprisingly, Anna didn't react. Anissa's grip tightened. Tell me where the hell we are. Ethan exhaled before shaking his head. You're really not gonna like the answer. Anna, who's still unfazed, tilted her head. Lady, do you really think I'm scared of you? Anissa ignored her and keeping her focus on Ethan. You're strong, she admitted, her grip on Anna unyielding. Perhaps even stronger than that half-breed, Mark Grayson. A predatory smirk touched her lips. Why waste that power? Join the Viltrumite Empire. You could even stand by my side as my partner. A warrior of your caliber would make a worthy husband. So, what is your name? Ethan crossed his arms. Ethan Carter. At that, Anna's demeanor changed. Her usual playfulness vanished, replaced by something colder. Her green eyes locked onto Anissa's and her lips curling into a smirk. It's not a normal one but a dangerous smirk. You do realize, Anna said slowly, that you just grabbed my throat, while asking my men to be your partner. Ethan sighed. Of all the people you could have taken hostage, it had to be her. Anissa didn't understand what was happening, until she suddenly felt weaker. Her grip loosened involuntarily. Her muscles ached, and her head grew foggy. What the hell? Anna removed her glove slowly as Anissa's entire body tensed. Anna gently touched Anissa's wrist, and in an instant, a wave of dizziness and pain overtook the Viltrumite. Anna smiled sweetly. Yes. I wanted to have children with him, Anissa admitted, and her voice weaker now. So that we could serve the Empire together. The moment the words left her mouth, Anna's expression darkened. You wanted to have kids with my Ethan. Anissa's knees buckled. Her strength plummeted as more of her energy was drained. She looked at Ethan with confused expression. What did you do? Ethan sighed. You kinda did this to yourself. Anna grabbed Anissa's face with both hands, increasing the absorption. You witch, she spat, go to hell. Anissa let out a pained scream as her memories, strength, and abilities were absorbed. Jean, Hank, and Professor X immediately tried to intervene. Anna, that's enough. Professor X called out. But Anna ignored them. Her mind was consumed with rage. How dare she try to steal my Ethan from me? He's mine, you bitch. Ethan, who was watching in amusement, smirked. Bobby leaned toward John. Dude, that's terrifyingly hot. John nodded. Yeah, kinda jealous. Angelica giggled. Ethan, you're lucky your girl is this possessive. Logan and Professor X exchanged glances. Ethan, get her under control, Logan muttered. Ethan exhaled and walked over to Anna, placing a hand on her shoulder. Anissa had already lost consciousness. All right, Anna. Let go, Ethan said calmly. Anna blinked before looking down at Anissa. Her anger faded, replaced by embarrassment. Slowly, she released her grip, allowing Anissa to collapse onto the floor. Anna looked around and realized, everyone had heard everything. Her face turned bright red. Did I just say all that out loud? She muttered. Ethan grinned. Oh yeah. Loud and clear. But you do realize you just absorbed a very powerful person, right? Anna blinked before processing that information. She flexed her fingers, feeling the newfound power coursing through her veins. Huh, she muttered. That's something. Before she could fully grasp the extent of what she had gained, Professor X cleared his throat. While this has certainly been eventful, he said, I believe we need to have a discussion. His sharp gaze landed on Ethan. In my office. Now. Anna stiffened. Aye. You as well, Anna, Professor X added. Anna sighed, figures. Jean and Hank moved forward, lifting Anissa's unconscious form. We'll take her to the med bay, Jean said. She'll need monitoring. She'll be fine, Ethan said. She's a lot tougher than most species. Jean narrowed her eyes. That may be true, but she just had a good portion of her strength and abilities drained by Anna. We don't know how she'll react to that. Anna smirked, serves her right. Logan rolled his eyes. Come on, kid, don't let this go to your head. Ethan chuckled. Too late. Professor X turned his chair toward the others. Everyone else, please return to your previous activities. The younger X-Men groaned in disappointment. But this was getting interesting. Bobby complained. John snickered. Yeah, I wanted to see more of Anna being scary. Kitty smirked at Anna. You're gonna have a reputation after this, you know. Anna scoffed before grabbing Ethan's arm. Come on, lover boy. Let's go before I decide to absorb you too. Ethan raised an eyebrow. Kinky. Anna turned red again as she dragged him toward Professor X's office. Xavier's office. The large doors shut behind them as Ethan and Anna stood before the professor. Xavier's expression was calm, but his piercing gaze told Ethan that the men had 1,000 questions. Anna fidgeted, still feeling the lingering power of the Viltrumite inside her. It was intoxicating. So, Xavier began before folding his hands. Would you care to explain what just happened? Ethan had anticipated the question, and his answer was ready. He leaned casually against the bookshelf. It's a long story, he began, so I'll keep it simple. You remember I told you I escaped from some experimentation, right? He waited for their nods before continuing. During my escape, I saw a scientist guarding a small gem with his life. He died in the chaos, and I took it. He paused, letting the memory settle. I tried for days to understand it, I could feel it was something more, but it never responded. I eventually dismissed it as a strange trinket. But tonight, that changed. It grew hot, started vibrating. I knew something was wrong. I went to a remote area to check it, and the moment I did, it erupted. Next thing I knew, I wasn't on our Earth anymore. He met their astonished gazes. That gem didn't just hold energy. It contained the power to travel across parallel worlds, other Earths. How did you know it was other Earths? Xavier interjected, his brow furrowed in thought. It could have simply sent you to a different location on our own. Ethan had expected this. Because I didn't travel to just one place, he explained, his voice low. What felt like a few minutes for you was days for me. I was jumping across universes. Anna's eyes widened in alarm. Charles's expression shifted from curiosity to deep seriousness. He knew Ethan was not one to fabricate such a story. I began to understand, Ethan continued, the gem wasn't sending me, it was throwing me around. I'd be cast into a universe, only to be wrenched out and hurled into another moments later. Some were bizarre. I gathered enough information to realize I was adrift, bouncing between worlds with no control and no end in sight. Charles was completely focused now, the gravity of the situation settling upon him. Anna, with her worry growing, gently placed her hand over his. Ethan gave her a reassuring smile. But then, I was thrown into one world and I stayed there longer than the others. I had time to learn about it. His smile faded. Suddenly, I was teleported right into the middle of a battle. I saw the woman who attacked Anna fighting another man. She came at me, I fought back, and in the chaos, we were both pulled back here. Charles and Anna fell into a stunned silence for a moment before Ethan continued. I suspect the latent energy in the gem that exploded is now gone, dissipated from me. That's why the jump stopped and I got back. Charles processed this, his expression sober. So, a woman from another universe was accidentally brought here, and there is no way for you to send her back. Ethan nodded slowly. I guess you can say that. He had no way to return Anissa, the Omni-Watch's connection to other worlds was random, and he had no idea if or when he would ever visit her universe again. I'm sorry. I didn't expect any of this to happen. Charles's eyes softened. It's all right, Ethan. No one was seriously hurt, and you returned to us safely. That is what matters most now. He offered a faint, chastising smile. But from next time, please be sure to inform us before you decide to test any mysterious, potentially universe-shattering gems. Ethan and Anna both chuckled. You got it, Professor, Ethan said. A faint, almost imperceptible smirk touched Ethan's lips before it vanished. Good. It seems he managed to trick the telepath. The lie about the gem had been a necessary shield, a plausible story to hide the true source of his power, the Omni-Watch on his wrist. He had carefully constructed the tale, weaving just enough truth into the fiction to make it withstand scrutiny. To Charles Xavier, renowned for reading minds, the story would feel coherent, its emotional beats of confusion and fear genuine, because the experimentation was real. Xavier nodded, but his focus sharpened on the most pressing question. This gem of yours, he began, his voice low and intent. The one you took from the scientist. Can you explain who he was? Did you identify any name on him? I took a peek at his ID card, Ethan said casually, his name was Bob Uchiha. Xavier raised an eyebrow and gave a slow, thoughtful nod. I will see what I can uncover about this Bob Uchiha. He steepled his fingers, his focus intensifying. But more pressingly, you mentioned you spent significant time in her universe. Did you learn what she is? The source of her power, is she a mutant like us, or something else entirely? A Viltrumite, Ethan said simply. They're a warrior race. Super strong, durable, fast. Think of them like Kryptonians in DC Comics, but without the whole kryptonite weakness thing. Anna tapped her foot impatiently. She also wanted to turn my boyfriend into her baby daddy. Xavier chuckled softly. Yes, that part was quite clear. Anna's face heated up again. Ugh. Can we forget I ever said that? Ethan grinned. Not a chance. Anna sighed. So, what happens now? Ethan's expression grew serious. I don't know. It was the truth. This was his first time using the Omni-Watch to bring someone with him. He had no idea if her presence here was permanent, or if the Watch's energy would automatically expel her back to her own dimension after some time. Anna rolled her eyes. Great. Another superpowered homewrecker in our house. Ethan smirked. Jealous. Anna scowled. Obviously. Xavier exhaled. For now, we'll keep her under observation. If she's truly stuck here, then we'll need to figure out what to do next. Ethan nodded. Sounds like a plan. Xavier then turned to Anna. And you? How do you feel? Anna flexed her hand before clenching her fist. Stronger. Faster. Like I could punch a hole through a mountain. She smirked. Kinda like Ethan. Ethan chuckled. Careful, babe. If you get too strong, I might have to start dodging. Anna smirked. Like hell you will. Xavier tapped his fingers together. Then we'll have Hank run some tests. In the meantime, Ethan, try to avoid bringing more Viltrumites into our world. Ethan grinned. No promises. As they left the office, Anna nudged Ethan. So. If she is stuck here, what do we do with her? Ethan shrugged. Guess we'll find out. Internally, he was satisfied, he'd successfully fooled one of the world's most powerful telepaths. Yet, a pang of guilt twisted in his chest over lying to Anna. But the secret of the Omni Watch was a truth he isn't ready to share. Meanwhile. In the med bay, Anissa slowly stirred but remained unconscious as Hank and Jean tried to run some tests on her. Like it. Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 18, A Date, edited. The next morning, Ethan and Anna arrived at the danger room, where Logan and Storm were already waiting. The metallic chamber was set for high-intensity combat simulations, and today's goal was simple: Anna needed to adjust to her new Viltrumite strength. Are you ready for this, kid? Logan asked with his arms crossed. Anna cracked her knuckles, born ready, old man. Logan raised an eyebrow. We'll see about that. Storm chuckled. Try not to break the danger room too much, Anna. The repairs take time. Anna grinned. No promises. The session began with basic strength tests, followed by combat drills. Ethan, Logan, and Storm took turns sparring with Anna, helping her get a feel for her enhanced speed, reflexes, and durability. Thanks to Anna absorbing Anissa's memories and experience, she had good control of her strength. She just needed to adjust to her new strength. By the end of the session, the danger room floor was littered with broken machine parts, and Anna stood in the center, barely out of breath. Storm whistled. Well, I'd say you've adapted just fine. Ethan patted Anna's shoulder. Told you it'd be a quick adjustment. Logan grumbled. She's a pain in the ass, just like you. Anna grinned. Ah, you say the sweetest things, Logan. He rolled his eyes. Later that day, Professor X had a private discussion with Jean, Scott, and Storm. He revealed the truth he had gleaned from Ethan, the story of the gem taken from a scientist named Bob Uchiha, its reality-shattering power to travel between universes, how it violently hurled Ethan across dimensions, and the critical, accidental consequence, the arrival of the formidable Anissa. Let me get this straight, Scott said, his voice thick with skepticism. You're telling me some scientist named Bob Uchiha had a gem that can travel between universes, Ethan accidentally used it, and now we have a superpowered woman from another dimension stranded here? Jean, sensing Xavier's honesty, nodded slowly. It's a lot to take in. But I did sense something strange about Anissa's presence. Storm asked. So, what's the plan? If she's stuck here, she's our problem now. Xavier sighed. For now, we observe. We'll determine if she poses a threat or if she can be reasoned with. His expression suddenly turned grave. This is a serious matter. A gem capable of traversing universes is an artifact of immense power and danger if it were to fall into the wrong hands. He shifted his gaze to the team. I need you to find out anything you can about this Bob Uchiha, and gather any data from the facility where Ethan was experimented on. Aurora, he said, turning to Storm, you will lead the investigation. Understood, Professor, Storm replied, her voice calm but resolute. I will assemble a team and begin the investigation immediately. We will find what we can about this Bob Uchiha and the facility. Scott huffed. Great. Another potential disaster waiting to happen. To distract Scott, Xavier then suggested something unexpected. Scott, Jean, you two deserve a break. Take some time off, perhaps a honeymoon trip. Scott opened his mouth to object, insisting they prioritize the investigation immediately given its severity. Xavier raised a hand, his voice calm but firm. I understand the urgency, Scott. But you and Jean are not machines. You have been undertaking X-Men missions without respite for too long. You are both human and you need to rest. This matter will be handled, but not at the cost of your well-being. Jean's eyes widened. Professor, It's my treat, Xavier assured them with a small smile. Enjoy yourselves. Scott and Jean exchanged glances before Scott finally sighed before shaking his head. Well, if you insist. Since it was the weekend, Ethan and Anna took advantage of their free time and went on a date. Their first stop. A horror movie. Anna, who wasn't scared easily, rolled her eyes when Ethan clung to her arm dramatically. "Anna, please protect me," he whispered in mock terror as a ghostly figure jump-scared on screen. Anna smirked, whispering back, "Oh no, my big, strong Ethan is so scared, whatever will I do?" Ethan grinned. "I dunno, maybe a kiss would help." Anna shoved popcorn into his mouth instead. "Nice try, lover boy." After the movie, they walked through the city, stopping at a few shops and grabbing ice cream. Ethan teased Anna about her newfound super strength, jokingly challenging her to an arm wrestling match at a cafe. She nearly broke the table. "Oops," she said innocently. Ethan chuckled. "Remind me never to piss you off." By the evening, they arrived at a normal restaurant for dinner. The night had been perfect so far, but then something interesting happened. After ordering their food, Ethan excused himself to the washroom. When he returned, he saw Anna sitting at the table, smiling sweetly as she talked to a blonde guy in a leather jacket. Ethan's eyebrow twitched. Anna had a teasing grin, fully aware that Ethan was watching. She leaned slightly closer to the guy. "Oh, you're so funny. Ethan sighed before walking up to the table. "Anna," he said casually, "who's your new friend?" Anna turned to him and her grin widening. "Oh, Ethan. This is Johnny. He was just keeping me company while you were gone." Johnny Storm, the future Human Torch, extended his hand. "Nice to meet ya, man." Johnny Storm. Ethan shook his hand, instantly recognizing the name. Future member of the Fantastic Four. Huh. Small world. Johnny smirked. "Your girl's got a hell of a personality." Ethan smirked back. "Oh, trust me, I know." The two chatted for a bit, and despite the initial tension, Ethan found that Johnny was actually pretty fun to be around. Realizing Johnny would be famous in the future, Ethan made sure to establish a friendly relationship. It was always good to have connections. Eventually, Johnny waved them off with a grin. "See you around, Anna." And Ethan. "Try to keep up with her, man." Ethan chuckled. "I'll do my best." As Johnny left, Anna nudged Ethan. "You so got jealous, didn't you?" Ethan scoffed. "Please. I'm not the jealous type." Anna smirked. Sure. Ethan rolled his eyes. "All right, fine. Maybe a little." Anna giggled, linking her arm with his. "Good. I like keeping you on your toes." By the time they returned to the mansion, the night was calm. Ethan walked into his room, seeing Bobby and John already asleep. Lying down, he stared at the ceiling while deep in thought. His life had been surprisingly peaceful lately without much challenge. But something in his gut told him that wouldn't last. Something was coming. Anissa. The Phoenix Force? Or something else entirely? He didn't know what was and exhaled slowly before closing his eyes. Like it. Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 19, Peace is Short-Lived in X Mansion, edited. A few days had passed since Ethan and Anna's eventful date. Jean and Scott had already left for their honeymoon, courtesy of Professor Xavier's generosity. The mansion had been noticeably quieter without them, though it was still lively thanks to the other students. Meanwhile, Anissa remained unconscious. According to Hank, her body had fully recovered, and she could wake up any time now, either today or tomorrow. The day passed as usual, with classes and training. Meanwhile, Storm's investigation into Bob Uchiha was hitting a wall. There were no records, no digital footprint, no history of anyone by that name. It was as if he had never existed. She reported the dead end to Professor X, who immediately convened a session with the Cerebro. The psychic amplifier hummed, its reach extending across the entire globe, searching for the faintest whisper of that specific consciousness. After a long, silent search, Xavier opened his eyes, a new and troubling realization dawning on him. "There is nothing," he stated, his voice low. "No trace of him anywhere on Earth. It seems my initial assumption was incorrect. It is possible this Bob Uchiha was not from our universe at all, but another traveler who arrived here by means of the very same gem." The investigation came to a halt there. With no leads on Earth and the possibility that their target was from another dimension, there was simply nowhere left to look. The trail for Bob Uchiha had gone cold. One day, in the afternoon, Logan and Professor X left the mansion to investigate something Charles had sensed using Cerebro. That left the rest of the students to enjoy a rare free evening. Later that evening, Ethan and his friends decided to play basketball outside. They split into two teams. Team 1, Ethan, Kitty, Angelica, and Kurt. Team 2, Bobby, Anna, John, and Colossus, who had some free time. For fairness, no powers were allowed. However, even without abilities, Ethan still managed to steal the show. His speed, agility, and skill made him dominate the game effortlessly. As the match progressed, more girls gathered around the court, watching and cheering, for Ethan, mostly. Bobby and John groaned while glaring at their ever-growing audience. Why is it always him? Bobby muttered. John sighed. Because the universe just loves him. Colossus, ever the gentleman, shrugged. At least he is humble about it. As the game neared its end, Ethan got the ball. If he scored, his team would win. Anna quickly rushed to block him with determined expression. However, Ethan smirked before licked his lips and whispered, "Damn, you look delicious in that sweatshirt." Anna froze mid-step, her mind stalling. Did he just? Before she could recover, Ethan made the shot. The ball swished through the net. Game over. Kurt shouted excitedly. Angelica and Kitty rushed to hug Ethan, celebrating the victory. Meanwhile, Bobby and John looked devastated. "I swear," John muttered, "if I have to watch another girl throw herself at him, I'm gonna lose it." Bobby nodded. "We really need girlfriends." The crowd of girls watching the game cheered loudly, some even calling out Ethan's name. Anna, who had just recovered from her daze, suddenly blurred forward and punched Ethan in the face. A shockwave rippled through the air from the force of her hit. However, Ethan didn't move an inch. He stood there, completely unaffected. The crowd gasped. Ethan simply rubbed his jaw. "Damn, babe. That was uncalled for." Anna glared at him. "You distracted me with that comment." Ethan smirked. "I only stated the truth." Anna huffed. "You." Before she could continue, Ethan suddenly moved before hugging and lifted her into the air, flying above the mansion. She struggled at first. "Ethan, put me, MMPH." He kissed her mid-air, silencing her protests. For a moment, she resisted, but soon melted into the kiss, wrapping her arms around his neck. Their tongues clashed, battling for dominance, but Ethan won with his experience and adaptation overwhelming her. Anna surrendered, letting him take control as the kiss deepened. When they finally broke apart, a thin string of saliva still connected their lips. Anna panted with her cheeks flushed. "You're lucky I love you." Ethan grinned. "I know." As they floated above the mansion, Ethan reached into his pocket and pulled out a small silver pocket watch. Anna frowned. "Wait, that's..." Ethan nodded. "The Omni Watch. Even though I'm working on a better name, anyway I'm giving it to you." Anna's eyes widened. "Ethan, you never took this off and I thought it was important to you because you asked it back. Why would you?" Ethan shrugged with a faint smile on his lips. "I took it from you before because I needed to test it. I knew it was a bit special, it's an artifact, not as ordinary as it looks. The test is done, and it works perfectly, a bit too perfectly, honestly." He gently placed the watch back into her hand. "Anyway, I'm giving it back to you. Because to me, you are more important than any artifact." He then placed the watch around her neck, securing it gently. "It's best not to use it for a while," he added. "But from now on, it's yours." Anna hesitated, then finally smiled as her heart warming. She wrapped her arms around his waist, hugging him tightly. "Thank you." "For what?" "For coming into my life." Meanwhile, down below, Bobby, Kurt, and John watched the entire thing. Bobby groaned. "We seriously need girlfriends." John nodded. "Agreed." Kurt sighed dramatically. "Mein Gott, I cannot take this anymore." The three looked at each other, as if silently making a decision. Tomorrow, they would start looking for girlfriends. Because there was no way they were spending another day watching Ethan steal the spotlight. The Xavier Institute was quieter than usual that night. Storm had gone out with a few of the girls for a night out, promising to return by tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, Hank was buried deep in his lab, working on a new project involving Anissa's DNA. She had been moved to a separate room for further observation, and for the most part, the mansion was peaceful. Too peaceful. A soft breeze rustled through the trees outside as the moonlight bathed the mansion in a silvery glow. Then, few shadows moved. A group of figures clad in black tactical gear slipped into the mansion grounds, moving with military precision. They scaled the walls effortlessly, using specialized equipment to bypass security. The front gate's cameras flickered, and soon, one by one, the mansion's defenses were disabled. They weren't here for destruction. They were here for someone. Silently, they infiltrated the hallways, methodically opening doors and tossing canisters of sleeping gas into each room. Within minutes, several students were unconscious, their breath slow and steady as they were pulled from their beds and taken away. One of the intruders slowly pushed open another door. They tossed a smoke canister inside, expecting the usual reaction. Instead, they were sent flying back, hard. "What the hell?" one of the men cursed, barely rolling to his feet. The smoke cleared, revealing a woman with glowing violet eyes sitting up on her bed. Her expression was annoyed, her tone sharp. Who the hell dares to wake me up? It's Anissa. The two men hesitated for only a second before they raised their weapons and fired sleep darts at her. They bounced off and Anissa's eyes darkened. She tilted her head, then smirked, but there was no humor in it. Wrong move. Before they could react, she was already in front of them. 2 seconds. That was all it took. A single sharp movement, one throat crushed, one spine snapped. Their bodies hit the floor soundlessly. The rest of the intruders heard the disturbance. Someone is awake. Engage. More figures rushed in with their weapons drawn. Anissa didn't wait. She lunged forward and her movements blurring as she tore through them with deadly efficiency. Gunfire erupted, but the bullets bounced harmlessly off her skin. The noise of the battle echoed through the mansion, and it was enough to wake them all, more importantly Ethan and Anna. Within seconds, both of them arrived at the scene, their eyes scanning the chaos. Due to their enhanced senses and speed, they arrived before anyone here. Hank is also on the way there. The mansion hall was littered with bodies, all belonging to intruders dressed in tactical gear. Standing in the middle of it all was Anissa. Her hands dripped with blood and her expression is unreadable. She turned her eyes toward Ethan and Anna. We need to talk. Anna narrowed his eyes, taking in the situation. 30 men, all dead. You took them all down. Anissa simply nodded. Ethan surveyed the scene, the bodies of the intruders sprawled across the mansion floor, the lingering scent of gunpowder in the air, and Anissa standing in the center of it all with her hands still stained with blood. With a sigh, he ran a hand through his hair and muttered, "Peace is short-lived here." Like it. Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 20, A Demanding Guest, edited. The next morning, the sun rose over the Xavier mansion, casting golden hues across the vast estate. The usual peace of the morning was short-lived as few members gathered in the main hall, awaiting the return of Professor Xavier and Logan. Storm and Betsy had returned from their girls' night out and were immediately briefed by Hank about the previous night's events. The corridors still bore signs of the intrusion, damaged walls, lingering scorch marks, and the faint scent of smoke in the air. The bodies of the attackers had been discreetly disposed of, but the tension from the ambush still lingered. The Blackbird jet descended smoothly onto the landing strip near Xavier's mansion, its engines humming before shutting down. As the ramp lowered, Professor Xavier and Logan stepped out, accompanied by a young girl in a yellow trench coat, fingerless gloves, and pink sunglasses. She blew a bubble with her gum before popping it loudly. However, as they approached the mansion, Jubilee's excitement faded, replaced by confusion as she took in the damage. The corridors bore scorch marks, walls were cracked, and a few doors were either broken or barely hanging onto their hinges. She raised an eyebrow and turned to Logan. Damn. Is the mansion short on funding or something? Logan smirked, his sharp eyes scanning the destruction. Nah, kid. Looks like someone had one hell of a fight here last night. Professor Xavier's expression darkened as he assessed the extent of the damage. He reached out with his telepathy, sensing the remnants of heightened emotions, fear, anger, aggression. Something, or someone, had attacked, and it wasn't just a small incident. His gaze shifted further inside, where a group of students lingered in the hallway, Kitty, Bobby, John, and a few others who looked uneasy. Xavier wheeled forward, "Everyone, this is Jubilee, she's a new student here at the Institute," and addressed Kitty. "Kitty, I'd like you to give our new student a tour of the mansion. She'll be staying here from now on." Jubilee waved. "Yo, what's up, people?" Kitty, who is always eager to welcome new students, stepped forward. "Come on, I'll show you around. You can meet the rest of the gang." Jubilee grinned. "Sweet. Hope the food here's better than my last school." As Kitty led Jubilee away, Xavier's gaze shifted toward the mansion's interior. His eyes narrowed as he took in the damage. What happened here? Hank, who came after Professor, sends a telepathic message, cleared his throat. "Professor, Logan, I think it's best if we discuss this in your office." Professor Xavier's office. Inside the Xavier's office room, the atmosphere was tense. Xavier sat at his desk while Logan stood with his arms crossed. Storm and Betsy leaned against the wall, listening intently. Hank, Ethan, Anna, and Anissa sat across from them. Hank began, "Last night, the mansion was infiltrated by an unknown group. They used sleeping gas and tranquilizers, likely searching for a specific target. However, before they could accomplish anything, he glanced at Anissa, our guest eliminated them. Completely." Logan's brows furrowed, "You're saying she killed all of them? Alone?" Anissa remained silent with her arms crossed and is unfazed by the discussion. Anna sighed. "I was surprised too. She didn't attack anyone here, though. She just wanted answers. I told her to wait until you got back, Professor. Didn't want her losing control." Xavier's sharp gaze turned toward Anissa. "And how are you feeling now? Have you fully recovered?" Anissa leaned back in her chair, I want answers, she said firmly. Where am I? Who are you people? And what the hell is going on? Her tone was sharp, but Ethan noticed something else. She was assessing them. She had been quiet all morning, observing. The way her gaze lingered on Anna in particular made Ethan uneasy. Anna narrowed her eyes, already sensing hostility. Anissa wasn't just assessing threats, she was sizing them up. Anissa clenched her fists. If someone like Anna existed, someone who could restrain a Viltrumite, then that meant there could be others out there who could not only harm but kill her kind. That was a problem. But her greatest concern. Ethan Carter. Her initial goal was to breed with the Laugh Viltrumite, Mark Grayson. But Mark was weak. A disappointment. Even by normal Viltrumite standards, he lacked the necessary ruthlessness. Ethan, however. He was different. Strong. Perhaps stronger than her. His power intrigued her. If she could have a child with him, their offspring would be unmatched. Her thoughts were interrupted when Xavier spoke again. Ethan, perhaps you should explain the situation in full. Ethan sighed before running a hand down his face. He gave Xavier a look as if to say, why don't you explain it? But ultimately, he relented. Fine, he relented before leaning forward in his chair. He then began to meticulously recount the explanation he had previously given the X-Men. Anissa scoffed. Multiverse. Do you really expect me to believe? It's the truth, Storm interrupted, he isn't lying. Ethan continued, I ended up in your world by accident when I was experimenting with the gem. That's how I ran into you. I didn't mean to bring you along, but now, here we are. Anissa frowned and her mind racing. A gem capable of traversing the Omniverse. She had never heard of such a thing. She glanced at the others. None of them looked like they were joking. Her gaze shifted to Anna, who pulled the silver pocket watch from around her neck. Anissa's eyes narrowed. If this was true, then that meant she was in an entirely different universe. The meeting room was heavy with silence after Ethan's revelation. Anissa sat with her arms crossed, her sharp eyes watching everyone, especially Ethan, while Anna sat beside him with her fingers lightly tracing the silver pocket watch hanging around her neck. Logan, who had been leaning against the wall, suddenly pushed off and stepped forward as his brows furrowed in disbelief. What the hell's a multiverse? He asked gruffly. Ethan already knew this was bound to come up. He glanced at Hank, silently prompting him to take over. Hank adjusted his glasses and leaned forward, lacing his fingers together. In simple terms, Logan, the multiverse theory suggests that there isn't just one universe, there are many, possibly an infinite number. Each one exists in parallel, with variations of people, events, and even completely different laws of physics. Logan gave him a skeptical look. So you're telling me there are other versions of me out there? Hank nodded. Possibly. Some universes could be nearly identical to ours, while others could be drastically different. Ethan here, according to what he's saying, got a gem that allows him to travel between these realities. Logan crossed his arms. A gem that lets you jump worlds. Ethan smirked slightly but didn't answer directly. It's more complicated than that, but yeah, that's the basic idea. Logan raised an eyebrow. And where did you get such a thing? Ethan leaned back in his chair, keeping his expression neutral. I told these guys already. I got it from Bob, one of the scientists at the lab where I was experimented on. I didn't question where he got it from. Hank frowned. Yet you never let anyone study it. Ethan shrugged, a defensive edge in his voice. I'm not exactly eager to hand over something I took from the people who experimented on me. And after a few days, I found it was just a dormant rock. I dismissed it as nothing extraordinary and didn't bother with it, until it decided to bother me. Professor Xavier, who had been observing everyone's reactions, finally spoke. If others knew such a gem exists, then the potential dangers are immeasurable. There may be others searching for it, individuals or forces who could use it for far more destructive purposes. That's why it is best to keep it hidden. The room fell into another heavy silence. Logan exhaled sharply. Well, hell. Guess peace is never an option around here. Anissa sat still and her sharp gaze sweeping across the room, taking in the faces of the mutants around her. She was still processing everything, the so-called multiverse, the strange powers Ethan and his girlfriend possessed, and most of all, the gem that had somehow brought her here. Her mind worked quickly, assessing her situation. This was an unfamiliar world, and despite Ethan's explanations, she wasn't ready to blindly trust anything he or his allies said. She needed proof. Proof of where she was, proof of what dangers existed here, and most importantly, proof of whether or not these people were truly as strong as they seemed. If this world is full of weaklings, she thought, then I have nothing to fear. But if there are others like Ethan, or worse, stronger than me, then I need to tread carefully. Still, the only two who truly concerned her were Ethan and his little girlfriend. She didn't know exactly what Anna was, but the fact that she had been able to restrain a Viltrumite, even momentarily, meant she was dangerous. Anissa wasn't foolish enough to underestimate her. I'll observe them, she decided. Blend in. Learn their strengths, their weaknesses, and see if this world has anything worth fearing. She leaned back and smirked. Fine. If that's the case, then Ethan, you have to take responsibility for me. The room went dead silent. Anna blinked. Excuse me. Ethan groaned and is already feeling a headache coming on. And what exactly do you mean by that? Anissa smiled coyly. Simple. You brought me here. So now, I expect you to help me. And in return. She leaned forward before smirking at Anna. I'll stay by your side. Anna's fists clenched. Like hell you will. Anissa's smirk grew. What's wrong? Afraid I'll take him from you. Anna's eyes flashed with anger. Try it, and I'll put you back in a coma. Ethan sighed before looking around for support. But to his dismay, everyone, Storm, Betsy, Hank, Logan, was teasingly watching the exchange. Even Xavier's lips twitched in amusement. Ethan groaned. Oh, come on. A little help here. Betsy smirked. Nope. This is way too entertaining. Storm chuckled. Agreed. You seem to have quite the dilemma, Ethan. Logan smirked while shaking his head. You're on your own, bub. Anna's temper was rising. He's mine, got it. We've been together since the start. Anissa tilted her head. Oh. And yet, I don't see a ring on his finger. Anna snapped. You. Before she could launch herself at Anissa, Ethan quickly pulled her back. All right, enough. Can we not turn my life into a soap opera? Anissa chuckled and is clearly enjoying herself. Ethan exhaled while rubbing his temples. He had a feeling this was just the beginning of his problems. Anissa's gaze flickered to the pocket watch hanging around Anna's neck, its silver surface reflecting the light of the room. That one looks good, she remarked, her tone casual yet probing. Internally, she dismissed their story about the gem being destroyed. It was a logical lie, one she might have told herself to protect such a power. But if their unlikely tale was true, if a mere gem could grant access to the Omniverse, then the Viltrumite Empire's destiny was greater than anyone had ever imagined. Her lips curled into a slight, predatory smile at the thought. Anna, however, caught her smile. Her grip instinctively tightened around the watch and her expression shifting to a scowl. Why are you looking at it like that? Anissa tried to change the subject, her voice dripping with false casualness. I'm curious about that piece, she said, her eyes lingering on the watch. It's beautiful, and has a certain charm to it. How about you give it to me? I promise I'll take good care of it. Anna's eyes narrowed. That's not happening. Anissa arched an eyebrow while feigning innocence. Why not? You're not even using it. Because it's not yours, Anna shot back, it's mine. Anissa leaned forward slightly before resting her elbows on her knees. Oh. Ethan sighed while rubbing his temples again. Here we go. The tension in the room thickened as the two women locked eyes, an invisible battle of wills beginning to unfold. Anna stood her ground. I don't trust you. You haven't earned the right to use it. Anissa scoffed. Earned the right? And what exactly have you done to earn it? Anna smirked. Unlike you, I don't have to. Ethan and everyone trusts me. Then perhaps he should reconsider, Anissa said before shifting her gaze to Ethan. Ethan gave her a flat look. Anissa exhaled sharply through her nose. TCH. The others in the room watched the exchange with varying expressions. Logan crossed his arms and muttered, this is gonna be a damn headache. Betsy had an amused smirk, enjoying the tension. Storm watched carefully, her posture calm but ready. Hank was more intrigued than anything, his scientific curiosity piqued by the device and Anissa's motivations. Professor Xavier remained silent and is simply observing. He already knew what Anissa is planning. Finally, Anissa leaned back, shrugging. Fine. Keep your little trinket. But don't expect me to stop being interested in it. Anna's glare didn't waver. Then don't expect me to trust you anytime soon. Ethan sighed again while looking up at the ceiling. Yeah, peace really doesn't last long around here. Maybe I should move out of here, I've already become strong enough and there's no point in being there other than being dragged into unnecessary drama. He then looked at Anna who looks at Anissa like she can eat her alive, I should also ask Anna to come with me. Professor Xavier folded his hands in front of him and his sharp gaze settling on Anissa. Now that we've established the situation, I believe it's time for you to introduce yourself properly. Anissa sat back and is exuding confidence as she spoke. My name is Anissa. I am a warrior of the Viltrumite Empire, an empire that thrives on strength, discipline, and order. We are the pinnacle of evolution, a race dedicated to bringing stability to the cosmos. Weakness has no place among us. Her words were carefully chosen, painting the Viltrumite Empire as something noble, a force for balance and control rather than what it truly was, a brutal expansionist force that crushed civilizations under its heel. The way she spoke made some of the X-Men uneasy, but her tone was smooth, persuasive. Betsy gave her a skeptical look, while Hank adjusted his glasses, clearly analyzing every word. Professor Xavier, however, saw right through her. He nodded but didn't smile. That is an interesting perspective, Ms. Anissa. Xavier then turned to Ethan. Since it was your actions that brought her here, Ethan, I believe it is your responsibility to ensure she does not become a problem. Anna immediately protested. Professor, you can't be serious. She's dangerous. You saw what she did last night. Yes, and I also saw that Ethan is one of the few people who can restrain her if necessary, Xavier replied evenly. His strength makes him uniquely suited for this task. Anissa smirked at Anna with her arms crossed. Looks like I'll be under Ethan's care then. How fortunate for me. Anna clenched her fists. Like hell you are. I'll be watching you too. Xavier simply nodded. That is acceptable. Ethan and Anna will both be responsible for keeping an eye on Ms. Anissa. This is not up for debate. Anna glared at Anissa who merely smiled in amusement. Ethan realized he wasn't getting out of this. Fine, fine. We'll watch her. But if she steps out of line, we handle it our way. That is all I ask, Xavier said. Now, you're all dismissed. Ethan, Anna, and Anissa left the room, stepping into the hallway where a few of the others were waiting. Bobby and John had been curious about what was going on and were watching from outside of the room. Bobby was the first to speak. So, are we just pretending like she didn't kill a bunch of intruders last night? No, Ethan said. But we're gonna keep an eye on her. Anissa smirked. I'm standing right here, you know. Yeah, we know, Anna shot back. Meanwhile, back in the meeting room, Xavier let out a quiet sigh. That woman is more dangerous than she lets on. Logan grunted. Figured as much. What else did you see? Xavier's expression darkened. She's intelligent. Ruthless. She sees the world through the lens of dominance and control. In her mind, weakness is something to be erased, not protected. And she has no hesitation when it comes to killing. Hank looking troubled. That's concerning. If she's as cunning as you say, then she might be planning something already. Trust me, she already planned something. Storm folded her arms. Then we'll keep a close watch on her. No one makes a move in this mansion without us knowing. Agreed, Logan said. If she tries anything, we shut it down fast. Xavier nodded. For now, we observe. But make no mistake, this is a dangerous situation. And if she ever turns against us, we must be ready. And, Death of the Endless won the poll for the third female lead. Like it? Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 21, A Choice to Make, edited. After settling Anissa and Jubilee into their new rooms, the mansion returned to its usual rhythm, though the air was still thick with tension. Outside, Bobby, John, Kurt, Kitty, Jubilee, and Anissa stood on the vast lawn, with Kitty and Bobby enthusiastically showing Jubilee around. And over there's the playgrounds, Kitty explained. We even have danger room below, that's where we practice combat, test our powers, and, you know, try not to die when Logan's training us. Jubilee raised an eyebrow. Sounds intense. Oh, it is, Bobby added. Logan's new here but his training is basically torture disguised as exercise. Meanwhile, Anissa remained quiet, observing everything carefully. She had no interest in the mansion's amenities, what she wanted was knowledge about this world and the people in it. Every interaction, every show of strength or weakness, was stored in her mind. She had already determined that Ethan and his little girlfriend, Anna, were powerful enough to restrain her. The others? She wasn't sure yet. This world had surprises, and she intended to learn them all before making her move. But something else occupied her thoughts, the gem. A gem that allows travel across the multiverse. If the Viltrumite Empire could harness its power, they wouldn't just rule the galaxy, they would rule everything. Anna slowed down as now she and Anissa are some distance away from the group. Unconsciously, her gaze drifted back to the watch hanging from Anna's neck, its steady presence a silent anchor in the room. The simple, rhythmic ticking seemed to pull at her attention, a constant, quiet reminder of the mystery it represented. A sharp realization cut through her. She remembered now, the same watch had been hanging around Ethan's neck in the blinding light that had torn them from her universe and brought them here. Her eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly on the innocuous accessory. This little trinket, this must be the gem they spoke of. The lie was clever. And apparently, even the girl wearing it now was unaware of its true nature. A slow, calculating smile touched her lips. The key to the Omniverse was dangling right in front of her, and no one else even knew it except Ethan and her. The thought solidified in her mind: he had given the watch to Anna as a deliberate safeguard. By placing it on someone who appeared innocent and uninformed, he had created a perfect layer of misdirection to keep its true nature concealed. Anna noticed her gaze and narrowed her eyes. "You keep looking at this again and again. Why?" Anissa didn't hesitate. "I'm curious. As I said earlier, I want it." Anissa's expression was neutral, but there was a glint of interest in her eyes. Anna scoffed. "Not happening." "Why not?" Anissa tilted her head slightly. "Afraid I'll break it. Afraid you'll steal it." Anna's voice was firm. "I don't trust you." "Then we have something in common," Anissa replied with a smirk. Anna replied sharply, "It's not your place to be curious about this. We'll find a way to send you to our universe, but until then, keep your eyes and hands off it." Anissa smirked. "Touchy, aren't we?" "I only asked because, well, maybe it's wasted on someone like you." Anna's eyes flashed. "Wasted? Don't take it personally," Anissa said with a dismissive wave of her hand. "It's just a watch that charming deserves an owner with the strength to protect it and the charm to do it justice. Something a fragile little girl simply cannot provide." Anna clenched her fists. "And what? You think you're that person?" Anissa's smirk widened, a flash of arrogant pride in her eyes. "Perhaps I am. I am a warrior, after all. It is my nature to be both powerful and beautiful. Such a treasure would be far safer with me than with a child." Anna scoffed before stepping closer. "Listen to me, and listen carefully. This watch isn't some toy you can take and experiment with. I don't trust you, and I definitely don't trust what you'd do with this." Anissa met her gaze without backing down, a taunting glint in her eyes. "Then maybe you're just afraid of your boyfriend getting attention from me while I'm wearing it on my neck," she countered, her voice a low, challenging purr. "Perhaps you worry he'll find a true equal more interesting." The tension between them was obvious, but before it could escalate, Ethan appeared. "Anna, can I talk to you?" She hesitated before giving Anissa one last glare and nodding. "Fine." Ethan pulled her aside, leading her away from the group and into the quiet of the trees. He smiled playfully. "You know, I kind of like you being this possessive." Anna felt her face heat up. "Shut up." Ethan leaned in, pressing a soft kiss to her lips. She kissed him back, letting herself melt into it for a moment. But then, Ethan pulled away, his expression turning serious. "I need to talk to you about something important." Anna frowned. "What is it?" Ethan exhaled. "I'm leaving the X-Mansion." Her eyes widened. "What?" "Not immediately," he clarified. "Next month." "But I can't stay here forever, Anna. I need to go out into the world, make a name for myself. I don't want to just sit here and depend on others." Anna looked away and her mind is racing. "But, you're the one who told me there are people here who care about me." "And I still believe that," Ethan said. "But you and I both know that mutants aren't safe in this world. I need to be stronger. We need to be stronger. We can grow strong here, but being strong isn't enough. We also need connection and name for ourselves. That's why I want you to come with me." She hesitated. I don't know." Ethan smiled softly while brushing a strand of hair from her face before kissing her forehead. "It's not like we'd be leaving forever. We can come back anytime. And if you don't want to go, you can stay here. I'll visit you whenever I can." Anna bit her lip and is conflicted. She wanted to be with him, but this was the first real home she had. Then, she glanced down and pulled the watch from under her shirt. "What about Anissa?" Ethan's gaze darkened slightly. "Naturally, she's coming with me. I can't leave her here." "Why?" "Because she's dangerous." His voice was firm. "She might not look like it all the time, but I haven't forgotten what she really is. I know she can't kill me, but if I let my guard down, she can kill others I care about." Anna clenched the watch tightly in her hands. "You're planning to befriend her?" Ethan sighed. "If she can be turned into an ally, she'd be useful. If not, I'll deal with it." Anna was silent for a long time before nodding slowly. "You're not forcing me to decide now, right?" "No," Ethan assured her. "Take your time. I'm leaving next month, you can make your choice by then." She looked down at the watch in her hand, then up at him. "Why did you give this to me, Ethan?" Ethan didn't want to reveal it, but he wanted to be truthful to her, so he hesitated before answering truthfully. "Because it's bonded to me." Anna's eyes widened. "What?" "As I told you before, it's not as ordinary as it looks. It's an artifact, and it's bonded to me," he explained, his voice softening. I can always sense its location. That's how I knew where you were when you left the mansion. He met her gaze, his expression earnest. If you're ever in danger, that bond is what will allow me to get to you fast. Her grip on the watch loosened as her expression softened. Ethan stepped closer before wrapping his arms around her. I like you, Anna. No. I love you. You're my first girlfriend, and I don't want anything to happen to you. Anna felt her heart race as he spoke, his voice filled with sincerity. This world treats mutants harshly, he continued, his grip tightening slightly. And not just mutants, there are countless dangers out there. I know it. That's why I want to protect you. If you have this, I can always find you, no matter where you are. She looked down at the watch in her hand, emotion swirling in her chest, before meeting his eyes and smiled as her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I love you too, Ethan. She kissed him, pouring all her emotions into it before pulling away and holding up the watch. From what you've told me, this thing is too precious, Anna said, her voice low and earnest as she held the watch. And I can tell you're not telling me its full functions, but it's fine. I trust you. Her grip tightened slightly, her knuckles paling. But if it falls into the wrong hands? She trailed off, I don't even want to think about what could happen. She took a deep breath and placed the watch around Ethan's neck. So, you keep it with you? Anna. Nope, she interrupted while smiling as she poked his chest. Don't argue. I'm also training and growing stronger. Don't think for a second that your girlfriend is going to stay weak. Ethan sighed while shaking his head with a smirk. All right. You win. I always do, she teased before kissing him again. The night was quiet as Ethan walked toward Professor Xavier's office. The mansion was dimly lit, and most of the students had already settled in for the night. He began to wonder why the professor had asked for him alone. When he reached the office, the door was already opened. Professor Xavier was seated at his desk with his hands folded in front of him and had a contemplative look in his eyes. Come in, Ethan, the professor said with a calm yet firm voice. Ethan stepped inside and closed the door behind him. He could tell by the professor's serious expression that this wasn't just a casual conversation. You wanted to see me, Professor? Ethan asked before taking a seat. Charles nodded. Yes, Ethan. Please, sit. Ethan took the offered chair, his posture relaxed but his mind already racing. The professor didn't waste time. Xavier nodded. Yes, it's about the gem. Ethan's eyes narrowed slightly. What about it? The professor leaned forward slightly. I believe it's in everyone's best interest if we erase all memories of the gem from the minds of those who know about it. Erase their memories? Xavier sighed. Ethan, I understand that you only told them the truth because the situation demanded it, but this kind of knowledge is dangerous. If a powerful telepath were to uncover it, if the wrong person found out what that a gem is truly capable of, they would stop at nothing to find and take it for themselves. To be honest, it didn't matter if they searched for the gem or not, since it never existed in the first place. That's why he offered no resistance to the suggestion. So, what are you suggesting? Ethan asked, his voice laced with hesitation. I will erase all memories of the gem, Xavier explained. I will alter their recollections so that Anissa is simply an alien who crash-landed on Earth. Nothing more, nothing less. But what about Anissa? She's not from this world. If you're altering memories, we need a cover story for her. Xavier nodded. I'll adjust her memories as well. She'll believe she's an alien who arrived on this planet by accident. It's the simplest explanation, and it accounts for her abilities without revealing the multiverse. Ethan rubbed his temple. Fine. Do it. The professor leaned forward slightly. Be careful with her, Ethan. She's dangerous, and her intentions toward you are complicated. Ethan smirked. Yeah, no kidding. But I can handle her. There's something else, isn't there? The professor asked, his piercing eyes studying him carefully. Ethan exhaled and leaned back in his chair. Yeah. I'm planning to leave next month. Xavier didn't look surprised in the slightest. Instead, he nodded knowingly. I expected as much. Ethan raised an eyebrow. Oh. You're not gonna try and convince me to stay. Xavier chuckled softly. Ethan, I can sense ambition when I see it. And ambitious people like you can't stay in one place for long. Ethan smirked slightly. That obvious, huh? The professor folded his hands together. You remind me of others I've encountered in my life, people who were never content with simply existing in one place, no matter how comfortable it was. You seek more. Experience. Growth. Purpose. Ethan was silent for a moment, then nodded. You're right. This place is great, and I've made friends here, but I can't stay. I need to make a name for myself and grow stronger. Also build something of my own. After a moment, the professor's expression turned serious again. Will Anna be going with you? Ethan sighed. I asked her, but she's still thinking about it. She cares for you deeply, Xavier said. Whatever choice she makes, respect it. Ethan sighed. Yeah, I know. After a brief pause, he cleared his throat. By the way, I could use some money. Xavier raised an amused eyebrow. Money. Ethan looked a little embarrassed. I need some for the trip. I'm planning to go to New York. The professor chuckled softly. And what exactly do you plan on doing in New York? Ethan smirked. Visiting an older woman. Xavier's eyes twinkled with curiosity. I assume this isn't just some casual visit. Ethan shrugged. Let's just say she's someone worth meeting. The professor studied him for a moment before smiling. Very well. I'll arrange the funds for you. Ethan grinned. Thanks, Professor. Xavier nodded, then closed his eyes and pressed his fingers against his temple. A wave of psychic energy pulsed outward, altering the memories of everyone who had known about the gem. When he opened his eyes, only he and Ethan remained aware of the truth. It's done, Xavier said. Ethan exhaled deeply, knowing that from now on, the secret of the Omniwatch was safer. Like it. Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 22, The Descent of the Phoenix. 2 days later, Ethan found himself standing in front of a peculiar house, 177A Bleecker Street in Greenwich Village, New York. The Sanctum Sanctorum. This was the place where Earth's most powerful sorcerers gathered, a hub of mystic energy hidden in plain sight. Ethan had come here with one goal, to learn magic. He knew that, with his current abilities, he could survive nearly anything. But survival wasn't enough. What if someone trapped him in the mirror dimension? If he didn't have a way out, it would be game over. Magic offered more than just power, it was utility, knowledge, and adaptability. Teleportation, transmutation, defensive wards, all of these could prove invaluable in his future plans. Besides, if he was going to establish his own power base, magic could become one of his greatest assets. For now, Anissa was staying with Anna, Kitty, and Angelica. He had chosen to come alone. Not only because he didn't want distractions, but also because he wanted to see what the Ancient One knew about him. Would she sense the Omniwatch? Would she know where he truly came from? Can she see his future with Time Stone? He had many questions and there is only one way to find the answers. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward and knocked on the massive wooden doors. After a few seconds, the door creaked open, revealing a man in a monk-like robe. He was a tall, stern-looking man who eyed Ethan from head to toe. Ethan gave a polite nod. I'm Ethan Carter, and I'm here to meet the Ancient One. The men studied him for a moment before stepping aside. She's expecting you. Ethan smirked slightly. Of course, she is. With the Time Stone in her possession, she could have easily peered into the future and foreseen this visit. He had already considered a dozen different scenarios about how this meeting might go. The men led Ethan deeper into the sanctum. The architecture was just like in the movies, ancient, mysterious, and grand. Eventually, they reached a large door. As the men pushed it open, Ethan saw something unusual. The other side of the door led to an entirely different location. A courtyard, filled with monks practicing their forms, with towering mountains in the distance. Camartage. The men led him inside, where he was greeted by another monk, a woman this time, who guided him through the halls. After a few turns, they reached a peaceful room where a bald woman in traditional robes sat calmly sipping tea. The Ancient One. She exuded a sense of wisdom, power, and serenity, yet Ethan could tell that beneath the surface, she was observing him with intense scrutiny. He stepped forward and was about to introduce himself when she raised a hand, cutting him off. You're too eager, Mr. Carter. Her voice was calm yet firm. Sit down. Have some tea. Calm yourself. Ethan chuckled and took a seat. She wasn't wrong. He was eager. Who wouldn't be? Magic was a whole new world of possibilities, and he wanted to dive in immediately. After a few moments of silence, the Ancient One set her cup down and spoke again. You know, Carter, I could ask how you know about me and Camartage. But that wouldn't get me an honest answer, would it? Ethan tensed slightly. He could already tell where this was going. But let's skip that question, she continued, her gaze piercing into him. We both know you don't want to answer it. Instead, tell me, why do you want to learn magic? Ethan met her gaze without hesitation. I want to be stronger. And for that, I need magic. She chuckled softly before shaking her head. You're already strong, Carter. Why seek more power? Ethan smirked. Because I'm not stronger than you. The Ancient One tilted her head slightly. Is that all? Strength for the sake of strength. Ethan exhaled. He knew she would push him to justify his reasoning. I seek strength so I can live peacefully in this world, he admitted. If I were just some regular guy, maybe I wouldn't care. But I know what's out there. I know there are beings who can erase timelines, who can rewrite reality itself. His gaze darkened. As the saying goes, once you look into the abyss looks back at you. The Ancient One's expression became unreadable as Ethan continued. Also, I want to protect the ones I love. That made her smile slightly. And that is where the real answer lies, isn't it? Ethan simply nodded. She set down her cup and stood. Very well, Carter. Stand up. He followed her lead, standing a few feet away. The Ancient One raised her hand and pressed her thumb against his forehead. It may be a bit early for you, but it doesn't really matter. She smiled. The starting point of magic is to open your eyes. And then, everything changed. Suddenly, Ethan felt himself being yanked from his body. His vision blurred, and in an instant, he was no longer standing in Camartage. Instead, he was hurtling through space and time, seeing realms beyond human comprehension. He passed through the quantum realm, where everything was infinitely small and constantly shifting. He saw eldritch dimensions, filled with ever-changing energy. Then, his vision zoomed out even further, galaxies, universes, entire timelines flashed before his eyes. And then he saw it. A dark, pulsating void, a place of ever-hungry, writhing tendrils and infinite chaos. The dark dimension. For a split second, he felt the presence of something watching him. But just as quickly as it happened, he was pulled back. Ethan gasped as he snapped back into his body, his mind began processing everything he had seen. But unlike most students, who would be panting in shock, he simply exhaled deeply, his mind suddenly feeling clearer than before. The Ancient One observed him with quiet amusement. Most people collapse after experiencing that. But you're different, Carter. Ethan smirked, though his thoughts were still racing. The Ancient One nodded approvingly. You may begin your training next month. But remember, Carter, power is not just about strength. It is about control, wisdom, and purpose. She leaned forward slightly. And one piece of advice, do not reveal your cards so easily. Ethan understood the hidden meaning behind her words. He had been too open about his powers and knowledge. The Ancient One was warning him to be more careful. He nodded. I'll keep that in mind. She smiled. Good. Then I will see you soon. A monk arrived to guide Ethan back outside. As he stepped out of Camartage, he couldn't help but feel a newfound sense of direction. Magic wasn't just power, it was knowledge, perspective, and an entirely new way to shape reality. And soon, he would make it his own. As Ethan left, the Ancient One's expression turned serious. She murmured to herself, I cannot see your future, Carter. Her eyes narrowed slightly. But I have seen fragments. And I know one thing for certain. She exhaled. You are going to become a force to be reckoned with. Her gaze lingered on the doorway where Ethan had just left. Let's hope your humanity remains, even after acquiring powers beyond God's. Ethan stepped out of the sanctum, a small smile forming on his lips. He had taken the first step toward learning magic. Soon, he would begin his training in magic. With it, he would eliminate one of his biggest weaknesses, dimensional traps. If someone sealed him inside the mirror dimension without a sling ring, he'd be stuck forever. He also thought if he increased his strength enough, he can destroy the mirror dimension and get out. But he wasn't sure how much time it will take. Besides, learning magic also had other advantages. Teleportation, transmutation, energy manipulation, there was no reason not to learn it. Then, his thoughts drifted to Anna. Maybe if she agrees to leave the mansion, she can also learn magic. A smile crossed his face as he imagined her simply absorbing the memories of every sorcerer here and instantly becoming a master of the mystic arts. It was almost unfair how broken her ability was. But then, he shook his head, pushing the thought away. He looked up at the sky, breathing in the fresh air. The day was clear, the sun shining brightly. But then, an orange dot appeared in the sky. At first, he ignored it, but it grew larger. His eyes narrowed, zooming in to get a better look. His eyes widened in shock, Phoenix. The name echoed in his mind as memories surfaced. The Phoenix will return. Ethan wasted no time as his body vanished in a flash, soaring into the air after the descending Firebird. On the outskirts of the city, Ethan followed the Firebird from a distance. He didn't want to get too close just yet. He needed to see where it was going, what it was heading toward. The flaming entity streaked across the sky, crashing violently into a wasteland, the impact shaking the ground and sending dust and debris flying into the air. Ethan landed near the massive crater that had formed upon impact. His boots crunched against the scorched earth as he carefully descended into the pit. His eyes widened as he caught sight of a woman at the center. She was lying unconscious, her clothes tattered, her red hair disheveled but unmistakable. Jean. But something was different. This wasn't the Jean he knew. She looked younger, as if she had just emerged from another time. Her entire body was still radiating a burning, golden aura, remnants of the Phoenix Force flickering around her. Taking a cautious step forward, Ethan suddenly felt an intense heat surge toward him. Before he could react, flames erupted, engulfing his body in a burning inferno. His clothes incinerated instantly. His money, his cell phone, all gone in seconds. His skin charred as the fire ate away at him. Yet, he felt no pain as his body adapted. His cells regenerated rapidly, repairing the damage almost as quickly as it occurred. His evolutionary ability kicked in, adjusting his physiology to withstand the immense temperature. The Phoenix flames couldn't harm him anymore. Pushing forward, he finally reached her and gently scooped her into his arms. Her body was still burning with residual cosmic energy, but it didn't affect him anymore. As he held her, her eyes snapped open. They weren't Jean's eyes. They were burning, literally. Two golden infernos stared back at him. Before Ethan could react, reality itself shifted. One moment he was standing in the crater. The next, he was floating in outer space. His breath caught as he found himself suspended in the void. Stars stretched endlessly before him, galaxies spinning like specks of dust. The vastness of the cosmos surrounded him. And then, he saw it. A colossal, fiery bird. The Phoenix. It let out a piercing cry, the sound reverberating through the cosmos, a call that sent shivers down Ethan's spine. It was watching him. Judging him. Testing him. The bird flapped its massive wings and then, without warning, it dove straight into him and Jean. The impact was blinding. Fire and energy merged into his very being. And then, Ethan blinked as his eyes snapping open. He was back in the crater. The flames had died down. The burning energy surrounding Jean had vanished, leaving her unconscious but unharmed in his arms. Ethan, however, felt different. Something inside him had changed. He could feel it. A fragment of that power, of that cosmic force, now lingered within him. Ethan looked down at Jean, who remained unconscious and her breathing is steady. His grip around her tightened. What the hell just happened? And, any suggestions for hero name of Ethan? I'm thinking of either Immortal or Invincible. Like it. Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 23, The Doppelganger's Arrival. Ethan stood at the edge of the crater, his body still radiating residual heat from the encounter. His upper body was bare, his muscular frame exposed, while his pants were singed from the flames. The Omniwatch hung securely around his neck, seemingly unaffected by the fire that had consumed everything else. As he glanced down at the unconscious redhead in his arms, her eyes fluttered open. Jean Grey slowly regained consciousness, blinking in confusion as she took in her surroundings. Her gaze landed on Ethan, her expression quickly shifting from confusion to alarm. "Who are you?" she demanded as she quickly got away from him. She began looking around at the unfamiliar wasteland before staring down at herself. Her hands trembled as she touched her arms, feeling her torn clothes and her completely unscathed body. "Where am I?" she muttered while trying to make sense of everything. Ethan narrowed his eyes. Did she lose her memory? Jean. "Do you remember anything?" he asked cautiously. Jean furrowed her brows while struggling as though her mind was a tangled mess of thoughts. I think. Yes. I'm Jean Grey." She clenched her fists as if reaffirming her own identity. Then, suddenly, her eyes widened. Her breath hitched. "Wait." She frantically examined herself again, patting her body as if searching for wounds. "I didn't die," she whispered in disbelief. Her voice grew louder, more frantic. "The explosion in space. I should have, but I..." She turned toward Ethan and her blue eyes are filled with confusion and panic. "Is this really Earth?" Ethan studied her reaction before responding carefully. "Yes, it's Earth. But let me ask you something, by the way, what year do you think it is?" Jean blinked. "What kind of question is that?" "It's 1992, of course." Ethan exhaled sharply. Since this world mostly follows movie plot with some comic elements, he had an idea she is from the time of X-Men Dark Phoenix movie. Things were making more sense now. The Phoenix Force must have kept her in stasis for years before bringing her back. He gave her a neutral nod. "Right. About that. How about we go to Xavier's school?" Jean looked at him warily before nodding. Then, her gaze trailed over his appearance, finally noticing his lack of clothing. Her lips parted slightly in surprise. "Ah. What happened to your clothes?" Ethan deadpanned. "You happened." Jean tilted her head, confused for a moment before realization dawned on her. She can tell flames burnt the land and his clothes. She recalled before she was engulfed in flames. It must be because of her flames. Oh. She cleared her throat awkwardly. Right. Sorry about that. Ethan sighed before waving it off. Forget it. But I need to ask you something. Do you remember what happened to you? Jean still looked disoriented, as if she were processing a million thoughts at once. I remember the explosion when I released the Phoenix flames in space. I remember flames, pain, and then darkness. But I don't know how I got here. That makes sense, Ethan murmured. By the way, it's actually the year 2000. Jean's eyes widened. Wait, what? Her whole body tensed as she stared at him in shock, struggling to process the lost time. That's not possible. It can't be. Ethan gave her a knowing look. You'll believe me once we get to the mansion. Jean still looked overwhelmed and her breathing is uneven. She was clearly trying to make sense of her situation, but Ethan knew standing around in an open wasteland wasn't safe. Unfortunately, there was another issue. His clothes were completely ruined. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. His wallet, his phone, all gone. He had zero money and no spare clothes, meaning he couldn't just casually walk through public areas. He sighed while rubbing his temple before turning back to Jean. All right, let's head to Professor Xavier. He might have some answers for you. Jean slowly nodded and is still looking like she was in mild shock. She didn't even know if she can trust him. But she needs someone to help her get out of this place, okay. But do you know which way to go? Ethan chuckled then pointed upward. Jean blinked, clearly not understanding. What? Before she could react, he moved in an instant. In a flash, he was in front of her, effortlessly lifting her into a princess carry. Jean's eyes widened in shock. Hey. Put me down, she struggled slightly in his arms. Ethan smirked. Hold on tight. Unless you want to fall. Before she could protest further, he took off. Boom. Jean screamed as a deafening sonic boom cracked through the air as Ethan propelled them forward at blinding speed. The wind roared around them as he accelerated, leaving a shockwave in his wake. Jean instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, clinging tightly. You didn't tell me you could fly, she yelled as her voice is barely audible over the rushing wind. Ethan chuckled before glancing at her. You never asked. By the way, it's better to relax and enjoy the view. Jean's heart pounded in her chest. The city lights below blurred as they soared through the sky at insane speeds. She glanced at him with wide eyes. Are you a mutant? Ethan shook his head. Nope. I'm human. Jean's grip on him tightened. Bullshit. Humans can't fly like this. He shrugged. Believe what you want. Truthfully, Professor Xavier and Storm had already talked to him about the reason for him being experimented on. They assumed because he had adaptation powers while being human, he was subjected to human experimentation. Ethan never confirmed nor denied it. It made for a good cover story. Now, he was more interested in something else. His speed. The Phoenix encounter had changed something inside him. He could feel it. His body was moving faster, more fluidly. His senses were sharper. His powers had evolved further. He needed to test his powers in the danger room once he got back. Jean, meanwhile, tried to ignore the fact that she was high above the city and instead focused on what Ethan told her. If what Ethan said was true, if this was the year 2000, then she had lost 8 years. What had happened in that time? She closed her eyes, resting her forehead against Ethan's shoulder. She didn't know if she could handle the answers. Ethan wanted to test his flying speed and began to increase his speed more. Hold on tight. Boom. Another sonic boom erupted in the air as he increased speed, the world beneath them turning into a blur followed by Jean's screams. Meanwhile, at the crater site, several black SUVs and armored vans arrived, surrounding the impact zone. Armed agents quickly secured the perimeter, scanning the area with advanced equipment. A man in a sharp black suit stepped out of one of the vehicles. Agent Phil Coulson. He adjusted his earpiece before turning to his team. Secure the area. Check for residual energy readings. One of the agents nodded. Sir, there are traces of extreme heat and unidentified radiation, but there's no sign of any life forms. Coulson frowned. So whatever landed here is already gone. He pulled out his phone, dialing a number. A familiar voice answered. Talk to me, Coulson. Coulson straightened. Director Fury, we have an empty crash site. Something, or someone, landed here, but they're gone. We're gathering as much evidence as we can. A moment of silence. Then Fury spoke. I want a full report on my desk. Whatever came down from the sky, find out what it was. I don't like unknown variables. Coulson's gaze swept across the crater, his instincts telling him that something big had happened here. Understood, Director. He ended the call and turned to his agents. Set up a perimeter. I want every trace of energy analyzed. If something, or someone, came down here, I want to know where they went. As S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives began their investigation, the truth was already soaring far away, heading straight for the X-Mansion. After flying for some time, Ethan descended slowly, landing at the entrance of Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. As soon as his feet touched the ground, murmurs began to spread among the students gathered outside. Students and teachers stared at him, some whispering among themselves. A few recognized him, but their gazes weren't exactly friendly. Isn't that Ethan? What's he doing carrying Jean Grey like that? Wait. Jean. But isn't she on her honeymoon with Scott? Did he just steal a married woman? Why the hell is he shirtless? Is he showing off or something? Some students looked at Ethan with admiration, others with confusion, while a few whispered conspiratorially, assuming he must have done something wild to be returning with a barely clothed woman in his arms. Several of the female students frowned in concern, noticing Ethan's burnt clothes and bare torso. Did he get into a fight? One of them asked. Maybe that's why Jean is with him. Did he save her? Despite their curiosity, no one dared to approach him. Ethan sighed, already guessing the kind of rumors that would spread. This is why I hate drama. Ethan then gently set Jean down. But she, however, did react to the crowd. Her blue eyes narrowed slightly as she used her telepathy to scan the thoughts of those around her. At first, she had her own doubts about Ethan, especially when he had told her it was the year 2000. A part of her even suspected he was lying, that maybe he wasn't human, that he had some kind of hidden agenda. That he had saved her for his own reasons. But those thoughts were slowly dissolving now. Because as soon as she entered Xavier's mansion, she could feel it. Everything was different. The students. The atmosphere. The timeline. And then, the biggest shock of all. Jean's mind suddenly froze as she sensed a very familiar presence. Another Jean Grey. Her breath hitched as she quickly searched deeper, scanning the memories of the people around her. She saw visions of her older self, a woman who had lived out the last 8 years that she had missed. Married. To Scott Summers. On a honeymoon. Jean's lips parted in shock. What? She whispered to herself. Scott was married to me. Her chest tightened slightly. She and Scott had only gone on a few dates before everything had spiraled out of control in 1992. And now, she was here. In the future. And Scott was already married to someone else. To her. It was too much to process all at once. She barely noticed when Professor Xavier arrived with his wheelchair gliding forward. The moment she saw him, her emotions flared again. He looked older. Much older than the last time she had seen him. Xavier gave her a gentle smile, his expression calm and understanding. Welcome back, Jean. Jean swallowed hard. Professor, she murmured, her voice small. Yes, my dear. It's been a long time. Jean felt her throat tighten. The calm and collected professor she had known, he was still here, but time had aged him. She looked away for a moment before clutching her arms. This is too much. She whispered under her breath. Xavier then turned his gaze to Ethan. You went out to look for a place to live after leaving here but brought an unexpected guest, Ethan. Ethan signed, trust me, it wasn't in the plan, Professor. He nodded, I imagine you have many questions, Ethan and Jean. But for now, let's freshen up first. Just as they were about to head inside. The sound of an approaching car cut through the air. Ethan turned his head, and Jean stiffened. A sleek black car pulled up near the entrance. The doors opened and 2 people got out. Scott Summers and beside him. Jean Grey. The other Jean. For a moment, time seemed to freeze when 2 Jeans locked eyes. One, the young Jean, fresh from 1992, barely grasping the reality of time travel. The other, the Jean who had lived through the past 8 years, grown, changed, and married. The tension in the air was so thick, even the students stopped whispering. Ethan raised an eyebrow. Well, this is awkward. Scott's jaw tightened. His eyes flickered between the 2 Jeans, his mind struggling to comprehend what he was seeing. He thought the other Jean. The real Jean died. How come she's here? What the hell? Scott finally said. Jean's fingers twitched. You married me. Scott opened his mouth, but no words came out. Professor Xavier let out a deep sigh, rubbing his temples. I believe this will require a long discussion. Let's meet in my office after you all change into something more comfortable. He turned to Ethan, Anna, Anissa, and Kitty went out for shopping, so they are not here. Ethan nodded, then glanced at Angelica, who stood nearby, watching everything with confusion. Angelica, can you get some spare clothes for Jean? Ethan asked. Angelica blinked before snapping out of her thoughts. Oh. Of course. Come with me. Jean. Jean hesitated but followed Angelica to the girls' dorm. Ethan, on the other hand, headed to his own room to change. As he changed into fresh clothes, his eyes fell on the Omniwatch around his neck. He then casually checked the dial and his eyes widened. The energy bar was at 30%. What the hell? It had taken him 5 months of constant energy feeding to get the battery up by 10%. And yet, one single encounter with the Phoenix Force had increased it by 30%. That's broken as hell. Ethan narrowed his eyes. Did the Phoenix do something to it? He needs to check it out and his new increased powers, but first he needs to attend the meeting and get some answers as the professor seems to know something he doesn't. Soon he made his way to Xavier's office. By the time Ethan arrived at the professor's office, everyone was already there. Scott. The older Jean. Logan is standing off to the side with arms crossed. Storm is also watching everything closely. Hank is adjusting his glasses while deep in thought. And, after a few moments, the young Jean entered the room as well. Professor Xavier folded his hands together. All right. Let's begin. Silence filled the room as all eyes turned toward Jean. Like it. Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 24, The Truth Unveiled. Inside Xavier's office, the air was thick with tension. Professor Charles Xavier sat across from Ethan and Jean with his fingers interlocked on the desk in front of him. His expression was unreadable, though his eyes held a mixture of concern and curiosity. To Ethan's left sat Scott Summers and his face is pale, and next to him, the older Jean Grey, the one who had lived with them for years. Her hands clenched into fists as she stole glances at the younger version of herself. Beside older Jean, Storm stood silently with her arms crossed, watching the situation carefully. Logan leaned against the far wall with his sharp gaze. He observed everyone. Professor Xavier finally broke the silence. Let's begin. Jean, what do you remember lastly? The younger Jean hesitated before speaking. After I absorbed the cosmic entity, the one I now know as the Phoenix. I lost control. She lowered her gaze. I heard all of you. A heavy silence fell over the room. No one denied it. She continued. Then, aliens came after me. It was chaos. I don't remember all the details, but I know I killed them all. Logan frowned. Aliens. Jean nodded. Yes. In the final battle, the Phoenix went out of control. It was about to destroy everything. I took it into space and let it go, releasing all that power. That caused a huge explosion in space. That's the last thing I remember before waking up in that wasteland with Ethan. A visible unease settled in the room. Everyone had seen that explosion. They had believed it was the end of Jean Grey. Even the older Jean had the same memories. She gritted her teeth. That doesn't make sense. If she really died back then and came back now, then who am I? Professor Xavier nodded with his gentle voice. It's good to have you back, Jean. But the older Jean's face darkened. No. Her voice trembled. She might be an imposter. You can't just accept her like that. Everyone turned to her. She stood up abruptly with her chair scraping against the floor. I am Jean Grey. I've been with you all these years. And now, you just believe her. Silence. Logan with his arms still crossed spoke in a low tone. Silence ain't an answer, Chuck. You got an explanation or not? Professor Xavier sighed deeply. She is the real Jean. The words hit older Jean like a hammer. She staggered back. That's impossible. She turned to Scott and Storm. Tell me he's wrong. But Scott looked away with his jaw clenched, and Storm lowered her gaze. Her heart pounded. No. No. You're lying. Scott swallowed hard before finally speaking. Jean, we found you in a laboratory a few months after the accident. Her breath hitched. What? Xavier nodded. You didn't remember anything about it. But we have proof. We found data logs. You were created in a lab, Jean. A clone. Older Jean shook her head violently. No. That's not true. That's not possible. Professor Xavier placed his fingers on his temple. Let me show you. A wave of psychic energy filled the room, and suddenly, everyone's minds were linked. The memories played like a hologram. The facility, cold and sterile. The discovery of Jean's cloned body. The data logs confirming she was artificially created. The failed attempts to trace back who had done it. The vision faded as the older Jean's knees gave out. She dropped to the floor with her hands trembling. This is all fake. This is a prank. You're trying to mess with me. Scott tried to reach out. Jean. She slapped his hand away. Don't touch me. Her voice broke. You knew. You knew this whole time, didn't you? Scott hesitated but nodded. Yes. Storm sighed. We all did. But the professor erased our memories for a while. Only recently did we remember everything. Older Jean looked at them and her eyes full of betrayal. Lies. You're all lying. With that, she turned and rushed out of the room. Logan cursed and pushed himself off the wall. Damn it, Chuck. You should have told her this earlier. She deserved to know. He stormed out after her. Xavier rubbed his temples and is exhausted. Perhaps. But what's done is done. He looked at young Jean. Jean, you belong here. No matter what, you are one of us. Jean, however, felt lost. To her, it had only been moments since she last saw these people. Now, she had lost everything, her time, her place, even her identity. Without a word, she turned and ran. Scott made a move to follow her, but before he could, a firm hand stopped him. It was Ethan. His blue eyes were sharp. No. You need to go after the other Jean. Scott hesitated. But. Ethan's grip tightened. Remember, Scott. You married her after knowing the truth. That means you accepted her for who she is. If you don't go after her now, you'll lose both of them. Scott's face twisted in conflict, but after a moment, he nodded and ran after his wife. Ethan sighed, watching him go. Idiot. Storm crossed her arms. And what about the younger Jean? She's just as lost. Ethan signed. I'll take care of her. Just as he was about to leave, he paused. But before I go, doesn't something feel off to you guys? Xavier narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Ethan tilted his head. Maybe someone manipulated you into taking Jean with you back then. Think about it, it was way too easy for you guys to find her in a lab. And why the hell would anyone leave evidence of her being a clone just lying around? Professor Xavier's eyes widened and Storm tensed. You're saying someone wanted us to find her? Ethan nodded. And if that's true, the real question is, who cloned Jean, and what do they want? A heavy silence fell over the room. Without another word, Ethan turned and walked out, leaving Professor Xavier and Storm deep in thought. Ethan stepped out into the garden and his gaze scanning the area until he spotted Jean beneath the large oak tree. She sat with her knees drawn up, her arms wrapped around them, staring blankly into the distance. Without a word, Ethan approached and lowered himself onto the grass beside her, stretching his legs out casually. Jean sighed heavily. I want to be alone. Ethan leaned back against the tree trunk, looking up at the sky. Sometimes, being alone does more harm than good, he said, don't worry. I won't talk. I'll just sit here. Jean didn't respond. She didn't tell him to leave, either. Instead, she kept staring ahead with her hands gripping her sleeves tightly. A few minutes of silence passed between them. Then, her shoulders started shaking. A choked sob escaped her lips as she buried her face into her knees. Tears spilled freely, her quiet sniffles breaking the stillness of the garden. This isn't fair. Her voice trembled. Everything has changed. Ethan remained quiet, letting her speak. The Phoenix ruined my life. She clenched her fists. I was just a girl. Then it took over, made me hurt people, made me something else. Now, I wake up in a different world, and I don't even recognize them anymore. Scott, Storm, Processor, they all feel like strangers. She turned to him with her eyes glassy and lost. How do I even fit in now? Ethan exhaled before running a hand through his blonde hair. He had experience with losing time, losing an identity, and waking up in a life that wasn't yours anymore, so he understood feeling lost. Jean let out another shaky breath, then, without thinking, she leaned against him, resting her head on his shoulder. Ethan froze for a second. But when she didn't move away, he relaxed. His voice was gentle when he finally spoke. You know, people always say that everything happens for a reason. He scoffed lightly. I don't know if I believe that. But I do know this, time may have changed, and people may have changed, but you. You're still Jean. Jean's breathing slowed slightly as she listened. I won't tell you it'll be easy, he continued, or that everything will magically make sense overnight. But you're strong. You've always been strong. I'm sure you'll figure this out. Jean wiped her eyes before sniffling softly. You sound pretty sure about that. Ethan smirked. I've seen enough stubborn people in my life. You're definitely one of them. Jean let out a weak laugh, the first one since everything happened. For a while, they just sat there in comfortable silence. Ethan didn't push her for more. He didn't tell her to move on or that things would be fine soon. He just stayed by her side, and for now, that was enough. On the other side, Jean stormed into her shared bedroom with her hands shaking as she slammed the door shut behind her. The room was familiar, too familiar. The bed, the pictures on the dresser, the scent of Scott lingering in the air. It was supposed to be her life, but suddenly, it felt like it belonged to someone else. Her breath came out in short gasps as she leaned against the dresser, gripping its edges tightly. I'm not real. I'm just a clone. The thought made her stomach churn. If she wasn't the original Jean, then who was she? The sound of footsteps approaching made her tense. Logan pushed the door open without knocking, his usual gruff exterior softened as he stepped inside. Jean. Don't, she snapped, not even turning to look at him. Logan sighed, I know this is a lot. But shutting everyone out isn't gonna help. Jean whirled around with her eyes red and filled with unshed tears. And what will help, Logan? Huh? Should I just accept that I'm nothing but a copy? That my entire life was a lie? Logan clenched his jaw. You're not a copy. Then what am I? She demanded before stepping closer, because according to them, the real Jean is outside, walking around, planning to living her life. My life. Logan didn't have an answer. For the first time, he looked away. That hurt more than anything. Even Logan, the one person who stood by her for the past few months and didn't know the truth, also didn't know how to reassure her. Before he could say anything else, the door opened again. It was Scott. His face was filled with concern and his brows furrowed as he stepped inside cautiously. Jean's hands clenched into fists. Get out. Scott didn't move. Instead, he took a deep breath and closed the door behind him. Jean, listen to me, he said, his voice steady but desperate. I know this is hard to hear. I know you're hurting. But you're not a replacement. You're my wife. Jean let out a bitter laugh. Your wife? How can I be your wife when I didn't even know I existed until today? Scott took another step forward. I married you because I love you. Not because I thought you were someone else. Not because you were the next best thing. His voice cracked slightly. Because you're you. Jean staggered back, shaking her head. But I'm not her. I'm not the Jean you fell in love with. Scott didn't hesitate. He reached out and pulled her into his arms. Jean froze and her body tense against his. You are you, he murmured against her hair. You laugh. You get mad at me. You love fiercely, you fight for what you believe in. That's not something that can be faked. That's not something a clone could just have. That's you. Jean trembled and her hand slowly reaching up to clutch his shirt. Scott. Her voice cracked. I don't know who I am anymore. Scott cupped her face, making her look at him. Then let's figure it out together. Jean's vision blurred with fresh tears. She didn't know what to believe anymore. But right now, in his arms, in his warmth, she wasn't alone. And so, she buried her face in his chest and sobbed. Outside the door, Logan quietly left. He didn't need to hear more. This wasn't his place. Not anymore. Like it. Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 25, A Path Forward and the Fire Within. By the time Anna, Kitty, and Anissa returned to the mansion, the sun had begun to set. They were in good spirits, chatting about their day out, until they walked into the common room and heard about two Jean Greys. Then after a while they saw Ethan walking with Jean, who looks a lot younger. They asked him about the rumors and joked about it until he confirmed it's true. Kitty's mouth fell open. Since when do we have a buy one, get one free deal on team members? Anna placed her hands on her hips. Okay, someone better start explaining before I start thinking we've been hit with some kind of mutant cloning experiment. Jean shifted uncomfortably, not sure what to say. It was Ethan who stepped in, offering a simplified explanation. After a moment of processing, Kitty blinked. So, we have two Jeans now. Like, permanently. Anissa folded her arms. Honestly, after everything I've been through, this might not even make my top 5 weirdest things anymore. Despite the initial shock, the 3 girls quickly warmed up to the younger Jean. They could see she was overwhelmed, and rather than treating her like a stranger, they included her in conversations, tried to make her laugh, and reassured her that she belonged. Anissa didn't talk much with Jean and treated her like stranger. Honestly, she treats everyone like they're nothing, so no surprises here. For Jean, who had felt like an outsider in her own life, Anna and Kitty's acceptance meant more than she could say. And just like that, the day passed without much incident. The next morning sun bathed Xavier's mansion in a warm golden glow, but Ethan was already gone before most students even stirred. The night before, he had spent hours consuming textbooks, genetics, biochemistry, quantum physics, his enhanced intellect devouring knowledge at an inhuman pace. By dawn, he had effectively mastered the entire year's curriculum and then some. He rolled his shoulders as he strode toward the danger room, but his mind is occupied with larger ambitions. His thoughts shifted to a single subject, biogenetics. His blood alone was a miracle, capable of accelerating plant growth, enhancing fertility, even regenerating plant tissue. If he used his blood to make some serum that enhances plant growth and increase fertility, he can make a living, and the applications with it were endless. But breaking into the industry wouldn't be easy. It would take a long time for him to even start a company, not to mention the money he needed for that. Then he thought of other possibilities. Technology was a tempting field, but Stark Industries, Oscorp, and the Baxter Foundation had already built empires in biotech and engineering. Going head-to-head with them from the start was pointless. Instead, he would carve his own niche. If he tried to start his own company now, he'd get crushed before he even made a name for himself. There were smaller biogenetic companies that specialized in agricultural and environmental sciences. If he could get his foot in the door, build credibility, and prove the power of his research, he'd have leverage. And once he had influence, then he could start his own empire. Maybe a partnership first, he considered. Emma Frost has resources. But approaching her without leverage is difficult. He signed as he got near the danger room. Guess I'll figure that out after Camartage. For now, there was a more pressing matter, testing his limits. Inside, the metallic chamber hummed softly, waiting for his command. He approached the control panel and set the difficulty level. Danger level, nightmare. A warning flashed on the screen. This setting is not recommended. Proceed with caution. Ethan scoffed. Proceed. The countdown began. As the countdown began, he rolled his shoulders, feeling the raw energy coursing through his veins. After his encounter with the Phoenix Force, something within him had changed. He wasn't sure how much yet, but he intended to find out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the final countdown in the danger room hit 0, a deafening roar filled the chamber. The simulation materialized around him, transforming the empty room into a massive battlefield. Hundreds of missiles, nuclear, atomic, biological, locked onto him from all directions. The air vibrated with the sheer force of the incoming attack. Ethan smirked as his eyes began glowing white with blue lightning cracking across his body. Let's see how much I've really changed. The missiles closed in. He didn't move. Boom. Boom. Explosions engulfed him, a hellish inferno consuming the battlefield. Flames surged, smoke billowed, and shock waves tore through the air. For a moment, there was nothing but destruction. Then the smoke cleared. Ethan stood completely unharmed, clothing obliterated, leaving only the burnt remains of his underwear and the Omniwatch hanging around his neck. He glanced down at himself, then shrugged. Didn't even feel that. But I need to do something about my clothing. Before he could think further, the simulation escalated. Thousands of sentinels, more advanced than any he had ever seen, emerged. Their metallic bodies gleamed, their mechanical eyes locked onto him like a predator hunting prey. Missiles, energy beams, and particle cannons lit up the sky, all converging toward him. Ethan exhaled. Then, with a simple flick of his wrist, the wind began to shift. The air howled as massive tornadoes formed, each one crackling with lightning, their currents twisting and churning like living creatures. The missiles veered off course, sucked into the violent storms and redirected toward the sentinels. Boom. The explosions tore through their ranks, ripping metal bodies apart, but more kept coming. Several sentinels broke through the wind barrier, closing in fast. Ethan remained calm. The tornadoes surrounding him grew even more violent, their razor-sharp winds shredding anything that got too close. Not today. He lifted his right hand, blue lightning crackling along his fingertips, and then he flicked before whispering, "Railgun." A concentrated bolt of blue lightning shot forward, traveling at hypersonic speed, obliterating everything in its path. The sentinels in its way were reduced to molten slag. Ethan whistled while feeling impressed. That was stronger than I expected. More machines remained, hundreds of them raining down firepower from a distance. Ethan's eyes narrowed. He lifted his hands again, merging wind and lightning into a singular devastating force. Wind Scar. A massive arc of energy surged forward, tearing through the battlefield like an unstoppable force of nature. Hundreds of sentinels vanished, consumed by the elemental onslaught. The last remaining machines retaliated, unleashing a final wave of lasers and energy blasts. Ethan smirked. He controlled the tornadoes around him, twisting them into a singular, chaotic vortex. Backlash wave. The vortex absorbed every attack, then sent it all back, multiplied. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, erasing the last of the sentinels. Boom. A terrific sound echoed through the hallway as the simulation flickered. Followed by a few seconds of silence. Ethan sighed before saying, "End simulation." The virtual battlefield vanished, replaced by the sterile interior of the danger room. He glanced down at himself, naked, except for the Omniwatch hanging around his neck. He lifted it, inspecting its energy reserves. It hadn't even charged 1%. Still at 30%. Damn. This thing takes way more energy than I thought. A frustrated sigh escaped his lips. After his battle in the danger room, Ethan sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes as he focused inward. There was something new inside him, something he hadn't fully explored yet, the Phoenix Force. He could feel it lingering within his soul, a burning ember waiting to be fanned into an inferno. But what was the Phoenix Force, truly? He had read about it before. It was more than just a power, it was a cosmic entity, an unstoppable force tied to creation and destruction in equal measure. A spark that gives life. A flame that ultimately consumes it. It was immortal, forever cycling between rebirth and destruction. A cosmic god of fire and renewal. And now, a piece of it lived inside him. I need to understand it so I can use it. Unlike Jean, he can't access the power of the Phoenix Force. He knows a little fragment was inside him. He can feel it. But he needs to concentrate to bring it out. Taking a slow breath, he concentrated. At first, there was nothing, just his own breathing, the faint hum of energy in his veins. Then, he felt heat. A warmth that wasn't external, but internal, as if the very core of his being had ignited. Slowly, his body was covered in orange flames. They flickered gently at first, like a candlelight, dancing across his skin. But as his concentration deepened, they grew, intensifying into a brilliant aura of fire. For a moment, he felt something greater than himself. A vast consciousness, ancient and infinite, stirring in response to his call. Then, just as quickly as it came, the flames vanished. Ethan exhaled sharply before opening his eyes. His body felt heated but unharmed. Maintaining the flames was difficult, but he knew, given time, he'd master it. He smirked to himself, "All right. I can work with this." Just then, a loud scream echoed through the danger room. Ethan's head snapped toward the entrance, his enhanced senses immediately identifying the source, Jean. The young Jean Grey stood frozen at the entrance, her eyes wide and her face turning as red as her hair. For a second, Ethan was confused. "Hey, Jean." "Pervert," she shrieked as her voice bouncing off the walls. Before he could react, Jean spun around and bolted out of the room like her life depended on it. Ethan blinked. Then, slowly, he looked down. Oh. Right. He was completely naked. He sighed while rubbing his temples. "I really need to stop burning my clothes off." Shaking his head, he reached for the spare clothes in the storage locker. He had barely put them on when he heard footsteps approaching. Like it. Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 26, The Imposter Among Us. It had been 2 days since Jean had first seen Ethan naked in the danger room, an image that she hadn't been able to shake from her mind. She had woken up that morning with an odd sense of familiarity, a pull toward something she couldn't explain. Somehow, she knew it was the Phoenix calling to her. Following that instinct, she had wandered through the halls until she reached the danger room. She hesitated for only a second, and then pushed it open. There he was, Ethan, standing completely naked. Her face burned instantly. She tried to look away, but her traitorous gaze flickered over his well-built form before she could stop herself. His muscles were defined, his posture relaxed, and, she swallowed, "He's big." Jean had slammed the door shut and rushed back to her room, feeling utterly embarrassed. She hadn't seen a man naked up close before, and it was embarrassing because every time she saw Ethan, the image of his naked body resurfaced in her mind. Days passed, and though she tried to put it behind her, her mind would betray her from time to time. To distract herself, she made new friends. Anna, Kitty, and Anissa became her closest companions. Kitty was energetic and fun, always up for a conversation. Anna was confident and straightforward, someone Jean found easy to talk to. Anissa, on the other hand, was quiet and reserved, but once Jean got to know her, she realized Anissa had a sharp mind and a dry sense of humor that she found intriguing. She also found Anissa is an alien. Oh, how much the world changed in the past 8 years. She also befriended Bobby, John, and Kurt. Bobby was playful and flirtatious but never in an overbearing way. John had an edge to him, but he was loyal to those he considered friends. Kurt was warm and kind, making her feel more at ease in this unfamiliar place. Yet, no matter how many people she surrounded herself with, there was still one person who kept creeping into her thoughts. Ethan. She learned more about him over the days. He had arrived at the institute with Anna, and though he appeared human, his ability to adapt to anything that harmed him made him far from ordinary. He was planning to leave next month, something she found herself thinking about more than she should. More importantly, she learned that Ethan and Anna had been dating for a few weeks now. That should have been the end of it. Jean knew she shouldn't be thinking about him the way she was. He had a girlfriend, and she barely knew him. It's just curiosity, she told herself. Nothing more. But was it really? Jean sat at the lunch table in a corridor with Anissa, Anna, and Kitty beside her, while Bobby, John, and Kurt sat across from them. The conversation was lighthearted, filled with jokes and teasing. Ethan walked up to them before dropping his tray on the table as he smirked. Talking about me again, I hope. Kitty snorted. You wish. Anna smirked. If we were, I'd be the only one saying good things. Oh. What would those good things be? Ethan leaned toward her before giving her an exaggerated wink. Jean felt a slight twinge in her chest at the interaction but quickly pushed it aside. Don't flatter yourself, tough guy, Anna teased while rolling her eyes. Ethan chuckled before turning his gaze to Jean. How are you settling in? Jean straightened and caught slightly off guard. I'm adjusting. It's different from what I remember. Culture shock? Bobby asked. Something like that, Jean admitted. The technology is a big change. Some of it is pretty cool, though. You'll get used to it, Kitty assured her. Give it time. Ethan nodded. That's true. When I first got here, I thought some of the stuff was straight out of science fiction. Jean tilted her head. You didn't grow up with this either. Nah, Ethan shook his head. Where I'm from, things were a lot simpler. Nothing like this. His answer only deepened Jean's curiosity. The more she learned about him, the more she wanted to know. Why does he have this effect on me? Kitty suddenly smirked while catching Jean's lingering gaze on Ethan. Oh, she whispered just loud enough for Jean to hear. Jean snapped her head toward Kitty. What? Nothing. Kitty grinned knowingly before turning back to the conversation. Jean forced herself to focus, determined to brush off whatever she was feeling. He has a girlfriend, she reminded herself. This is just curiosity. That's all. Right. Soon, the cafeteria buzzed with laughter and chatter as Bobby, John, Kurt, Kitty, Anna, Jean, and Anissa were enjoying their conversation. They had grown comfortable around each other, and even Anissa, who was usually reserved, had been smiling more. She was smiling. A lot more than usual. At first glance, it seemed like a good thing. She was opening up, interacting more with the group, no longer keeping her usual distance. But to Ethan, it felt unnatural. He had been casually engaging in the discussion, throwing in a few quips here and there, but at some point, he went silent. His gaze had locked onto Anissa, and he found himself studying her closely. Something was off. At first, he had thought it was just her warming up to the group. Anissa had been distant toward him before, showing subtle resentment. After all, she hadn't been brought to this world by choice. But now, that resentment was gone. Too gone. Sure, Professor Xavier had altered some of her memories, erasing specific details about him and the watch. But still, Ethan couldn't shake the feeling that something about her was unnatural. To test the waters, Ethan leaned forward while resting his arms on the table. So, Anissa, how's the Viltrumite Empire doing these days? He asked casually. Keeping their warriors busy. Anissa's expression didn't change. Things are stable, she said while simply shrugging. The usual. Ethan raised an eyebrow. That was a pretty vague answer. He decided to push further, really. I would have thought they'd be dealing with more rebellions by now. What with their history of peacekeeping through mass genocide and all. The entire table went silent. Kitty nearly choked on her drink. Dude, what? She whispered before her eyes widening. John whistled lowly. Man, you just love stirring the pot, huh? Anna elbowed Ethan. Ethan, stop trying to piss her off. They didn't know much about the Empire as both him and Anissa didn't talk much about it. Ethan ignored them. His eyes remained locked on Anissa. But, she didn't react. Not even a glare. Not a single spark of annoyance. And that was all the confirmation he needed. In a blur, Ethan vaulted over the table. Before anyone could react, he grabbed Anissa by the throat and slammed her against the corridor wall. The impact echoed through the cafeteria. A collective gasp filled the room as the group shot to their feet, eyes wide with shock. Ethan, what the hell? Bobby shouted as ice began forming in his palms. Let her go. Kitty yelled with panic in her voice. John and Kurt exchanged alarmed looks, uncertain whether to intervene. Anissa struggled in his grip as her hands clawing at his wrist. What are you doing? She gasped. Ethan's eyes glowed white with blue lightning crackling at the edges. His voice was low and is almost a growl. You almost had me fooled, he said. But you forgot two things. The air around them felt charged, as if a storm was about to break loose. Ethan tightened his grip. 1. The real Anissa would never let someone insult the Viltrumite Empire without snapping back. Anissa had always carried herself with a certain pride, especially when it came to her heritage. She was a Viltrumite, and they weren't exactly known for humility or kindness when insulted. Especially Anissa. Anissa's eyes widened slightly. And 2, Ethan continued, she wouldn't sit back and do nothing while I choked her. The silence was deafening. Anna rushed forward before grabbing Ethan's arm. Ethan, stop. This is insane. Jean and Kitty tried to pry his grip off, but it was like trying to move a steel beam. He didn't even flinch. Bobby took a cautious step closer with his ice-coated hands raised. Dude, I swear to God, if you don't let her go. But Ethan didn't move. His focus was entirely on the imposter in front of him. Who the hell are you? Ethan growled. Where is the real Anissa? For a moment, nothing happened. Then, Anissa stopped struggling. A smirk formed on her lips. All right, the figure rasped before struggling for breath. You won. As Ethan loosened his grip, the form in front of him began to shift. A collective shudder ran through the group as Anissa's form began to morph. Her skin paled. Her dark hair turned ghostly white before falling off. Within seconds, Anissa was gone, replaced by a thin, pale-skinned blad man. Kitty gasped before taking a step back. Oh my God. John clenched his fists. What the hell? Bobby was the first to break the stunned silence. Okay, someone better start talking. Now. Ethan narrowed his eyes. He knew who this was. Morph. A mutant with the ability to shapeshift, and worse, copy the powers of whoever he turned into. Jean looked horrified. Where the hell is Anissa? She demanded before stepping forward. She can't even read his mind. Morph smirked. Now. That would ruin the surprise, wouldn't it? Ethan didn't hesitate. He slammed him against the wall again. You better start talking before I burn you alive, he said darkly. Morph winced but kept his smirk. What, no good cop routine. Straight to threats. Ethan's eyes flashed with energy. Talk. The tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife. By now, the commotion had drawn attention. Heavy footsteps echoed down the hallway as Logan and Hank arrived. Logan's sharp gaze swept over the scene, taking in Ethan pinning the pale mutant to the wall. What the hell is going on here? Ethan didn't even turn. This bastard was pretending to be Anissa, he said. Hank's expression darkened. An imposter? Yeah. And we don't know where the real one is. Logan swore under his breath. Damn it. Hank immediately pulled out his communicator. We need to alert the professor. Now. Ethan gave a sharp nod. Agreed. The group quickly mobilized. Professor Xavier and the senior X-Men were called to an emergency meeting in the underground conference room. Ethan personally carried Morph there, keeping a tight grip on him the entire time. As they walked through the halls, Ethan's mind raced. He had been careless. Too careless. Ever since coming to this universe, he had been too relaxed. I can't die, so I got lazy. But the people around him could be hurt. And now, because of him, Anissa was missing. He gritted his teeth, feeling a sharp pang of anger at himself. Damn it. She wasn't even supposed to be in this universe. It had been his fault that she was here in the first place. That's why, despite knowing her personality, her cruelty, he had been patient with her. He clenched his fists. When they arrived at the underground meeting room, the door slid open, revealing Storm, Scott, older Jean, and Professor Xavier waiting for them. Hank wasted no time in explaining the situation. Professor Xavier's expression darkened as he turned his attention to Morph. His brows furrowed. Something is blocking me from entering his mind, the professor murmured with his voice tinged with concern. He straightened his posture, looking directly at Morph. His tone was calm but held a quiet authority. Now, tell me, young man, he said, eyes piercing, who are you, and what are you doing here? Chapter 27, A Betrayal Unveiled. Inside the underground meeting room, the atmosphere was tense. Everyone stood in a tight circle around Morph, their expressions ranging from confusion to anger. Ethan held Morph's wrists in a vice-like grip, making sure he couldn't escape. Not that Morph had even tried. And that was what unsettled Ethan the most. Morph could have attempted to flee the moment his cover was blown. He could have shifted into something small, slipped through the cracks, or even transformed into a powerhouse to fight his way out. But he didn't. Instead, he stood there while smirking, as if he had expected this. That only confirmed Ethan's suspicions. Mr. Sinister was behind this. Professor Xavier's calm yet firm voice cut through the silence. Tell me, young man, who are you, and what are you doing here? Ethan, however, wasn't in the mood for vague answers. His grip tightened as he stepped closer, his glowing white eyes staring directly into Morph's. More importantly, where is Anissa? Morph chuckled. Relax, tough guy. She's fine. More than fine, actually. His smirk widened. She betrayed you. The room fell into stunned silence. Scott's brows furrowed. What? Hank pushed his glasses up. That doesn't make sense. Even Logan raised an eyebrow. Kid, I've seen a lot of crazy things in my time, but this. Gonna have to do better than that. However, Xavier didn't dismiss it immediately. His sharp gaze remained locked on Morph. Tell me more, he instructed. Morph's smirk grew. Gladly. He leaned back against the chair, looking completely at ease, and began his story. A few days ago, Anna, Kitty, and Anissa had gone shopping together, though calling it a peaceful outing would be a stretch. Anna and Anissa still did not like each other. It didn't take long for their usual bickering to start up again, with Anna throwing passive-aggressive remarks and Anissa responding with sharp, clipped insults. Kitty is growing tired of playing referee, decided to drag Anna away to check out a dress store, hoping a distraction would cool things down. For a moment, Anna completely forgot she was supposed to keep a close watch on Anissa. Anissa stood alone, watching the two disappear into the shop. The moment they were out of sight, her expression changed. Her smile vanished and her eyes grew cold. She clenched her fists as anger bubbling beneath the surface. How dare they act friendly with me when they tried to manipulate me? When she first arrived, she had decided to observe Ethan and the others, to study them, to understand them. She even considered genuine friendship. But then, strange things started happening. Subtle headaches. Odd gaps in her memory. A persistent feeling that something was off. And then, last night, everything came rushing back. She remembered everything. Ethan's Omni Watch. How she arrived in this world. How Xavier altered her memories. The truth. Even her thoughts had been subtly manipulated, making her genuinely believe she was here to form real friendships with them. Her blood boiled at the revelation. Viltrumites were a warrior race and their willpower is unmatched. Their bodies were built for war, their healing factor far beyond human comprehension. And their minds. Just as resilient. Someone had tried to rewrite her memories, but her subconscious fought back. Her brain treated the memory erasure as damage and healed itself, restoring what had been stolen from her. The realization made everything click. She had felt the manipulation. She knew something was blocking her instincts. And now, she knew who was responsible. Professor Charles Xavier. The most powerful telepath in the school. The man who had erased her memories, changed her entire understanding of why she was here. And it didn't take a genius to figure out that Ethan might have been part of it, too. She remembered how no one questioned her presence anymore. How everyone conveniently believed she had simply come to this world to study humanity. They were all in on it. Even Ethan. He wanted to keep the Omni Watch for himself. He wanted to trap her. To manipulate her. To turn her into his loyal subordinate. Her jaw clenched as rage surged through her veins. He's the real mastermind. The thought alone made her want to rip him apart. But she wasn't stupid. If she made a move now, they would erase her memories and manipulate her again. They would turn her into their eternal slave. She needed to be smart. She needed a plan. As she was lost in thought, a man approached her. Miss Anissa, he said smoothly. My boss wants to meet you. He can help you. She barely glanced at him. Fuck off. She turned to walk away, but he followed. You should hear him out, he insisted. She stopped when they reached a place without humans. Then, without warning, she spun around, grabbing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground. I said, fuck off, she growled. The man gasped for breath but managed to rasp out, Xavier is manipulating you. Anissa froze. Then she narrowed her eyes. What did you say? The man coughed as she loosened her grip. You don't know everything about this world, do you? He said hoarsely. There are people who want to help you. But you need to come with me to meet my boss. She frowned. And if they notice I'm missing? The man smiled and pulled out an earpiece. Just follow my boss's instructions. Before she could respond, his body shifted. Within seconds, he looked exactly like her. Anissa's eyes widened slightly. The man smirked. Name's Morph. For a moment, she hesitated. She didn't know the true power structure of this world. She didn't know if she could trust this so-called boss. But she did know one thing. If there was even a chance for revenge against Ethan and that bald psycho, she would take it. Raw power wasn't the answer. Ethan was stronger than her. He could stop her. And they could erase her memories again. She needed to be patient. So, she took the earpiece and walked away, following the deep voice that guided her to her new allies. Meanwhile, Morph, now disguised as Anissa, returned to Kitty and Anna, playing the role perfectly. Back to the present. The room was silent as Morph finished his story. Jean's fists were clenched and her expression is unreadable. Ethan remained silent while Hank adjusted his glasses. And who exactly is your boss? Morph smirked. Don't know his real name. But he calls himself Mr. Sinister. Jean's eyes narrowed at the name. Ethan was lost in thought. Logan snorted. That's a retarded name. Scott, who crossed his arms, said, yeah. Same could be said about Wolverine. Logan's eyes flashed. You wanna go, glasses? Scott's visor glowed red. Anytime, little pup. Enough, you two, Xavier said sharply. He turned back to Morph and asked in serious tone, why are you telling us this now? Morph's smirk faltered slightly before he spoke in a quieter tone, because, he admitted, I just want to be free. The room remained heavy with tension as Morph exhaled and looked around at the gathered faces. His usual smirk was gone, replaced by something tired. You guys have no idea what it's like, he muttered, his voice unusually quiet. Logan narrowed his eyes. Then why don't you enlighten us? Morph let out a dry chuckle. Yeah, might as well. He took a deep breath before speaking. I wasn't always like this. I was normal once. Just some nobody trying to get by. Then, he found me. Sinister. Morph clenched his fists. He did things to me. Messed with my DNA, experimented on me like a damn lab rat. And when my X-gene finally kicked in, he turned me into his personal puppet. Scott, with his arms crossed, asked, how? Morph tapped the side of his head. Microchip. Right here. Blocks telepaths from poking around in my brain and makes sure I stay under his thumb. No running, no hiding. Just his property. Professor Xavier's face remained calm, but there was a deep sadness in his eyes. And that's why you're here now. You want to be free. Morph laughed, but there was no humor in it. Oh, I tried before. Plenty of times. You think this is my first betrayal? He shook his head. Nah. I've turned on him before. Thought I could outsmart him, thought I could escape. But he always wins. And every time I fail, I get punished. Jean frowned. Punished how? Morph's face darkened. Torture. Pain. More experiments. His voice cracked slightly, but he quickly masked it with a forced smirk. You'd think I'd learn, right? But here I am. One more shot at freedom. Silence filled the room. No one spoke. No one knew what to say. Then Morph leaned forward slightly, looking directly at Xavier. I'll take you to him. I know where Sinister is. I know what he's planning. All I ask. His voice softened. Is that you help me? Logan scoffed. So we go running into some mad scientist's hideout just 'cause you asked nicely. Scott gave Logan a sharp look. If he's telling the truth, this isn't just about him. He turned to Xavier. Professor. Xavier studied Morph carefully. Then, after a long pause, he turned to Ethan. Come with me. Ethan blinked. What? Outside. Now. Ethan frowned but followed Xavier out of the room. Once outside, away from the others, Xavier turned to Ethan with a serious expression. This situation is more delicate than you realize. Because of Anissa. Xavier nodded. Her mind was strong. Stronger than most. It took a great deal of effort to adjust her memories, even temporarily. His voice was calm, but there was an underlying tension in it. If she has regained them, she won't see us as allies. Ethan sighed before rubbing his forehead. She'll see us as the enemy. Exactly. Xavier's tone was grim. And if she's now with Sinister, it means she believes we manipulated her. That we used her. Ethan clenched his fists. Damn it, he exhaled sharply. This is my fault. I should have been smarter about this. I knew how dangerous this world was, but I still acted like an idiot. Xavier observed his expression and reaction and instantly understanding his thoughts. Shaking his head, he said, blaming yourself won't change what's happened. What matters now is understanding exactly what we're up against. Ethan nodded, then let's go back in. We need to know everything about Sinister. Xavier gave him a small nod before they turned and re-entered the room. Back inside, the others were waiting. Logan had his arms crossed, Jean looked deep in thought, and Scott and Hank were quietly discussing something. Morph glanced up as Ethan and Xavier returned. Ethan walked straight up to Morph. Talk. Morph grinned. About what? Ethan's eyes flickered with blue lightning. Everything. Who is Sinister? What does he want? How dangerous is he? Morph chuckled. Oh, buddy, you're in for a story. Anne, how is the chapter? I bet many of you think Anissa was kidnapped, right? Like it? Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 28, The Storm of Judgment, edited. Morph took a deep breath while glancing at each of them before speaking. He was once a scientist, a geneticist obsessed with evolution, mutation, and the idea of creating the perfect being. Back in the 19th century, his theories were considered radical, even by scientific standards. He believed in controlled evolution, in guiding humanity's genetic path to perfection. But he lacked the means to conduct his experiments until he saw Apocalypse. Everyone in the room stiffened at the name. Even Logan, who usually had a cocky remark for everything, stayed silent. Apocalypse? Jean asked, her voice tight. As in the ancient mutant. The first mutant. The one I destroyed. Morph nodded. Yeah. The guy saw potential in Apocalypse. He thought if he can combine several mutant genes, he can also become a god among men, just like Apocalypse. He experiments on mutants, blending their genes into himself, constantly evolving. He became something more sinister. Enhanced intellect, superhuman durability, healing, shape-shifting, and, worst of all, the ability to manipulate and extract mutant DNA. That's why he's so dangerous. He's not just some scientist anymore, he said grimly. He's something else. Stronger. More dangerous. He doesn't just manipulate genes, he controls them. His body adapts, heals, and evolves. He sees mutants as nothing more than test subjects. Scott folded his arms, his jaw clenching. So, he's not just some mad scientist. He's a walking genetic nightmare. Bingo. Morph sighed. I was just a normal guy once, a mutant who didn't even know he had an X gene. Sinister found me first. He experimented on me, unlocked my shape-shifting powers, and turned me into his puppet. He implanted a chip in my brain, blocking telepaths like Xavier from reading my mind. And if I ever betrayed him, well, let's just say, the consequences were worse than death. Yet you still tried, Hank said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Morph let out a humorless laugh. Yeah. And every time I did, I paid for it in blood. More experiments, more pain. He made sure I knew that betraying him wasn't an option. But I had to try again. I need to be free. A heavy silence filled the room. Then, Storm exhaled sharply. We can't let him continue. We have to move now and end this. Jean nodded in agreement. We need to get Anissa back and put an end to Sinister's plans before he does more damage. Logan cracked his knuckles. About damn time. I was getting bored. Hank adjusted his glasses. I must admit, I have several concerns, but I agree. If Sinister is experimenting on mutants and manipulating people like Morph, he needs to be stopped. Everyone turned to Ethan, expecting his agreement. But he remained silent for a moment, then said, I'll join you later. You guys go on ahead. I need to take care of something first. Everyone stared at him in surprise. What? Logan asked before narrowing his eyes. You got somewhere better to be. Just trust me, Ethan said firmly. I have my reasons. Professor Xavier studied Ethan for a long moment before nodding. Very well. But do not delay for too long. Ethan turned to Morph, give me the location. He hesitated for a second then nodded and relayed the coordinates of Sinister's hideout. Scott was still glaring. What's so important that you can't come with us? Ethan didn't answer directly and went out. With that, Logan, Jean, Scott, Hank, and Morph boarded the Blackbird. Storm and Xavier decided to stay in the mansion for the safety of the students. As they strapped in, Logan looked around at the black leather uniforms and scoffed. This seriously it, he muttered, tugging at the tight material. Scott smirked. What did you expect? Yellow spandex. Logan rolled his eyes. Wouldn't be worse than this. The jet roared to life, lifting off toward Sinister's location. Meanwhile, Ethan made his way to find Anna and the younger Jean. After finding them, they asked several questions about Anissa but he didn't answer and said, I need both of you to come with me. Anna looked confused. Why? I'll explain on the way. Just trust me. Jean and Anna exchanged glances but nodded, sensing the seriousness in his tone. Sinister's castle. An hour later, the Blackbird landed just outside an ominous Gothic castle. The sky above was dark and stormy, as if nature itself recoiled from the place. The team disembarked, and Scott immediately began organizing their approach. All right, listen up. We get in, clear up this mess with Anissa, restrain Sinister, and get the hell out. Quick and clean. You really think it's gonna be that simple? Logan asked, already sniffing the air for trouble. No, Scott admitted. But it's the best plan we've got. Jean suddenly winced before pressing a hand to her temple. Scott noticed immediately, "You okay?" She forced a smile. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just a headache. Let's keep moving." Morph glanced at her, something about her reaction catching his attention. But before he could say anything, they stepped into the castle's main hall. Inside Sinister's castle, tension filled the air as Scott, Jean, Logan, and Hank cautiously advanced, their eyes locked on Anissa, who sat calmly in the middle of the vast hall. She exuded an aura of confidence, completely unfazed by their presence. The team was prepared to reason with her, to make her see that Sinister was manipulating her, but something about the coldness in her gaze made it clear, she wasn't interested in talking. Scott took a step forward. "Anissa, whatever Sinister told you, it's a lie. He's using you. We're here to bring you back." Anissa remained silent and her expression is unreadable. Logan, growing impatient, let out a grunt. "Kid, we ain't got time for this. Either you come with us, or we take you back." "Anissa," Hank said cautiously. "You don't have to do this. Sinister is using you. Whatever he's told you, whatever he's done." She didn't respond. She simply stood as her cold gaze locked onto them. Then, without a word, she moved. Faster than any of them could react, she struck Logan first, delivering a punch so powerful it sent him crashing through the castle wall and out into the open. "Son of a..." Logan cursed as he struggled to get up. Scott immediately fired an optic blast at her, but Anissa dodged it effortlessly, closing the distance and knocking him aside with brutal efficiency. Jean tried to use her telekinesis, but before she could, Anissa grabbed her wrist and slammed her into the ground. Scott groaned before trying to push himself up, but Anissa placed a foot on his chest, pinning him down. "You're outmatched," she said flatly. Before Scott could react, Anissa lifted him and delivered a devastating kick to his gut. The force of the impact lifted him off the ground and sent him crashing into the far wall. He slumped down, coughing violently as he tried to catch his breath before losing consciousness. Jean gasped and reached out with her telekinesis, trying to restrain Anissa, but the moment she did, a sudden, blinding pain shot through her skull. She let out a strangled cry and collapsed to her knees, clutching her head in agony before falling unconscious beside Scott. Logan and Hank wasted no time. Logan's claws extended with a metallic snick as he lunged at Anissa, his instincts screaming at him to end this quickly. But Anissa was ready. Just as he closed in, she sidestepped at the last second, grabbed his extended arm, and twisted. The sickening sound of tearing flesh filled the hall as she drove her knee deep into his stomach. Logan's eyes widened in shock as blood spewed from his mouth. The force of the impact sent him flying through the castle doors and out into the courtyard, leaving a deep crater in the stone ground where he landed. Hank roared in fury and leaped at Anissa, using his enhanced strength to bring his full weight down on her. But she was faster. With almost no effort, she caught him midair by the throat. Hank's eyes widened as he struggled against her iron grip, his powerful arms trying to pry her hand away, but it was useless. Her strength was overwhelming. "You should have stayed out of this," she muttered coldly before slamming her fist into his face with a brutal punch. Blood splattered as Hank's head snapped back, his nose broken, and his body crumpled to the floor, unconscious. Anissa stood over them, her expression void of remorse. The battle had lasted only a few seconds, and yet she had completely dismantled the X-Men's best fighters. Morph hesitated. "Anissa, listen. You don't have to do this. They can help." Suddenly, his body froze. He couldn't move. From the shadows of the grand staircase, Sinister emerged, his red eyes glowing with amusement. "Good work, Anissa," he praised. "Now, let's wait for Ethan, shall we? I believe he's the one you truly want to destroy." Anissa's hands clenched into fists at the mention of Ethan's name, but she said nothing. Sinister turned to Morph and sneered. "As for you, I do hope you'll try a little harder next time before betraying me. I'd hate for you to get bored. Now, take them to the lab. I have much work to do." Morph trembled. The last time he had tried to break free of Sinister's control, the punishment had been excruciating. Now, he realized it had all been for nothing. Lowering his head in defeat, he muttered, "Yes, master." He moved to drag Scott and Jean away when suddenly, a blur shot into the room. In an instant, Anissa was gone, yanked through the roof at incredible speed. Sinister's eyes widened in surprise. Then, slowly, a smile spread across his face. "Ah," he murmured. "He's here. This should be entertaining." He turned back to Morph, unconcerned. "Take them to the lab. We'll deal with him soon enough." Morph swallowed hard, realizing things had just taken a dramatic turn. As he obeyed Sinister's command, he couldn't help but wonder, what would Ethan do next? As Ethan took Anissa by the throat, he propelled them both out of the castle, ascending into the darkened sky. Thunder rumbled as lightning crackled in the clouds above. They hovered in the air, facing each other. Ethan's expression was serious as he spoke. Anissa, listen to me. I don't know what Sinister told you, but this is your last chance. Come with me, and I'll explain everything. I'll tell you the truth. He had no desire to fight her, knowing with cold certainty that a real fight would end with her death. That wasn't his goal. He saw a potential ally in her, a powerful force that could be turned, if her loyalty won. He wanted to change her, to guide her onto a different path until she became someone he could trust. He knew it was a monumental task, but his mind, shaped by countless fanfictions, clung to the trope of the redeemed villain. He inwardly cursed his previous self, the rash idea of having Xavier simply wipe her memories. That was a mistake. It had been a coward's solution, a violation that stripped away choice. He had made a mistake, and now he was determined to correct it, to earn her allegiance, not command it, if it was still possible. Anissa, with her eyes filled with hatred, scoffed. Enough with the talk. Without hesitation, she launched a powerful punch toward him. Ethan caught her fist midair before gripping it tightly. You know I'm stronger than you. But Anissa smirked. With her free hand, she swiftly placed a small, glowing device onto Ethan's wrist. The moment it activated, a surge of energy coursed through his body. Before he could react, Anissa struck him with her other fist. The impact sent him hurtling through the sky. In an instant, she was upon him, grabbing him by the throat and squeezing tightly. What's wrong? She taunted with her grin widening. Can't use your powers? This little device blocks mutant abilities. Sinister told me it would turn you into nothing but a weak, ordinary human. And now, I'm going to kill you. Her grin darkened. Then, I'll kill your friends. And as for your little girlfriend, she licked her lips, I'll play with her until she begs me to kill her. Ethan's expression remained cold and unwavering. Slowly, he placed his hands over hers, the ones that were crushing his throat. To her shock, his grip tightened, prying her fingers apart with ease. Her eyes widened in confusion and growing fear. Why can you still use your powers? That device suppresses the powers of your race. Ethan met her gaze. Because I'm not a mutant, Anissa. I'm human. He leaned in slightly, his piercing blue eyes locking onto hers. But one day, I will stand at the pinnacle of all races. Lies, she screamed, thrashing in his grip. No human can be this strong. Before she could say more, Ethan's grip tightened. The air around them crackled as blue lightning coursed across his body, illuminating the stormy sky. His presence became suffocating, a force beyond comprehension. Dark clouds swirled violently, spiraling into a massive storm. The sky wept with rage as thunder roared in unison with his growing fury. Anissa gasped in pain as Ethan, without hesitation, ripped both of her arms from her body. Blood sprayed into the air as she let out an agonized scream. It seemed he was still a bit naive, thinking he could influence people he'd only ever known from comics or screens. That was fiction. This was reality. The two couldn't be more different. If Anissa ever used that device on Anna, she could kill her without hesitation, and that was a thought Ethan didn't even want to entertain. The worst part was, he was the one who brought Anissa here. If left unchecked, she could become the very cause of Anna's, or any of his friends, death. Anissa might have the potential to become a powerful ally, but she could never replace Anna or the friends he'd made in this world. Ethan's voice was devoid of emotion as he spoke. Your mistake wasn't joining hands with Sinister. His eyes flickered with lightning. Your mistake was thinking you could harm Anna. As she writhed in pain, her body trembling, Ethan raised his hand. Flames ignited in his palm, their glow reflecting in his cold, unwavering eyes. Without a shred of hesitation, he placed his burning hand upon her, and fire consumed her body. The flames roared hungrily, devouring her flesh as her screams faded into nothingness. Her severed arms drifted below, but Ethan's gaze followed them. With a mere gesture, wind carried them into his outstretched palm. He pointed his free hand toward them, and a powerful blaze shot forth, incinerating them into ashes. Below, the entire castle trembled. A monstrous tornado, laced with crackling lightning, surrounded the structure, tearing it apart piece by piece. Inside the Blackbird, Logan groaned as he sat up. His wounds had already healed, thanks to his regeneration. He looked around and saw Anna and Jean already in the Blackbird, and Hank, who is injured, is there. How the hell did we get here so fast? Logan grumbled. And how are we here? We should be inside the castle. Anna, who was watching the storm outside with worry, spoke softly. Ethan flew us here. Her fingers clenched. I have to say, he's been different this entire time. Jean nodded. He moved you two from the castle with his tornadoes. The three of them looked outside, their eyes widening as they took in the massive storm that had engulfed Sinister's castle. The sheer destructive force was unlike anything they had ever seen. Inside the raging storm, Sinister stood tall, unaffected by the destruction around him. His crimson eyes gleamed as he gazed up at Ethan, who floated in the eye of the storm. A sinister grin spread across his lips. Fascinating. You're more powerful than I anticipated, Ethan Carter. His gaze flickered to the device still attached to Ethan's wrist. Tell me, why didn't the mutant suppression device work on you? Ethan, hovering above, merely looked down at him. His voice was cold, devoid of any amusement. A dying man has no use for knowledge. Sinister let out a chuckle, then suddenly lunged forward. His fist, enhanced with tremendous strength, collided with Ethan's chest. Telekinetic energy followed, slamming into him in an attempt to crush his body. Sinister's form flickered, shifting into shadows before reforming on Ethan's other side, firing beams of dark energy at point-blank range. Ethan remained unmoved. He hovered in place, completely unfazed by the attacks. The energy beams dissipated against his skin as if they were mere gusts of wind. Sinister narrowed his eyes, confusion flashing in them for the first time. Then, before he could react, Ethan moved. In a blink, he appeared before Sinister, gripping his throat with an iron grip. The storm intensified, lightning dancing around them in fury. Ethan's glowing white eyes bore into Sinister's soul. His voice was quiet, but the weight of his words was absolute. This ends now. Like it. Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 29, The Breaking Point, edited. Ethan tightened his grip around Sinister's throat, his blue eyes burning with cold resolve. Blue lightning crackled around his body, illuminating the swirling tornado that engulfed the ruined castle below. Sinister struggled and his face contorted with pain and fury, but Ethan remained unmoved. You think you can kill me? Sinister sneered, I have countless clones, and my influence spreads further than you could imagine. Ethan's expression remained blank. Not this time. With a flick of his wrist, orange flames erupted from Ethan's hands, Phoenix Force flames, searing not only Sinister's body but his very soul. Sinister's screams echoed through the sky as his form disintegrated into nothingness. Even the ash left behind was devoured by the flames, ensuring that no part of him could ever return. Ethan exhaled before surveying the destruction. The mansion was nothing more than rubble, and the tornado he had summoned crackled with energy, still raging across the landscape. With a single thought, the storm dissipated, leaving eerie silence in its wake. He turned toward the blackbird and his body is still crackling faintly with residual lightning power, and took off. Inside the blackbird, Morph had just arrived before carefully setting the unconscious older Jean and Scott onto the seats. He exhaled deeply while running a hand through his sweat-dampened forehead. The moment he had felt the tornado tear through the castle, he had known Ethan was responsible. That knowledge had been his cue to escape, carrying Jean and Scott to safety. Guess I made the right call, he muttered under his breath and is grateful that Ethan's power hadn't harmed them in the process. A moment later, the entrance opened, and Ethan stepped inside. His expression was unreadable and Jean immediately rushed to his side, her sharp eyes scanning him for injuries. Are you hurt? She asked with a hint of worry lacing her voice. The sheer magnitude of his power had shaken her, but she knew better than to question it now. Anna also moved closer but scowled when she saw the way Jean was looking at Ethan. He's got adaptation, Jean. He can heal, she said dryly before crossing her arms. Jean chuckled lightly before shaking her head. Still, doesn't mean we can't check on him. Logan, who was standing nearby, studied Ethan with a serious expression. What happened to Anissa? He finally asked and his tone edged with suspicion. Ethan glanced at him but said simply, you don't need to worry about her anymore. Logan's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Ethan met his gaze evenly but didn't elaborate. I'll explain everything back at the mansion. The others exchanged uncertain looks but didn't press further. Ethan then turned his attention to Jean before stepping closer. I'll take her back myself. Anna, you can follow behind me. Logan's brows furrowed slightly. Why? Ethan smirked faintly. Because I brought them here, so it's only fair that I take them back. Besides, you can fly now. Anna huffed but didn't argue. After permanently absorbing Anissa's powers, she had gained abilities similar to a Viltrumite, though she wasn't at their full level yet, she was strong enough to hold her own. She could also fly on her own, but Jean was the only one who couldn't, as the blackbird they arrived in was a smaller version and couldn't fit everyone, so it is best this way. Ethan lifted Jean effortlessly into his arms. What are you doing? She stammered. Taking you back, Ethan replied simply, and before anyone could say another word, he shot out of the blackbird like a bolt of lightning. Anna watched him go with her eyes lingering on him for a moment before she, too, took off, following his path. Back inside, Logan let out a heavy sigh. That kid's got too many damn surprises. Behind him, Hank stirred, groaning as he slowly regained consciousness. Scott followed moments later, blinking groggily as he took in his surroundings. Older Jean also regained her consciousness. What happened? Scott blinked blearily. How did we get here? He murmured, looking around in confusion. His hand instinctively reached for Jean's. Older Jean sat up slowly and her head is pounding. Where are we? Logan smirked and leaned back in his seat, staring out in the direction Ethan had flown. The Immortal kid got us back here, he muttered, a faint note of grudging respect in his tone. He lit a cigar, the flickering flame briefly illuminating the lines on his weathered face. Can't say I hate the guy for that, he added after a puff, smoke curling lazily around his grin. Reminds me a bit of my younger, dumber self, less beer, more bad decisions. Scott's brows furrowed. Ethan. The journey back to the mansion was swift. Ethan and Anna flew at incredible speeds, cutting through the night sky like comets. Ethan ensured Jean's safety by conjuring a wind barrier around her, shielding her from the sheer velocity. The wind roared past them, but inside the barrier, she felt nothing more than a gentle breeze. They landed smoothly on the school grounds, where Jean stumbled slightly as she adjusted to being back on solid ground. Anna, however, remained composed, her gaze flickering toward Ethan as if searching for something. As they entered the mansion, the soft hum of activity filled the halls. Students and teachers went about their night, unaware of the events that had transpired. It didn't take long before Professor Xavier summoned them to his study, already aware of their return. Ethan, Anna, Jean, and Storm gathered in the room before taking their seats. Ethan reached for a plate of snacks on the table and began eating casually. Anna, on the other hand, sat stiffly. Professor told them to wait for the others to arrive before explaining everything. Unbeknownst to the others, Professor Xavier had already looked into Anna's mind the moment she arrived. He saw the events that had transpired but chose to remain silent for now, waiting for the full group to assemble before addressing the situation. His expression remained composed, but a shadow of concern lingered behind his eyes. An hour passed before the rest of the team arrived. Hank and older Jean excused themselves to rest, their bodies still recovering from the ordeal. Scott, Logan, and Morph, however, wasted no time in finding the professor. Scott recounted everything up until he lost consciousness, his voice laced with frustration and disbelief. Morph filled in the gaps, explaining the battle, Anissa's fall, and Ethan's final clash with Sinister. When they finished, Professor Xavier exhaled deeply before looking directly at Ethan. Why, he asked. Why did you kill Anissa and Sinister? This is not the way. We cannot use our powers as tools for destruction. We must use them for the betterment of mankind, not for vengeance. Ethan remained silent for a moment, finishing the last bite of his snack. Then, he calmly set his plate down and met Xavier's gaze. Enough with this pep talk, Professor, he said in a firm tone. Wake up to reality. The world isn't fair, and survival isn't guaranteed. You preach peace, but even this school was attacked. How many times have you had to fight back? And how many more times will you have to until you finally understand? He leaned forward slightly before lowering his voice. There will always be people who hate mutants, and as long as they exist, war will follow. That's reality. Storm shifted uncomfortably, her gaze flickering between Ethan and the professor. Logan crossed his arms, listening intently but saying nothing. Morph, however, remained completely still, his usual carefree demeanor absent. Ethan's tone softened slightly as he continued, I respect your ideals, Professor. Coexistence sounds great in theory. But reality is often disappointing, and after everything I've seen, I know better now. I won't kill mindlessly. But if someone tries to harm me or my friends, I will not hesitate to strike back. His eyes drifted toward Anna and his expression became gentler than before. That brings me to my next point, he said. Anna, I'm leaving this place tomorrow. You need to make your choice. Anna's breath hitched and her fingers tightening on her lap. Ethan, I've given you enough time, he interrupted, stay, or come with me. But decide. Scott's visor gleamed as he stepped forward and his frustration finally boiling over. And what makes you think we'll just let you walk away after what you've done? Ethan's lips curled into a small, knowing smile. Even if every mutant in the school tried to stop me, they wouldn't be able to, he said simply. His eyes flickered toward Storm. You know it. Storm sighed, as Logan gave a low grunt before shaking his head. He had seen Ethan's power firsthand. There was no point in arguing. Without another word, Ethan stood and took Anna's hand, guiding her toward the door. She hesitated for a moment but ultimately followed. Young Jean trailed behind them, pausing briefly to glance back at the others before continuing forward. Scott's fists trembled. Professor, what do we do? Xavier closed his eyes, a heavy silence settling over him before he finally spoke. We part ways. Scott's eyes widened. What? I know Ethan's mindset, Xavier said quietly. And this incident has only strengthened his resolve. There is no path where our philosophies align. It is best for all of us if we let him go, peacefully. The room remained silent as Ethan and his companions disappeared into the halls, their footsteps echoing behind them. Later that day, Ethan gathered his close friends, Bobby, John, Kurt, Kitty, Jubilee, and Angelica, in one of the recreation rooms to break the news officially. "I guess this is it," Ethan said while leaning against the pool table with a faint smile. "I'm leaving tomorrow." His friends exchanged glances, some of them already aware of his impending departure. "Yeah, we figured," Bobby said with a smirk while trying to keep things light. "You said last month that you'd be gone by now, and we've been keeping track." John rolled his eyes. "So much for acting surprised." Kurt gave Ethan a nod. "You know we'll miss you, Ja." Ethan smiled. "Yeah. I'll miss you guys too." Kitty crossed her arms, trying to look stern but failing as her voice wavered. "So, where are you headed exactly?" Ethan shrugged. "Somewhere new. A fresh start." Jubilee sighed dramatically. "Just don't forget us when you become a big shot out there." Angelica placed a hand on his shoulder. "We'll always be here if you ever want to visit." Anna and Jean stood to the side, both unusually quiet, lost in thought. The next morning arrived sooner than expected. Ethan packed his things and stepped outside to find a car provided by Professor Xavier waiting for him. A small crowd had gathered to see him off. Most of the girls who had become fond of him were there, looking somber at his departure. His friends stood by, and despite the heavy mood, they managed to throw in a few jokes. "So, what's your plan?" Bobby teased. "Charm a whole new group of ladies wherever you're going." John smirked. "Yeah, don't forget about us when you're busy breaking hearts." Ethan chuckled. "You guys are impossible." Storm stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Take care of yourself, Ethan. You're capable of great things, but never forget who you are." "I know." "Thanks, Storm." Hank adjusted his glasses and smiled. "We talked about your future, and I meant what I said. I'll reach out to some contacts and make sure you get into a good university. You have the potential to be an incredible doctor." Ethan nodded, his gratitude evident. "Thanks, Hank. That means a lot." Then, to everyone's surprise, Anna appeared with her luggage in tow. "I'm coming with you," she said firmly, her green eyes filled with determination. "Wait, what?" Bobby exclaimed. "You're leaving too?" A stunned silence followed before Logan smirked. "Enjoy your life, kid." Anna hugged him tightly. "Thanks, Logan. For everything." A wave of silence washed over the group before murmurs broke out. Before anyone could fully react, another unexpected development occurred. Young Jean stepped forward, also carrying a suitcase. "I'm coming too." Ethan's eyes met hers, and a small knowing smile formed on his lips. He wasn't surprised, she had told him the night before that she wanted to leave as well. She felt disconnected from this world, especially with the presence of her older self and the way things had changed. Older Jean approached her younger counterpart, a gentle smile on her lips. "You can always come back here, you know. This is your home too." Young Jean hesitated before nodding. "I know. But I need to figure things out for myself." Older Jean sighed softly before pulling her into a hug. "We always wished for a sister, right? I guess our dream came true." Young Jean smiled for the first time in a while. "Thanks, Jean." Older Jean pulled away slightly, her expression warm yet firm. "Call me Madeline Pryor. I've decided to be my own person, not just your other half." Young Jean looked at her for a moment before nodding. "All right. Madeline." After a few more goodbyes, Ethan, Anna, and Jean got into the car. As it drove away, they looked back one last time at the mansion. Like it? Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 30, Mystic Foundations, edited. Few hours had passed since Ethan, Anna, and Jean left the Xavier mansion. Their journey led them to the storied address of 177A Bleecker Street, the fabled Sanctum Sanctorum, where Ethan introduced them to a world they'd never imagined existed, a world of magic, mysticism, and the ancient arts. As they stepped up to the ornate doors, Ethan's eyes glimmered with quiet excitement. "Welcome to the Sanctum," he said. "Here, you'll learn that magic isn't just myth. It's real, and it's powerful." Anna exchanged a doubtful look with Jean. "Magic?" Jean echoed softly, still processing the reality that they had left behind a world of mutants for one of mysticism. Ethan continued, "You see, there's a place called Kamartaj, a sanctuary of mystic knowledge. Here, we're going to learn how to harness energies from other dimensions, channel them through our minds and bodies, and even open portals to realms beyond our own." "Superpowers?" "Sure. Aliens?" "Fine. But magic?" That was harder to believe. "Come on, Ethan. Magic. Really?" Anna scoffed before folding her arms. Jean, however, was more open-minded. "I mean, I've felt strange energies before. But actual magic? That's hard to believe." Ethan simply smirked. Just wait. You'll see. Their skepticism began to waver as Ethan led them through a grand, dimly lit corridor lined with ancient texts and relics. The ambience was charged with a palpable energy, an undercurrent of secrets waiting to be unlocked. The very air vibrated with mystical power. Anna and Jean shared a stunned look. Holy! Anna muttered, speechless for once. Jean looked around. This place, it's like it has its own mind. Ethan nodded. Now, do you believe me? Just then, a calm yet authoritative voice greeted them. Belief is merely the first step. Mastery is a long and arduous journey. They turned to see that the Ancient One had arrived. She regarded Ethan with an amused glint in her eye. It seems you've brought some company, Ethan Carter. He offered a small, polite smile. Yeah, they're important to me. I wanted to ask if they could learn magic here as well. They pick things up quickly, and I promise they won't cause trouble. So, could you teach them too? She studied Anna and Jean for a moment before sighing. It seems I have acquired a buy one, get two free deal. Very well, they may stay, but they must commit. Ethan smiled as they said in unison, works for me. She paused, then added, if you wish to learn here, Carter, you first need to study the ancient languages, Sanskrit, Aramaic, and others, in which our texts are written. Only then will you truly understand and learn on your own and how to channel energies from other dimensions. Ethan's eyes shone with determination. I'll do whatever it takes. Over the next few weeks, they immersed themselves in study. Anna and Jean struggled with the complex scripts and cryptic passages, their initial skepticism slowly giving way to cautious curiosity. Meanwhile, Ethan's enhanced intellect made learning languages almost effortless. He picked up most of them in few hours, then threw himself into studying magic with the same intensity. Thanks to his high intelligence again, the foundational theories clicked for him faster than they reasonably should have, and before long, he was eagerly diving into practical training, absorbing each lesson like a sponge dropped into an ocean. Anna, however, struggled. Ugh. Why can't they just put this in plain English, she groaned before slamming a book shut. Jean giggled. It's like learning another science. It just takes time. One afternoon, as the trio gathered in a secluded library, the Ancient One introduced her newest disciple, Caecilius, who had joined just the previous month. He was a quiet figure, his presence marked by an almost solemn intensity. Although he rarely engaged in conversation, his focused eyes spoke volumes about his dedication. Together they began to work hard and are trying to learn mystic arts. Ethan learned from the Ancient One that this guy had a very different story than the MCU version he remembered. His family wasn't dead or estranged, they were very much alive, though burdened with their own troubles. By sheer coincidence, the Ancient One had discovered him during one of those turbulent moments, and after a few unexpected twists, she had taken him in as a disciple. So this guy's origin story is completely different from the MCU. Family alive and stable enough. Good for him, I guess. Ethan suspected this might be because he'd landed in an MCU alternate timeline where Caecilius' family actually survived, or perhaps it was just a butterfly effect triggered by his own arrival. Either way, he didn't bother overthinking it. He'd already decided he wasn't going to follow the plot anymore. With his presence alone causing inevitable changes in the future, it was wiser not to stress about deviations, and instead make the best use of the plot knowledge he did have. During the following days, Ancient One observed their progress and soon introduced them to practical magic. She explained how sorcerers channeled power from the multiverse. Their practical magic training began with the fundamentals, the creation of golden mandalas. The Ancient One demonstrated by forming a perfect, spinning construct of glowing energy with practiced ease. The air hummed around it. Magic is the art of drawing energy from dimensions beyond our own, she explained. We do not create power, we borrow it. Some, like the Vishanti, grant their aid willingly. Others take a price. That is why we focus on harnessing pure, controlled energy. Now, try. Ethan stepped forward eagerly, hands outstretched, mimicking the motions the Ancient One had demonstrated. His first attempt produced nothing but a few aimless sparks that scattered uselessly in the air. The second try yielded a faint flicker of light, brief, trembling, and gone within seconds. But Ethan didn't show even a hint of frustration. Of course it's not simple, he reminded himself, calm and steady. If it were, anyone could do it. So he simply reset his stance, shoulders relaxed, eyes sharp with determination, ready for the next attempt. Anna, gritting her teeth, tried as well, but her mandala was weak and unstable, barely forming before collapsing. Jean, determined, managed to create a faint outline, but nothing substantial. Ethan also gave it his best shot. On his fifth attempt, he finally succeeded, a bright, golden mandala spun into existence before him. It wavered slightly but remained steady. The Ancient One gave a small nod of approval. You are beginning to understand. Anna and Jean, however, struggled for 2 more days before they could create stable mandalas. Their initial frustration turned into relief when they finally succeeded. Ethan smirked. Told you you'd get it. Anna rolled her eyes but grinned. Yeah. Don't rub it in. After mastering the mandala, they moved on to the next major test, portal creation using the sling ring. The Ancient One handed each of them a ring, instructing them on the necessary focus and hand movements. Portals are gateways to anywhere you envision, she explained. You must picture the destination clearly in your mind and guide the energy to open the way. Ethan tried first. His first few attempts resulted in nothing but glowing sparks. By the fourth attempt, a shimmering portal appeared before him, revealing another part of the room. Jean and Anna, however, struggled more. Despite their best efforts, they could not maintain stable portals. The frustration from before crept in again. Anna and Jean exchanged worried glances. Despite their best efforts, they found portal creation elusive. There is progress but it's very slow. Anna frowned before murmuring to Jean, I just can't seem to get it right. Jean replied quietly, maybe magic isn't our strong suit. We're more grounded. Ethan offered a gentle reassurance, don't worry, you too. Magic is as much about understanding yourself as it is about channeling energy. We're already ahead of most students here. If it were easy, anyone could do it. Magic in this place takes real work to master, patience, focus, discipline. Just remember this. He glanced between them with a confident smile. Your hard work will never fail you. Anna sighed, her tone half lamenting and half determined. I want to believe that, Ethan. It just seems so elusive sometimes. Jean nodded in agreement. Maybe we're just not meant to be sorcerers, but we can still learn something valuable from all this. The Ancient One watched them from across the room, her eyes softening with approval. Every path is unique, she said quietly, and every journey teaches you something new. Remember, the true magic lies in your willingness to learn and adapt. Caecilius, who had been observing from a distance, narrowed his eyes at Ethan's progress. The young sorcerer was advancing quickly, perhaps too quickly. A competitor, he thought darkly. He would need to keep an eye on him. Over the next few days, Ethan continued refining his spell work, while Anna and Jean doubled down on their training. The Ancient One observed them all closely, her enigmatic expression is unreadable. One evening, Ethan found himself staring at the ancient texts, absorbing knowledge faster than he ever had before. Anna and Jean, despite their struggles, remained determined. Even if they weren't as naturally gifted in magic as Ethan, they refused to be left behind. Caecilius, meanwhile, continued watching Ethan from the shadows and his mind is calculating. A rivalry had been born, even if Ethan himself was unaware of it. Soon time passed by and a year and 6 months later. Ethan lay sprawled on the couch, his sharp blue eyes watching as Anna and Jean fumbled around in the kitchen. Pots clattered, and the scent of something slightly burnt filled the air. He couldn't help but chuckle at their frustrated expressions. Are you sure you know what you're doing? Ethan teased while resting his head on his hand. Anna shot him a glare. If you're not going to help, keep your comments to yourself, Mr. Carter. Jean, who was stirring something in a pot, sighed. We're trying our best. Cooking is just more complicated than I expected. Ethan smirked. You two can learn magic, but you struggle with cooking. That's ironic. Anna groaned. Spells make sense. Recipes. Not so much. Ethan shook his head, amused. It had been few years since he arrived in this world. During this time, he had grown immensely, not just in power but also in knowledge. He could now be considered one of the most formidable humans on the planet, capable of leveling a country, possibly even an entire continent. Beyond raw strength, he had also mastered the mystic arts. His training with the Ancient One had paid off, allowing him to wield some useful spells known to sorcerers. Eldritch Whip, a conjured energy whip used for combat. Mirror dimension manipulation, the ability to trap enemies inside a parallel dimension. Sling ring portals, the classic teleportation spell that allowed instant travel across the world. Astral projection, separating the spirit from the physical body. Shield of the Seraphim, a powerful defensive spell. Winds of Watum, a spell used to summon strong gusts of wind. Bolts of Balthak, energy projectiles used in combat. Crimson bands of Sidorak, binding constructs that restrained even the strongest foes. While Ethan had surpassed many of his fellow students at Camartage, Anna and Jean weren't far behind. They were still studying diligently, though they lacked Ethan's sheer adaptability to magic. However, both had developed their own unique styles, and in time, they would be just as formidable. After completing his mystical training, Ethan moved to New York. However, rather than seeking traditional employment, he had devised a more unorthodox way to make money, robbing criminals. Hell's Kitchen was riddled with gangs, akin to Gotham City in the DC universe. It was a breeding ground for crime, making it an ideal hunting ground for someone like him. Every night, he would track down gang hideouts, beat the living daylights out of them, and take their money and assets. The best part? No one would report the stolen funds. Criminals didn't exactly go to the police to complain that their illegal cash had been taken. Over time, his actions caused a significant drop in the crime rate. Gang leaders feared him like the boogeyman, and whispers of a ghostly enforcer spread through the underworld. With his fortune growing, Ethan eventually purchased a 2-story house near the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York. It had 4 bedrooms, though, more often than not, he and Anna shared one. Life was good. Now back to present, Ethan decided to take a walk while Anna and Jean continued their experimenting in the kitchen. The fresh air was a welcome change from the chaos inside the house. He was enjoying the peace when, out of nowhere, a thug, clearly running from someone, grabbed him and pressed a knife against his neck. "Don't try anything funny, or you're dead," the man hissed, his voice laced with desperation. Ethan stood there, utterly unbothered. "Are you kidding me?" Of all people, this guy had chosen him. Nearby people gasped, with some quickly taking pictures on their phones while others ran away in fear. Before he could react, he heard familiar voices approaching. "Hey! Stop right there." A familiar blonde-haired man appeared, chasing after the thief. "Johnny Storm. You. What are you doing here?" Ethan asked in disbelief as Johnny came into view. A blonde woman, tall, beautiful, and radiating confidence, approached alongside Johnny. She arched an eyebrow at Ethan's situation. "Johnny, you know him." Johnny squinted at Ethan, trying to place the face. "You look kinda familiar," he muttered, brows furrowed. Ethan let out a long sigh. "Dude, we met at a bar once." When Ethan added a few more details about that night, Johnny's face brightened with sudden realization. "Oh. Right. Now I remember, we did meet at that bar." The thief, still trying to make his escape, barked, "Don't move, or this guy won't see tomorrow." He attempted to drag Ethan backward, but Ethan didn't budge. Instead, he turned his attention to the woman. With a charming smile, he waved slightly. "Hi. Name's Carter, Ethan Carter. May I know your name, miss?" The woman blinked in surprise at his audacity. "Susan Storm." Ethan offered Susan a polite smile. "Nice to meet you, Miss Storm. I would have preferred a better first meeting than this. But still, it's an honor." Susan stepped forward protectively and her eyes narrowing at the thief holding Ethan before turning to him. "Don't worry, Ethan. We'll make sure he doesn't lay a finger on you." Ethan's smile softened, calm and unbothered. "Then I'll believe in you, Miss Storm." The thief finally snapped. "Are you two done? This isn't a movie, and it sure looks like flirting to me." He pressed the knife harder against Ethan's neck. "Move, or I swear I'll." Johnny, oddly relaxed as he edged a step closer, muttered just loud enough, "Can't say I blame him. My sister is beautiful." It wasn't random banter, Johnny was keeping the thief talking, lowering his guard bit by bit. Sue immediately caught on and rolled her eyes. "This is hardly the time for introductions, and this is not flirting." Ethan sighed dramatically. "You, my friend, have the worst luck I've ever seen. You ran straight into me." Before the thief could react, Ethan swiftly grabbed his wrist, twisted it with ease, and delivered a single punch to the face. The man crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Johnny and Sue stood there, stunned. Johnny let out a low whistle. "Damn, dude. You didn't even try." And Sue grinned. "I like this guy. He's got style." Sue let out a breath of relief as she looked Ethan over. "Thank God you're okay. I'm sorry you got dragged into all this." Her expression sharpened as her gaze shifted to the unconscious thief. "He stole my purse. That's why we were chasing him before, and why everything escalated into that mess." Ethan nodded and knelt down, picking up the stolen bag, and offered it to her with a charming smile. "Looks like this belongs with its rightful owner," he said softly. "Would have been a shame if a beautiful woman like you lost it." Sue took it with a small smile. "Smooth talker." Johnny groaned. "All right, Romeo, enough with the flirting. So what's your deal? What are you even doing out here?" Ethan shrugged. "Just taking a walk, enjoying some peace. Didn't expect to be held hostage today, but hey, life's full of surprises." Sue looked at Ethan with clear interest. "You handled that way too well. And you stayed calm through the whole thing. You're not just some regular guy, are you?" Ethan shrugged lightly, the corner of his mouth curving. "Maybe I'm just a regular guy, or maybe not. You're welcome to find out more about me, if you're interested, Miss Storm." Johnny groaned. "Are you seriously flirting with my sister in front of me?" Ethan turned to him, still smiling. "I didn't ask her out. I just introduced myself." Inside, he was already deciding that meeting the Storm siblings like this, pure chance or fate, was actually perfect. A good connection now might help in the future, once they became the Fantastic Four. Susan regarded him with a mix of curiosity and amusement. You're interesting. Ethan's smile deepened. I get that a lot. And if you are interested, we can learn more about each other, Miss Storm. Sue chuckled softly. Maybe we should. Then her gaze shifted to the unconscious thief on the ground and she sighed. But before anything else, we should probably call the cops. Ethan shrugged. Yes, let's do that. She called the cops and then chuckled. Well, I suppose I should thank you properly. Maybe I owe you a drink. Oh, I like the way you think, Miss Storm. Johnny groaned while rubbing his temples. Great. Another flirt. Just what we needed. As the conversation continued, the unconscious thief lay on the sidewalk, completely forgotten. Not that anyone cared. As police sirens blared in the distance, Ethan stretched lazily with Johnny and Sue behind with the unconscious thief. Now, he muttered to himself, let's see if those two finally learned how to make something edible by the time I return. Like it. Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 31, Conversations and Training. After the thief incident and turning him over to the cops, Ethan, Johnny, and Sue decided to stop by a nearby coffee shop. The trio settled into a booth in the cozy space, the aroma of freshly brewed coffee mingling with the soft murmur of conversation around them. Johnny leaned forward before resting his arms on the table. So, Ethan, what are you doing around here these days? I mean, last time I saw you, you weren't exactly the sit-in-a-coffee-shop type. Ethan smiled, taking a slow sip of his coffee. I live nearby now, and I'm focusing on my studies. I'm trying to become a doctor, you know. Johnny's eyebrows shot up in surprise. A doctor? You? Seriously? Ethan chuckled. What, don't I look the part? Johnny shrugged. You just don't seem like the studying type, that's all. He leaned back. How old are you anyway? 19, Ethan replied. I'll be 20 in about 3 months. Johnny whistled. Damn, you're still a kid. He grinned. Guess I'm officially the older, wiser one here. Sue rolled her eyes. That would imply that you have wisdom, Johnny. Johnny placed a hand over his chest, feigning offense. Wow. My own sister. The betrayal. Ethan chuckled and then turned his gaze toward Sue. What about you? What brings you out today? Besides rescuing me from an incredibly incompetent mugger, of course. Sue smiled, amused by his easy confidence. We were just walking around when we saw that guy running away after he stole my purse. Ethan raised an eyebrow. Sue continued. I chased him, and you decided to end it with a single blow. Johnny laughed after imagining the thief face. Come on, you have to admit it was entertaining. Sue rolled her eyes and then leaned in with interest. Anyway, what kind of doctor are you planning to be? You mentioned something about a specialty earlier. Ethan's eyes lit up. I'm diving into biogenetics. It's the future, combining medicine with genetics to unlock the secrets of life. I think it's the perfect blend of science and innovation. Also, I'm fascinated by how our genes shape everything, health, disease, you name it. There's so much potential there for breakthroughs, you know. Sue nodded and is clearly impressed. That's a tough field to crack, but it's incredibly rewarding. Are you leaning toward research, or do you see yourself in a clinical setting? The conversation took off from there, Ethan and Sue diving into the intricacies of biogenetics with an ease that surprised even him. He found himself leaning closer, his tone become playful as he tested the waters with a bit of flirting. You know, Sue, with your brains, you'd make a great partner for some groundbreaking research. Maybe we could team up someday. To Johnny's visible shock, Sue didn't brush him off. Instead, she smiled with her eyes twinkling with amusement. Maybe. You've got a good head on your shoulders, Ethan. Johnny shot him a disapproving look. Wait a minute, aren't you aware that you have a girlfriend, he said, half joking yet concerned. Sue rolled her eyes. Oh, Johnny, let the guy have a little harmless flirting. It's not like I'm going to leave him over it. Ethan laughed softly. Exactly. See, Johnny. Sue gets it. There's no harm in appreciating a beautiful woman when I see one. It's a sin not to, right? His tone was light, yet his words carried a mischievous charm that caught Sue's attention. Before the conversation could drift further, a waitress arrived to take their orders. As she approached, Johnny, always quick with a quip, leaned toward Sue and Ethan. Well, if you think that's flirting, you're talking to the god of flirting here. Watch and learn, kid. As the waitress approached their table with her notepad poised. Can I get you folks anything else? She asked, her tone bright and professional. Johnny turned on the charm instantly and his voice dropping to a smooth, velvety cadence. Well, hello there. I was just thinking this coffee's great, but it'd be even better with a side of your smile. Ethan rolled his eyes as Johnny launched into his usual flirtatious antics. The waitress giggled, playing along with his charm, before finally jotting down their order and walking away. Then Johnny turned back to the table with a triumphant smirk. And that's how it's done, my friends. Sue laughed before shaking her head. You're incorrigible, Johnny. Ethan couldn't help but chuckle, tipping his head in acknowledgement. Okay, I'll give you that one. That was smooth. I'll give you a 6 out of 10. Johnny scoffed. 6. Please, that was at least a solid 9. Sue sighed. I should have sat somewhere else. After the light-hearted moment, Johnny's tone shifted as he began to brag about an upcoming mission. Oh, by the way, next month we're heading to space for a mission. You know, studying cosmic radiation and all that fun science stuff. Ethan's mind immediately sparked with interest. He already knew what was going to happen. Next month, Johnny, Sue, and the rest of the Fantastic Four were going to be hit by cosmic radiation, transforming them forever. Sue, seeing Ethan's curiosity, decided to elaborate. It's been in the works for a while. A research project studying cosmic rays and their effects on biological organisms. The official announcement was made over a year ago, but most people have forgotten about it. Ethan leaned back while thinking. What if I was exposed to the same radiation? What kind of powers would I gain? It wasn't as if he could just hop on board their spacecraft, but maybe there was another way. They lingered over their drinks a while longer, chatting about lighter topics, the thief's clumsy getaway, the coffee shop's quirky decor, before deciding to call it a day. Johnny gave Ethan a friendly pat on the back as they stood. Catch you later, Doc in training. Sue flashed him a warm smile. Take care, Ethan. Keep up with that biogenetics, it's going to take you far. Will do, Ethan replied before waving as they parted ways. As the trio eventually parted ways, Ethan made his way back home. When he returned, he found Jean absorbed in reading some magazines in the living room and looked up at Ethan. If you're looking for Anna, she went to take shower. Glancing around after nodding, Ethan noticed the kitchen looked like a disaster zone, a remnant of yet another one of Anna and Jean's culinary adventures. With a casual wave of his hand, a shimmer of magic swept through the room, and the clutter vanished, leaving the space pristine. Ethan let out a satisfied sigh, waving his hand as the kitchen sparkled clean. Magic really does make life easier, he muttered. Jean looked up from her magazine. You sound like a lazy sorcerer. Ethan chuckled. No, I just like efficiency. Turning toward Jean, who was lounging on the couch, he said, Get ready. We're about to start training. Jean groaned dramatically as she closed her magazine. Ugh, can't we take a break? We've been training non-stop for a week. Ethan smirked. You say that now, but when you end up losing control, I'll be the one fixing the damage. Jean rolled her eyes but stood up before stretching. Just as she did, Anna walked into the room with a towel wrapped snugly around her damp body. Her wet hair cascaded over her shoulders, and droplets of water trailed down her exposed skin. Ethan found it hard to take his eyes off her. A slow, teasing smile spread across Anna's lips as she caught his gaze. Like what you see. Unable to resist, he stepped forward before wrapping his arms around her waist and capturing her lips in a deep, lingering kiss. Anna smiled into the kiss before returning it with her arms looping around his neck. Just as things were about to escalate, Jean cleared her throat loudly. Ahem. Hello. I'm still here, and we have training, remember? Ethan pulled back slightly with his forehead resting against Anna's. With a playful smirk, he whispered, We'll continue this tonight. Anna chuckled before adjusting her towel. I'll hold you to that. Jean shook her head. Seriously, you two are impossible. Ethan merely smiled before opening a shimmering portal to the mirror dimension. The air around them shimmered as reality shifted, and the two stepped through into the vast, distorted realm. The buildings around them twisted in impossible angles, floating and rearranging themselves like an ever-shifting puzzle. This was a place where normal rules didn't apply, and it was perfect for their training. Ethan took Jean's hand, guiding her to the center of the open space. All right, he said. This isn't about magic today. We're focusing on controlling the Phoenix Force. Jean frowned. You've been on this for a while now. Why is it so important? Ethan held her gaze seriously. Because power without control leads to destruction. And the Phoenix Force isn't just powerful, it's absolute. If we don't learn to command it, it will command us. Jean sighed while running a hand through her red hair. Yeah. I get it. You've made that speech a dozen times already. And I'll keep making it until you take it seriously. Jean huffed but didn't argue further. She knew he was right. Ever since the Phoenix Force awakened inside her, she had felt its presence, an overwhelming, primal energy whispering in the back of her mind. At times, it felt intoxicating, like she could do anything. But other times, it felt suffocating, like she was losing herself. Ethan had convinced her that they needed to train together, to understand this power before it consumed them. Jean hesitated. I get that, but it's not easy. Ethan squeezed her hands. I know. That's why we're doing this together. After a moment, Jean nodded. All right. Let's do it. Closing her eyes, Jean focused, allowing the fiery energy within her to rise. Flames flickered to life around her hands, golden red and untamed. Ethan did the same, his body igniting in the same cosmic fire. The heat was immense, but neither of them flinched. Jean opened her eyes and they glowed with power as she tried to maintain control, but the fire twisted wildly around her, consuming everything in its path. The mirror dimension warped under the sheer pressure of the force. As Jean spread her arms, the flames around her grew, expanding outward in controlled waves. The ground beneath them shimmered, reacting to the raw energy. With a flick of her wrist, Jean molded the flames into different shapes, a bird, a dragon, a phoenix. The fire obeyed her will. Ethan watched her with an approving nod. You're getting better at this. Jean smirked. Of course I am. I have a great teacher. The moment of victory was short-lived. The fire around her suddenly surged, growing wild as it lashed out unpredictably. Jean gasped, trying to contain it, but the force was too much. Ethan immediately stepped in, placing his hands over hers. Breathe, he instructed. Don't fight it. Guide it. Jean exhaled slowly, grounding herself. The flames, once chaotic, began to settle. After a few moments, they disappeared entirely, leaving the air crackling with residual energy. Jean collapsed onto a nearby conjured chair, wiping sweat from her forehead. Okay, that was exhausting. Ethan chuckled. Take a break. I've got my own training to do. Jean sat down on a floating chair, watching as Ethan walked to the edge of the mirror dimension. His next task was something he had been working on for an entire week, breaking the dimension itself. He clenched his fists, his hands crackling with a mix of phoenix fire and blue lightning. Then, he threw a punch at the boundary of the mirror dimension. The force of the impact rippled through the space, but the barrier held strong. Jean raised an eyebrow. You do know punching a dimension is crazy, right? Ethan answers before throwing another powerful punch. Maybe. But if I ever get trapped here without a sling ring, I need a way out. Jean sighed. And your solution is punching reality until it breaks? Pretty much. Ethan threw another devastating punch, sending a shockwave through the dimension. Despite his efforts, the barrier remained unbroken. Jean leaned back, watching him. You know, even if you do manage to break it one day, what happens if it backfires? Ethan smirked with his eyes glowing with phoenix flames. Then I'll just get stronger. He continued his relentless assault on the mirror dimension, each punch fueling his growing strength. He wasn't there yet, not by a long shot. But he could feel it. One day, he would break the mirror dimension. And when he did, no one would be able to contain him here. Jean watched in silence as he relentlessly punched the fabric of the dimension. Like it? Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 32, Unspoken Desires, R18. Jean sat in the mirror dimension with her arms resting on her knees as she quietly watched Ethan. He stood a few feet away, punching the dimension with ferocious strength. The air trembled with each blow, the space around them rippling and twisting in response. His arms blazed with the radiant flames of the Phoenix Force, a fiery dance of orange and gold, while jagged arcs of blue lightning surged across his body, casting an electric glow against the surreal void. The raw power he wielded was breathtaking, and Jean couldn't tear her eyes away, captivated by the sight of him. Jean's thoughts slowly drifted away from the present. Her green eyes softened as her mind wandered back to the day she first fell to Earth. She had been scared, confused, and most of all, alone. Her world, her timeline, everything she knew, gone. Replaced by this strange new version of Earth where she didn't belong. She had felt lost. But then came Ethan. And his circle of friends. They didn't just accept her, they made her feel welcome, even safe. That warmth had started to dig into the cold shell around her heart. Alongside his friends, he welcomed her, helped her find her footing, and slowly made this alien world feel like home. Yet it was Ethan himself who stirred something deeper within her. His every action, every word, seemed to pull her in, igniting a spark she couldn't ignore. At first, it was simple curiosity, a fascination with this extraordinary man who wielded such power yet carried himself with warmth. But that curiosity soon shifted, blossoming into interest, then a quiet affection she tried to suppress. Now, she could no longer deny it, she was falling for him. His presence wrapped her in a sense of safety, and just being near him filled her with a joy she hadn't known she could feel. But the truth gnawed at her, Ethan belonged to Anna. He was taken, and her feelings were a betrayal she couldn't justify, no matter how fiercely they burned. Some nights, she'd lie awake, the faint sounds of Anna's voice drifting from their bedroom down the hall. The cries, soft, intimate, stirred something shameful in Jean. She'd catch herself responding to them, her body betraying her mind, and though guilt clawed at her, she couldn't stop the longing that consumed her. More than once, she had closed her eyes and imagined it was her. Imagined Ethan's hands on her skin, his voice in her ear. Her face turned red just thinking about it now. She was lost in these thoughts when Ethan's voice broke through. "Earth to Jean, you all right over there?" he called as his training session finished for the day. Jean blinked, flustered. "Why yeah. Just, lost in thought." Ethan chuckled. "Well, I haven't broken through yet, but give me time. One day, I'll punch a hole through this damn thing." Jean smiled faintly. "I don't doubt it." They shared a laugh before heading back as now night had settled over the real world, cloaking the streets in a quiet, starry stillness as they reached home. Inside, an odd smell greeted them, an acrid mix of burnt spices and something unidentifiable. Ethan raised an eyebrow and strode toward the kitchen, Jean trailing behind. There, Anna stood amid a disaster, pots and pans scattered across the counter, ingredients splattered on the floor, and a bubbling pot emitting a dubious aroma. The kitchen, which Ethan had meticulously cleaned that morning, was now a battlefield. Anna glanced up, offering a sheepish smile. "I tried to make dinner." Ethan surveyed the chaos with a mix of amusement and dismay flickering across his face. "Be honest with me. Are you tired of me and trying to poison me? You've got to step up your game if you want to kill me." "I can see the poison, you'll have to try harder. This looks like it could beat the Cheyenne special from Tenshura." Anna rolled her eyes and flicked her fingers, conjuring a small magic circle. A bolt of lightning shot forth, striking Ethan square in the chest. He didn't even flinch and just smirked at her. "Nice try." "You're immortal," Anna huffed, pouting. "I can't kill you even if I tried." She approached him with a mischievous grin and fed him a spoonful. Ethan winced but swallowed. "Yep. Definitely poisoned. My organs are crying." Anna giggled and leaned on his shoulder. "Tough it out. You're stuck with me." In the hallway, Jean paused. Watching them laugh, so comfortably, so intimately. Her heart ached. She turned away quietly and slipped into her room, shutting the door behind her. Anna's smile faltered as she noticed Jean's retreat, a quiet sigh escaping her lips. Ethan, sensing the shift, stepped closer and scooped Anna into his arms in a gentle princess carry. Anna yelped before giggling as she wrapped her arms around his neck. "What are you doing now?" "Taking my dangerous chef to bed," Ethan replied with a smirk. "You need rest, and maybe some cooking lessons." In her own quiet space, Jean sank onto her bed, staring at the wall. Her heart felt heavy, tangled in emotions she couldn't voice, desires she could never claim. The bedroom door creaked open, and he gently tossed her onto the bed, the mattress bouncing under her weight. Anna let out a soft gasp, her hair splaying out around her like a halo. His smirk deepening as he let the door shut behind him. Not locked, just closed, he moved towards the bed. Anna propped herself up on her elbows, her lips curling into a sly smile as she licked them. "So, what are you going to teach me, Mr. Carter?" Ethan's grin widened as he slowly peeled off his t-shirt, revealing the taut muscles beneath. "Something good. Trust me, Anna, you're going to love this." He moved to the edge of the bed, his hands sliding beneath her legs as he leaned down to kiss her. The moment their lips met, it was as if a spark ignited between them. Anna's arms wound around his neck, pulling him closer, while his hands began to explore her body, cupping her breasts, tracing the curve of her waist, and gripping her ass with possessive intensity. Their kiss deepened and their tongues tangling in a heated battle for dominance. Ethan's hands didn't stay idle for long. One slid down further, slipping beneath the waistband of her pants to brush against the sensitive skin of her inner thigh. Anna's breath hitched, a soft moan escaping her lips as his fingers inched closer to where she wanted them most. Ethan pulled back slightly, his lips hovering over hers as he whispered, "Someone's wet already." Anna's cheeks flushed darker, but she didn't shy away. Instead, she broke the kiss and slowly reached for the waistband of his pants. Her fingers fumbled with the button and zipper before she managed to slide them down, leaving him in just his underwear. Ethan helped her out of her dress, the fabric pooling at her feet as she was left in nothing but her bra and panties. They came together again, their lips colliding with renewed hunger. Ethan's hand slipped beneath the lace of her panties, his fingers teasing her slick folds, while Anna's hand found its way into his boxers, wrapping around his hard length. The room filled with their mingled moans. Ethan's free hand moved to her bra, expertly unhooking it and letting it fall away to reveal her bare breasts. His hands roamed over her soft skin, teasing her nipples until they hardened under his touch. He leaned down, capturing one in his mouth, swirling his tongue around the sensitive bud. Anna arched into him, her fingers tightening around his cock as she cried out his name. "Ethan, please," she whimpered, her voice trembling with need. He moved to her other breast, lavishing it with the same attention until she was writhing beneath him. Her body was slick with arousal, her breathing coming in short, desperate gasps. Without warning, she pushed him back, flipping their position so she was straddling him. Her hands quickly found the waistband of his boxers, yanking them down and freeing his hard length. She wrapped her hand around him, stroking him slowly at first before taking him into her mouth. Ethan groaned, his hands tangling in her hair as he guided her motions, his hips bucking up to meet her. "Fuck, Anna," he growled with pleasure. She bobbed her head, taking him deeper until he was on the edge of losing control. But Ethan wasn't one to let her have all the fun. With a swift movement, he flipped her onto her back, tearing her panties away with a satisfying rip. Her pussy was already glistening with arousal, and he didn't waste a second before positioning himself at her entrance. Their eyes locked as he pushed inside her, both of them gasping at the sensation. Anna's nails dug into his back as he began to move, his thrust slow and deliberate at first, building a rhythm that had her moaning his name. "Harder, fuck, the hell, of our me." "Ethan," she begged, in her voice breaking with each thrust. Ethan obliged, his movements growing more intense, his pace relentless as he drove into her. The sound of their bodies slapping together filled the room, mingling with their moans and the creak of the bed springs. Anna's legs wrapped around his waist, pulling him deeper as she cried out in pleasure. "You feel so fucking good," Ethan groaned with his forehead resting against hers as he continued to pound into her. Anna's responses were incoherent, a string of gasps and cries as she teetered on the edge of climax. Ethan's thrusts became erratic, his own release building as he felt her tighten around him. With one final, deep thrust, they both came undone, their cries echoing in the room as they clung to each other, riding out the waves of pleasure together. Ethan then lay beside her as Anna nuzzled against his chest, her heart still racing as she tried to catch her breath. Anna's chest heaved as she caught her breath, her body still tingling from the intensity of their coupling. Her eyes locked onto Ethan's, a glimmer of determination sparkling in her gaze. With a mischievous grin, she said, "Round 2. She straddled him with her knees sinking into the soft bed beneath them. She slowly positioned herself over him with her lips curling into a smirk. Ethan's hands gripped Anna's hips firmly as she straddled him, her body moving rhythmically above him. Her breath came in short, uneven gasps, her fingers digging into his chest for support. The room was filled with the sound of their shared pleasure, the creak of the bed, and the soft, wet sounds of their union. Anna leaned forward, her lips brushing against his as she whispered, "You're always so, in control." Ethan smirked, his hand sliding up her back to pull her closer. "Someone's got to be." Anna giggled, but it quickly turned into a moan as Ethan thrust up into her, hitting just the right spot. "Fuck," she breathed with her nails pressed lightly against his skin. "You're playing dirty now." "No such thing as playing dirty when you're this good at it," he teased, his voice low and rough with desire. He shifted slightly beneath her, angling his hips to deepen the sensation. Anna's head fell back, a blissful sigh escaping her lips as she moved faster, taking him deeper with each thrust. Soon, Ethan rolled them over, positioning Anna on all fours. He kneeled behind her with his hands gripping her hips once more and didn't hesitate to move. He slammed into her with a force that made her gasp, his rhythm steady and unrelenting. Anna's moans grew louder, her hands fisting the sheets beneath her as she pushed back against him, meeting his thrusts with equal intensity. "God, Ethan, yes," she cried out, her voice breaking as pleasure surged through her. Outside the bedroom door, already noticed by the couple but ignored since they are lost in their passion, Jean stood frozen in place. The door was slightly ajar, giving her a clear view of the scene inside. Her breath caught in her throat as she watched Ethan's powerful movements, his hands gripping Anna's hips possessively. She could see the way Anna's body responded to him, the way she arched her back eagerly to take him deeper. Jean's hand instinctively moved to her own body, her fingers slipping beneath her skirt to touch herself. She bit her lip to stifle a moan as she imagined herself in Anna's place, feeling Ethan's hands on her, his body inside her. Her fingers moved faster, her breathing shallow as she tried to stay quiet, not wanting to interrupt the private moment she was witnessing. Inside the room, Anna's moans grew more desperate. "Ethan. I'm close," she panted. "Me too," Ethan growled as his thrusts becoming more erratic. "Come with me, Anna." Their shared climax hit them both hard, their bodies trembling as pleasure washed over them. Jean watched, her own climax building as she imagined herself part of their passion. She couldn't tear her eyes away, even as she felt her own release overtake her. She bit down hard on her lip to keep from crying out, her body shaking as she came silently. Ethan and Anna collapsed onto the bed, their bodies tangled together. Anna turned her head to look at Ethan, a soft smile playing on her lips. "You're going to spoil me if you keep this up," she murmured. Ethan chuckled while brushing a strand of hair away from her face. "Then I guess I'll just have to spoil you rotten." Jean, still standing outside the door, felt a flush of heat rise to her cheeks. She knew she should leave, but she couldn't bring herself to move. Her heart raced as she watched them, her mind filled with fantasies of what it would be like to be in Anna's place. But instead, she heard Ethan's voice, low and husky, saying, "You know, I think we might have an audience." Anna giggled and her voice is playful. "Do we?" Jean's cheeks burned as she ran to her room as if her life depends on it. Like it? Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 33, Tangled Hearts and Uncharted Bonds. The early morning sun filtered through the curtains, casting a warm golden hue across the room. Wrapped in the soft cocoon of tangled blankets, Ethan stirred as gentle lips pressed against his lips. The kiss was gentle but insistent, pulling him from the haze of dreams into the warmth of reality. They lay entwined beneath a single blanket, their bare skin brushing with every subtle movement. Blinking awake, Ethan's eyes met hers, and a sleepy grin spread across his face. "Wake up, sleepyhead," Anna whispered with her soft and affectionate voice. Without a word, he reached for her, his hands finding her waist as he pulled her closer, deepening the kiss. I could get used to waking up like this," he murmured before pulling her closer. Anna broke away first, a quiet giggle escaping her lips as she rested her forehead against his. "Well, good morning to you too," she teased, her voice still husky with sleep. But her playful tone faded as a shadow of concern flickered in her hazel eyes. She propped herself up on one elbow, the blanket slipping slightly to reveal the curve of her shoulder. "Ethan, we need to talk. It's about Jean. She saw us, yesterday, during, you know." Ethan sighed and sat up slightly, leaning on his elbow. "Yeah, I know. I've seen how she looks at me lately. It's been obvious. Her feelings, I mean. But I didn't know what to do about it, Anna. I didn't want to hurt you, or her." Anna watched him closely, her fingers tracing idle, comforting patterns across his chest. She tilted her head, her hair falling over one shoulder as she considered her next words. Then, with a quiet resolve, she said, "What if you just accept her?" Ethan blinked. "Wait, what?" Anna gave a small smile. "I can see how much she likes you, Ethan," she said gently. "Jean wants to be with you, I can feel it every time she's around us. She's holding back because of me, because she doesn't want to step on what we have. But I've noticed something else, too." Her gaze sharpened, playful yet piercing. "I've seen the way you look at her sometimes." Ethan's mouth opened, but no response emerged. He scrubbed a hand over his face, trying to process the whirlwind of her words. "Anna," he said finally, "are you seriously suggesting that I date both of you? Have you lost your mind?" Anna's smile didn't waver. She arched an eyebrow before leaning closer until her breath brushed his cheek. "Don't tell me you don't like her." He groaned, dropping his gaze to the crumpled sheets between them. "Anna, it's not that simple," he muttered. "Yes, she's incredible. Attractive, sure, beautiful, even. But it's more than that. She's strong, smart, kind in her own quiet way. I'd be lying if I said I didn't notice her. But Anna," he looked up, meeting her eyes with raw honesty. "I love you. I don't want to screw this up." Anna's expression softened, and she reached out, pressing a single finger to his lips to hush him. "I know you love me, Ethan. And I also know you have feelings for her. It's okay, I'm not upset." She leaned forward, brushing a tender kiss against his forehead. "I'm bringing this up because I don't want any awkwardness between us, any of us. Let's make this work, Ethan. Let's be a big family. I know in my heart that even if you're with Jean, you won't love me any less." Ethan stared at her, utterly speechless. Her words hung in the air, heavy with possibility. Internally, he couldn't deny the truth in what she'd said. He did like Jean, not just for her striking features, but for the depth of her character. Her resilience, her quiet courage, the way she carried herself through challenges, it all drew him in. But he buried those feelings deep, locked them away because he already had Anna, the woman he loved. But he knows this wasn't some escapist novel or a piece of fanfiction where relationships bent effortlessly to accommodate everyone's desires. In the real world, emotions were messy, feelings got complicated, hearts got broken, and people didn't just share like this. He'd never made a move on Jean because he knew that reality and respected it. And yet here was Anna, shattering every assumption he'd clung to with her calm, unshakable suggestion. "I don't know what to say," he finally muttered. "Anna, this isn't how things work. I mean, it's not." She cut him off as her expression growing thoughtful. "I know what you're thinking," she said, her tone steady but tinged with something deeper. "But listen, I have Anissa's memories, or at least fragments of them. The Viltrumites, they don't always follow the rules we're used to. Sometimes they share one or two partners. It's part of their culture, their way of building alliances, strengthening bonds." Ethan's brow furrowed. "Anissa? You're saying this comes from her?" Anna shook her head quickly with her hand finding his and squeezing it reassuringly. "No, I'm not saying I'm influenced by her memories, not exactly. But having them, it's opened my eyes. It made me realize we might be limiting ourselves, sticking to what we think is normal. If we can all be together, you, me, Jean, and be happy, isn't that what really matters? Ethan's eyes sharpened slightly. She wasn't saying she was influenced, but rather that it helped her reflect on their current limitations. Then he exhaled slowly, the tension in his shoulders easing but not disappearing entirely. Okay, he said at last, so, how do we even do this? How do you tell her something like this? Anna's serious expression melted into a playful smirk, a spark of mischief lighting her eyes. It's time for a girl's talk, she declared, poking him lightly in the chest. And you, Mr. Carter, should make yourself scarce. I'll talk to Jean privately and get her opinion on all this. We need to know where she stands. Ethan let out a low chuckle, shaking his head in disbelief at how easily she'd taken charge of the situation. All right, fine, he agreed, leaning in to steal one more kiss. Her lips were soft and yielding, and for a moment, he let himself get lost in her again. When he pulled back, he added, I actually wanted to meet with the Ancient One anyway. I'll head out and give you two some space to figure this out. Just, don't blindside her too much, okay? Anna laughed, the sound bright and unburdened. I'll be gentle, I promise. Now get up, we both need a shower. The shower turned on with a hum of magic, steam rising as they stepped in together, sharing quiet laughs and the closeness of something that had grown beyond just romance. And perhaps, just perhaps, about to grow even more. Ethan used the sling ring to create a portal, stepping through it to arrive at Camartage. The air here was crisp with the scent of ancient incense and the faint hum of mystic energy that danced invisibly through the ancient sanctum. A few disciples practiced their forms at the far end, and Ethan couldn't help but nod at their dedication. He passed by a group of students he vaguely recognized from his past visits and gave them a friendly nod. Some of them returned the gesture while others stared in awe, having heard rumors about the young men who mastered advanced mystic arts and the Phoenix Force in such a short time. Just ahead, standing near the entrance of the library, was Wong. Ethan smiled and waved. Wong. My man, it's good to see you again. Wong didn't even look up from the ancient tome he was holding. I believe we are not that close to be calling each other my men or even friends. Ethan chuckled, come on, Wong. That's just your way of saying we could be friends, eventually. Wong sighed but a faint smirk twitched at the corner of his mouth. Just don't rearrange the books this time. No promises, Ethan said with a wink and continued deeper into the sanctum. Not far from the central hall, he saw Caecilius, tall, proud, and as arrogant as ever, walking down the stone corridor with a few heavy tomes in his hands. Their eyes met and slowed his steps and studied Ethan with a sharp gaze that could cut glass. Caecilius glared at Ethan. He is growing powerful, yet he wastes his time with frivolous activities like dating and socializing. Caecilius had once acknowledged Ethan as a rival, but now he was disappointed by his rival's apparent lack of dedication. Ethan noticed the books in Caecilius' hands as the latter spoke, don't fall behind in the mystic arts. It would be a waste of, never mind. Caecilius walked away abruptly. Confused, Ethan wondered, what the fuck is his problem? Shaking his head, he continued on to meet the Ancient One. As he entered the serene garden that served as the Ancient One's private meditation area, he found her calmly sipping tea under a cherry blossom tree that seemed to bloom regardless of season. Her expression was unreadable but peaceful. You look troubled, Carter, she said without looking up. Always, Master, Ethan replied with a smile as he approached. But today, I've got something serious to talk about. She set her cup down and looked at him intently. Go on. I want to perform magic without relying on borrowed power from other dimensions. No more Vishanti blessings, no more tapping into the dark dimension for shortcuts. I want to use my own power. My own energy. Real, internal magic. She sighed softly as her eyes closing for a brief moment. I knew this day would come. And I also know there's nothing I can say to change your mind. You know me well, Ethan said, and for that she replied. There is a way, of course. It's not new. The path of internal power, life energy, spiritual essence, some call it chi, some call it ki, mana, prana. The names vary, but the essence is the same. However, this path is not for everyone. Ancient One set her teacup down and regarded Ethan thoughtfully. Ethan, she began, before we move further, it's essential for you to understand the fundamental differences between sorcerers who draw upon external energies and wizards or witches who harness their own internal reserves to perform magic. She reached out, and with a graceful motion, an ethereal diagram materialized before them. On the left side of the glowing illustration, figures could be seen extending their hands toward swirling, luminous energies emanating from celestial bodies and distant dimensions. These, she explained, are the sorcerers. They act as conduits, tapping into external forces, be it elemental power, cosmic energies, or even the might of ancient deities. This method grants them access to immense power, but it also binds them to the nature of that energy. They must follow its rules and accept its unpredictable conditions and consequences. Ethan nodded slowly as he studied the diagram. Then, she shifted her hand to reveal the right side of the display. Here, the figures stood with arms outstretched as a radiant light glowed from within them. Now, consider the path of the wizards and witches, the Ancient One continued. They draw upon their own life energy, the vital force that dwells within every living being. This energy, often called ki, or prana, is personal and finite. It requires rigorous discipline and self-awareness to harness. The advantage, however, is that it grants you complete autonomy over your magic. You are not beholden to external sources, but you must be cautious. Overextending yourself can deplete your very life force after consuming your mana. Ethan leaned forward as his brow furrowing with curiosity. I don't have a natural mana pool, right? No. Unlike wizards or witches who are born with internal magic or mana, you will need to draw upon your life force directly. So, using my own life energy means the magic is truly mine, but it also comes with a risk. The Ancient One smiled gently. Exactly. Life energy is the essence that animates you, it's your vitality, your spark of existence. By learning to control it, you can perform magic that is not borrowed, but truly inherent to your being. This path demands that you maintain balance. If you overuse your energy without replenishing it, you risk exhausting yourself. Ethan smirked and replied, perhaps you're forgetting something, teacher. I possess a nearly infinite life force. She smiled faintly. Confidence and power are a dangerous mix. But perhaps. She paused, letting the weight of her words sink in. Mastering this internal magic is more sustainable in the long run. It's a harmonious blend of mind, body, and spirit. And in your case, Ethan, you possess an unusually abundant life force, a near-infinite reservoir that many would envy. Use it wisely, for it is both your power and your lifeblood. Ethan's eyes glowed with determination as he absorbed her teachings. He was ready to begin a new path. The Ancient One nodded approvingly. Then begin by focusing on the rhythm of your breath and the steady beat of your heart. Meditate upon the pulse of your life, and you will find the key to unlocking your true potential. Remember, true power is not about borrowing from the cosmos, it is about harnessing the energy that flows within you. Thank you, Master, he whispered. The Ancient One nodded. We each walk our own path, Ethan. Yours will be unlike any I've seen before. Anne, how's the chapter? I tried to integrate the harem like this here with Anna having Anissa's memories and all. Also, how is the explanation regarding difference between sorcerer and wizards? I hope it's good. Like it. Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 34, An Unexpected Proposal. The morning sun crept timidly through the curtains of Jean's room in Ethan's house, painting faint streaks of light across the cluttered space. Clothes lay strewn over a chair, a half-empty glass of water sat on the nightstand, and the bed was a mess of tangled sheets. Jean sat hunched in the center of it, cocooned in a thick blanket that she clutched tightly around her shoulders. Her red hair was a mess, and dark circles loomed under her eyes. She hadn't slept a wink. The memories of the previous night played on an endless loop in her mind, not just what she saw, but what she did. The images from last night were burned into her mind. She had watched Ethan and Anna together. Not by accident. Not innocently. She had stayed, transfixed, and worse, her hand had wandered. She touched herself, and she knew they had seen her. Every second of it. A part of her wanted to run away and never show her face again. Then came a knock. Soft. Followed by the door creaking open before Jean could even answer. Morning, Anna's voice rang out. Jean froze. Her heart almost stopped and her eyes widened. Anna stepped into the room casually, her hair tied in a loose bun, her face is fresh and bright. She also had a relaxed smile. You look like you've seen a ghost, Anna joked as her tone as lighthearted as she stepped in further. Jean's mouth opened, but no words came out. Anna looked around, then added with a little shrug, well, you should freshen up. I've ordered breakfast since, let's be honest, neither of us can cook to save our lives. Jean blinked. Was she really ignoring everything? Was she pretending last night didn't happen? Anna continued, sitting on the edge of the bed. Ethan's off visiting the Ancient One. Something about doing magic in a different way. Jean swallowed hard. Why you're not mad. Anna tilted her head. About what? Jean hesitated. Her lips trembled. You saw me last night, didn't you? Anna let out a soft chuckle, standing up. Oh, I saw you. Ethan did too. Jean immediately turned red, pulling the blanket tighter. I didn't mean to, I just. Anna raised a hand gently. Relax. Breathe. I'm not here to scold you or make things worse. Jean blinked, confused. Then, what are you here for? To eat breakfast with a friend, Anna said simply, walking toward the door. Freshen up. I'll be downstairs. Jean just sat there for a moment, heart pounding in her chest, trying to process the surreal kindness in Anna's words. She then exhaled a shaky breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. Anna wasn't bringing it up. Maybe she'd decided to pretend last night never happened, to spare them both the awkwardness. The thought brought a flicker of relief, loosening the knot in Jean's chest. "Thanks," she mumbled, managing a weak smile. "I'll be down in a bit." Once Anna left, Jean dragged herself out of bed, the blanket trailing behind her like a lifeline. She shuffled to the bathroom, splashing cold water on her face in an attempt to wash away the fatigue and embarrassment clinging to her. After a long, cold splash of water to her face and brushing her teeth and changing into a fresh sweater and jeans, she headed downstairs, the faint smell of coffee and pastries guiding her to the kitchen. Anna had already set the table, a spread of croissants, fruit, and steaming mugs waited for them. Finally, Anna grinned. "Thought you might climb out the window." Jean smiled sheepishly. "I considered it." They sat together, a quiet calm settling in. Jean poured herself water and took a small sip. Anna took a bite of her croissant and, with a nonchalant tone, asked, "So, you enjoyed the show last night?" Jean choked, the water going down the wrong way as she coughed and gasped. What?" Anna smirked. "Come on, Jean. Don't act like I can't see it. You like Ethan?" Jean looked flustered. I don't, I mean. You do. It's okay," Anna interrupted gently. "It's not like you planned it. I could see it in your eyes for weeks now. And honestly, Ethan knows too. He just didn't know what to do about it." Jean's shoulders slumped, the fight draining out of her. There was no point in pretending anymore. "Okay, fine," she sighed, staring down at her plate. "Yes, I like him. But I don't want to mess things up between you two. You're perfect together, and I'd never." Anna cut her off with a chuckle, waving a hand dismissively. "Relax, Jean. It's okay to have a crush. Ethan's, well, he's Ethan. Hard not to like him, right?" Jean sighed as the tension in her shoulders loosening just a bit. "Thank you for not hating me." Anna gave a soft chuckle. "Why would I hate you for having feelings? It's Ethan. The guy's built like a god and kind as hell. I'd be more surprised if you didn't fall for him." Jean gave a small smile, still unsure how to feel. Then, Anna leaned back with a mischievous twinkle in her eye. "So, wanna share him?" Jean's jaw dropped as she spit piece of strawberry. "What?" Anna laughed before dodging the bite of food Jean nearly spit across the table. "You heard me." Jean blinked in disbelief. "Are you serious? Did you hit your head or something?" Instead, Anna laughed, a full, hearty sound that filled the room. "Nope, still sane. Just say yes instead of being so dramatic about it." Jean shook her head, bewildered. "I don't understand. What are you even talking about?" Anna's expression softened, and she leaned back before folding her hands on the table. "Okay, let me explain," she said as her tone shifting to something more serious. "You know how I've got some of Anissa's memories rattling around in my head, right? Viltrumite stuff. Well, it's given me a new perspective. Where she's from, relationships aren't always one-on-one. Sharing a partner, it's not weird to them. It's about trust, connection, sometimes even strategy." Jean stared at her, trying to process the words. "So, you're saying you wouldn't mind if you and I both dated Ethan?" "Yeah," Anna finished for her before nodding. Jean was speechless. "And Ethan, he's okay with this?" "I talked to him this morning," Anna said softly. "He was shocked, sure. But deep down, he feels the same way. He likes you too, Jean, and finds you attractive. He just didn't want to hurt me. Or you." Jean reached out with her mind, gently probing Anna's surface thoughts. There was no deception. No resentment. Just warmth and sincerity. Anna noticed and smiled. "Told you. No joke. No trap. I trust you, Jean. And I trust Ethan." Jean sat back, trying to process it all. "This is a lot." "It is," Anna agreed. "But it's also a chance. For all of us. I know it's unconventional. But look around us. Aliens exist. Magic exists. This world is insane. Who says love can't be just as crazy?" Jean let out a breathless laugh. "You make a weird amount of sense." Anna grinned as the two women ate in relative silence for a while, occasionally glancing at each other, both unsure and yet more relaxed than before. Finally, as they cleaned up, Jean hesitated. Then, with a small smile, she said, "Okay. I'll do it. I'll share Ethan with you." Anna's face lit up with a wide, genuine smile breaking across it. "Really? That's awesome, Jean." She stepped closer as her eyes twinkling with mischief again. You know, Ethan's a beast in bed. Together, we might actually stand a chance at wearing him out. Jean's face went scarlet, the vivid memory of last night flashing through her mind, Ethan's strength, Anna's gasps. She managed an awkward smile, ducking her head. Yeah. Maybe, she mumbled, her voice barely audible over Anna's laughter. Come on, Anna said, nudging her playfully as they finished the dishes. We'll figure it out together. Teamwork makes the dream work, right? Jean chuckled despite herself, a mix of nerves and excitement bubbling up. Right, she agreed, glancing at Anna with a shy grin. Inside an unremarkable office, tucked away in a nondescript building, a man with a striking presence sat at his desk. He wore a sharp black suit, his gaze cold and calculating, with a single eye patch adding to his mysterious allure. In one hand, he casually sipped his coffee, the aroma mixing with the sterile air of the room. A knock on the door broke the silence. Come in, he commanded without looking up. The door creaked open and a subordinate stepped in. Director Fury, we have received the data on the destruction of Sinister Space, the man announced with a slim folder tucked under his arm. Fury set his mug down with a soft clink, his one good eye narrowing as he gestured to the desk. Let's see it, Coulson. Coulson handed over the documents, a thin stack of reports stamped with classified markings. Fury flipped through them, his fingers moving with practiced precision as he skimmed the details, the X-Men's involvement, the chaotic clash with Mr. Sinister, the wreckage left in their wake. It was a familiar story, mutants tearing through threats with raw power, but one name leaped off the page, unfamiliar yet striking, Ethan Carter. Fury paused as his brow furrowing as he read further. According to the intel, this Ethan Carter was a newcomer with abilities that mirrored Storm's weather manipulation, summoning tempests and bending the elements to his will, coupled with a rare mastery of fire manipulation. The report speculated he could rise to Omega-class status in the future, a designation reserved for mutants with high potential. He looked up at Coulson, his expression unreadable but intense. This Ethan Carter, he said, tapping the name with a finger. Weather and fire control, huh? Sounds like a walking disaster waiting to happen. What's his deal? Coulson shifted his weight before clasping his hands behind his back. Not much on him yet, sir. He's new to the scene, popped up before the Sinister operation. The X-Men brought him in, but we don't have a full profile. His powers are volatile, though. If he's got Omega potential, that's a game changer. Fury leaned back, steepling his fingers as he processed the information. Nice work digging this up, Coulson, he said. I want you to get me everything you can on him, background, affiliations, the works. Set up surveillance too. If the kid's got potential, we need to be careful. I don't want another Magneto or Shaw slipping through our fingers. Coulson nodded. Will do, Director. I'll have a team on it by the end of the day. As Coulson left to carry out his orders, Fury returned his attention to the documents. He was determined to find any leverage on the emerging threat and to neutralize potential chaos before it could erupt. The future of mutant relations, and perhaps global stability, might well depend on keeping this powerful new player in check. Not only him but others also. Like it. Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 35, Embracing the Flame. Inside the shifting landscape of the mirror dimension, Ethan sat in a deep meditative state. Hours had passed since he went into seclusion and he hadn't eaten a morsel. His entire focus was centered on a single goal, replacing borrowed energy with his own, learning to harness his life force, his ki. The Ancient One had already guided him through the basics earlier, explaining the path of channeling internal energy, rather than relying on mystical forces drawn from external dimensions. And now, alone, he was walking that path. Ethan's eyes opened slowly. He raised one hand and summoned the shield of the Seraphim. A glowing red shield flared into existence before him. He blinked. Red, he muttered under his breath. Previously, the shield had always been golden. Now, with his own energy behind the spell, the color had changed, richer, more intense, and somehow more alive. He stood up and began testing more spells, runes, bindings, sigils. Each one manifested in vibrant crimson rather than the standard golden hues. The energy was his own now. No longer a channel for borrowed power, Ethan was becoming a true source of magic. Interesting. He whispered. From behind, a familiar voice echoed through the space. Congratulations, Carter. You've succeeded. Ethan turned to see the Ancient One standing a few steps away, her expression calm but proud. He offered her a light smile. Didn't think you'd be watching. I always observe when someone walks a path few dare to tread, she replied. A sudden idea struck him. Mind stepping back a bit, he asked with a hint of mischief in his voice. I want to try something. The Ancient One raised a brow, clearly curious, but complied as she stepped back a few paces. Very well. But don't do anything too reckless. Ethan smirked, raising both hands to his sides. Too late for that. Ethan closed his eyes again. He focused on the raw, unbridled phoenix force that simmered within him, a power he had learned to control over time. Slowly, orange flames began to dance around him, growing brighter and more intense with each heartbeat. His concentration deepened as he attempted the unthinkable, to combine his personal life energy with the ferocious, ancient phoenix force. His red aura flared and began to intertwine with the phoenix's fire. A thunderous cry echoed through the mirror dimension, the cry of a cosmic bird. The sound reverberated off the dimension, shaking the very fabric of that realm. The Ancient One's eyes widened in alarm. "Carter! Stop! That's dangerous," she shouted as her voice echoing like a warning bell. But Ethan didn't stop. His body hovered off the ground, flames encircling him like a solar storm. His clothes burned away in seconds, leaving only the enchanted pocket watch around his neck, glowing furiously as it absorbed the surrounding energy. Alarmed, the Ancient One's voice reached him. "Carter, stop. Using the Phoenix Force is one thing, but you're combining the Phoenix Force with your own life energy. It's madness." Ethan, lost in his reverie, ignored her warning. The flames surged, burning brighter, pushing her back as she attempted to approach him and rushed forward, but the intensity of the flames forced her back. Even she, with centuries of experience and mastery, couldn't get too close. The force was pushing her away like a wall of fire and the heat was overwhelming, even the air shimmered with raw intensity. The force of the combined energy stripped his clothes away in a matter of seconds, leaving him naked except for the omnipresent pocket watch, his Omni Watch, now glowing and charging at an alarming rate. Meanwhile, Ethan found himself elsewhere, floating in what felt like the vacuum of space. Before his eyes, a gigantic phoenix composed of intermingled gold and red flames appeared. A colossal phoenix of gold and red flames stared him down with its eyes locked onto his soul. There was no hostility in its gaze, only curiosity, and something else, recognition. Ethan raised his hand gently. The phoenix lowered its head, its fiery body pulsing with ancient power. Without warning, it let out a deafening cry and unleashed a wave of flames directly into him. Yet, rather than causing him harm, the flames seemed to merge with him, a sensation of warmth and power flooding his veins. It was as if a part of the Phoenix Force was merging with him, not as a host, but as an equal. Ethan slowly opened his eyes to discover that he was still in the mirror dimension. The vivid orange and red flames now danced freely around him. The Ancient One stood a few feet away with her eyes still wide. "Carter, are you all right?" she inquired in a tone filled with concern. With a mere thought, he dismissed the wild flames, restoring calm to the turbulent space. Ethan then glanced down at himself. Apart from being completely naked, he felt incredible. Stronger. Steadier. Changed. He laughed lightly. Aside from the wardrobe malfunction. Never better. With a simple gesture, new clothes materialized on his body, clean, dark, and comfortable. He looked at his hands, then raised a palm, conjuring phoenix fire without any effort. The flames obeyed him like they were a part of his very being now, because they were. The Ancient One stepped closer now that the flames had dimmed. "You've done something unprecedented," she said cautiously. "You didn't just host the Phoenix Force, you've merged with a fragment of it. That's not a path meant for mortals, Carter." Ethan nodded. "I didn't plan on it. I just wanted to see if it was possible." She studied him for a long moment. "Be very careful. The Phoenix is not a pet to be tamed, nor a power to be hoarded. It is one of the most dangerous entities in the multiverse and is a power that represents life, destruction, and rebirth. Even with your unique resilience, you're treading a fine line." "I understand," Ethan said. "But it didn't hurt me. It didn't resist. It helped me." "That may be," she replied as her voice became calm again. "But remember, Carter. The universe is always watching, and it rarely gives without taking in return." With a final glance, she opened a portal behind her. "Just be careful." And then she stepped through, leaving him alone. Ethan stared at the now quiet space. He raised a single hand, conjured the phoenix flames again, this time glowing in a deep reddish orange. They felt stronger, fiercer than before, but entirely his. The merge had worked. Combining life force with the phoenix had been reckless, maybe even insane. But he couldn't die, he could adapt, and he could evolve. If he couldn't take risks, then what was the point? And, more importantly, the phoenix seemed to like him. It had accepted him, gifted him a part of itself which he could nurture, grow, and refine. Now, he wasn't just a host, he was a wielder. Ethan then began to experiment further. He conjured flames that danced in bright reddish-orange hues, stronger, more focused. The reason for his experimentation was simple. Having learned to harness his own life force, he could combine it with the Phoenix Force to generate a power that was entirely his own. Then he tested its power and found it flows through him as naturally as his own life energy. With this ability, he could channel the Phoenix Force more easily, a tool to not only defend, but also to evolve. He was excited by the endless possibilities that lay ahead. From his comics knowledge, he knew that Jean Grey, when wielding the full power of the Phoenix Force, could rival the Scarlet Witch. Now, with a fragment of that force becoming his own, Ethan could nurture and grow it from within, no longer just a host, but a true wielder. At this pace, he would soon be able to rival, or perhaps even surpass, her power. Lost in his thoughts, Ethan's eyes flicked to the Omniwatch dangling from his neck. He noticed its display had surged, it was now charged up to 60%. A small, wry smile crossed his face. Maybe I should call the Phoenix Force my personal battery charger, he joked to himself. With that thought, Ethan's excitement gave way to a gentle resolve. He would return home to see Anna and hear what she had discussed with Jean. Quietly, he opened a portal using the sling ring and stepped back into the real world. A portal shimmered open in the middle of the living room as Ethan stepped through, sling ring is still on his fingers. The scent of popcorn and the low murmur of a TV greeted him, a stark contrast to the cosmic chaos he'd just left behind. It was Sunday, a lazy day, and there on the couch sat Anna and Jean, sprawled out with a bowl of snacks between them. The screen flickered with some mindless sitcom, laughter bubbling from the speakers as the two women glanced up at him. "Welcome home," Anna said with a stretch. Jean offered a small wave and her expression softening into a shy smile. Anna then added softly, "Perfect timing. We were just about to pick a new movie." Ethan smiled back. "Guess I showed up at the right time, huh?" Since moving out, the three of them had taken to attending classes at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, a decision born of necessity. Mutants were still feared in the public eye, and Ethan understood that it would take time before they could walk freely without judgment. Until he had enough influence, he figured it was wise to remain close to Xavier's protection and guidance. As Ethan was about to sit down beside them, he suddenly stopped. His smile faded. His eyes widened as Anna's voice echoed, not from her lips, but from somewhere deeper. "I wonder if Jean's still nervous about agreeing to share him. She seemed okay with it this morning." Before he could process it, a floodgate burst open. Thoughts, dozens, hundreds, poured into his skull like a tidal wave, overlapping and clashing in a cacophony of voices. Anna's thoughts were the loudest at first, full of memories and reflections on her conversation with Jean about sharing him. He staggered slightly, grabbing his temple with one hand. Emotions followed, fear, joy, anger, swirling into a chaotic stew that drowned his senses. "What the hell?" Ethan whispered under his breath. "Ethan." Jean shot up, rushing to his side. "What's wrong? Talk to me." Anna added, her expression shifting into panic as they both helped him sit down. I can hear your thoughts," Ethan said, his breathing uneven. "Yours, and so many others. It's like someone just blasted my brain open." Anna's eyes widened before a gasp escaping her. "You're hearing thoughts," she echoed, exchanging a startled glance with Jean. Jean's brow furrowed. "That's telepathy," she said, "and empathy too, if you're feeling their emotions." Ethan nodded as another wave of voices battered his mind. "I'm late for work. Did I lock the door?" That movie was terrible, until something shifted. His brain adapted, the chaos sorting itself into manageable streams, like a radio tuning to a clear frequency. The thoughts didn't stop, but they became less suffocating, more bearable. He exhaled heavily before slumping back against the couch. "Okay, that's better," he said before rubbing his face. "It's still weird, hearing them all the time, but I can handle it now." Anna sat beside him as her hand resting on his knee as she studied him with concern. "How did this even happen?" she asked as her tone laced with curiosity. "Yeah," Jean chimed in before perching on the armrest. "Telepathy doesn't just come out of nowhere. Did something happen with the Ancient One?" Ethan frowned, searching for an answer. "I don't know how the hell I got it," he admitted. Then it clicked, a spark of realization igniting in his chest. "Wait, the Phoenix Force. That's got to be it." He looked between them as the pieces fell into place. "When I fused with a fragment of it earlier, I figured it'd just boost my flames. But maybe it gave me this too, telepathy and empathy. It's the only thing that makes sense." Anna tilted her head. "So the Phoenix Force just handed you mind-reading powers?" "Seems like it," Ethan said with a faint smile tugging at his lips. "I didn't expect it, but I'm not complaining. It's kind of a nice bonus." Jean leaned forward and her expression shifting to one of practical focus. "If it's telepathy, I can help you control it," she offered. "I've had help from Professor on how to control it. It's all about building mental walls, filtering what you let in." Ethan met her gaze. "Let's do it," he said before sitting up straighter. Jean guided him through the process, visualizing a barrier, focusing on his own thoughts to anchor himself. It took a few minutes as his brow creasing with effort, but soon the clamor of external voices faded to a blissful silence. He let out a long, relieved breath. "That was chaotic," he said, "now it's peaceful." "Thanks, Jean." "Anytime," she replied with a small, proud smile breaking through her usual reserve. Anna leaned back with a playful smirk. Okay, but seriously, how did you not know you had this coming, she teased. You're messing with cosmic forces, and you're surprised it rewired your brain. Ethan chuckled while shaking his head. Fair point. Guess I should have read the fine print on the Phoenix package. He then turned to Jean with a teasing smile tugging at his lips. Well then, Jean Grey, looks like you're officially part of the family now. Jean blinked. Huh. Then it dawned on her. Her cheeks flushed bright pink. Anna laughed, nudging Ethan with her elbow. So you read my mind, huh? I couldn't not know, Ethan said before chuckling. It was the loudest thought in your head. Anna mock-pouted. Now I miss my brief moment with mind-reading powers. No secrets with you anymore. Don't worry, your secret snack stash under the couch is still safe. He winked at her, then turned to Jean, his tone shifting to something lighter, more earnest. Hey, how about we go on a date tomorrow? After classes at Xavier's. Just you and me, and Anna, if she's up for it. Jean's blush deepened, but she met his gaze with a shy smile breaking through. I'd like that, she said softly despite the flutter in her chest. Tomorrow sounds good. They smiled, the tension finally easing from the room. For a moment, things felt light again, normal, even, despite their extraordinary lives. And, after reaching for some time, I got to know that the Phoenix Force can grant its host telepathy, empathy, telekinesis etc. So, I introduced it this way. Hope it sounds reasonable. Like it. Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 36, Stranger Among the Stars. 2 weeks had passed since Ethan's sudden awakening of new powers. After some experimentation, hours spent probing the limits of his mind, he'd uncovered not just telepathy and empathy, but telekinesis too. Objects now danced at his whim, lifted by an invisible force he was still learning to refine. His training schedule had tightened, a balancing act between mastering these gifts and navigating his new life with Anna and Jean. Dates with them had become a regular rhythm, sometimes just him and Anna, sometimes him and Jean, and often all three together, laughing over coffee or strolling through the city. The trio's bond grew stronger with each outing, a quiet harmony settling between them. The news of Ethan dating both Anna and Jean spread fast among their circle. Most were surprised. Some were skeptical. Others were just stunned. His friends at Xavier's school, however, were floored by the news. You're dating both Anna and Jean. Kitty Pryde had blurted during a lunch break as her eyes wide with disbelief. Then, with a mischievous grin, she'd added, What's next, Ethan? Can I join your harem plan? To her shock, Ethan chuckled and replied, If you're interested, sure, why not? She gaped at him, then at Anna and Jean, who merely shrugged and are unbothered. The casual acceptance left Kitty speechless, her cheeks flaming as she retreated into silence for 2 days, too embarrassed to face them. Bobby, meanwhile, had taken a different path, quietly admitting his own crush on a girl from class. They'd started dating soon after, leaving Angelica, Kurt, and John as the last holdouts, contentedly single with no rush to change that. Life at the school felt smooth, almost idyllic, despite the world's growing unease about mutants. Beyond their circle, ripples of change stirred. Madeline Pryor, Jean's clone, had married Scott Summers and now harbored ambitions in politics. With mutant numbers surging over the past decade, the government was drafting new laws and management systems, and Madeline saw an opportunity to shape them. Hank McCoy found himself intrigued by the movement, though he preferred focusing on the scientific and policy aspects, staying behind the scenes for now. Back at home, Ethan had been busy too. Using his magic, he enhanced his house with layers of protection, illusion, and defense spells. Only 3 people could freely enter, himself, Anna, and Jean. Anyone else would need a direct invitation, or risk being caught in endless illusions, traps, or repelled entirely. In his spare moments, Ethan toyed with a new ambition, transfiguration. He dreamed of bending matter to his will, reshaping wood into metal or water into stone. The Ancient One had mastered such feats, but she'd warned him it took years of practice. His attempts so far were clumsy, a spoon warped into a lumpy blob, a book's pages fluttering into ash, but he persisted, driven by a childhood fascination with the art. One major success, however, came when he discovered that by combining his life force and the phoenix fragment within him, he could supercharge his mystical watch. The device, ravenous for energy, absorbed the power hungrily. It was risky, but effective. The charge now sat at 70%. In the midst of everything, he'd also reconnected briefly with Susan and Johnny Storm. They were busier than ever, with their upcoming space mission rapidly approaching, and had been buzzing with excitement, counting down the days until their space mission. It's almost here, Johnny had said. Reed's got everything planned, gonna be epic. And now, today was the day. The launch was being broadcast live. The Fantastic Four, Reed Richards, Susan Storm, Ben Grimm, Johnny Storm, and Victor Von Doom, had just left Earth. It was being hailed as a monumental step for science and humanity. Ethan stood in his living room, watching the rocket trail into the sky on TV. Anna and Jean had gone shopping with Kitty and Jubilee. So, for now, he was alone. He smiled faintly to himself. This is it. This is the moment. He'd already made up his mind. He wasn't going to miss the cosmic event that gave the Fantastic Four their powers. And he intended to be there when it happened. Ethan walked over to a window. With no hesitation, he opened it wide, and jumped. Wind howled past him as he shot into the sky, his body cloaked in a faint aura of energy. He flew higher, faster, piercing the clouds. The ground fell away, houses shrinking to dots as he soared upward, accelerating past the wispy clouds. The sky darkened, shifting from azure to deep indigo, the air thinning with every beat of his ascent, which is making it harder to breathe. High above Earth, he floated in the edge of space. Ethan narrowed his eyes, searching the black expanse. He sensed the spacecraft's direction and took off, gliding silently through the stars. Eventually, he found it, a sleek vessel heading toward a massive space station. What now, he wondered before staring at the station. Should he board the station, wait outside, or position himself closer? After giving it some thought, Ethan decided it was time to make his move. The opportunity was right in front of him, he couldn't just let it slip away. He wasn't here to lurk outside like a ghost, he wanted to see this historic mission up close. He flew closer to the space station, scanning it for any sign of movement. There were several large windows, and as he neared one, he reached out with his telepathy, gently probing the minds inside. He quickly identified that Sue and Johnny were near the viewing panel he was in, engaged in conversation as they prepared to head to their rooms. Without hesitation, Ethan sent a thought to them, turn right, and you'll see me waving. Johnny stopped mid-step and frowned before looking over his shoulder. Ah. Susan. She blinked. What is it? He pointed ahead and turned slightly pale. I swear I just heard someone's voice. In my head. Susan's brow furrowed, but a moment later she heard it too, turn right. I'm outside the window. She then turned her gaze to the window and squinted. Her eyes widened and gasped. Johnny, look. That's Ethan, she said aloud. Johnny's jaw dropped. Oh my God, he's actually there. Outside. In space. Waving. Susan stepped forward instinctively. How is he even alive out there? No suit, no oxygen. Johnny's confusion deepened. Is he real? He glanced back at Sue, uncertain. Sue took a deep breath and is still processing the sight before her, but soon she got a mental message got in her head. He said to open the hatch so he can get in, she said. Before she could finish, Reed Richards, Victor Von Doom, and Ben Grimm rushed into the corridor. What's going on? Reed asked, noticing their stunned expressions. Look. Johnny shouted before pointing at the window. All eyes turned, and the silence was immediate. Ethan was standing in space, just a few feet from the window, with a relaxed smile and a confident little wave, as if it was the most normal thing in the world. What in the ever-loving blue-eyed hell is that? Ben started, but his voice trailed off as he took in the sight of Ethan in the void of space. Victor frowned. This isn't possible. He's just standing there, in space, with no suit. How is he not dead? Reed, too, was clearly trying to process the impossibility of it all. This defies every law of physics we know, he murmured. Reed and Victor exchanged a look. Reed hesitated. But how can he survive out there? Without any protection. He's asking us to open the hatch, Susan said softly. Victor stepped in. Absolutely not. That's a massive security risk. We don't know what he is. We do, Johnny insisted. That's Ethan. We've known him for a while now. He's not dangerous. Are you sure about that? Victor countered coldly. Because what I see is a wild card floating outside my station. Reed's eyes narrowed, skepticism etched into every line of his face. We don't know how he got here, or what he is. This could compromise everything. Johnny threw up his hands. Come on, guys. He's not some random space pirate. Sue, back me up here. He's right, Susan said, her tone firm but calm. We've seen him before. He's not a threat. And frankly, I'd rather get him inside than leave him floating out there where we can't keep an eye on him. Susan then looked to Reed, searching for support. He helped me, back in New York. Reed hesitated, then gave a reluctant nod. All right, but if anything goes wrong, we'll take responsibility, Johnny promised. Victor exhaled sharply, clearly unhappy. You'd better hope you're right. Johnny spoke up. Come on, we know him. He's fine. Trust me. Reluctantly, they decided to open the hatch. Sue and Johnny were both eager to let him in, but Reed and Victor remained on edge, their minds still racing with unanswered questions. The airlock opened, and Ethan floated in with ease, stepping onto the station's deck. The inner door unsealed, and he flew into the corridor. "Nice place you've got here," he said casually as the team crowded around him. "Thanks for the invite." As soon as his feet touched solid ground, Johnny, Sue, and Ben surrounded him, bombarding him with questions. "What the hell is going on?" Sue asked, her voice a mixture of awe and disbelief. "How are you here? How did you survive in space? And, how can we hear your voice inside our heads? Are you a mutant?" Johnny jumped in before Ethan could answer, pointing an accusatory finger. "Yeah, and how the hell are you breathing out there? Spill it, man." Ethan raised his hands in mock surrender, chuckling. "Whoa, one at a time. I'm human, all right. Not a mutant. Just a guy with some extras. I came up for a little sightseeing, heard you were making history and thought I'd tag along." Ben raised an eyebrow, clearly not buying it. "Bullshit. Humans don't float around in space like it's a Sunday stroll. You're a mutant, plain and simple." "Nope," Ethan shot back, "I'm human. Just also, a magician. With a few extra perks." Victor's eyes narrowed, his voice dripping with skepticism. "A magician? Convenient excuse. I don't buy it. Especially not now, when we're dealing with a critical experiment. Mutants are unpredictable, I don't like variables I can't control." Reed frowned. Magic isn't an acceptable explanation in a scientific facility. Ethan seized the moment, flashing a charming smile as he reached toward Reed. With a theatrical flourish, he plucked a rose from behind Reed's ear, its petals shimmering faintly with reddish-orange energy, and offered it to Susan. "For you," he said before winking. "A little welcome gift. Science and magic are just two sides of the same coin, Reed." She smiled, accepting it with a hint of blush, "But how do you explain all of this? The telepathy, surviving space." Ethan raised his hands, "A magician never reveals his tricks." Johnny raised an eyebrow and smirked. "Looks like Ethan's got the lady's charm down better than I do." Ben snorted. "Don't worry, Johnny, your charm's fine. Just need to work on that delivery." He gave him a teasing shove. Sue smiled faintly at Ethan's easygoing demeanor. "I'm sure he means no harm." Ben growled in frustration. "Yeah, well, I don't trust it. Something's not right here." Reed, who had been quiet for a moment, spoke up. "I still don't understand how he survived out there. It's not possible." Sue turned to him, trying to calm him. "Reed, if he says he's human, we should at least try to believe him. I know it sounds crazy after seeing him floating in space without anything." "Correction, I had my clothes on." Reed sighed. "We need to get ready. In a few hours, we'll be collecting the samples we need from the experiments." Victor turned to Ethan and is still skeptical but willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, for now. "We'll have a more detailed conversation later. I want to know exactly who, and what, you are." Ethan nodded. "Fair enough." With that, the group began to head to their respective rooms, preparing for the mission ahead. Ethan, however, found himself standing alone in a wide living hall aboard the space station, his mind buzzing with excitement and curiosity. He took a deep breath, gazing around at the futuristic surroundings. It felt strange to be here, but also exhilarating. This was the stuff of humanity's reach into the stars. And now, he was a part of it, even if just for a brief moment. "I wonder what kind of power I'll get," he thought, watching the distant curve of Earth. With the upcoming cosmic storm, everything was about to change. Like it? Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 37, Surge of the Cosmos. About an hour later, everyone had freshened up and gathered in the main control panel area. Their living arrangements aboard the space station had already been decided. Sue had her own room. Reed and Victor shared another. Ethan, Ben, and Johnny were assigned to a larger shared room, much to Ben's annoyance. The space station hummed with a subtle, mechanical pulse, its sterile corridors bathed in the soft glow of overhead lights. Beyond the reinforced windows, Earth loomed large, a swirling marble of blue and white, breathtaking and distant. Inside, Victor wasn't about to let their newest arrival, Ethan, roam unchecked. As Johnny and Susan chatted with Ethan near the living hall's panoramic viewport, Victor pulled Ben Grimm and Reed Richards aside. "Ben, I want you to keep an eye on him," Victor said, his sharp gaze flicking toward Ethan before nodding toward Ethan when he looked at them. Ben crossed his arms and is clearly not thrilled with the idea. "Why me? He seems like a decent guy. Besides, he's Sue and Johnny's friend." "We don't know what he's capable of," Victor replied. "He showed up in space without a suit. That's not normal." Reed adjusted his glasses thoughtfully. "Victor's right. Just observe him, Ben. We don't need surprises on this mission. Ben sighed and relented. Fine, but I'm not babysitting. Reluctantly, he agreed, casting a wary glance at Ethan, who was laughing at something Johnny had said. Then Reed and Victor excused themselves to the comms station to send mission status report back to Earth. Meanwhile, Ethan sat on one of the nearby couches, casually chatting with Sue, Johnny, and Ben. He gazed out the thick glass window, watching the stars drift by, lost in thought. He thought of Jean and Anna. I couldn't risk bringing them here. If something goes wrong with the cosmic radiation, I don't want them going through mutations. His reverie broke as Johnny's voice cut through, brimming with excitement. All right, man, you've got to tell me, how'd you fly out there in space? No suit, no nothing. That was insane. Let's just say. I'm a magician. And a magician never reveals his tricks. Ben snorted, bullshit. Magicians don't breathe in a vacuum, kid. You're full of it, and I'll figure you out when we're back on Earth. Ethan smirked to himself. They won't have time to care when they return. Johnny smiled. I don't care what he is, mutant, magician, whatever. That was badass. Wish I could pull that off myself. Ben rolled his eyes. Yeah, well, some of us don't need fancy tricks to get by, hotshot. Ben and Johnny soon got into a friendly argument about spacewalking. Ben then grumbled about wanting to enjoy some real space, away from the noise, followed by Johnny, leaving Ethan and Susan alone in the hall. Left alone with Susan, Ethan relaxed against the couch. So, Susan said in a soft tone. How are you really doing, Ethan? He glanced at her and smiled. I'm doing good. Still working toward becoming a doctor. Been studying a lot, and training. Training. Magic stuff, he said casually, waving a hand. And other things. She chuckled. You're always full of surprises. How are things with your girlfriend? Ethan blinked and chuckled. Girlfriends, actually. 2. Susan's jaw dropped. Wait, 2. Seriously. She leaned in as she's intrigued. How does that even happen? Don't they get jealous or? I don't know, fight over you? Ethan shook his head. Not really. They're both incredible, understanding, kind, supportive. I don't know how I got so lucky, honestly. If I could spend my whole life with them, I wouldn't ask for anything more. Susan's gaze softened with a wistful smile tugging at her lips. You really love them, don't you? Lucky them. Yes, but, Ethan corrected gently, I'm the lucky one. To be loved by them. Susan blushed slightly and smiled, feeling a strange warmth in her chest. Whoever ends up with Ethan is definitely lucky, she thought. A moment later, Reed and Victor entered the room, joining the group. Susan took the chance to shift the conversation. Just in time, Reed. Ethan's interested in majoring in biogenetics and plant-based research, she said. Reed's face lit up. That's a fantastic field. There's so much happening in it right now. What kind of projects are you thinking about? Ethan perked up and they launched into a discussion. Their conversation spiraled into a geeky fervor, mitochondrial pathways, gene splicing, ethical quandaries. Victor, however, stayed quiet. He observed Ethan carefully, eyes narrowing slightly with each answer Ethan gave. After a few minutes, he looked at Susan, a word. She glanced at him, then back at Ethan, who caught her eye and winked playfully mid-sentence with Reed. A faint blush crept up her cheeks as she smiled, then followed Victor to a quieter corner of the hall. Ethan kept half his attention on Reed's lecture, Imagine Reversing Degenerative Mutations, while the other half tracked Victor's stiff posture. As she walked away with Victor, she couldn't help but think, there's more to Ethan than he lets on. Ben floated outside the space station, weightless in the black void, his movements slow and clumsy in the bulky suit. Above him, the shimmering surface of the station glinted in the sunlight. From the observation window, Johnny watched with crossed arms and is clearly unimpressed. You know, no matter what you do, it won't match up to what Ethan pulled off, Johnny remarked with a smirk. Guy walked in space like it was a Sunday stroll. He was just chilling out there with no suit. Ben snorted. Watch me, hotshot. I don't need fancy tricks to own this view. He kicked off and floated toward the station's curved hull, planting himself on top of it like he owned the place. Inside the station, a quieter drama unfolded. Victor had guided Susan to an observation deck, a sleek chamber with a glass floor that revealed Earth's swirling blues and greens below. The planet's glow cast soft shadows across their faces, softening Victor's usually stern features. He stood close with his hands clasped behind his back and took a steadying breath before speaking. Susan, this mission, this place, it's made me think about what matters. I want to be with you, not just as teammates, but more. Susan's eyes widening at the unexpected confession. Her mind scrambled for a response. Victor, She faltered and her gaze dropping to the glass floor, where Earth seemed to hold answers she couldn't grasp. I don't know what to say. Meanwhile, in the main lab, Reed was explaining the station's monitoring systems to Ethan. Screens glowed with data streams, tracking cosmic waves in the distance. This setup lets us analyze the storm's energy, Reed said before gesturing to a fluctuating graph. We'll stay clear of the epicenter, just observe from a safe range. Ethan raised an eyebrow. Safe, Mr. Richards. You sure? Cosmic storms don't exactly sound like they respect boundaries. Reed laughed with a touch of nervous energy in the sound. Absolutely safe, we won't be anywhere near the storm when it peaks. Suddenly, the console lit up in red. A loud klaxon echoed through the room. Warning messages scrolled across the screen in bold text. Cosmic storm incoming. ETA, 5 minutes. Reed's face paled. He slammed a hand on the console. Ethan deadpan at him, you're saying? This can't be right. The storm's not supposed to be this close, and the timing. Another alert pulled his attention, Ben's live feed outside the station. Ben was still floating, suit intact, jumping from panel to panel. Reed's voice was tight. That's not possible. It's accelerating, Ethan, go. Find Johnny. Get Ben back in. Now. Ethan nodded and sprinted out. Meanwhile, Victor's eyes hadn't left hers. But before anything else could be said, Reed stormed in, urgency in every step. Susan. Victor. The storm's early, it's hitting in minutes, Reed said breathlessly. What? Susan blinked before turning toward the monitors. You said we had at least an hour. I was wrong. Something changed in the trajectory. We need to shut the external panels immediately. Victor frowned. Then close them. Why are you even here? This is what protocols are for. Reed shot him a sharp look. Ben's still out there. Victor scoffed. Then pull him in and shut the panels. We can't afford to take risks now. I'm going to get him, Reed said firmly. I'll bring him in manually if I have to. Every second counts. Susan was already moving toward the door. I'm coming too. No, Victor reached out, gently grabbing her wrist. It's safer here. Let Reed handle it. We can monitor from this room. Susan looked at his hand, then at Reed, who was already halfway to the corridor. Her voice was steady. I'm not sitting here while my team's in danger. She pulled her arm free and rushed after Reed, who gave her a grateful glance as she joined him. Back in the hangar, Ethan was already sprinting toward Johnny. Johnny. We need to get Ben back inside, right now. The storm's coming in fast. Johnny turned, startled. What? Already? But Reed said. Forget what Reed said. Plans changed. This thing's faster and stronger than expected. We have to pull him in or he's toast. Johnny's cocky expression disappeared. Damn it. Ben. Get your ass in. Then a faint, muffled reply. You worry too much, Reed. I got this. Meanwhile, Susan and Reed reached the observation corridor outside the hatch. Reed tapped into the comms. Ben, get your ass back inside, now. The storm's almost here. Outside, Ben froze as his suit's visor reflecting a faint, ominous glow on the horizon, a golden red wave swelling toward the station. Storm, he growled, ah, crap. He began walking off, aiming for the hatch, but his movements were too slow. Woo. Time to ride the lightning, he shouted and leapt forward toward the hatch. As Johnny prepped the controls to close the hatch, Ethan did something unthinkable. Without a word, he flicked his hand and opened a glowing sling ring portal. It opened into space directly next to Ben. Reed and Johnny both shouted in shock. What the hell? Ethan didn't wait. He stepped through the portal before it closed, grabbed Ben midair, and hurled him through the hatch just before the swirling mass of the cosmic storm struck the station. Inside, Ben slammed into the wall and lost consciousness. Then the storm hit. Reed was flung back as his limbs stretched unnaturally. His arms and legs extended like rubber, his body contorting in ways that defied logic. Johnny, who was at the control panel which was blasted at his face, screamed as flames engulfed him. His entire body caught fire, but he didn't burn. The fire responded to him. Susan, trying to get to them, was caught in the wave. Her body flickered in and out of visibility, becoming transparent. She gasped as her molecules twisted. Victor, who had sealed himself in the reinforced lab, wasn't spared either. The storm slammed through the shielding. Sparks exploded as Victor was hurled across the room, unconscious. Outside, in the heart of the storm, Ethan floated with his arms wide and his eyes closed. Unlike the others, he didn't resist. Instead, he embraced it. The swirling colors of the storm wrapped around him like a cosmic tide. His body soaked in the radiation, drawing it in like a sponge. His veins glowed faintly, his skin shimmered with an ethereal glow. A piercing cry echoed through the void. A cry not of pain, but of power. The cry of the phoenix. His body vibrated with immense energy as the phoenix force within him reacted, not to protect him but merging with the cosmic storm. Power surged through every fiber of his being. He could feel the storm's essence infusing with his body and soul. When the chaos finally passed, silence fell over the void. Ethan floated alone with his arms still wide and eyes closed. Then, slowly, he opened his eyes which are glowing red and smiled. Now this, he whispered to himself, is power. Below him, inside the station, 5 lives had changed forever. The birth of something new had begun. Like it. Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 38, The Awakening After the Storm. The stars shimmered faintly in the vast silence of space. Ethan hovered effortlessly above the space station, his eyes glowing faintly as the last remnants of the cosmic storm faded into the distance. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and formed a golden portal that opened directly above the hatch. He glided through it and landed lightly on the metallic floor. The sight that met him was sobering. Reed, Johnny, Ben, and Susan, all unconscious as their bodies sprawled and limp. Ethan didn't hesitate. With a wave of his hand, a gentle gust of invisible force lifted them. Another flick of his wrist opened a portal leading straight to his home. One by one, he guided the 4 into the glowing vortex until the hatch was empty once more. The portal closed with a quiet hum. But Ethan wasn't done. He vanished with a shimmer and reappeared outside the locked chamber on the station, the one Victor had sealed himself inside during the storm. The door stood firm, but Ethan gripped the reinforced metal and tore it open like it was made of cardboard. Inside, Victor lay slumped in the corner, groaning softly. He conjured another portal and lifted Victor effortlessly using telekinesis into it, following him through the swirling golden circle. Back at Ethan's home, the living room now resembled an emergency ward. Reed, Victor, Johnny, and Ben were resting on thick floor mattresses, each carefully placed to avoid injury. Susan had been gently laid in the guest room. Ethan figured it was only fair to give her some privacy. Just as Ethan took a seat on the sofa with a can of Coke, a click sounded at the door. It opened to reveal Anna and Jean, arms laden with shopping bags. Okay, I got the candles, those caramel snacks you. Anna paused mid-sentence and her eyes widening as she spotted the unconscious trio on the floor. Ethan. What did you do? Jean stared in shock. Oh my God, please tell me you didn't kill them. Ethan raised his can in salute. You're welcome. I saved them. Anna blinked. Wait, are those? That's Johnny and the guys who went to space today. Jean's expression turned serious. She touched her temple and gently scanned their minds. They're alive. And, wow. Wait, how did you survive being outside the station? She suddenly remembered. Right, adaptive evolution. Of course. She shook her head. Forget I asked. Ethan smiled. Susan's in the guest room. I already checked, no injuries. Just exhaustion. Jean let out a breath of relief. We can't just leave the guys here, though. Well, I'm not stuffing them into my bedroom, Ethan replied with a shrug. And I don't think Anna would be thrilled with strangers in our room. Anna stepped forward. We'll shift Susan to Jean's room. Put the guys in the spare. Deal, Ethan said before standing up. Time passed slowly, the air filled with a soft hum of calm energy. A soft breeze drifted through the open window, rustling the curtains gently. The light scent of lavender hung in the air. Susan Storm stirred slowly, her eyelashes fluttering as she awoke in a warm, comfortable bed. The room was unfamiliar, painted in soft blue tones. She wasn't in the station anymore. Jean sat quietly beside her on a chair and smiled the moment Susan's eyes opened. Hey, Jean said softly. You're awake. Susan blinked and is disoriented. Where am I? You're safe, Jean reassured her. Ethan brought you back to Earth. You're in Ethan's home. You've been unconscious since the storm hit. Susan tried to sit up, groaning slightly. Jean gently helped support her. The others? Susan asked in her eyes widening. They're fine. A little shaken, but no injuries. They're resting in the other room. Ethan made sure all of you were okay before we moved you. Susan took a breath and nodded slowly, the memory of the cosmic storm still flashing through her mind. I thought we were going to die out there. I know, Jean said softly. But Ethan pulled all of you out. He said he scanned you all, no damage. Before Susan could respond, a voice called from the hallway. They're waking up, came Anna's voice. Jean turned to Susan. You think you're ready to walk? I'll manage, Susan replied with a small smile. Jean helped her to her feet, and they made their way out together. Meanwhile, in the spare room, Reed Richards stirred. His mind was already racing before his eyes even opened. He sat up abruptly, scanning his surroundings. Victor was already sitting upright across the room, his expression unreadable. Johnny groaned and rolled over, mumbling something about needing 10 more minutes, while Ben rubbed his head and squinted at the ceiling. What the hell? Johnny muttered, eyes now open wide. We're not on the station. No, Reed replied. We're not. At that moment, the door opened and Ethan stepped in with his usual calm smile. Good. You're all up, he said casually. Ethan. Reed narrowed his eyes. Where are we? What happened after the storm? Victor stood, looking around sharply. This doesn't look like a med bay. Where are we? Ethan raised his hands in a peaceful gesture. Relax. You're all back on Earth, in my home, to be specific. After the storm hit, I brought you here. You were all unconscious, but I checked, no physical injuries, no burns, no radiation symptoms. You're okay. Ben blinked. Wait, you brought us here. From space. I'll explain, Ethan said. Let's head to the living room. Easier to talk when we're not standing around in sleepwear and confusion. The group exchanged glances. Johnny gave a slight shrug, still too groggy to argue. Reed looked thoughtful but didn't push, yet. Victor kept quiet, his sharp eyes locked on Ethan with silent curiosity. Together, they followed Ethan out of the room and down the hall toward the living area, just as Susan and Jean joined them from the opposite side. Susan smiled faintly when she saw her team. Everyone okay? Yeah, Ben said. I feel like I got punched by a supernova, but I'm breathing. Johnny nodded. You too, sis. I'm fine, Susan assured him, walking beside Jean. Let's hear what our host has to say. As they all entered the living room, the atmosphere was thick with unspoken questions, but for now, there was one shared feeling among them all. Relief. They had survived the impossible. The living room was quiet as Susan sat beside Jean, while Reed, Ben, Johnny, and Victor took places across the room. Ethan stood in the center. I know you have questions, Ethan began. After the cosmic storm hit, you all lost consciousness. I found you and brought you all back here. I scanned your bodies for any physical injuries, radiation burns, neurological damage, nothing. You're all in perfect condition, at least physically. He paused to let his words sink in, then continued. Reed began rubbing his temples. That's not possible. The radiation levels, there's no way we should have survived, let alone be unharmed. It's a miracle. He then turned to Ethan. No offense, Ethan, but we have no idea how the cosmic storm may have affected us. We need proper scans, data, tests. This could have altered us in ways we can't yet detect. Victor, who is silent until now, gave a slow nod. He's right. This was not a normal cosmic event. We need to return to our base. Ethan glanced at Victor, then Reed, and tapped into their surface thoughts. He saw their mental image of the base and gave a soft smile. Already expected that. He raised a hand and a swirling portal opened before them. Through it, a perfect image of their lab base shimmered into view. They all stared at the portal. There. Go. You'll get a full report there. Johnny's mouth opened, then closed. I don't even know how to feel anymore. Ben rolled his eyes. Nobody gives a damn about your feelings, pretty boy. Johnny scoffed, but said nothing more, still fixated on the impossible doorway of swirling energy. Reed stood and approached Ethan. Come with us. You were in that storm longer than any of us. If something's changed in us, it might have changed you too. We need to run a scan on you as well. Ethan shook his head with a small, polite smile. Thanks for the offer, but I'll pass. I'm fine and can deal with anything. Reed opened his mouth to argue, but stopped. Ethan's presence alone carried a certainty that was hard to push against. He gave him a long look. We'll talk later then. They were too exhausted to argue or even ask questions. Victor gave Ethan a final glance before stepping through the portal. Reed followed soon after with his mind clearly racing with theories. Ben lingered a moment before eyeing Ethan. Whatever you are, pal, thanks for pulling us out. Ethan gave a simple nod. Anytime. Then Johnny, who is still processing, muttered, You're like a cheat code to the universe, and walked into the portal. Susan gave Ethan a faint smile. Thank you. Truly. She turned to Jean and Anna, who are smiling, and nodded. As it closed behind them, Jean turned to Ethan, arms crossed. So, you're just gonna act like saving people from a cosmic storm and teleporting them across space is a normal Tuesday? Ethan took another sip of Coke. You haven't seen what I do on Wednesdays. Anna burst out laughing while Jean rolled her eyes. After the others left through the portal, he leaned back on the sofa with a quiet sigh. Ethan's gaze settled on Jean, her red hair catching the light as she tucked a strand behind her ear. A spark of inspiration hit him. "Hey, Jean," he said, "how about dinner tonight? Just you and me." Jean's head snapped up. "Dinner? Tonight?" Anna, who had just walked in from the hallway, immediately perked up. "Wait, hold on, she gets a dinner date and I don't," she teased before tossing a playful glare at Ethan. "Where's my fancy dinner invite, huh? You're slacking on me." Ethan rolled his eyes playfully. "You got your dinner way earlier, Anna. It's Jean's turn now." He gave Jean a knowing smirk. Jean blinked and is confused. What's that supposed to mean? Anna, on the other hand, caught the implication instantly. Her eyes widened with playful mischief. She turned to Jean, linking arms. "Come on, Red. We need to get you dressed properly. For something unforgettable." "Wait, what?" Jean protested, stumbling as Anna tugged her toward the hallway. Anna then leaned in before whispering something in Jean's ear and the effect was immediate. Jean stopped mid-step, her eyes going wide as her face blooming crimson as she shot a flustered glance at Ethan. Ethan only smiled and gave a cheeky wink. Jean huffed and turned away quickly, but her cheeks were flushed. Anna giggled before pulling her along. "Come on, we've got work to do." "Anna." Jean hissed as Anna dragged her into Jean's bedroom, slamming the door behind them. "I know it's going to take hours to get Jean ready," he muttered to himself with a chuckle. Might as well make use of the time. They'd been dating for a few days now, and tonight felt like the right time to take things to the next level and mark her as his own. Okay, that sounded way more dramatic than intended, but still, it will be the next step in their relationship. With the girls occupied, Ethan stood up and walked to the far end of the hallway. With a flick of his hand, a shimmering reflective doorway appeared, thin, delicate, like a crack in reality itself. He stepped through without hesitation, the world around him rippling like glass. It was a vast reflection of the real world, untouched and weightless. He closed his eyes before taking a deep breath. Flames burst from his body, not wild or out of control, but radiant and majestic. Phoenix flames. They licked around him like a crown of light, warming the cold glassy dimension. Ever since the cosmic storm hit him, something had changed. The phoenix inside him was reacting more intensely. "Let's see what you gave me this time," he whispered. He floated in the air, allowing the flames to encircle him fully. Slowly, he began listing his known powers: weather manipulation, phoenix flames, telepathy, telekinesis. But there was something new. He gasped softly. His eyes snapped open, glowing with golden red light. "Matter, manipulation," he whispered, "transmutation, the ability to alter matter at will." He held out his hand and focused on a floating piece of rock nearby. With a subtle motion, its surface shimmered and twisted, turning from stone into crystal, then into a gleaming golden orb. He grinned. "So that's what the storm gave me." The storm had enhanced the phoenix's dormant capabilities within him. Before, he could barely scratch the surface of its true power. But now he could bend matter on a molecular level. His mind drifted to the legendary feats of the White Phoenix, the future gene of immense power, who could rewrite reality, shape futures, and collapse galaxies. "I'm not there yet," Ethan said to himself. "But I'm getting closer." And he would get there. With renewed focus, he continued experimenting with his abilities. Like it. Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 39, A Night to Remember, R18. After spending 2 solid hours in the mirror dimension, Ethan stood silently while observing the results of his experimentation. Using his newly unlocked ability, matter manipulation, he had successfully transformed ordinary rocks into iron, sand, and even shimmering gold. It had come naturally to him. His extensive knowledge of atomic structures and material properties made transmutation surprisingly easy. Despite the impressive feat, Ethan felt underwhelmed. It only took him 2 hours to fully master the new power. He waved his hand, letting a bar of gold melt into sand once again with a flick of his finger. "Not bad," he muttered, though a part of him was slightly disappointed. He had hoped for something more dramatic, more world-shattering. Matter manipulation was undoubtedly powerful, but with the Phoenix Force fragment already within him, he suspected he would have unlocked it eventually. Still, he shrugged, better early than late. With a sigh, he stepped out of the mirror dimension and returned to his room. After a quick shower and changing into fresh clothes, he dressed in a sleek, casual black shirt with rolled sleeves and fitted pants, enough style to impress, but nothing too flashy. Then he glanced at the clock. It had been over 2.5 hours, and Jean and Anna still hadn't emerged. "How long does it take to pick a dress?" he called jokingly toward the room, raising his voice just enough to carry through the hallway. "You two better not be creating a fashion show in there." Silence. "You two planning to come out tonight? Or should I go on a solo date with the mirror?" A moment later, the door creaked open. Jean stepped out, and time seemed to slow for Ethan. She wore a stunning black dress that fit her like it had been stitched by magic. Her hair cascaded in soft waves, and a hint of shimmer accented her cheeks. Ethan's breath hitched for a second. She looked absolutely stunning. Wow. You look breathtaking. From behind Jean, Anna popped her head out with a satisfied grin on her face. See. All the hard work pays off. Ethan chuckled. Hard work? I doubt you lifted a finger. Jean's a natural beauty. Jean blushed before murmuring a soft, thank you, as she looked away trying to hide her smile. All right then, Ethan said before offering his arm. Shall we? After giving Anna a quick goodbye hug, where are we going? Jean asked before linking arms with him as they walked to the door and left the apartment. Somewhere nice, Ethan replied. Just a good, normal restaurant. Nothing fancy. I figured we could have a proper date, like actual people. Jean chuckled. A normal restaurant. From the guy who opens portals for shortcuts. Ethan grinned. Okay, fine. A normal restaurant with a cab ride. True to his word, he hailed a cab instead of using his powers. Ethan flagged down a cab, holding the door for her before sliding in himself. They sat close in the back seat, talking quietly while the city buzzed around them. After a short ride, they arrived at a cozy restaurant tucked between two tall buildings, a hidden gem Ethan had found during one of his walks. Once inside the restaurant, they were shown to a candlelit table near the window. They ordered dinner, steak for Ethan, grilled salmon for Jean, with sides of roasted vegetables and a bottle of wine to share. Their conversation drifted from casual teasing to deeper subjects. They laughed, joked about Anna being overly invested in the wardrobe process. After dinner, Ethan stood up and offered his hand. Ready for the real ending? Real ending? Jean raised a brow. Oh yeah. You'll love it. He opened a glowing portal right outside the restaurant, stepping through with Jean beside him. He already sent a telepathic message to everyone to ignore them. As for cameras, well, they are short-circuited. In an instant, they were at the top of the Empire State Building. The wind was calm, the stars twinkled above them, and the city below sparkled like a galaxy turned upside down. Wow, Jean whispered, taking in the breathtaking view. This is incredible. They sat at the edge with their legs dangling into the open air. Ethan leaned back on his hands, looking at the horizon. You're really not scared of heights, huh? Jean teased. This is basically the front porch, Ethan said. The wind played gently with Jean's hair, and he watched her quietly for a moment. You know, he said, for someone who's touched the stars, this still feels like the highest place I've ever been. She smiled before glancing sideways at him. Because you're on top of the world? No, he said with eyes locked on hers, because you're here. Jean looked away briefly with a faint blush rising on her cheeks. You've gotten a lot smoother lately. Ethan chuckled. Nope. Always a smooth talker. Jean turned to look at him, her amber eyes reflecting the city lights below. She could feel the warmth between them, the unspoken tension growing with every heartbeat. Ethan didn't rush. He simply stared into her eyes, his gaze deep and steady as he inched closer. His knee lightly brushed hers. Jean knew what he was about to do, and she didn't hesitate. She leaned in. Their lips met in a soft, delicate kiss. It started slow, gentle, both of them savoring the moment. But within seconds, the heat between them intensified. Ethan slid his hand around Jean's waist, pulling her closer to him. She let out a soft breath as she responded, one hand gripping the collar of his shirt, the other weaving into his hair, fingers threading through it with gentle urgency. Their kiss deepened. Tongues danced and explored, syncing with an effortless rhythm that made time feel like it had stopped around them. Ethan's hand tightened around her waist, and without breaking the kiss, he lifted her into his lap. Jean let out a small gasp of surprise before smiling against his lips and her arms tightening around him. She straddled him with her legs wrapping around his waist as if she belonged there, like she always had. Their bodies pressed together, warmth radiating between them despite the cool breeze at the top of the world. The city below vanished from their awareness, there was only them, locked in a passionate embrace beneath the stars. Their kiss deepened with a growing hunger, lips pressed together with heat and urgency. As their bodies pressed closer, Ethan's hand slid down Jean's back with slow intent, eventually settling on the curve of her ass. He gave it a firm squeeze, and Jean moaned softly into his mouth, her breath hitching at the bold touch. Encouraged, Ethan became more assertive. He kneaded her firmly, his other hand gliding up to cup her breast through the fabric of her dress, fingers teasing as she gasped. Jean didn't hold back, her hands were tangled in his hair, pulling him closer, deepening the kiss until their tongues clashed in a heated rhythm. Minutes passed like seconds, lost in a frenzy of breathless kisses and soft, desperate sounds. When they finally parted, a thin strand of saliva still connected their lips, both of them breathing hard, foreheads pressed together. Their eyes met, desire burning in both. Without a word, Ethan opened a portal beside them, a soft swirl of golden energy revealing the familiar interior of his bedroom. He didn't wait. Taking Jean's hand, he stepped through and pulled her in with him. The portal closed behind them with a soft hum, sealing them in privacy. In one smooth motion, Ethan grabbed Jean by the waist and tossed her onto the bed. She let out a surprised laugh with her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Ethan climbed on top of her, his hands on either side of her head, gazing down with a smirk. Jean's breath quickened as she looked up at him, her fingers already reaching for the buttons of his shirt. His body hovered over hers, their breaths mingling as his lips descended upon hers with a hunger that sent shivers down her spine. His kiss was demanding, almost possessive, and Jean found herself surrendering to it entirely. Her hands moved frantically, unbuttoning his shirt with trembling fingers, desperate to feel his skin against hers. As the shirt fell away, Jean's arms instinctively wrapped around his neck, pulling him closer as if afraid he might disappear if she let go. Ethan's lips burned a trail down her neck, nipping and sucking at her sensitive skin, leaving marks that she knew would linger. His hands moved with purpose, one cupped her breast through the fabric of her dress, kneading gently before teasing her breasts that made her gasp. The other hand ventured lower, sliding between her thighs, and Jean's back arched as his fingers brushed against the damp fabric of her underwear. "Ethan," she whispered, her voice trembling with desire. He only smirked, and in one swift motion, he tore away her black dress, leaving her in nothing but her bra and underwear. His gaze raked over her body, and Jean felt a flush of heat spread through her as he drank in the sight of her. His hands were relentless. One slid beneath the cup of her bra, freeing her breast and pinching her nipple with just enough force to make her cry out. The other hand slipped under her waistband, his fingers finding her wetness with ease. Jean's breath hitched as his fingers circled her clit, the sensation sending jolts of pleasure through her. "Oh God," she moaned as her hips arching unconsciously toward his touch. Ethan's lips crashed against hers again, his tongue dominating hers as he kissed her wildly. The mingling of their saliva only heightened the intensity, a messy yet intoxicating connection that left Jean dizzy. She could feel herself growing wetter by the second, her body betraying just how much she wanted him. When they finally broke apart, Jean looked up at him, her eyes filled with desire. "You're so beautiful," he murmured before returning to her lips. His hands continued their assault, one teasing her nipple, the other stroking her clit with a rhythm that had her trembling beneath him. But Jean wasn't the type to stay passive for long. With a sudden burst of determination, she flipped their positions, straddling his hips as he lay back on the bed. Ethan chuckled, clearly amused by her boldness, but his laughter turned into a sharp intake of breath when she reached down and removed his pants and underwear, her eyes widening slightly at the size of him. "It's bigger than I imagined," she thought with her cheeks flushing. Ethan reached up and placed a reassuring hand over hers and began guiding her movements. Slowly, she began to stroke him, her grip tightening as she grew more confident. When she leaned down and took him into her mouth, Ethan groaned as his hands tangling in her hair. At first, her movements were tentative, but under his gentle encouragement, she found a rhythm, her head bobbing up and down as she explored every inch of him. He couldn't resist the urge to take control. Gripping her hair tighter, he guided her faster, the sensations overwhelming him. "That's it," he growled, "just like that." Jean's head moved up and down as she took his full member inside her mouth. She even felt him going into her throat and pulled back, coughing slightly, but she didn't stop. She immediately took him into her mouth again, her determination only fueling his desire. After a few moments, he grabbed her legs, lifted her up, and positioned her on top of him so that her pussy hovered above his face. Jean's eyes widened, but she didn't protest, her curiosity and arousal getting the better of her. She gasped as his tongue flicked against her opening, the sensation sending jolts of pleasure through her body. His hands weren't idle either, one teased her clit while the other played with her breasts, sometimes pinching her nipples just enough to make her moan. His tongue delved deeper, exploring her with a skill that left her breathless. "Oh God, Ethan," she whimpered, her hands clutching the sheets as she struggled to keep herself steady. Her face was inches away from his member, and soon she took him into her mouth again, her tongue swirling around him as she began playing with his balls. Seeing this, Ethan increased the speed of his assault with his tongue, and Jean was forced to stop as pleasure overwhelmed her. "Ethan, oh, yes, harder. Ethan." Her moans grew louder with each passing second, each one more desperate than the last. His tongue pushed inside her, and Jean's back arched as her eyes rolled back in sheer ecstasy. Her orgasm crashed over her like a wave, her body convulsing as she cried out his name. Ethan drank in her essence, savoring every drop. When he pulled away, she collapsed onto the bed beside him, her chest heaving as she tried to catch her breath. Ethan slowly turned to her and lay her beside him. "This is just the beginning, Jean." He then got on top of her, his gaze locked onto hers as he hovered above her, his member positioned at her entrance. She nodded with a flicker of nervousness and excitement in her eyes. He positioned himself carefully, the tip of his member pressing against her entrance. Slowly, achingly slowly, he began to push inside her. Jean's breath hitched, her fingers clawing at the bedsheets as she felt the stretch, the unfamiliar fullness. "It's more painful than I expected," she thought, clenching her jaw against the sharp sting of pain. Ethan paused, sensing her discomfort, and gently caressed her thighs. "Are you okay?" he murmured. She nodded again, though her grip on the sheets tightened. "Just, go slow," she whispered. He obeyed, easing himself deeper inch by inch until he was fully sheathed within her. Small beads of blood mingled with her wetness, a stark reminder of her innocence surrendered to him. He paused, allowing her body to adjust, his own breathing ragged as he fought the urge to move. Leaning down, he captured her lips in a kiss, his tongue delving into her mouth with an urgency that mirrored the heat pooling between them. Jean responded eagerly, her arms wrapping around his neck as she kissed him back. Their tongues danced, a battle of dominance and submission, until Ethan claimed victory again, leaving her breathless and dazed. When they finally broke apart, Jean looked up at him with wide, lust-filled eyes. "You can move now." He didn't need further prompting. Ethan began to rock his hips, starting slow. The initial pain gave way to something else, something warm, tingling, and utterly consuming. Jean gasped with her nails digging into his shoulders as sensations she had never known before began to build within her. "Oh God." She moaned as her voice began rising with each rhythmic movement. Her back arched, and her body moved instinctively, seeking more of him, more of the pleasure he was so effortlessly giving her. His pace quickened, his thrusts becoming harder, deeper, more wild. The sound of their bodies meeting echoed through the room, a symphony of flesh slapping against flesh, punctuated by Jean's increasingly desperate cries. His hands gripped her hips, pulling her closer with each plunge, ensuring she felt every inch of him. Her mind went blank with the pleasure. All she could focus on was the overwhelming sensation of him filling her, stretching her, claiming her in a way no one ever had. He leaned down and captured her lips in another heated kiss, swallowing her moans as he continued to drive into her. His movements were relentless, each thrust pushing her closer to the edge. She clung to him, her body trembling with anticipation, her legs wrapping around his waist to pull him even deeper. He pulled back momentarily, his dark eyes burning with desire as he admired the sight of her beneath him, flushed, panting, and utterly undone. Before she could respond, he shifted her position, rolling her onto her stomach and lifting her hips. Jean braced herself on her elbows and gasped as he entered her from behind. The new angle sent jolts of electricity through her, her cries growing louder with each powerful thrust. His hand came down on her ass in a firm slap, the sharp sting only heightening her arousal. "Yes. Just like that, oh." She cried out as he continued to pound into her. Her breasts swayed with each movement, and he reached around to cup them, squeezing and teasing her nipples until they hardened under his touch. He leaned forward with his chest pressed against her back as his lips found her ear. "You feel amazing," he whispered, his hot breath sending shivers down her spine. His teeth grazed her earlobe before he nipped at it, and Jean mewed in response. His hands returned to her hips, guiding her movements as he drove into her with increasing intensity. The force of his thrusts pushed her forward, but he held her firmly, ensuring she took every inch of him. He shifted again, twisting her body so she lay on her side, one leg draped over his shoulder. This angle allowed him to plunge even deeper, and Jean cried out with her back arching. His thrusting increased with each second as she teetered on the brink of release. But he wasn't done yet. With a primal growl, he flipped her onto her back once more, pinning her beneath him as he resumed his relentless pace. He took both of her hands and pinned them above her head and kissed her wildly. Jean's legs wrapped tightly around him. Her moans were almost constant in his mouth, her body writhing beneath his as she neared her climax. His thrusts became erratic, his own control slipping as he felt his release building. With one final, powerful thrust, he buried himself deep within her, his body shuddering as he spilled himself inside her. Jean's own orgasm crashed over her moments later, her entire body convulsing as waves of pleasure coursed through her. They collapsed together, sweat-slicked bodies pressed close. Ethan brushed a strand of hair from her face. "I love you, Jean," he murmured. Jean smiled faintly, her body still humming with aftershocks. "I love you too, Ethan." Ethan smirked after hearing that, his voice low and filled with promise. "Ready for round 2?" Jean's eyes locked on his, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. "Yeah." Ethan's hands moved to her hips, already guiding her into position, his smirk widening as he prepared to take her again. Like it? Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 40, Heroes on the Bridge. Soft rays of sunlight spilled through the curtains, warming the tangled sheets of Ethan's bed. Jean stirred first before blinking her eyes open to find herself lying on top of Ethan, their bare bodies comfortably wrapped in each other beneath the blankets. Ethan, who was already awake, had a slow grin tugging at his lips as he looked up at her. "Morning, sleep well?" he asked. Jean yawned as her smile matching his. "I think I blacked out somewhere around the 3rd round." He laughed before brushing a strand of hair from her face. "You were amazing." She leaned down to kiss him softly. "So were you, but don't let it go to your head." "Oh, it already has," Ethan smirked. Their moment was interrupted by the creak of the door opening. Jean instinctively pulled the blanket up around her shoulders just as Anna stepped into the room, yawning and stretching her arms overhead. Well, well. Look who finally woke up, Anna said in playful tone. Morning, lovebirds. Jean tensed. Anna, a little warning next time. Anna gave her a mischievous grin. Please, I've seen more of you two last night than I ever needed to. She smirked. You might want to work on your soundproofing, by the way. Jean's cheeks turned scarlet. We weren't that loud. Anna raised an eyebrow. Really? Because at one point I'm pretty sure I heard you yell, don't stop, harder, and begging for more. Ethan burst out laughing as Jean buried her face in her hands. I don't remember saying that, she muttered. Ethan chuckled. Actually, I do. Jean groaned. Not helping, Mr. Carter. Just being honest, he shrugged and is clearly enjoying her flustered reaction. Anna sauntered over and gave Ethan a teasing kiss on the lips. Breakfast's ready, by the way. Unless, of course, you want dessert first. Jean narrowed her eyes. Out. Anna winked. Fine, fine. But don't take too long, pancakes don't wait. She turned to leave, then paused at the door. And Jean, props for the stamina. You've got moves. Out. Jean shouted, tossing a pillow at her. Anna laughed and vanished into the hallway. Ethan couldn't hold it and laughed hard. That was fun. You're enjoying this way too much, Jean said, and still blushing but smiling despite herself. Well, I did have an amazing night and morning. He leaned in and whispered, and maybe I want a repeat performance tonight. Jean raised an eyebrow. Cocky, aren't you? Only when I'm right, he teased. Before she could reply, he scooped her up in his arms. She squeaked in surprise, Ethan. What? We've got to freshen up. You're not walking downstairs smelling like us. She huffed before resting her head on his shoulder. You're impossible. And you love it, he said while carrying her to the bathroom. What started as a simple shower quickly became another intimate moment, full of teasing kisses and stolen touches. 2 hours later, they finally made it downstairs, freshly dressed and glowing with that unmistakable post-bliss energy. Anna was already seated at the table, casually munching on toast with a smug look on her face. Took you long enough, she said as they walked in. Let me guess, washing her back, right? Ethan grabbed a slice of toast and sat down beside her. You're not exactly innocent. Remember last week? You were the one saying you wanted to see if I could break the headboard. Anna shrugged casually. True. But I can still last longer than Jean. He raised an eyebrow. You just had to comment, huh? Of course, Anna grinned. Especially after last night's performance. By the way, I'd give it a solid 9 out of 10. Just saying. Jean groaned before grabbing a plate and sitting down. Can we please not rate my sex life like it's a show? Ethan turned to her. Actually, I'd argue it was more of a cinematic masterpiece. Anna nodded. With a sequel coming soon, I'm sure. Jean shot both of them a death glare. I hate you too. They both laughed and leaned in toward her. We love you too, they said together. Jean sighed before shaking her head, but the small smile on her lips said otherwise. You're both the worst. And yet, here you are, happily stuck in a three-way relationship, Anna said with a teasing smile. Jean rolled her eyes and took a bite of her food. Next time, I'm using magic on the room and soundproofing it. Ethan leaned in with a smirk. Don't forget tying me to the bed. Jean choked on her orange juice as Anna burst out laughing. Just like that, breakfast ended with a mix of laughter, teasing, and full stomachs. As Jean opened a portal to Xavier's for her and Anna's classes, both Anna and Ethan paused when they heard a distant scream. Their enhanced senses immediately locked on the source. Did you hear that? Anna asked before frowning. Ethan nodded, yeah. Something's not right. They both moved toward the window, Ethan from above while Anna leaned against the window frame from below. Their eyes scanned the street outside. A large, rock-like figure darted through the neighborhood, moving fast despite its size, before disappearing behind some buildings. What the hell was that? Anna asked. That looked like Ben, Ethan thought. Seems like they got their powers. Is he a mutant? Anna asked. Maybe we can take him to Xavier's. Ethan shook his head. You and Jean go ahead. I'll check on him. Anna pouted. But I wanted to have some fun too. Jean placed a hand on her shoulder. Come on, you'll thank me later. Anna gave Jean a playful glare. I better. And you, she pointed at Ethan, owe me big time tonight. Ethan grinned. Deal. Jean rolled her eyes affectionately. You two are impossible. I know, Ethan said before wrapping his arms around them both briefly. And you love it. After kissing both of them on the lips, and Ethan giving Anna a playful smack on the ass which made her squeal, they stepped through the portal and vanished. Ethan turned serious, leapt out of the window, and shot into the sky, scanning the area from above. It didn't take long to find him. Ben, who is now a hulking rock-covered figure, was wrapped in heavy clothing and moving slowly toward the bridge. Using his telepathy, Ethan gently probed Ben's thoughts. I didn't mean to scare her. Debbie looked at me like I was a monster. Why the hell did I agree to go into space? Ben had scared his wife last night and, in his panic, remembered Johnny once mentioning where Ethan lived. He wandered the neighborhood all night, unable to find the house. A woman on a jog had seen him and screamed, prompting him to flee again. Ethan softened. Ben was lost, physically and emotionally. He was reliving the moment Debbie saw his new form and screamed in horror before running away. And now, he wandered, hoping to find Ethan based on Johnny's vague directions, but it was useless too. Ethan mentally nudged the people nearby to ignore Ben and let him be. He didn't stop Ben earlier because his emotions were unstable, and now, with no one else around, they could finally talk. Ben eventually settled at the top of the bridge. Ethan gently descended and landed beside him. Morning, he said casually. You look troubled, my friend. Ben turned to him and is startled for a second, before exhaling a breath of relief. Ethan. Thank God. I was looking for you. Ethan raised a brow, pretending not to recognize him. Looking for me? I'm sorry, do I know you? It's me. Ben. The guy you saved in the space station. Ethan's eyes widened in fake realization. Ben. Holy hell, man. What happened to you? Ben sighed and told him everything, how they went into space, how the cosmic storm changed them, how he woke up like this, how he terrified Debbie. She screamed like I was a damn monster, Ben muttered, his voice breaking slightly. Didn't even give me a chance to explain. Ethan placed a hand on his massive shoulder. I'm sorry, Ben. That's rough. But you're not alone. Maybe I can help you. Ben looked up with hope flickering in his eyes. Can you fix this? Cure it? Ethan nodded slowly. Maybe I can help you control it. Ben looked down. I don't want control. I want a cure. One step at a time, Ethan said. First, we find the others. It's possible they're affected too. Ben nodded slowly. Yeah, you're right. Just then, a man approached the edge of the bridge, muttering to himself. His face was pale and drenched in sweat. He was trembling with tears in his eyes and looked like he hadn't slept in days. Ethan and Ben turned toward him. Hey, you all right? Ethan called. The man didn't respond. He stepped onto the ledge. Ben jumped to his feet. Whoa, buddy. Don't do it. If you think you're having a rough time, look at me, pal. The man turned, eyes wide, and screamed at the sight of Ben's rocky form. Ah. Monster. He stumbled back, tripped, and fell onto the bridge road. A truck came hurtling toward him. Ben didn't hesitate. With a roar, he leaped in front of the truck, slamming both arms into the pavement. The truck came to a crashing halt, metal crunching, horn blaring, but Ben stood firm, shielding the men. Ethan slowly descended and looked at the terrified men. Sorry, buddy. Looks like Truckuin won't be claiming you today. The men blinked rapidly. What the hell was that thing? Ethan raised a brow. You mean your savior? The men scrambled up and ran off screaming. Ethan turned to Ben. Didn't he come here to die? Why is he running now? Ben shrugged. Guess I scared the depression out of him. They both chuckled lightly. Despite everything, there was a spark of hope in Ben's eyes now. Ethan looked at him. See? You're already doing good out here. Ben gave a small smile. Yeah, maybe. After saving the men from the truck, Ben helped the driver who is stuck inside to get out of the wrecked vehicle. But no sooner had they stepped away than a crowd of police officers surrounded them, guns drawn and orders barking through megaphones. Put the men down. Hands where we can see them. Ben raised his rocky arms in surprise. Whoa, easy there. Sorry about the truck, man, he muttered as he gently placed the driver down. Back away. On your knees, one of the officers shouted again, clearly on edge. Ben glanced at Ethan. This is what I get for saving someone. Before Ethan could respond, the sound of metal scraping against metal erupted behind them. A chain reaction of crashes had started due to the truck's sudden stop, and an explosion burst in the distance, flames lighting up the sky. Ben turned to Ethan. This is our chance, come on. Wait, why are you running? Ethan asked, jogging after him. I don't need more cops up my ass right now. Ben huffed. You know, Ethan said casually, I could just make them forget this ever happened. That made Ben stop mid-stride. You can do that. Ethan shrugged. Yeah. Before they could continue the conversation, a voice rang out. Ben. They both turned. Standing on top of a crushed car was a woman with long blonde hair and her expression filled with relief and disbelief. Susan Storm. And she wasn't alone. Reed stood beside her, looking stunned along with Johnny. Whoa. Ethan murmured. Looks like the gang's all here. Suddenly, another crash echoed nearby. A fire truck collided with a wrecked car and began tipping dangerously toward the edge of the bridge. Johnny's eyes snapped to a little girl trapped under the bridge rail near the impact zone. The vehicle beside her was leaking gas and sparking. He didn't hesitate and he dashed forward. Hang on. Johnny leapt over the wreckage and wrapped himself around the girl just as the car exploded. His flames flared in response, shielding the child from harm. Johnny. Susan screamed and instinctively reaching out. A shimmering force field burst from her hands, containing the shockwave of the explosion and shrinking it inward before it could harm bystanders. Her eyes widened at what she'd just done. Reed didn't waste a second. As a firefighter slipped from the top of the leaning truck, Reed stretched his arms like rubber and caught them in midair before gently placing him on solid ground. Ethan turned to Ben. Can you stop that truck from going over? Ben nodded and rushed forward, planting his massive feet into the pavement. With a grunt, he grabbed the front of the fire truck and slowly began to pull it back inch by inch. Sparks flew as his feet dug in and ground cracked beneath his rocky form. With a final heave, Ben stabilized the truck and lowered it to the road. The crowd around them erupted into cheers. Even the cops hesitated, looking around at the destruction and the heroes who had prevented a disaster. Ethan smiled to himself. He didn't interfere, not because he couldn't, but because this was their moment. Their first test. And they passed. He walked over to join them as the crowd dispersed. Ben, however, didn't seem to notice the celebration. His gaze was fixed on someone in the crowd. His wife. Debbie. She stood frozen, her eyes filled with fear, and something else. Slowly, she removed her wedding ring, knelt down, and placed it on the pavement before backing away with tears in her eyes. Debbie. Ben whispered before stepping forward. Please. But she turned and ran without a word. Ben stood there silently, looking at the small silver ring on the ground. His massive hand reached for it, trembling, but stopped just inches away. He couldn't do it. Couldn't bring himself to pick it up. Then a hand touched his shoulder. Reed stood beside him, gently picking up the ring and pressing it into Ben's hand. I swear, Ben, Reed said quietly. I'll do everything I can to fix this. I promise. Ben closed his rocky hand around the ring and turned away. Ethan placed a hand on Ben's other shoulder, offering silent support. Like it. Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 41, Movements and Mysterious. Later that day, Reed brought Susan, Johnny, Ben, and Ethan to the Baxter building. The high-tech facility buzzed with energy, screens lighting up and labs filled with equipment designed for scientific exploration and testing. Reed wasted no time, he immediately began running a series of tests on each of them to understand the strange transformations they had undergone. One by one, they entered Reed's lab. Ben was tested first. Reed analyzed the density and composition of his rock-like skin. His entire cellular structure has turned into a type of organic rock, denser than granite. It's like his DNA was rewritten, Reed muttered and is fascinated and concerned. Tell me you can fix this, Ben asked in a low but rough like gravel. I'll do everything I can, Ben, Reed said sincerely. Johnny, you're next, Reed said as he led Johnny to a fireproof chamber lined with heat sensors. We need to measure your temperature limits. Try not to melt the place. Johnny, who was on the testing platform, had a cocky grin on his face. All right, let's light things up. Without hesitation, he shouted, flame on. And his entire body was engulfed in fire. Reed observed the readings nervously as the temperature around Johnny began to spike rapidly. The monitor spiked, 1000 Kelvin, 2000, 4000. The chamber's walls glowed red, and his eyes widened. Okay, that's hot. Let's dial it back a little. But Johnny wasn't listening. Laughing, he focused, pushing his powers further. The flames grew more intense, swirling around him like a miniature sun. Nearby equipment began to distort and melt from the sheer heat. Johnny. That's enough. Reed shouted, slamming a button on the control panel. The emergency fire suppression system activated, releasing a shock of freezing gas and foam over Johnny, rapidly cooling the environment. The flames hissed and vanished. Reed stared at the monitor with his eyes wide. Your temperature was skyrocketing. You were pushing into solar levels. Johnny blinked. Solar? You mean like, the sun? Yes, Reed said, if you'd gone further, you could have gone supernova. Johnny grinned. Cool. No. Not cool. Reed snapped. At that level, you could ignite the Earth's atmosphere. You'd burn the planet, Johnny. Johnny held his hands up. All right, geez. No supernova without permission. Reed groaned and turned toward Susan, who stood by looking tense. Okay, Susan, your turn. Susan stepped up reluctantly. I don't know if I can control it. We need to understand how your abilities respond to stimulus. Try to focus. He began the test, placing her under mild stress conditions, flashing lights, irritating sounds, sudden temperature drops. Susan closed her eyes and focused. Parts of her body flickered in and out of sight, but nothing stable, and a faint distortion field grew around her. You're emotionally reactive, Reed said, scanning her. You can't control your powers because you can't control your emotions. That hit a nerve. Susan's eyes narrowed. Excuse me. I'm just saying, Reed added quickly, it might be why your abilities are so unstable. Susan clenched her fists. Unstable, huh? In a sudden burst of emotion, an invisible shockwave erupted from her body and launched Reed clean off his feet, slamming him against a nearby wall. He groaned from the floor. Point proven. Johnny tried not to laugh as he walked past Ethan, who was leaning casually in the corner while laughing. Ethan glanced over and said dryly, he doesn't get a girl in his life like this. Johnny nodded with mock wisdom. Hey, that's my line. Reed, who got up, then turned to Ethan. Ethan, your turn. We need to run some scans, figure out what's going on with you. Ethan waved a hand dismissively. No need, Mr. Richards. I've got this. No, listen, let's run a few preliminary tests. Given how you were exposed as well. I wouldn't worry too much, Mr. Richards, Ethan interrupted, everything's under control. Reed frowned. That's not how science works, Ethan. You might be emitting radiation or other unknown effects. We need to monitor. Ethan cut him off again with a chuckle. Mr. Richards, I made out with Jean for hours last night. She's perfectly fine, better than fine, actually. I think that's enough proof I'm not dangerous. Johnny laughed. Man, you lucky bastard. 2 girlfriends at the same time. What's your secret? Ethan shrugged. Just going with the flow. Reed wasn't amused. This isn't a joke, Ethan. We need data. If your powers are unstable. They're not, Ethan cut in with his tone firm but still light. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. Susan, who'd been quietly observing, stepped forward. Reed, maybe he's right. Her voice was steady and her gaze fixed on Ethan. She'd seen him walk in space without a suit, his body shimmering with an otherworldly resilience. He wasn't like them, not really. I've seen the way he acts, he knows more about this situation than we do. He hasn't panicked once. Always calm, always in control. Reed hesitated, and his scientific instincts warring with Susan's intuition. Sue, we can't just let him walk out. What if he's a danger to others? Susan shook her head. If anyone can handle uncontrolled powers, it's him. She looked at Ethan thoughtfully. Besides, she added, we don't need to limit a guy who can walk through space without a suit just because we don't understand him yet. Ethan's grin softened into something genuine. Thanks, Sue. Appreciate the vote of confidence. He turned to Reed, his tone conciliatory. I get it, Mr. Richards. You're doing your thing, playing the brainiac. But I'm good. Really? Reed sighed while rubbing his temples. Fine. But if anything changes, you'll be the first to know, Ethan said and gave them a small wave, turned, and stepped through a portal he conjured with a flick of his fingers. Johnny watched the portal vanish and whistled. Man, I've got to learn how to do that. Reed just sighed and returned to his notes, concern still lingering in his eyes. Days passed in a relatively calm routine, at least by superhero standards. There were no major threats or apocalyptic events, just the slow, steady rise of new identities, relationships, and the weight of change settling in. Johnny Storm, unsurprisingly, soaked up the spotlight. After pulling off a spectacular motorcycle stunt that made headlines across the city, he was practically glowing with fame, both literally and figuratively. Cameras followed him, women swooned, and Johnny leaned into it with his usual reckless charm. I think I'll call myself the Human Torch, he grinned before flipping his sunglasses down as reporters surrounded him. You know, since the ladies already call me hot stuff. One of the reporters, a bold woman with a sharp voice and a sharper pencil, raised her hand. What about the others? Do they have superhero names too? Johnny is enjoying the question, Reed. Mr. Fantastic, because he stretches, obviously. Sue, she's the invisible girl, though don't let the name fool you, she's anything but hard to notice. And then there's the Thing, big, rocky, and built like a bulldozer. The crowd laughed and jotted down the names as headlines practically wrote themselves. But the mood shifted the moment Reed, Sue, and Ben arrived. Reed moved quickly, trying to stay calm but firm. "Johnny, this isn't the time or the place for this kind of attention." Sue crossed her arms and is clearly irritated. "We talked about this, Johnny. This isn't a game." Ben stood behind them, arms crossed and jaw clenched, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else than in front of cameras. Ben grimaced. "You better be careful, Johnny. One of these days, I might accidentally sit on you." Johnny raised an eyebrow and is clearly amused. "What? I'm just giving the people what they want." Reed leaned in closer and lowered his voice. "You need to get out of here. Now. Before this becomes something we can't walk away from." Johnny hesitated, glancing at the crowd that adored him, and then at his team, who clearly didn't. With a shrug and a half-smile, he stepped away from the podium. All right. Party's over." The reporters shouted more questions as the group turned and left, but none were answered. The four walked away with tension thick between them, while behind them, the headlines were already spreading. Their banter provided some levity, but tension slowly crept beneath the surface. Especially with Ben. Ben had started growing increasingly frustrated. Despite Reed's constant tests and reassurances, there was still no cure for his condition. The rocky form that now defined him felt like a prison. He was more withdrawn, spending his evenings alone, and often found himself drifting into bars just to escape the stares and whispers. One night, at a quiet dive bar near the docks, Ben sat nursing a drink. That's when he met her. A woman with soft brown hair, calm presence, and eyes that didn't focus. "You're not staring," Ben said, surprised after a while. She tilted her head and smiled. "Can't. I'm blind." Ben blinked. "Sorry, I didn't mean." "It's okay," she interrupted softly. "But I can still see people for who they are." They talked for hours. She didn't flinch at his voice. Didn't recoil at his heavy footsteps. Her name was Alicia, and somehow, she made Ben feel human again. She didn't pity him, she understood him. Meanwhile, Ethan juggled his double life. Between classes at Xavier's and his growing relationship with Jean and Anna, things were far from boring. Jean had become more affectionate, and Anna more teasing, but Ethan balanced it all with his usual easygoing charm. But not all his attention was on romance or studies. One afternoon, he decided to visit Victor Von Doom at his estate. Victor wasn't exactly thrilled to see him. "What are you doing here?" Victor asked warily, eyeing Ethan like a hawk. Lately, Victor had been feeling different. He was changing. Power hummed under his skin, his body subtly shifting, like something inside him was waking up. "I'm not here to fight you," Ethan said calmly before stepping inside without waiting for an invitation. "Actually, I came to help." Victor raised a brow. "Help? With what?" "There's something hidden in your home. A secret passage, leading to a part of your family history. I can show you." Victor's gaze sharpened as Ethan spoke, his expression unreadable but his body language rigid and poised for confrontation. "I don't trust you," Victor said bluntly. "You show up here, speaking like you know things you shouldn't. If you're here to manipulate me, you can leave before I make you." The tension in the room thickened. Ethan met his eyes without flinching. "I figured you'd say that," Ethan replied calmly. A low hum vibrated through the air, the lights dimming slightly as Victor's power surged. His body began to glow with a subtle crackle of energy dancing around. Ethan had already played out this possibility in his mind. From the Marvel Comics knowledge in his previous life, Ethan knows Victor Von Doom wasn't just a name. He's a man whose brilliance rivaled Reed Richards and whose mastery over both science and sorcery made him one of the most dangerous beings in the Marvel Universe. Ethan hadn't come here by chance. He had arrived the day before, quietly and without drawing attention. Using a combination of subtle magic and detection spells, he explored the Doom estate when Victor was away. That was when he found it, a concealed passage behind a sealed wall in the west wing of the manor. The magic shielding it was old. Inside the hidden room, ancient tomes lined the stone shelves, and a protective barrier shimmered faintly over a small desk. There, untouched for decades, lay a weathered leather-bound book, the diary of Cynthia Von Doom, Victor's mother. Ethan hadn't read much, just enough to confirm his suspicions. Cynthia had been a powerful sorceress, one who made a fateful pact with a demon that ended in betrayal. Her soul had been trapped, condemned to a realm beyond reach, unless her son could one day bring her back. That's why Ethan had come today, not to confront Victor, but to offer his hand. Not out of pity. Not out of obligation. But out of foresight. He needed Victor on his side. A man like Doom, properly guided and allied, could shift the balance of power. So, when Victor stood with eyes narrowed, Ethan didn't speak right away. Instead, he raised his hand slowly, and a soft red glow enveloped his palm. Tracing a symbol in the air with practiced ease. The spell resonated with the energy of the manor, and almost immediately, the wall to their right shimmered, then shifted. The stone wall groaned as a hidden mechanism activated. Dust scattered into the air as the secret passage revealed itself, dark, narrow, and untouched for years. Victor's eyes widened and his usual calm shattered for a moment. How? How did you know that was there? He asked, stepping closer in his voice somewhere between suspicion and awe. Did you come here before? You're spying on me now. Ethan shook his head. I didn't come here to fight you, Victor. I came here to help you. I know you don't trust me, and that's fair. But this. He gestured to the passage. This isn't about me. It's about you. About the truth you've been denied all your life. Victor hesitated. What truth? He asked, guarded but curious. Ethan's gaze didn't waver. It's inside that room. Silence filled the space between them as Victor stared into the dark corridor that had just been revealed, one that had been hidden from him his entire life. A place his family never mentioned. A place that, somehow, this outsider knew about. Victor hesitated. His instinct told him to reject him, but curiosity got the better of him. Fine. But if this is a trick, you'll do what? Glare at me. Ethan smirked. Together, they entered the secret passage of Doom Manor. Inside, they found an ancient study, untouched for years. There, amidst cobwebs and faded portraits, was a dusty journal. Victor picked it up, eyes narrowing as he read the name on the cover. My mother's diary. They sat in silence as he turned through the pages. With each entry, Victor's expression shifted. Pain. Anger. Then resolve. She didn't die like they said, Victor muttered. She was trapped. Taken to a dark realm. A demon's domain. Ethan said softly. And if you want, when the time comes, I'll help you get her back. Victor turned to him slowly. Why? Because no one deserves to lose their family to monsters. And honestly, I think there's more to you than the mask you show the world. For the first time, Victor didn't have a sharp response. Just a small nod. In that moment, something shifted between them. Victor didn't consider Ethan a threat anymore. He considered him a potential ally. Like it. Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 42, The Rise of Aeon, edited. Days passed, and Victor's reputation within his own company began to wither like a leaf in winter. The board of directors, once under his thumb, now held whispered meetings behind closed doors. Investors pulled back, media vultures circled, and the once mighty empire he built trembled beneath the weight of public and internal doubt. Victor, who was sitting in his lavish office with a glass of untouched scotch, stared out at the city skyline. His jaw was tight, his fingers drumming restlessly on the polished wood table, rage bubbling beneath the surface. That's when Ethan arrived, uninvited but expected. You look like you're one board meeting away from throwing lightning bolts at someone, Ethan said casually as he stepped into the room. Victor's eyes narrowed. You have nerve, walking in here like this. I wouldn't if I thought you'd actually do something reckless, Ethan replied with a calm shrug. That's the difference between power and control. You've got the power, Victor. But you're losing your grip on the control part. Victor stood, eyes glowing faintly with the magic he'd begun to tap into. Give me one reason why I shouldn't burn this building down with everyone in it. Ethan didn't flinch. Because you're better than that. And because this fall. It's temporary. People rejected you because they feared your potential. Don't give them a reason to be right. Become so strong that they come crawling back to you, and when they do, you decide how they're used. You choose who matters. Victor went silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, a twisted smile curled on his lips. Interesting philosophy. You'll need strength for what's ahead, Ethan continued. Master your magic. Learn from what your mother left behind. Your real power isn't in corporate boardrooms, it's buried beneath centuries of heritage and pain. Use it. With that, Ethan left him to his thoughts. Victor locked himself away in the depths of his home, poring over the magical tomes and relics his mother once cherished. He began practicing, testing, learning. Ethan's hope was clear: steer Victor toward growth, not destruction. He didn't want a future tyrant, he wanted a powerful ally. Meanwhile, in the heart of the city, the newly empowered Reed Richards, Susan Storm, Johnny Storm, and Ben Grimm were facing their own trials. As incidents of rogue mutants and unstable villains began to rise, the four found themselves repeatedly in harm's way, saving civilians, stopping disasters, and battling threats that few others could handle. Each encounter sharpened their skills. Reed learned to extend not just his body, but his thinking under pressure. Susan learned to stabilize her force fields through meditation and emotion control. Johnny, ever the show-off, practiced restraint, realizing raw power wasn't everything. And Ben struggled the most. Despite his heroics, Ben couldn't stand his rocky, monstrous appearance. The stares, the whispers, the broken mirrors, it all chipped away at him. One night, he found himself at Ethan's doorstep. "I want you to turn me back," Ben said bluntly, his gravelly voice carrying pain beneath the surface. "You already helped me get my strength under control, and Reed promised he'd turn me back. But Reed's not doing anything. He says he's working on it, but I know he ain't trying hard enough." Ethan didn't respond immediately. Instead, he gestured for Ben to follow. They arrived at Reed's lab where, to Ben's surprise, a strange power chamber awaited. "I already spoke to Reed," Ethan explained. "The machine works, but it doesn't have enough juice to replicate the storm that changed you. Reed couldn't power it with conventional means. But me. I've got, let's just say, alternative options." Ben's stone face tightened. "You really think it'll work?" "It will," Ethan said with certainty. "But only if you want it. I've been searching for a solution to your situation as well, but I haven't found a way for you to keep both your power and your human form. Just remember. You get one shot at this, Ben. It's not just a physical change. It's a choice. Do you want to go back to the old life? The normal life? Or keep carrying the weight?" Ben looked down at his jagged fingers. "I didn't ask for this, but I didn't ask to be left behind, either." Ethan placed a hand on the chamber's controls. "Then make the choice. I've got you." With a deep breath, Ben stepped inside. As the chamber sealed shut, Ethan reached into the very core of his power, channeling energy against the energy conduit. The machine sparked to life, electricity crackling like a storm trapped in a cage. Then, the lights flared. Alarms blared. Lightning arced through the chamber as the room trembled under the unnatural power coursing through it. Ben grunted. Then groaned. Then screamed. And just as suddenly, it stopped. The door opened, and Ben stumbled out. His rocky hide gone. Flesh. Hands. A normal body. Tears welled in his eyes as he looked at his reflection in the metal walls. "I'm me again." "You are," Ethan said with a small smile. "At least for now." "Thank you," he whispered. Ethan placed a hand on Ben's shoulder, then turned to leave. "Take care of yourself, Ben." As the lab doors slid shut behind him, Ben stood alone, letting the silence soak in. For the first time in weeks, his body didn't ache. No more frightened stares. No more people crossing the street. He could walk into a diner without breaking the doorframe. But then, the communicator on the console nearby buzzed to life. It was Susan's voice. Panicked and strained. "Ben. It's bad, we're being overwhelmed. That guy we took down earlier. He's back, and he brought backup. Reed's pinned, Johnny's down. We need backup, Ben, if you hear this, we need you." Ben stared at the device, frozen. He looked down at his human hands. He could ignore the call. Walk away. Live a quiet life. But, could he really? His heart thundered in his chest. He thought about Reed, always buried in equations, now likely shielding civilians. About Johnny, arrogant and reckless, but his brother in all but blood. And Sue, trying to hold it all together. They were his family. And they were in danger. Ben clenched his fists. Then, without hesitation, he turned back to the machine. 10 minutes later, the doors slammed open, and the thing came charging in with fists clenched and eyes burning with purpose. He only had one thing to say: "It's clobberin' time." This time, he embraced it. He arrived at the scene just in time, his massive form slamming into the enemy with raw power. With the four of them united, Reed stretching to protect civilians, Susan shielding a collapsing building, Johnny diving through flames, and Ben smashing the threat into submission, it wasn't just a fight. It was the beginning. The beginning of the Fantastic Four. Time flowed on. Days turned into months, and months into years. Before long, it was 2005. In the span of those passing years, the world didn't shake, no threats, no invasions, just steady changes unfolding beneath the surface. The Fantastic Four continued their work as heroes, slowly becoming household names. Reed kept pushing the boundaries of science, Johnny loved the spotlight more than ever, Susan balanced the team's emotional core, and Ben, though still rough around the edges, found a sense of purpose in the team. Victor Von Doom, however, was changing in his own way. After his fall from grace, he slowly regained his footing. The power within him grew, and with it came scars across his face, marks he refused to hide. Instead, he forged a dark, imposing armor of his own design, blending science and mysticism. The man once called Victor was becoming something else entirely. But he stayed quiet, biding his time in the shadows. As for Ethan, he took a different route. He finished his doctorate in biogenetics, though he wouldn't lie, he'd leaned heavily on his telepathic powers to speed up the process. Degrees meant little to someone like him, but credibility was currency in this world. Soon after, using funds acquired from less than noble sources, criminals who wouldn't be needing their fortunes anymore, Ethan purchased a failing biotech firm. With Jean and Anna by his side, he began building something real. Jean stepped into the role of CEO, calm and composed in public while still as fierce and telepathic behind closed doors. Anna took the position of managing director. Ethan. He remained as the founder and head of research and development. Together, they gave birth to Aeon Biotech. It started with an idea born from Ethan's own blood. His DNA, enhanced by divine spring, was too unstable to replicate directly. Any attempt to extract or manipulate it caused the cells to disintegrate almost instantly. So Ethan changed tactics. He began experimenting by simply adding drops of his blood to various soils and plant systems. Observing quietly. Testing. Refining. With time, he developed a groundbreaking biofertilizer, crafted from trace concentrations of his blood, that turned dead fields green again. Crops grew faster, stronger, and healthier. A single spray could bring life back to barren land. When Aeon Biotech launched the product, the results were undeniable. At first, Ethan nudged early adoption through subtle telepathy, convincing hesitant investors and buyers to give it a chance. But after they saw the results for themselves, they didn't need further persuasion. The product sold itself. Farmers, agricultural tycoons, and governments came knocking. By 2007, just 2 years later, Aeon had become a biotech empire. In a world teeming with technological advancements, none could challenge Ethan's silent reign in the agricultural sector. With his newfound wealth, Ethan purchased an entire 20-story building in the heart of the city, converting it into Aeon's global headquarters. Advanced protection wards, both magical and technological, shielded the entire facility. He left nothing to chance. Of course, success always attracts attention. Hackers tried to break in. Corporate spies attempted infiltration. Some even hired powered individuals to sneak into the facility. None succeeded. Some lost their memories. Others lost their ability to speak, or even remember their own names. They became hollow shells of their former selves, wandering blankly through the streets until they were quietly taken away. Rumors spread fast. Nobody knew exactly what happened inside Aeon Biotech. Only that those who tried to cross Ethan Carter never returned the same. Or at all. And so, fear took root. Ethan didn't mind. In fact, he preferred it that way. Unknown location. Nick Fury sat in the dim light of his office, the steady tick of the clock echoing in the silence. A thick file lay open on his desk, stamped with a red, priority alert. His one good eye scanned the pages, his expression unreadable. Across from him stood Agent Phil Coulson, hands clasped behind his back, waiting silently as Fury finished reading. Fury's jaw tightened the further he read. These results are consistent across the board? Fury finally asked, not looking up. Yes, sir, Coulson replied. Every single operative we deployed to investigate Aeon Biotech suffered severe consequences. Psychic trauma, in most cases. One can't even process language anymore. It's like their minds were unraveled. Fury exhaled slowly and leaned back in his chair. And we still don't know how. No traceable tech. No defense systems we could identify. Just wards, magical in nature, and something else. Something powerful. Fury didn't respond right away. His thoughts were centered on one man, Ethan Carter. Just a few years ago, Ethan was a complete unknown. Now, he ran one of the fastest-growing biotech companies in the world, Aeon Biotech, and had somehow acquired the influence and resources of a tech empire. Even more concerning, he wasn't alone. By his side were two women, Jean Grey and Anna Marie, both of whom had been quietly flagged in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database as mutants. Jean's psychic profile alone could make her a potential Omega-level threat, while Anna, also known as Rogue, possessed absorption-based abilities. That left Ethan, the mystery at the center of it all. No records of mutation and his involvement with X-Men for few years. The mutant detector devices didn't identify him as one, but Fury wasn't buying it. 3 powerful figures, hiding in plain sight under the name of a company that's rewriting the rules of agriculture and genetic science, Fury muttered. And no one's been able to find anything useful. It's like he knows what we'll do before we do it. Coulson cleared his throat. Some believe Ethan himself might be a mutant, one with powers beyond what we've encountered before. His rise has been too fast. His tech is advanced. And his methods. Let's just say, we've never seen anything like it. Fury nodded grimly. Then it's time we stopped poking the lion with a stick. The office door opened quietly, and in walked a red-haired woman in black, Natasha Romanoff, the infamous Black Widow. She moved with the fluid grace of someone who had already read the room before stepping into it. You called, Director. Fury slid the folder toward her. I've got an assignment for you. A position opened up at Aeon Biotech, personal secretary to the CEO. We made sure your application ends up where it needs to. Natasha picked up the file and flipped through the pages. Ethan Carter. Billionaire. Mysterious. Possibly a mutant, and, damn, not bad looking. Fury didn't flinch. Don't let his face distract you. He's dangerous. Every agent we've sent either went mad, disappeared, or came back half broken. Whatever he's hiding, I want to know. Natasha arched a brow. And you think I can get close enough to find out? I know you can. He paused. Just, be careful. This one's not like the others. Natasha closed the folder, already intrigued. Relax, Director. If he's hiding something, I'll find it. As she turned and walked out, Fury leaned forward, resting his elbows on the desk. We're not dealing with just a man, he muttered to himself. We're dealing with a force. He had a bad feeling about this one. And this time, S.H.I.E.L.D. would tread carefully. Like it. Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 43, Undercurrents. A few days later, Natasha Romanoff stood across the street from the towering glass facade of Aeon Biotech, her eyes scanning the people walking in and out. Sleek, modern, and buzzing with energy, the building didn't look like the fortress of secrets S.H.I.E.L.D. claimed it to be. But appearances often lied. She wore a sleek navy dress, black heels, and a small smile. Today, she wasn't Natasha Romanoff, she was Natalie Rushman, recently hired as the personal secretary to the CEO, Jean Grey. She took a deep breath and muttered under her breath, time to dance with the devil. Thanks to her exceptional resume and forged credentials, she'd been selected for the position of secretary to the CEO, Jean Grey. It was the perfect cover, high enough to access internal information, low enough to avoid suspicion. S.H.I.E.L.D. knew that Jean was a powerful telepath, which posed a direct threat to any undercover operation. That's why they'd fitted Natasha with a new neurochip, discreetly implanted on the back of her neck. It had been specifically designed to interfere with telepaths on the level of Charles Xavier, the gold standard for mutant mental powers. After several incidents involving mind readers influencing politics, finance, and even military secrets, many high-profile figures had privately funded and initiated the development of such anti-telepathy technology. Now, it was finally operational, and it worked. The chip didn't outright block telepathy, that would be too obvious. Instead, it cleverly distorted surface thoughts, mixing them with artificial neural signals that translated her thoughts into various scrambled languages. If a telepath tried to dig deeper, the chip sent a minor jolt through her brain, a cue for Natasha to speed up and jumble her thoughts further. It created a confusing mess that even someone like Charles Xavier would struggle to untangle. The tech was top of the line, designed to fool even the best, and it had worked in past tests. Now, it would help her slip through the mental radar undetected. As she walked into the grand lobby and completed her security formalities, she looked around calmly. Her expression was professional, neutral, but her eyes observed everything. The receptionist smiled politely. Welcome to Aeon Biotech, Miss Rushman. Your desk is on the 17th floor. Ms. Grey is not in today, but the team will assist you in settling down. Thank you, Natasha replied with a perfect mix of warmth and professionalism. On her wrist, hidden under the sleeve of her blouse, a slim bracelet emitted a soft pulse of red. Her mutant detector was already working. Within minutes, she'd identified several staff members in the building as mutants, confirming part of what S.H.I.E.L.D. had suspected. She made it to her new desk and settled in. All right. Time to dig. With Jean, Anna, and Ethan all reportedly out today due to personal engagements, it gave her the perfect opportunity to gather intel through casual conversation. Office gossip, when used right, was a gold mine. She struck up a few light conversations with co-workers during breaks, subtly steering the topics toward the company's leadership. Unsurprisingly, the staff admired Jean and Anna, both were said to be kind but commanding. Ethan, however, was different. He's something else, one of the junior researchers whispered over coffee. I've never met someone like him. Genius, scary smart. But weirdly charming. You feel like he knows what you're thinking before you say anything. That's because he probably does, Natasha thought grimly. While gathering these pieces, she recalled why she was really here. S.H.I.E.L.D. had long suspected Ethan Carter wasn't just some mutant entrepreneur. Wards had been detected surrounding his house, strong, complex, magical wards. Wards that triggered magical frequency detectors designed with someone like Selene in mind, a powerful mutant which S.H.I.E.L.D. once encountered and failed to apprehend. When they tested those same devices near Ethan's house, they lit up like a Christmas tree. Either Ethan was a magician himself, or he was closely affiliated with one. Nick Fury didn't like unknowns. And Ethan Carter was a walking one. Now, inside the lion's den, Natasha was determined to find out who, or what, he truly was. Let's see what secrets you're hiding, Mr. Carter. The hum of keyboards, soft clinks of ceramic mugs, and the faint whir of the central AC system filled the 17th floor of Aeon Biotech. It was another seemingly ordinary day, but for Natalie Rushman, it was the beginning of subtle espionage. Wearing a tailored white blouse and a navy pencil skirt, she blended in perfectly. On the surface, she was just another assistant trying to keep up with the chaos of corporate life. But beneath that professional exterior was a mind constantly analyzing every interaction. "Hey, new girl." "Natalie, right," said a perky voice from the break room. Natalie turned to see a young woman with curly brown hair and glasses handing her a steaming cup of coffee. Her name tag read, Chloe, intern, R&D. "Yeah, that's me." "Thanks," Natalie smiled warmly before accepting the cup. "No problem. Just trying to make sure you don't end up drinking the bitter sludge from the third pot like the rest of us poor souls." Chloe laughed. Natalie chuckled. "I appreciate the save. So, how's your first week going?" Chloe asked, leaning against the counter. "Must be wild working directly under Jean Grey." Natalie leaned in slightly, lowering her voice just enough to seem conspiratorial. "She's a little intimidating, to be honest. I haven't even met her yet." "Oh, you're in for a ride." Chloe grinned. "Jean's great, but intense. Like, she always knows when someone's lying. Gives off serious psychic vibes, you know." Because she is psychic, Natasha thought. "What about the founder? Ethan Carter? What's he like?" she asked casually. Chloe's face shifted slightly. "He's hard to describe. Super smart. Quiet. Kind of mysterious, but in a you don't want to ask questions way. Nobody really knows how he does what he does in the R&D wing. Some of the scientists joke that he's part alien or something." Or something, Natasha thought. Possibly magic. "And Anna?" Natalie added while sipping the coffee. "She's the managing director, right?" "Yeah," Chloe nodded. "Honestly, she's a total badass. Keeps the boardroom in check like she owns the place. And she's super close to Jean and Ethan. Like, inseparable. Some say they were friends before the company even started." Natalie made her rounds through the office that day, carefully placing herself in different conversations. She learned that the top floor, Ethan's personal wing, was protected by biometric locks and restricted access even to high-ranking staff. The security team rotated on strange shifts, and one of the janitors claimed he saw weird glowing runes on the walls one night. She never reacted. She only listened, laughed, and asked just enough questions to seem curious, but never suspicious. Back at her desk, Natalie opened a clean notepad and pretended to take meeting notes. Instead, she jotted down a list. Jean Grey, professional. Respected. Feared slightly. Anna, high influence. Keeps a low profile but commands attention. Ethan Carter, reclusive. Private R&D, rumored to perform impossible science. Possible mystic signs inside restricted areas. Natasha leaned back in her chair. There's more to this place than just biotech. And the deeper I dig, the less it feels like a company, and more like a fortress. She smiled to herself as she watched employees pass by, casually chatting about their weekend or sharing memes on office chat. All seemed normal. But beneath it all, she felt the tension, like a coiled serpent waiting in silence. Let's see how long it takes before the serpent notices me. Inside a towering skyscraper in the city, a bald, broad-shouldered man stood before a wall of glass. His imposing figure cast a long shadow as he gazed out at the shimmering skyline. "It's a beautiful city when you look at it from above," he said, his voice deep and composed. "But no matter how long I stare, it never calms me." Behind him, a nervous man in a dark suit replied cautiously, "I'm sorry, boss. We're still trying to find the person who stole from us." Fisk didn't turn around. His fists clenched behind his back. "You've been saying that for years." His voice grew cold. "And still, I don't know if we're dealing with one man or a damn organization." Suddenly, Fisk whirled around. With a sickening crack, he slammed the man's head into the marble wall. The impact left a deep dent, but the man, Hammerhead, barely flinched, tension written all over his face. "You're lucky you're useful," Fisk growled. "Otherwise, your namesake would be shoved so far up your ass, you'd forget how to stand upright." He lifted Hammerhead by the throat with one hand, the raw strength in his grip making the man's feet dangle. "You have 1 week. If I don't have answers, you won't see another day. I hate useless men. Is that understood?" Hammerhead coughed, nodding quickly. "Why yes, sir." Fisk released him, and he stumbled backward, bowing his head before leaving the room. But as he walked away with his eyes narrowed with quiet rage. "Damn you, Fisk. One day. I'll make you pay. I'm not your dog forever." Back in the office, Wilson Fisk turned his gaze back to the golden light of morning flooding the city. "Whoever you are, you made a big mistake stealing from me," he muttered. For years now, someone, or something, had been siphoning off large amounts of his money. Quietly, cleanly, undetected. Ghost-like. No one knew how or when it happened. No evidence. No trace. Every security measure, every trap, every snare had failed. Every plan to catch them had failed. But then, just as mysteriously as it began, the thefts had stopped. Fisk hated the unknown. He hated not having control. He needed to know who dared to touch what was his. Why they did it. Why they vanished. And most of all, he needed to make them pay. Meanwhile, the man causing waves in the underground world was peacefully sleeping without a care in the world. Ethan Carter lay in bed with eyes half-lidded with a lazy smile as sunlight filtered into the room. In his bed, warm, spacious, and sun-kissed by the mid-morning light, he lay with two women entwined beside him. One was Jean Grey, her red hair tangled over his chest, soft breaths rising and falling. The other was Anna Marie, strong and curvy, tucked against his side with an arm draped possessively over his stomach. They had been up late. Very late. Last night had been wild. It had started sweetly, gentle touches, whispers, playful teasing. But once the dam broke, it was chaos in the most beautiful way. The kind of night where time melted and only pleasure remained. They had gone at it until 6 a.m., only stopping because Jean couldn't move anymore, and Anna finally tapped out at 9 a.m. Ethan was still ready for more. His stamina was almost infinite, but he wasn't selfish. He looked at them now, both curled up in the aftermath, and smiled. This is the life I love, he thought. And I'm never letting it go. Jean stirred first, groaning softly as her eyes opened halfway. Her face scrunched as she moved her leg and winced. God. I can't feel my legs, she mumbled. Ethan grinned and kissed her on the forehead. Guess I got a little carried away last night, huh? Jean glared at him through half-lidded eyes. Carried away? Ethan, I think you tried to imprint your soul into me. He laughed. I'll make it up to you. Breakfast in bed. You'd better make me breakfast, dinner, and maybe give me a foot massage too, Jean muttered, though she smiled and snuggled closer. I'm not even mad. Just sore. Anna finally groaned and rolled over. Y'all are loud. Can I sleep another hour? Sorry, Ethan said, chuckling. Didn't know you got tired. Anna gave him a lazy smirk. Oh, I'm not tired. I'm just resting so I can flip you over next time. Is that a challenge? He said while narrowing his eyes. Jean rolled her eyes but smiled warmly. We should get up anyway. Today's important. Right, Ethan nodded. Scott and Madeline had their baby yesterday. Anna rubbed her eyes and sat up. Think he has laser eyes or dream-walking powers? Jean shrugged. No idea. But Maddie's been quiet lately. I think she's trying to be better, for the baby. Ethan stood before stretching his arms. Let's go give our congratulations. After some shared kisses and a quick round of teasing in the bathroom, the trio cleaned up and got dressed. Jean wore a smart red blouse and black jeans, Anna chose her usual jacket and jeans combo, and Ethan kept it casual in a black shirt and fitted slacks. As they gathered in the living room, Jean paused and touched Ethan's arm. You sure you don't want to use the sling ring? Ethan smirked. Nah. That's training wheels. He extended a hand and the air shimmered, reality folding into a golden spiral as a portal opened to Xavier's mansion. Anna whistled. Show off. I learned it with passion, Ethan said while holding out a hand. Jean took it. Together, the three stepped through the portal, into a new moment of peace, family, and the curious future that lay ahead. Like it. Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 44, A Guest from the Future, edited. The portal shimmered for a moment before closing behind Ethan, Jean, and Anna as they stepped into the familiar grounds of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. But instead of warm greetings or the buzz of celebration, they were met with an eerie silence. No cheers. No laughter. Just a stillness that felt off. Ethan furrowed his brows. This doesn't feel right. Jean looked around with tension building in her shoulders. Where is everyone? I thought we'd be late to the celebration. They moved quickly through the halls until they spotted Kitty Pryde hurrying down the corridor. Kitty. Jean called. Kitty paused and is clearly distressed. Thank God you're here. Guys. Madeline and her baby are missing. What? Jean and Anna said in unison with eyes wide with shock. Ethan blinked. Missing. That's odd. But then he dismissed the dark idea forming. Can't be sinister. I destroyed his soul myself. She probably just took the baby for some fresh air, Anna offered hopefully. Kitty shook her head. We thought the same. But she didn't tell anyone. Her phone's off. The professor is in Cerebro trying to find her. Come with me. They followed Kitty to the common room. Inside, many familiar faces were gathered: Bobby, John, Kurt, Angelica, Jubilee, Betsy, and Colossus. Worry clouded everyone's features. Ethan looked around. Feels like the whole damn gang is here, he thought. But before more could be said, the front doors exploded with a deafening boom. A squad of black-clad soldiers rushed in, rifles raised, moving with brutal coordination. Ethan didn't flinch. Oh look. The mansion's getting attacked again. He chuckled faintly. If this were a game, this place would be a perfect EXP farming zone. Always getting raided. Poor devs forgot to patch this exploit. The mutant students scrambled to respond, but something was wrong. Bobby tried to summon ice. John snapped his fingers for a spark. Kurt prepared to teleport. Nothing happened. Jean clutched her head. I can't use my powers. Anna looked just as alarmed. Me neither. My powers. John yelled. I can't teleport. Kurt grunted, trying and failing to vanish. But Ethan was different. His powers remained intact. His mind expanded like a web across the field of incoming threats, and with a single thought, the entire first wave of soldiers froze in place, caught in a powerful telepathic grip. He dove into their minds with ease and quickly understood. They're using new tech. Dampening fields, like those suppression collars, Ethan said aloud to the others. Guess who's behind it? Stryker. Damn him, Colossus growled. Jean clenched her fists. If you weren't here. Then this would have been a clean sweep, Ethan replied before stepping forward. But not today. He observed the solidars. These devices are more advanced than the collars. And Stryker isn't even here, just commanding remotely. There are 4 massive power dampeners placed around the mansion to suppress mutant abilities. Ethan turned to the group. Get the senior X-Men. Split into teams. Evacuate anyone hit by tranquilizers and get them somewhere safe. I'll handle the dampeners. He gave them no time to argue and others executed the work. Then, almost casually, Ethan snapped the necks of the paralyzed soldiers. Nothing personal, gentlemen. Outside, he moved swiftly toward the closest of the dampeners positioned on the east field. A squad surrounded it. As he reached out with his mind to freeze them, nothing happened. Telepathy blocked. His eyes narrowed. Interesting. They began to open fire. Bullets and tranquilizer darts bounced harmlessly off him. His clothes shimmered faintly, enhanced for durability using magic. Glad I reinforced this outfit. I'd rather not fight in my underwear again. Soldiers panicked. He's not affected by it. That's impossible. He raised a hand, and with a wave of telekinesis, the device rose into the air. He clenched his fist, metal shrieked as the machine crumpled into a dense orb of crushed steel. Ethan calmly advanced. Your science project failed, boys. Impossible, one soldier gasped. We tested these. This shouldn't. They never finished. Ethan advanced, lifting the entire squad into the air, then slamming them down like rag dolls. Bones shattered. Screams echoed. Finally, he stood before the squad leader. Stryker didn't even show up, huh? Sent you as cannon fodder while he watches from a safe distance. Mutants are a plague, the men spat. You'll all be purged. Ethan tilted his head. What's the tech blocking my telepathy? Only some of your men got it. Something exclusive. The men didn't answer. Just glared and cursed. Fine. Be stubborn. With a disappointed sigh, Ethan crushed his windpipe with a thought. You people aren't even worth half of my powers. Telekinesis and telepathy are plenty. He vanished in a blur, tearing through the perimeter and crushing the remaining 3 dampeners one by one. By the time he returned to the mansion, the chaos had died down. The tranquilized students were safe, and the X-Men had regrouped. Logan met him by the hallway with arms crossed. You take care of the attackers. They didn't make it, Ethan said flatly. Feeling a little sorry for them, honestly. Logan smirked. Right. And I'm the Queen of England. Ethan shrugged. You asked. Did you find Madeline? He asked more seriously. Logan nodded. Found her. The moment the professor tried to use Cerebro to track her, the dampeners went active. We couldn't do anything until you knocked them out. But now we've got a lock. Then what are we waiting for? Quickly, Ethan followed Logan deeper into the sublevels. In the room, almost every member of the X-Men was present: Scott, Hank, Betsy, Storm, Morph, Kurt, Kitty, Colossus. Jean and Anna stood together, and across from them stood a new face. An older man with a calm, powerful presence. He smiled as Ethan entered. And then, with a reverent smile, the old man said, "Finally, you're here, Uncle Aeon." Silence dropped like a hammer. Jean's mouth opened slightly. Did he just say, "Uncle"? Anna looked back at Ethan in shock. "You're his uncle." Ethan's expression didn't change, at least not outwardly. But deep inside, what the hell is going on? Logan raised an eyebrow. "You got an explanation, or do we just stand here awkwardly?" The old man looked around the room. "You all know him as Ethan Carter, but I know him as Aeon. My uncle." The silence that followed was thunderous. Logan raised an eyebrow while Storm blinked in surprise. Kitty's jaw nearly hit the floor. Even the always calm Professor Xavier was caught off guard. Professor Xavier had attempted to read Cable's mind, but something blocked him, a powerful mental barrier unlike anything he'd encountered in years. He could break through it if he truly wished, but doing so might harm the guy, and Charles Xavier never forced his way into a mind without cause. Scott's eyes narrowed sharply, and Jean's mouth parted in disbelief. Anna just looked between the stranger and Ethan with wide eyes. "Uncle?" Kitty asked with her voice cracking. Jubilee whispered to Kurt, "Did he just say uncle?" The old man nodded once, stepping forward. His posture was firm, his presence commanding. "My name is Cable," he began. "I'm from the year 2199. That earned a chorus of gasps and murmurs from the group. Logan raised a brow. "From the future, huh? And you're calling him?" He gestured at Ethan. "Uncle Aeon." Cable nodded without hesitation. "Yes. He raised me." Kitty's voice rose, still stuck on what shocked them most. "Wait, back up. Did you really come from the future, and why did raise Ethan you? Are you adopted by him? And what did you mean by Aeon?" Cable turned toward her before nodding. "Ethan went by the name Aeon in the future. He's my uncle, the man who adopted and raised me when I was a child." Gasps echoed again. Cable smiled faintly as he glanced toward Jean and Anna. "And Aunt Jean, Aunt Anna, and Aunt Dee took great care of me. Always made sure I stayed out of trouble." "Well, tried to." Kitty's eyebrows shot up. "Wait, you all survived that long? All the way to 2199. Cable gave a small chuckle. "Of course. They are the wives of Uncle Aeon, guardian of time, walker of realms, owner of the divine spring. Surviving for an eternity is a given." Silence fell over the room like a hammer. Everyone turned slowly to Ethan. Both women blushed instantly, glancing at Ethan in disbelief. Kitty just mouthed, "Guardian of time." Logan looked between them all. "Okay. So I'm not the only one confused, right?" Bestie shook her head. "Not even close." Ethan narrowed his eyes slightly. "How did you even get here, and more importantly, why are you here, Cable?" Cable hesitated. "It wasn't easy. I used a time fracture created by a chronal surge in 2199. It was unstable, nearly killed me. I ended up here, a few minutes before you arrived, Uncle." Professor Xavier confirmed it with a thoughtful nod. "Yes. He arrived just moments before you, Ethan. Appeared right in the courtyard. I sensed no hostility, so I invited him inside." Ethan muttered under his breath, "Timing, huh?" Scott frowned before taking a step forward. "And how do we know we can believe you? You just show up, call Ethan your uncle, claim you're from the future, and expect us to trust you." Cable didn't flinch. "It doesn't matter if you believe me. I'm here to help you save Moth Madeline. That's all." Jean looked up before frowning. "You said Ethan raised you, but do we have children in your time?" Cable hesitated for a beat. Then said plainly, "Yes. You both do." Anna blinked. "Me too." Cable smiled faintly. "Yes. Aunt Jean and Aunt Anna both." Jean's face flushed pink. Anna looked like she was trying to piece her thoughts together. Ethan quickly cut in while rubbing the bridge of his nose. "Isn't it more important to save Madeline first?" Kitty, however, wasn't letting it go. "Come on. He just said you raised him and Jean and Anna were his aunts. We need answers." Cable raised a hand to calm the chatter. "Look, I understand the curiosity, but I don't know if your timeline is even the same. My entry point into this era has already shifted the future. The moment I arrived, the timeline branched. I can't tell you what will or won't happen anymore, and the main reason I've come back in time is to help you in getting her back," Cable said, looking at everyone in the room, then locking eyes with Ethan. "To save Madeline, from Sinister." Logan crossed his arms. "That's impossible. Ethan killed Sinister." Cable turned his gaze calmly toward Logan. "Yes, he did. Not only that, he destroyed his soul. But Mr. Sinister had clones set to activate upon death. Uncle Aeon believed that destroying his soul would prevent them from activating, but he was wrong. They're failsafes, automated systems that don't require a soul. Even with his soul gone, these remaining versions move like machines, running on protocol and implanted memories. Ethan narrowed his eyes slightly but said nothing. He looked at him. Do you know how many clones Sinister has left? And their locations? Cable nodded. I know a few locations, Uncle. But the most important one, Madeline, is being controlled by one of the Sinister clones. He's the one who created her. The room fell into stunned silence once again. Scott blinked rapidly. Wait. What? Professor X straightened in his chair. Explain, please. Cable continued. After the Apocalypse incident, Sinister became obsessed with Aunt Jean. She killed Apocalypse single-handedly. He harvested her blood during the human-mutant conflicts when she fought alongside the X-Men. From that sample, he created Madeline. His wish to produce a powerful mutant child when she was bred with another high-tier mutant, like you, Scott. Scott's hands clenched at his sides. His eyes darkened. His goal was simple: breed her with Scott Summers. The child of that union would be unimaginably powerful. He planned to use that child as a slave. He planned to experiment on him. Twist his DNA. Turn him into a puppet under his control. That set off the room. Scott's voice was laced with fury. He used her to create a weapon of our child. Betsy's hand shot to her mouth. Bobby swore under his breath. John looked like he was about to explode. Storm eyes turned white with rage. Bestie whispered, "That's twisted." It all made sense now. Sinister had been behind everything from the beginning, the twisted mastermind who created Madeline for his own selfish ambitions. Professor Xavier's eyes burned with purpose. Then we have no time to waste. We stop Sinister once and for all. He turned to the group, his mind already working through strategies. We'll split into groups and hit each location Cable provides. We can't let another clone survive. Cable stepped up and shared the coordinates. A digital hologram lit up the table, marking various global points in red. Ethan, Cable, Scott, Logan, and Hank, you'll head to the facility holding Madeline and the child. The professor turned to the rest. The others will strike the remaining clone labs. Cut off all limbs of the beast. Ethan nodded slowly. I'll do more than that. I'm ending this. Every clone, gone. Today. He turned to Jean and Anna. You two stay safe. You're in different strike groups, but I trust you'll be fine. The two women looked worried, but they nodded. Professor Xavier spoke again. I, Betsy, and Storm will stay here in case there's another attack. The mansion must be protected. Ethan turned toward Cable. Confirm the locations. I'll open the portals. Cable touched the hologram table again. Coordinates locked in. These are the locations I know of, Uncle Aeon. Uncle Aeon, that's gonna take some getting used to, and with a flick of Ethan's hand, brilliant golden portals began to form, one after another. Each team stood ready, geared up, focused. One by one, they stepped into the shimmering gateways. Ethan was the last to go. No more games. This ends today. Like it. Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 45, Cry of the Phoenix. Dark clouds swirled overhead as the group of five stood before the looming structure known only as Sinister's castle. The air was thick with tension. This wasn't a mission of war, it was a rescue. Ethan, Cable, Scott, Logan, and Hank stood silently. None of them wore their iconic uniforms. This wasn't a mission for heroics or spectacle. It was personal. It's a rescue. The ancient gates creaked open as Scott pushed them with a controlled optic blast. Scott stepped forward, optic visor glowing faintly in the darkness. Let's end this, he said, voice firm, heart heavy. He blasted the gate open with a measured burst. The sound of the metal groaning open echoed like a death knell. Cable raised his rifle, his cybernetic eye scanning for threats. As they entered, the grand hall revealed itself, a cathedral of twisted architecture, bathed in green light. At the center of it all, on an elevated platform, sat Madeline Pryor. Her long red hair framed a sharp, beautiful face twisted in something between amusement and malice. She wore her green outfit, iconic, regal, intimidating and bathed in an eerie dark aura. Scott took a cautious step forward. Madeline, he said gently, we're here for you and the baby. Are you both safe? Madeline's gaze sharpened. Her lips curled into a mocking smile. You should worry about your own safety. Before anyone could react, a blast of green fire erupted from her fingertips, streaking toward the group. Instinct kicked in, Logan leaped aside with his claws drawn, Cable ducked and rolled, Hank tumbled back, narrowly avoiding the flames. But Ethan didn't move. He stood still with his eyes closed. The flames washed over him harmlessly, licking at his form like a breeze against stone. His skin didn't scorch, and his magically enhanced clothes remained untouched. He opened his eyes slowly, glowing with power. "Found you," he said quietly, and turned his gaze upward toward the staircase. "Ethan, wait," Scott called, but Ethan raised a hand. "I'll leave Madeline to you," he told the others. "I'm going to deal with Sinister." He began climbing, step by step, calm and unaffected. Madeline's eyes flared. "You dare ignore me?" She launched another assault, green fire, shards of metal, entire chunks of the ceiling. But none of it reached him. The flames dispersed on contact. The debris turned to dust before hitting his body. Ethan didn't so much as flinch. "I don't have time to deal with someone manipulated," he muttered. "This ends today, with Sinister." Cable couldn't help the smile tugging at the corner of his lips. He always makes it sound so easy. The green flames still smoldered in the cracks of the marble floor. Dust and psychic energy crackled in the air. Ethan had disappeared up the spiraling staircase with calm certainty, leaving the others behind to confront Madeline alone. Madeline stared after him, jaw tight, fingers trembling. "He ignored me," she whispered, voice low and venomous. "He walked away like I was nothing." Her fists clenched as raw power surged around her, lifting shards of debris and cracked stone. Her hair floated around her like she was submerged in power itself. Logan stepped forward with his already claws extended. "You ain't going anywhere, lady." She turned to him with a furious scream. "Get out of my way." A telekinetic blast exploded from her, sending Logan crashing into a wall hard enough to crack stone. He grunted, blood dripping from his temple before his healing factor kicking in. Scott stood up beside him, panting, blood at the corner of his mouth. "Madeline, please, don't do this." "Why shouldn't I?" she shouted, her voice layered with psychic distortion. "He ignored me. He treated me like some pawn, like I'm already lost. I'll show him what I am." She raised both hands and conjured a storm of green fire that swept the room like a hurricane. Hank dived behind a pillar, shouting, "This level of power is unstable, she's not thinking straight." Scott barely held up a barrier of optic blasts to protect them, eyes flaring red against the emerald onslaught. "We're not going to let you chase him. If you go after Ethan like this, you'll just get yourself hurt." "You think I care?" Madeline roared. "I'd rather die than be ignored again." Her rage focused into a spear of green flame that tore toward Scott. Logan leapt into its path, taking the brunt. He screamed as his body lit up like a torch. But he didn't fall and growled through grit teeth, healing even as his flesh burned. Madeline's power was immense. She didn't hold back, driven by rage. Logan found himself engulfed in green flames, his healing factor barely keeping up as he became a living torch. Scott tried to speak to her, to reach the real Madeline, but her mind was clouded as she made his unconscious with a simple mental command. Hank didn't last long. A psychic shockwave hurled him across the room, where he lay unconscious amid the rubble. Cable's rifle sparked and died in his hands, destroyed by her. She attacked him with both fire and telekinesis that brought him down to his knee. He dropped to one knee, breath ragged, struggling to keep up. "Madeline, no, mother, please stop this," he said hoarsely. The word made her freeze. Her head tilted. "What did you just say?" Cable didn't hesitate and took the chance. He pulled a small chip from the back of his neck, his last resort, and moved closer. With a pained grunt, he pressed it against the base of her skull. There was a flash, followed by a pulse of psychic energy. Madeline staggered backward before gripping her head. The aura around her flickered and died. Her eyes cleared. She looked around at the destruction, at the scorched walls and fallen friends. "Oh my God, what did I do?" Cable stood up while panting. "It wasn't your fault." Madeline." She looked at him. Her breath caught. "Those eyes, they're just like Scott's." "Oh my God. Nathan." He gave her a tired smile. "Yeah. It's me, Mother. Even though I'm from the future." Madeline's eyes welled with tears as she stepped forward and embraced him. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." "It's okay. You're back. That's all that matters." Just then, the castle groaned. The walls trembled. Cracks split across the stone floor. The entire structure was beginning to collapse. Cable looked up sharply. "We have to move, now." Madeline nodded. Together, she and Cable lifted the unconscious Hank and Scott, while Logan limped beside them, healing slowly. They raced out of the crumbling castle, just as the first tower began to fall. A few minutes earlier, at the lab of Sinister. The castle's uppermost chamber loomed like a dark cathedral of science and madness. Cold glass, green luminescent liquids, and thick wires ran through the walls like veins. The hum of machines vibrated through the floor beneath Ethan's boots. He had finally arrived. At the center of the room, a tall man stood on a mechanical chair, arms raised like a conductor before an orchestra. His grin was manic and unhinged. "Welcome, Ethan," Sinister said in smooth tone with condescension. "The man who managed to destroy my original body. I must say, I'm honored." Ethan stepped calmly inside, unbothered by the theatrics. His eyes didn't even flinch as they scanned the lab. They stopped at a tall, clear cylinder near the back, filled with a glowing green liquid. Suspended inside, barely conscious, was an infant. Nathan. Ethan's gaze hardened and his voice is dangerously quiet. "You're looking excited. What did you do to the baby?" Sinister's grin widened. "Oh, don't worry. He's safe, more than safe, in fact." "You're thinking you can save him? How noble." He chuckled before stepping off his platform with exaggerated grace. "But it's far too late. The process has already begun. When it's complete, I'll have a loyal servant, one more powerful than any of you could ever dream." The silence that followed was suffocating. Then, the floor trembled. It started slowly, an almost imperceptible vibration, but it quickly intensified. Cracks formed in the marble. Test tubes rattled on metal tables. The power surged from Ethan like a dam breaking, cold and ancient. "You're confident for someone who's about to die," Ethan said calmly, but his voice is like thunder beneath a still sea. Sinister's expression twitched, then straightened into defiance. "You can't kill me, Ethan. I've already died once. My clones are scattered across the world. Even if you manage to kill me here, I'll just come back, again and again. Like a virus." And then, Sinister struck. From his gauntlets, crimson energy blasts tore through the room like lasers. Hidden panels opened, unleashing mechanical abominations, robots armed with plasma cannons and energy blades, each bearing Sinister's twisted DNA designs. Ethan didn't even raise his hand. With a simple wave of his fingers, everything disintegrated, energy blasts, machines, robots, reduced to ash in an instant. Sinister's eyes widened. Wah. The castle began to groan, walls trembling under the pressure of a brewing storm. Wind howled through the broken windows. The ceiling cracked. Ethan floated forward as his steps no longer touching the floor. He approached the test tube, placing a hand against it gently. The child inside stirred. Ethan opened a glowing golden portal beside him, leading outside, to the courtyard where Madeline, Logan, and the others waited. With the utmost care, he telekinetically lifted the tube and passed it through the portal. On the other side, Madeline gasped as the infant was suddenly in front of her. Scott and Hank, who were just regaining consciousness, stumbled up beside her. Logan narrowed his eyes, watching the massive storm building above the shattered spire. Thunder cracked, lightning carved the sky like the wrath of a vengeful god. "That storm," Logan muttered in awe, "it's stronger than before." Back in the sky, amidst the swirling tornado and blinding lightning, Ethan hovered above the crumbling castle, holding Sinister suspended in the air with an invisible grip. Sinister thrashed, caught like an insect in a jar. "Let me go. This doesn't matter, my clones, my research, they'll continue my work." Ethan's eyes began to glow, deep, blazing red. The phoenix stirred. A deafening cry shattered the sky, and a fiery silhouette took form behind Ethan. The cosmic bird spread its wings, its body composed of golden red flame with eyes burning with eternity. Ethan stared into Sinister's soul. "Since you're so confident about your clones, let's destroy that confidence first." Sinister's panic surged. No, wait." A golden pulse emitted from Ethan's forehead as he dove into Sinister's mind with ease. The so-called psychic dampener chip fried instantly under the Phoenix Force's pressure. Sinister screamed, thrashing, veins bulging in his head. In seconds, Ethan saw it all, every secret, every clone, every hidden lab, every encrypted archive across the world. His lips moved slowly. "I see everything." And then, the sky ignited. The Phoenix Force flared outward, an astral wave that cascaded across continents. Everyone, everywhere, felt it. A cry that echoed in every living soul. A cosmic scream of cleansing fire. All across the globe, hidden bunkers burst into flame. Sinister's clones, unaware of their impending doom, collapsed one by one, screaming into nothing. Data banks sparked, short-circuited, and burned. Laboratories imploded in waves of invisible energy. Location 1, Northern Siberian Facility, Jean, Bobby, and Jubilee. The biting cold was almost unbearable. Snow lashed against their dress as they stood at the entrance of a hidden underground bunker, its thick steel doors partially opened by Jubilee's plasma blasts. Jean stood still at the threshold with her eyes narrowed. "I've got chills, and it's not from the weather," Bobby said, half joking as he kept his ice-formed armor close. Jubilee cracked her knuckles. "Let's just torch it and go home. This place is giving me the creeps." Suddenly, it happened. A cry split the air, not just sound, but something far deeper. A psychic wail that resonated across the sky like a celestial bird screaming through dimensions. Jean froze. She felt it. In her mind, in her soul, the familiar warmth, the overwhelming presence of the phoenix. She didn't need to search for it. She knew. Just behind her, the heavy bunker doors rumbled and caved inwards, silent fire consuming everything within. Not a spark was left. Jubilee took a cautious step back. That wasn't us, right? A smile tugged at her lips as she closed her eyes. He did it. Jean. Bobby asked in confusion. Jean opened her eyes, sharp and gleaming with pride. Ethan. He destroyed them. The clone in this place, it's gone. Everything in there just turned to ash. Jean turned to her teammates. We're done here. Let's go. Location 2, abandoned tech vault, Anna, Kitty, and Angelica. The trio walked through a ruined facility in the Nevada wasteland. Blackened consoles and broken chambers lined the walls. Angelica raised an eyebrow. Are we sure anything's even left in here? Place looks like someone beat us to it. Kitty was already phasing through the walls, scanning for any remaining data. Then came the sound, a majestic, fierce cry. The phoenix. Anna paused as the room shuddered slightly as dust fell from the ceiling. Flames curled at the edges of every console and terminal, then, in a blink, everything turned to ash. Angelica backed away, alarmed. What the? Anna chuckled softly, her eyes filled with a strange mixture of awe and affection. It's him. Ethan. He handled it. Kitty stepped through the wall and blinked. Wait, what just happened? The clone's gone. His research, too, Anna said. There's nothing left. She then used her sling ring and waved. A golden ring of light opened beside her, a portal leading straight back to the mansion. I'm going home. No point staying here, she said simply, and stepped through. Kitty and Angelica looked at each other. I guess we're done. Kitty asked. Angelica shrugged. I'm not questioning the magic. And they followed. Location 3, Eastern European stronghold, John, Kurt, and Colossus. The trio had just reached the outer walls of a hidden base, surrounded by high-tech defenses and crumbling towers. John stood confidently with fire dancing at his fingertips. Let's just burn through the door. Kurt flicked his tail and gave a small nod. G's place looks like it belongs in a vampire movie. Colossus cracked his knuckles, stepping forward to scan the walls. Then it came. The cry. A resonant, soul-piercing scream from above. The clouds lit up faintly with orange and red, and the air turned heavy for a brief moment. John blinked. Ah, did you hear that? Kurt's ears twitched. Ja, it sounded like. The facility in front of them suddenly burst into brilliant golden flames, without warning. Every wall, device, and hidden clone chamber inside was disintegrated in a matter of seconds, like a divine judgment had passed. Smoke curled up into the sky. Colossus stared at the smoldering remains. Did one of you do that? No, John said, still staring. And that wasn't normal fire. Kurt looked around, then at the others. Should we report this? Or? The three stood there, awkwardly. Sinister watched it all, forced to see every detail through Ethan's telepathy. His eyes bulged, mouth gaping open in horror. No. No. My life's work, my legacy. Gone, Ethan whispered. Erased. Like it never existed. Sinister whimpered, his voice cracking as tears streamed down his cheeks. Please, please, I was wrong. Let me live. I can be of use, I can help you. My knowledge, my resources. You're not worthy, Ethan replied, the wind roaring around him, the phoenix flames now illuminating the world. Sinister tried one last desperate plea with his voice trembling. Mercy. I can serve you. I can be loyal, we can become strong together and I can. Ethan's voice thundered through the storm, divine and absolute. Throughout the heaven and the earth. I am the strongest. Sinister's eyes widened in disbelief. With a slow gesture, Ethan reached forward, and I don't need useless pests like you. Before placing his hand against Sinister's chest. Phoenix flames exploded. Sinister screamed, his voice stretching as body and soul were consumed. No ash remained. No echo. Nothing. He was unmade. Later the storm calmed. The tornado dispersed into silence. Lightning ceased. The castle was gone, leveled entirely. The land was scorched clean. Ethan floated there, silhouetted by the last flicker of phoenix light like a god who had delivered judgment. And the world would remember that cry. Like it. Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 46, Rewind the Clock. Inside the Xavier's mansion, the med bay. A quiet hum filled the sterile space of the med bay deep inside Xavier's mansion. The lights were dim, casting a soft glow on the large cylindrical tank at the center of the room. Green liquid pulsed faintly inside it, cradling the small form of a baby, still, delicate. Ethan and Hank stood side by side, watching the monitor closely. Both of them wore expressions carved from concern and focus. The readings were erratic, unfamiliar. Sinister's twisted genetic meddling had taken root deep within the child. Across the room, Madeline clutched tightly onto Scott, while Storm stood at her side, holding her arms. Madeline's eyes brimmed with tears and her voice is trembling. If I had just been stronger, if I hadn't let Sinister manipulate me, our son wouldn't be in that tank. Scott gently wrapped an arm around her shoulders. This isn't your fault, he said quietly, even as his jaw tightened. I let him use me, she snapped as her eyes wet with tears. He twisted me into something I didn't recognize. And now my baby is paying the price for my weakness. Professor Xavier said gently, guiding his wheelchair a little closer, you are not weak. You are a mother who was deceived. Your love is what brought you back to yourself. That same love is what will help save him. Jean stepped forward and placed a gentle hand on Madeline's back. You're not alone in this, she whispered. Anna added, this baby has all of us now. And we won't let anything happen to him. Standing off to the side, Cable, Nathan, watched in silence. A small smile curved his lips as he looked at the infant version of himself. So, now I know, he said softly. His voice drew everyone's attention. You do love me, Mother. Madeline blinked and is startled. Cable continued, maybe, this is why Uncle Aeon sent me back. So I could see for myself how much my parents cared. He paused, glancing at the tank. Sinister wanted to remake me, turn me into a half-cyborg, half-mutant soldier under his control. A weapon, not a person. He raised his metallic arm, the light glinting off its surface. This arm, it was the start. But that baby in there, me, he's worse off. Sinister did something to his DNA. This test tube is our only way to reverse it, to reconstruct what I was meant to be. There's no cure for what's happening to the baby version of me, not in this timeline. Everyone turned toward him. What? Scott's voice was tight with disbelief. Cable continued, whatever Sinister did, it's embedded deep into his genetic code. In my timeline, they couldn't stop it. They could only slow it down. And if he stays here, it's going to happen all over again, he'll become what Sinister tried to turn me into, a mindless cyborg soldier under his control. Betsy, Bobby, Kurt, Kitty, and Colossus stood near the back, expressions grim. Madeline's hand trembled. You want to take him away? I have to, Cable replied, voice softening. I can take the baby me to the exact point in time when Uncle Aeon first found me. That way, everything still plays out like it did. No, Bobby muttered. There's gotta be another way. We can't just send the baby to the future, Kitty added, clearly distressed. But if we don't, Cable said, he'll die. Or worse, become something no one can stop. Colossus's fists clenched, but he remained silent. Madeline shook her head, her hands trembling. I don't want to be separated from him again, she whispered. Scott's teeth ground together. Neither do I. Hank, who had just finished running diagnostics, turned solemnly toward them. We don't have data on what Sinister did. All of it was destroyed when Ethan burned the facilities. What's happening inside Nathan, it's beyond our understanding. His DNA is being rewritten as we speak. His voice was firm. Sending him to the future, to Aeon's care, might be the only chance. Madeline broke down, throwing her arms around Scott, sobbing. Her grief cut through the room like glass. Logan, standing in the corner with arms crossed, finally spoke up. There's gotta be another way. We can't let her suffer like this. Hank, the professor began gently, you understand his condition right, can you find the cure if given time, and what would it mean for the baby? Could he return to normal? Hank sighed while adjusting his glasses as he scanned the latest readings from the console. Professor, if I'm being honest, I don't know. He gestured toward the tank. The baby's DNA isn't just mutating, it's being rewritten. Piece by piece, it's turning synthetic, mechanical. It's not even evolution anymore. It's replacement. Madeline gasped, her hands tightening on Scott's. What do you mean, synthetic? Scott asked, stepping forward. Hank turned the monitor around to show them a series of scans, glowing diagrams showing unnatural structures forming within the infant's cells. Look here, Hank pointed. These sequences are mimicking nanotechnology. Self-replicating machine code within organic tissue. If this continues, his body will eventually function more like a machine than a mutant. He hesitated, then added quietly, it's not unlike a Terminator, cold, mechanical, but grown instead of built. Jubilee's eyes widened. That's insane, and kinda terrifying. Betsy frowned. You're saying if we don't find a solution, he'll stop being human? Not entirely, Hank admitted. His mind, his soul, those things can remain. But physically, this tech is centuries ahead of anything we've seen. Even if I had years, I'm not sure I could fully understand it, let alone reverse it. Cable looked down with his jaw clenched. That's what I've been trying to say. If we wait too long, he'll lose everything that makes him, him. Scott looked down at his child, with pain and guilt swirling behind his eyes. But there has to be another way. I thought so too, Cable said. I spent years searching for an alternative in my own time. I consulted every scientist, healer, sorcerer, and technopath across the timeline. I even went to the Shi'ar and the Kree. No one could reverse it. No one could stop what had already begun. Bobby looked up. But this is you. You're here. You survived. Cable gave a bitter laugh. Survived, yeah. But barely. I was turned into a cyborg just to keep the infection from destroying me entirely. Half of my body isn't even mine anymore. You think I chose this arm? He held up his metal limb. The air grew heavy. I tried everything, Cable continued. And I failed. Except once, when I ended up in the care of Uncle Aeon. He turned to Xavier, to Hank, to all of them. If I take the baby me to that same point in time, place him right where Uncle Aeon first found me, the loop will close. That version of Ethan will know exactly what to do. Madeline flinched. But that means, you'll be gone. And I'll never get to see him grow up. Cable's eyes softened as he looked at her. I'm sorry, Mom. I really am. But I promise, he'll be safe. He'll be whole. He'll have a future, just like me. Storm placed a hand on Madeline's shoulder for support as Scott gritted his teeth, emotions raging beneath the surface. I know it's unfair, Cable said quietly. But there are no other options. Silence fell. Then Ethan, who had remained quiet until now, stepped forward. It's not our only option, he said calmly. Every eye turned to him. You're all looking at this from a scientific angle, but you forgot something, he said as his eyes began glowing faintly. We have magic. He raised his hand and with a graceful motion, a swirling portal shimmered into existence beside him. The air filled with a low hum as golden light bathed the room. I'll be right back, Ethan said with a confident nod, before stepping through the portal and vanishing. For the first time since the baby was placed in that tank, a spark of hope returned to the room. Hank pushed up his glasses. We'll need to test whatever he brings before applying it to the child. No exceptions. Everyone nodded in agreement, their despair now tempered with a renewed sense of possibility. Cable remained still, eyes wide as he watched the portal fade. This wasn't supposed to happen, he murmured. I was supposed to take the baby to the future. That was the plan. He paused, then smiled. But Uncle Aeon, he always does the impossible. He looked at the tank, at the infant he once was. Maybe, this time, it's going to be different. After a tense silence in the med bay, a swirling green portal opened beside the group with a soft hum. Everyone turned sharply as Ethan stepped through, the portal closing behind him with a whisper of energy. But to their confusion, he wasn't carrying a mystical artifact or arcane object. There was no scroll, no vial, no spellbook in his hands. Only a single necklace hung around his neck, simple, bronze, ancient in appearance. At its center was a familiar green gem housed within an intricate casing. Jean's breath caught in her throat. No way. Cable's eyes locked onto the artifact. Recognition struck him like lightning. His lips curled into a wide, relieved grin. Is that? Anna leaned forward as her eyes wide, the eye of Agamotto. Everyone began to speak at once. Wait, you brought that? Bobby said, pointing. What does it do? Betsy asked. Is that what you're going to use? Kitty whispered. Will it work? Kurt added anxiously. Storm's eyes sparkled with hope. What can it do, Ethan? Hank pushed through gently, professional concern overriding curiosity. Wait, before we do anything. Ethan, we need to test whatever you're planning. We can't risk the baby's safety. Let's examine it properly. Professor Xavier nodded. Please, Ethan. We must understand what this relic does. But Ethan merely gave a calm, confident smile. Don't worry, he said before walking toward the tank. I'm not going to do anything reckless. I'm not changing the baby. I'm simply returning him to the point before Sinister infected him. Before anyone could react, he started what he planned to do. His fingers moved through the air in fluid, practiced gestures. He traced an intricate spiral, then drew two sharp angles as the eye glowed with a brilliant green light. It snapped open, revealing the time stone inside, pulsing with pure energy. A green magic circle flared to life on his left hand, glowing with ancient symbols, mystical glyphs and swirling designs. He turned to face the baby before lifting the glowing sigil. And then Hen rotated his wrist counterclockwise, forming a slow spiral in the air. The room held its breath. The green light extended toward the containment tank. The liquid inside began to ripple, then shrink, vanishing in reverse as if time itself was being reversed. Metal wires embedded into the baby's limbs retracted rapidly. The baby's skin returned to its pure, unmarked state. The cybernetic signals within his cells unwound like an undone thread. Within seconds, the tank was empty, no fluid, no infection, no cybernetic transformation. Only the infant who is gently suspended in midair. As the glowing light of the Eye of Agamotto faded, the room fell into stunned silence. Storm clutched her chest. Goddess. Betsy's hand flew to her mouth. By the stars. Jubilee blinked rapidly, near tears. He did it, he actually did it. Kurt crossed himself reverently, whispering a prayer in German, while John stepped back in awe, nearly stumbling. Colossus stared, wide-eyed, jaw slack. Logan let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Damn. Bobby crossed himself, miracles do exist. Jean turned to the others, her voice hushed with reverence. The Eye of Agamotto controls time. Ethan didn't heal the baby, he turned him back to a point before the infection began. He undid everything Sinister did. Madeline and Scott didn't wait for further explanation. Tears streaming down her cheeks, Madeline rushed forward, arms outstretched. Ethan extended a hand and used telekinesis to lift the baby carefully from the tank. The child cooed softly, eyes fluttering, completely unaware of the nightmare that had been undone. With a graceful motion, Ethan guided the baby into Madeline's arms. She clutched her son, tears streaming down her face. Thank you, thank you. Her legs nearly gave out. My baby. Scott wrapped his arms around them both, his expression equal parts grateful and overwhelmed. You saved him. Hank staggered back a step, completely speechless. Professor Xavier was no different, his mouth slightly open, eyes reflecting deep shock. Cable stared at the child now safe in Madeline's arms. His smile was softer this time, but full of peace. Uncle Aeon, you really can do anything. Ethan turned toward them and gave a small grin. I believe that's what you call a perfect ending. No one argued. They were too busy watching the family that had just been made whole again. Ethan stood silently with the Eye of Agamotto resting against his chest, Sinister's twisted brilliance. I saw it all when I absorbed his memories, I knew exactly how to cure the baby. But I destroyed every lab, every data core. I burned it all down. My anger left nothing behind. No tech, no backup, no tools. He looked at the child, then down at the eye. This was my only path. Magic, not science. I couldn't fix it the way he broke it. So I chose to rewrite time itself. Before anyone could speak, Jean stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him. You idiot, she whispered with a soft smile, hugging him tightly. Anna joined in seconds later, embracing him from the other side. Then, to everyone's amusement, both Jean and Anna leaned in and kissed him, one on each cheek, then his lips, ignoring the others in the room completely. Bobby whistled. All right. Save some of that multiversal love fest for later. Jubilee chuckled. Damn, hero points maxed out. Kurt beamed, folding his arms. That was truly a miracle, mein Freund. Colossus gave a firm nod. A warrior, a savior, and now clearly adored. Ethan rolled his eyes playfully, but deep down, he was just relieved it ended well. While peace returned to Xavier's mansion, outside its walls, the world was far from calm. Across the globe, cities trembled. People paused mid-step. Cars stopped in the streets. Phones slipped from hands. All because of a single sound, the haunting cry of a massive bird that echoed through the sky like a divine scream. It was unlike anything they had ever heard before. The world fell into chaos. In some areas, buildings were scorched. Forests lit up with golden flames that burned without fuel. Entire regions faced localized, unexplained infernos that sparked after the cry was heard. Scientists were baffled. Spiritualists called it an omen. And the media was in a frenzy. On a boxy 2007 model television, flickering slightly from weak reception, anchors on every major channel scrambled to explain what had just happened. Breaking news, unexplained phenomenon shocks the world, massive cry of a bird heard globally. The Phoenix Sound. Experts divided on whether this is natural or paranormal. Apocalyptic flames. Local towns claim skyborne fire burned down churches and hillsides. News tickers rolled across the screen rapidly, theories flooding in, mythical creatures, unknown technologies, alien signals. And amidst it all, the public gave their thoughts. A news segment cut to a bustling street corner where an anchor held a mic, speaking into the camera. We live in downtown New York, and people here are still recovering from the shock. I've got an eyewitness. Sir, can you tell us what you heard? The camera panned to an old man, dressed in a tan trench coat. His white hair peeked beneath a flat cap, black sunglasses shielding his eyes from the morning sun. He leaned into the mic with a knowing smirk. That sound. That wasn't just a bird cry. That was something meant to destroy. The anchor blinked. Destroy, sir? What do you think it was? The old man tilted his head before responding calm. How should I know? Ask the one responsible for this. The anchor looked stunned, as if he didn't quite know what to say next. The old man simply walked away, blending into the crowd as the screen returned to the news desk. Helicarrier, Shield Base. The door slammed open. Nick Fury stormed out of the dimly lit meeting chamber of the World Council, his one eye burning with barely restrained rage. His coat flared behind him like a shadow chasing a storm. On the other side of the hallway, Agent Phil Coulson stood straight, tablet in hand, waiting silently. Fury didn't even glance at him at first. He was too busy cursing under his breath. Motherfucker. He growled as his fists clenched. Whoever lit the goddamn sky on fire and made a bird scream across the planet, just lit a damn match in my last nerve. The council had been relentless. Demanding explanations. Threatening sanctions. Calling it a global event, one that looked, sounded, and burned like war. And S.H.I.E.L.D. They had no answers. No intel. No clue who had caused it. Yet. Fury halted abruptly and turned to Coulson, his voice cutting like a blade. Talk to me. Coulson nodded, swiping through data on the tablet. We've got satellite logs from 5 continents. Multiple research bunkers, gone. Not just destroyed, but incinerated from the inside out. The fires weren't normal. The timestamps line up exactly with the moment the bird cry was heard. Fury's brow twitched, common points. Coulson looked up, serious now. Whoever did this knew where to hit. Every facility taken out was Sinister's major cloning and bioresearch division. Each one was wiped, clean. No survivors. No backups. Not even a trace of hard data. Fury's eye narrowed. Find me the link. Trace those sites. Line them up and see where they point. Whoever fried those places like it was a Sunday barbecue, I want to know their name. Coulson gave a subtle nod. I'll have a report within the hour. Fury turned away, but not before muttering again under his breath, motherfucker's gonna wish he never pissed me off. Like it. Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 47, Necessary Evil. 2 hours later. Nick Fury sat in his dimly lit office, the screens in front of him displaying encrypted intel, energy readings, and reports flowing in from S.H.I.E.L.D. analysts across the globe. But none of that mattered at the moment. His thoughts were on one man, Nathaniel Essex. Sinister. The man was evil, there was no doubt about that, but over the years, S.H.I.E.L.D. had worked with him. Not because they liked him. Not because they trusted him. But because sometimes, evil was necessary. Sinister had helped S.H.I.E.L.D. design the neurochips that blocked telepaths from reading minds. He worked closely with Tusk to create power dampeners, tools essential in handling unpredictable and dangerous mutants. His methods were unethical. His morality non-existent. But his results? Efficient. Fury never trusted the man. In fact, he despised him and had always hated dealing with him. But orders were orders, and Alexander Pierce had made it clear, we need him. As much as you hate him, he balances the scale. Fury had argued back then. Compared Sinister to Kingpin, another bastard that S.H.I.E.L.D. tolerated. Take Kingpin out, and the underworld becomes a free-for-all, Pierce had said. One devil on the throne is better than 100 fighting for it. If Kingpin was removed overnight, the criminal underworld would descend into uncontrollable chaos. His existence, while morally repugnant, created an equilibrium, one devil at the top to keep the rest in line. S.H.I.E.L.D. understood that. They didn't support Kingpin, but they managed the situation, kept it contained. Sinister was no different. He kept mutant extremists in check. Fury had always wanted to take him out, to end the atrocities he was responsible for. But his superiors, especially Alexander Pierce, disagreed. Sinister's work is necessary, Pierce had told him. Mutants like Magneto aren't the only threat. Even Charles Xavier could be dangerous if he ever chose to make the world his puppet show. That's why we need safeguards. That's why we need him. Neurochips were one of those safeguards. Created by Sinister. Backed by S.H.I.E.L.D. And Sinister's reach didn't stop there. He was also involved in earlier cases related to Selene, a mutant with access to real magic. That had been another shock for Fury, but after aliens and monsters, magic didn't seem too far-fetched anymore. But now. Now Sinister was gone. Every lab. Every hideout was burned to ash. His entire network destroyed in an instant. No alarms, no resistance. Just gone. Someone had taken him off the board completely. And that scared the hell out of the World Council. If a single entity, or a group, had the power to erase someone like Sinister and all his tech-backed, mutant-enhanced operations in one instant, the global balance of power had just tilted in a dangerous direction. Fury didn't like it one bit. Because if someone, anyone, had the power to eliminate Sinister so completely, what else could they do? Who else could they erase? Just then, Coulson entered the room with a tablet in hand. "Director," he said. "We've got something." Fury looked up. "Tell me it's not more bad news." Coulson stepping forward before showing the tablet to Fury, "Depends on how you look at it." He then tapped the screen. Energy readings from the ruins of Sinister's primary base match a unique signature. We've seen it before, during the alien conflict involving Jean Grey. It's almost identical. Fury's good eye twitched. So it was Jean. "We think so," Coulson said. "The signature could be traced to her. We already had reports that the younger Jean Grey reappeared after the incident years ago. But there's also the matter of the clone, Madeline Pryor." Fury leaned back in his chair with fingers steepled. "If I had to bet," he said darkly, "the original Jean's more likely to pull off something like this. But don't rule the clone out. Either way, I want eyes on both." Coulson nodded. "Already done. Our team is digging into the X-Men's recent movements. And Emma Frost is showing interest too." "Of course she is," Fury muttered. "That woman always smells opportunity in chaos." He paused, then looked back at Coulson and gave a firm nod. "Inform Romanoff to stay close to Jean. She's already undercover as her secretary. If something's going down, we'll need to know first." Coulson said. "I'll handle it. I also want Ethan watched just as close. That guy's a goddamn mystery." "Understood." As Coulson exited the office, Fury picked up his secure line. A second later, the screen flickered on with the stern face of Alexander Pierce. "Update me," Pierce ordered. Fury exhaled slowly, his tone calm but edged with fire. "We've got a lead. And you're not gonna like it." After sending Cable into the future, Ethan, Jean, and Anna finally returned home. The day had been heavy, emotionally draining for both Madeline and Scott. But amidst the chaos and pain, there was relief. Sinister was gone. Forever. They no longer had to worry about anyone hunting the baby. Still, as Ethan sat quietly for a moment, one question nagged at his mind. Why didn't my future self cure baby Nathan with the time stone the first time he found him? Even Cable had no answer. He'd simply smiled like someone who knew more than he let on. Ethan sighed. Guess not all questions need answers, as long as everything worked out. Later, Jean and Anna decided to go out for a bit, some shopping to clear their minds and enjoy the quiet. Ethan, meanwhile, had one last task. Returning the time stone. He stepped through a portal and arrived at Camartage, the mystical stronghold of the masters of the mystic arts. As he walked into the central chamber, Wong greeted him with a familiar expression, one of warmth, tinged with caution. "Ethan," Wong said before nodding. Ethan clapped him on the shoulder like an old friend. "Wong, my man. Miss me?" he grinned. Wong sighed lightly. "You're hard to miss. And harder to ignore." Despite the deadpan tone, Ethan could tell Wong didn't actually mind him. He even liked Ethan in his own quiet way. Mordo appeared next, arms folded, eyes narrowing as he approached. "Ethan," Mordo said, curt. "Still not behaving like a proper sorcerer, I see." "Proper sorcerer?" Ethan laughed. "You mean losing every duel we ever had?" Mordo scowled. "You fight like a rogue, unfocused. You rely on brute force, not discipline." Ethan smirked. "Yeah, and your discipline gets you what?" "A perfect loss record." Wong coughed to hide a chuckle. Mordo's glare intensified. "In a contest of pure sorcery, I would not lose." Right, Ethan said before waving him off. "Because our enemies always fight fair and follow the rules." Mordo rolled his eyes and walked off without another word. Ethan turned back to Wong with a smirk. "He's fun." "Fun isn't the word I'd use," Wong replied dryly, accepting the eye of Agamotto with reverence. "Thank you for returning it. I suppose you used it well." "Only when I had to," Ethan said. "Tell the Ancient One I said hi." Wong gave a respectful nod. With nothing else keeping him, Ethan opened another portal and returned home. The house was quiet, the warm golden glow of the afternoon sun slipping in through the windows. Ethan leaned back on the couch, smiling faintly. Time to enjoy the peace, for however long it lasts. That night, he planned nothing more than to relax, and to spend some well-deserved quality time with Jean and Anna. As night settled over the city, Natasha Romanoff returned to her quiet rental apartment, just a few blocks away from Ethan's home. It wasn't coincidence. It was part of her assignment. The intel she received from Coulson surprised her. He suggested that Jean Grey might have been involved in the event that shook the entire planet, the moment when everyone heard the cry of a bird across the sky. But what made Natasha pause was the theory that Jean had also been responsible for the complete and utter annihilation of Mr. Sinister and every one of his bases on Earth. Natasha couldn't say she was sorry. That dark bastard deserved worse, she thought. Still, it made her wary. Anyone with that kind of power, whether mutant, magical, or something else, needed to be watched. Natasha had to dig deeper, and while there was no direct proof, the energy signatures, the scope of destruction, and the sheer scale of what had occurred, it all aligned with Jean's unique profile. If it really was her, Natasha thought, then she's far more powerful, and far more dangerous, than anyone realized. Ethan was another enigma. Friendly, easygoing, and well-liked among the people in the company, but there was something mysterious beneath the surface. His current power levels were unknown, and even S.H.I.E.L.D.'s databases had little on who's backing him up with all those magic wards on his house. That alone raised red flags. Jean, on the other hand, came across as warm and welcoming, a grounded presence despite her overwhelming power. And then there was Anna. Everyone who met her seemed to instantly like her. She was bubbly, kind, and easy to talk to, almost like the heart of the trio. Natasha leaned against her window before sipping on a beer as she looked out into the quiet street, watching the lights from Ethan's home in the distance. Jean. Ethan. Anna. What are you all hiding? Tomorrow, she would find out more. She'd meet them face to face, up close and personal. Maybe gain their trust. Maybe uncover something important. Like it. Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 48, Welcome to Aeon Biotech, Miss Rushman. The next day dawned bright and clear. Natasha Romanoff, now undercover as Natalie Rushman, sat behind her sleek, minimalist desk near the executive wing of Aeon Biotech. Her professional secretary attire was sharp and tailored, perfectly chosen to blend into the high-end corporate environment, though it also subtly highlighted her curves and presence. She sat poised with her fingers lightly tapping against the desk and eyes scanning the glass elevator every few seconds. It was already 10 a.m., but Ethan, Jean, and Anna hadn't arrived yet. No one questioned their absence, they owned the place. Still, for Natasha, it was a little frustrating. The sooner she could get closer to them, the sooner she could uncover the truth behind their connection to the events that rattled the world. But she also knows she needs to be patient. Sending a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent undercover to work with a telepath might sound like a terrible idea, but it was the most effective way to get close and uncover the truth about Ethan, Jean, and Anna. Still, she wasn't going in blind. Inside her mouth, resting beneath her tongue, was a pill. It was a backup in case her neurochip failed, a pill given to her personally by Nick Fury. She didn't know exactly what it would do, but Fury had made one thing clear: it won't kill you. But it'll keep your mind safe. That was enough. If the neurochip gave out, and it would, if Jean tried to dive deep, she'd feel the warning signs, a spike of pain, pressure building in her skull. That would be her signal to swallow the pill. The sound of approaching heels broke her focus. "Morning, Natalie," a cheerful voice chirped. Natasha glanced up to see Chloe, the enthusiastic intern she'd met on her first day. Barely 20, with bright green eyes and auburn hair tied up in a messy ponytail, Chloe had a bubbly energy that filled the hallway every time she walked in. "Good morning, Chloe," Natasha replied with a warm, practiced smile. "Still waiting on the big three?" Chloe asked while leaning casually against the edge of Natasha's desk. Natasha gave a short nod. "They'll be in when they're ready." Chloe laughed. "Yeah, that's kind of their thing. You settling in okay?" she asked before tilting her head. Natasha smiled again. "Getting there. Just trying to understand the company culture." Chloe winked. "Just don't let Barry from accounting corner you in the break room, guys got stories that never end." Natasha chuckled politely, but her mind is already refocusing. Her real mission was about to begin, and she was ready. As Chloe walked away, humming a tune under her breath, Natasha turned back toward the elevator. Time to see what Ethan Carter and his little empire are really made of. Now, all Natasha had to do was keep the act, and find the cracks beneath the surface. Whatever secrets these three were hiding, she was going to uncover them. The late morning sun gleamed off the polished black hood of a sleek, roaring beast, the 2007 Bugatti Veyron, its chrome accents glinting like starlight. One of the fastest, most desired cars of its time, and now purring into the underground garage of Aeon Biotech, it fit perfectly with the men behind the wheel. Ethan adjusted his sunglasses as the engine fell silent. The passenger doors clicked open. "I swear, if I fall over the moment I stand up, I'm blaming you," Jean muttered as she stepped out of the car, her red hair catching the light like fire. She winced slightly since her legs still sore. Ethan raised a brow and is amused. "Come on, I wasn't that rough." "You didn't leave me alone for hours, Ethan," Jean shot back before brushing a hand through her hair. "My legs were still sore, and it's your fault." From the other side, Anna emerged, looking more composed but grinning wide. "You should have seen me this morning," she said, giving Jean a playful nudge. "He broke me last night too, but thanks to my physique, I bounced back quicker than you. Otherwise, I'd be walking like a zombie, and I'm not gonna lie," Anna said with a smirk before stretching a bit. "He's a monster in bed." Jean gave her a flat look, though her lips twitched with a smile. "We seriously need to improve our stamina." "Agreed," Anna replied with a laugh. "If he keeps this up, we're going to need a training montage just to survive in the bedroom." Ethan shut the car door and walked toward them while smirking proudly. "So, what I'm hearing is, I win." "You don't get points for wrecking your women," Jean snapped, though her tone was more playful than scolding. "Oh, I don't." Ethan arched an eyebrow, stepping out and fixing his suit collar. "Because to most men, that's the highest compliment." Jean rolled her eyes. "Don't let it go to your head." Anna crossed her arms with a teasing smile. Too late. He's already storing it in the achievement section of his ego. "I already did," he said with a wink. They entered the elevator, the chrome doors reflecting their expressions. Ethan leaned casually against the side panel while Jean and Anna exchanged a mischievous glance. "Next time," Jean whispered as her eyes burning with playful fire, "we're doing this together. A proper threesome." Anna's grin widened. "Yup. 2-on-1. Let's see if you can handle us, big guy." Ethan's breath caught slightly. His heart sped up in anticipation. Finally. He thought, my dream comes true. They'd always kept things one-on-one, Jean and Anna both preferred to wait until after the wedding for anything more collaborative. But now the game had changed and he is very much looking forward to it. The elevator dinged softly as it reached the executive floor. The doors opened. The trio stepped out in synchronized confidence, Ethan in his fitted gray jacket and black tee, Jean radiant in a deep red top, and Anna in her sharp green blazer and white slacks. Employees passing by greeted them with warmth and respect. Then, from the far end of the hallway, a woman approached, striking red hair, sculpted in elegant waves, lips painted in a shade just shy of bold. Her dark pencil skirt hugged her hips, and her white blouse gave her a sophisticated allure. She walked with poise, carrying a tablet, her posture sharp and practiced. "Good morning," she greeted, her voice calm and pleasant. "I'm Natalie Rushman, your new executive assistant." Jean's eyes sparkled. "Oh. We were expecting a new hire today. It's lovely to meet you, Natalie." Anna beamed. "Hi there. You look like someone who really knows how to run things." She has no idea who that really is, Ethan thought as he watched the interaction, barely suppressing his amusement. To them, she was Natalie Rushman with polished, professional, and efficient resume and experience. But Ethan knew better. That's Natasha Romanoff. The infamous Black Widow. Sent here by Fury to snoop around. And probably has a newer chip installed, too. The moment he'd seen her resume cross his desk weeks ago, he recognized the signs. The perfect cover story, the subtle inconsistencies in her listed background. And of course, her face, she looked exactly like Scarlett Johansson from the movies in his old life, curves sculpted to perfection, a body that could disarm or kill, depending on her mission. He smirked inwardly. Sending an undercover agent into a place owned by a telepath. It is bold. Reckless, even. But, entertaining. He was sure Natasha had a neurochip implanted to protect her from psychic intrusion, he'd dealt with that tech before. He wouldn't put it past Fury to load her up with other failsafes too. But Ethan wasn't worried. She wouldn't find anything incriminating here. He had made sure Aeon Biotech looked like just another rising company, albeit a powerful one. All the deeper secrets were locked away, with protections layered upon protections. Even Jean and Anna couldn't access certain vaults without him. His fertilizer formula, the heart of their agricultural research empire, could never be reverse-engineered. Its core ingredient came from his own world-sustaining blood. Even the infiltration attempts from other organizations had failed to uncover anything beyond surface-level science. Let them think it's some hidden cabal or underground syndicate, Ethan thought with a chuckle. They'd freak out if they knew this is just a guy trying to make the world greener and keep his women happy. As Jean gestured for Natalie to follow her toward her office, Ethan stepped forward. "Welcome to Aeon Biotech, Miss Rushman," he said, offering a firm handshake. "I hope the team's been treating you well." "Very much so," Natasha replied smoothly. "I'm looking forward to assisting wherever I'm needed." Her voice was calm, confident. Her eyes didn't betray a thing. But Ethan knew better. A master of masks. Good. This might be fun after all. Anna headed off toward the R&D department, already chatting with the interns, and Jean led Natalie into her office for a quick orientation in person. Ethan stood in the hallway for a moment, watching them disappear into the glass corridor. He smiled with his hands in his pockets. Things just got a lot more interesting. Let's see how long it takes before the Black Widow starts to squirm. Like it. Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 49, Exposed. After their brief encounter, Ethan, Jean, and Anna went to their respective roles within the towering Aeon Biotech headquarters. Jean Grey, the poised and confident redhead, operated as the company's CEO, overseeing all major decisions and public relations. Anna Marie, with her energetic and lively nature, took charge as the managing director, MD, handling operations, logistics, and internal affairs. Meanwhile, Ethan Carter, the true pillar behind Aeon's success, served as the enigmatic head of R&D, managing the secrets hidden within the heavily restricted 18th floor. Aeon Biotech was a 21-story building, with each floor dedicated to specific operations. Ground floor to third floor, public reception, visitor management, and client relations. Fourth to eighth floor, administrative offices, marketing, and human resources. Ninth floor, employee relaxation and recreation floor, the Haven. Equipped with gaming rooms, massage therapy centers, a family zone where employees could bring their families and spend up to 3 hours per day relaxing and bonding. The policy was firm but generous. Aeon believed that happy employees built stronger companies. 10th floor, logistics, shipment coordination, and field project planning. 11th to 13th floor, production and testing labs for the fertilizer products. 14th to 17th floor, storage facilities and quality assurance labs. 18th floor, Ethan's personal R&D lab, highly restricted access. Only he could enter or leave. 19th floor, executive lounges, boardrooms, and top management offices. 20th floor, Jean's and Anna's private offices. 21st floor, rooftop access, private leisure spaces, and emergency helipads. Despite Aeon Biotech's reputation for groundbreaking achievements in agriculture, famously turning barren, dead lands fertile, almost no one knew the truth. The secret to their miraculous fertilizers came directly from Ethan's own blood. When he first shared this truth with Jean and Anna, they were horrified. Both women outright rejected the idea of Ethan sacrificing his health daily for the sake of the company. "You are not some machine, Ethan," Jean had argued fiercely. "I swear, if you hurt yourself over this, I'm gonna lock you up myself," Anna had threatened, half serious. But Ethan had been persistent. He had explained how his body had long since adapted to the blood loss. Thanks to his unique regenerative abilities, losing blood no longer weakened him. In fact, he had evolved to heal immediately, and even grow stronger from the process. Though reluctant, Jean and Anna eventually agreed, on the condition that they would handle everything else and support him however they could. To Ethan, their devotion was humbling. "I really am blessed to have them in my life," he often thought. Now, after years of hard work, Ethan had managed to store several tons worth of blood in specially designed containers. He had also engineered custom machines that would mix his blood with organic and synthetic compounds to create the company's flagship fertilizers. Every day, Ethan would drain and replenish the used blood, maintaining the delicate process. Anna personally oversaw the storage and shipment divisions, guarding the containers of Ethan's blood as if they were national treasures. The day progressed like any other. Natasha Romanoff, currently undercover as Natalie Rushman, continued her subtle attempts to get closer to Jean and Anna. With her sharp instincts, she noticed small details, piecing together the dynamics within Aeon. Ethan, however, remained elusive. Aside from lunch breaks, he rarely left the 18th floor, making it difficult for Natasha to interact with him directly. Later that day, as Natasha stood inside an elevator heading up toward Jean's office with a stack of documents requiring signatures, the lift dinged at the 18th floor. The doors slid open, revealing Ethan stepping inside, looking casually handsome and relaxed. She wore a simple white blouse tucked into a sleek pencil skirt, but on her, it looked far more dangerous than formal. Her fiery red hair was tied into a loose bun, a few strands framing her flawless face. "Dr. Carter," Natasha said with a professional, almost playful tone, offering a slight nod. Ethan chuckled softly before stepping into the lift. "Doctor. I didn't know we were getting so formal, Natalie." She smirked and her eyes glinting with mischief. "Well, you seem like the type who enjoys titles, Dr. Carter," she teased before stepping closer, just enough to invade his space without crossing any lines. Ethan tilted his head slightly and is amused. "I'll admit, hearing it from you does have a certain charm," he said, letting his voice drop an octave deeper, his gaze playful yet unreadable. As the elevator climbed toward the 19th floor, Ethan leaned casually against the wall. "So," he teased lightly, 2 days here and I heard you're already the favorite of half the office." "Quite the record." Natasha chuckled lightly, keeping her professional tone. Well, making friends quickly is part of the job. How about you? How's life treating you in your own company? Ethan's lips quirked into a smile. Can't complain. I have everything I need, great people around me, a solid company, and occasionally, interesting new faces like yours to keep things lively. She tilted her head slightly. And what about personal life? Anyone special? Natasha's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Everyone at Aeon seemed to know Ethan was connected to Jean and Anna, but no one ever openly talked about it. Two powerful, modern women sharing one man. This isn't a fantasy novel, Natasha thought skeptically. Ethan simply smiled without answering. Before she could probe further, the elevator reached the 19th floor, and they stepped into the executive hallway. Inside the room, Jean was seated behind her desk, finishing up a meeting, while Anna was organizing some documents nearby. Hey, baby, Anna greeted Ethan brightly. Jean smiled warmly and both women lit up at Ethan's arrival. Without hesitation, Ethan went towards them, leaned in and kissed Jean gently on the lips, then turned and kissed Anna just as lovingly, right in front of Natasha. The redhead raised a brow in surprise but maintained her composure. Well, that answers that question. As Natalie handed over the documents, Jean glanced through the papers swiftly, her sharp bluish-green eyes scanning every line before signing with a graceful flick of her wrist. Anna, meanwhile, leaned casually against the desk, watching the interaction with mild curiosity. Everything seems in order, Jean said before offering a polite smile as she passed the papers back. Thank you, Natalie. Of course, ma'am, Natasha replied smoothly, maintaining her professional demeanor. Just as Natalie was about to excuse herself, Ethan stepped forward, his tone casual but firm. Wait here for a bit, he said, addressing Jean and Anna. I have something to discuss with you both. Jean and Anna gave him a curious look but nodded. Turning back to Natalie, Ethan smiled charmingly. I'll walk you to the elevator, he offered. Natasha arched an eyebrow but nodded, falling into step beside him. The short walk was silent at first, the tension between them subtle but present. Finally, Natasha broke it, throwing a small smirk his way. You know, managing two women at the same time, that's not an easy task, Dr. Carter, she said, half teasing, half probing. Ethan chuckled lightly as the elevator dinged, the doors sliding open smoothly. As Natasha stepped inside, Ethan held the door casually with one hand, leaning against the frame slightly. He leaned closer, lowering his voice just enough for only her to hear. I don't manage them, Miss Romanoff, he said with a lazy, knowing smile. They're with me because they love me. The blood drained from Natasha's face for a second. She stared at him wide-eyed, stunned at being called out so openly. How the hell did he? Ethan winked playfully. Oh, sorry, I meant Miss Rushman, right? See you around, he said. The door slid shut between them, leaving her alone in the descending elevator. Inside, Natasha leaned back against the wall, crossing her arms and her mind racing. He knows. He knew it all. But how? And why hasn't he exposed me yet? She looked up. Just what kind of man are you, Ethan Carter? Meanwhile, Ethan chuckled under his breath. Things are about to get a lot more interesting, Agent Romanoff, he thought. After sending off Natalie, or rather, Natasha Romanoff, down the elevator, Ethan returned to the office where Jean and Anna were waiting. They looked up as he entered, curiosity clear in their eyes. Jean leaned forward on the desk slightly, lacing her fingers together. So, what was it you wanted to talk about, she asked. Ethan ran a hand through his hair and chuckled. Well, I was thinking of taking a little vacation in a few days, he said casually. Now that the OmniWatch is fully charged again. Both women straightened slightly at his words. The OmniWatch, a mysterious silver pocket watch, was no ordinary device. Ethan had told them about it years ago, explaining that it allowed him to travel across different universes. According to him, it had been given to him by a scientist named Bob during his chaotic escape from the secret laboratory. At first, Jean and Anna hadn't fully believed him. After all, traveling across reality sounded like something out of a comic book. But when Ethan activated the OmniWatch and took them on a few short trips to other worlds, their skepticism vanished, replaced by awe and cautious excitement. They still remembered walking through strange cities, gazing up at alien skies, and meeting people who didn't even exist in their own world. Jean had made him promise not to reveal the OmniWatch to anyone else. Anna also had immediately suggested they keep it secret, no need to invite trouble or greedy eyes. Ethan sighed inwardly at the memory. Not like I didn't already screw up once, he thought. He had once shown the device to the X-Men out of a misguided sense of trust. Later, realizing the danger, he had been forced to erase their memories about the OmniWatch. Since then, he used the watch occasionally for a vacation, a term they all jokingly used to describe their multiversal adventures. Unfortunately for Ethan, fate seemed determined to bore him to death during these trips. Every universe he traveled to so far had been astonishingly peaceful. He'd landed in worlds from anime and TV shows like How I Met Your Mother, even Friends, and Gilmore Girls. No monsters to fight. No villains to battle. Not even a random bar brawl to break up the monotony. At first, the peacefulness was a relief. But now, Ethan was starting to feel itchy. Restless. Maybe he was turning into a battle maniac after all. Jean and Anna exchanged a look. Jean smiled fondly and leaned back in her chair. As tempting as it sounds, she said, I think we'll pass on this one. Anna nodded in agreement before chuckling. Yeah, you go have your little adventure, babe. You've been itching for a fight, haven't you? She said before playfully nudging his arm. You keep pounding us so hard in bed, it's obvious you're getting restless. Get out there, find some good ones, and break a sweat already. Jean chuckled behind her hand while pretending to be scandalized, but her eyes twinkled with amusement. Ethan laughed, all right, I'll go in a few days. As he spoke, he reached under his shirt and pulled out the silver omniwatch that hung from his neck, normally hidden under his clothes. The smooth, ancient-looking device gleamed softly, and on its small, ornate dial, the display read, 100%. Like it. Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 50, The Challenge. Evening had settled over the city, painting the skyline in hues of deep orange and purple. Inside her office, Natasha Romanoff sat stiffly behind her sleek black desk and her mind is racing at 1,000 miles per hour. She didn't expect this. In just 2 days, her cover, a cover she had painstakingly built, had been blown apart. Natasha Romanoff, the infamous Black Widow, had never failed a mission before. But now her stomach twisted with frustration. This wasn't how operations were supposed to go. She was the best, infiltration, intelligence gathering, seduction if necessary, she never failed. And yet, this time, the mission was over before it had even truly begun. She leaned back in her chair with one leg crossed over the other, her fingers tapping rapidly against the wood. How? How had Ethan known? How much did he really know? About her. About S.H.I.E.L.D. About the mission. Did Jean and Anna know, too? Had her neurochip, the device Fury implanted to mask her presence and track data, failed? Should she use the emergency protocol pill Fury had given her? Or worse, did Ethan already know everything? The uncertainty gnawed at her, but Natasha forced herself to breathe deeply. Worrying wouldn't solve anything. She needed answers, real answers, and there was only one way to get them. She had already sent an encrypted emergency message to Fury, cover compromised. Awaiting orders. Now, she would face Ethan directly. Squaring her shoulders, Natasha stood and reached for the door, only for it to swing open before she could even touch the handle. There he was. Ethan Carter, as casual as ever, standing there with a slight, infuriatingly charming smile on his face. He gave her a small wave. Hey, he said lightly, just checking in. Wanted to see if you're feeling all right. Natasha's eyes narrowed slightly. She stepped aside and let him in, her movements sharp and controlled. Drop the act, Ethan, she said coldly before folding her arms across her chest. You already know who I am. Ethan smiled broader, almost mischievously. Of course I know, he said casually before strolling deeper into the room. And as for what you're looking for, it's on the 18th floor. You're free to try your luck finding the truth. He laughed quietly to himself, clearly enjoying the situation. He's messing with me, Natasha realized instantly. The 18th floor was the only floor with total access restriction, even to Jean and Anna. It was an obvious bait, and he was daring her to bite. You're playing games, she said flatly. Jean and Anna, they know too, don't they? Ethan shrugged casually. Nope. Just me. The ease in his voice frustrated her. Natasha's training kicked in, and she decided to fish for more information. Then why didn't you kick me out, she asked sharply. Or tie me up in some dark room and torture me for information. That's usually the protocol when a spy is caught. Ethan chuckled again and leaned casually against her desk with his arms crossed, looking every bit the relaxed host. You came here to find out who I am and what I'm doing, right? He said. His voice was teasing, but his eyes were serious now. So apart from the little report you sent Fury, I'm actually looking forward to the one you personally write about me, Agent Romanoff. Natasha's gaze sharpened. She hadn't expected him to be this open, or this audacious. And why, she said, her voice dropping into a smooth tone, would you want me to evaluate you? Ethan smiled lazily, as if the answer was obvious. I'm a man, he said. It's only natural to feel curious about what a beautiful woman like you thinks of me. For a second, Natasha felt a strange flutter, but she crushed it ruthlessly. Stay professional, she reminded herself. You're cocky, she said before narrowing her eyes. Why are you doing this? What's your plan? Ethan lifted his eyes to meet hers directly. Look, I want to make the world a little greener, he said simply. And make my girls happy. That's my main goal. You can stay here and find that out, if you have the capability. What if I uncover your real purpose? What if I tear down your little facade? Ethan sighed lightly, almost tiredly, and looked at her with a strange smile. I already told you my real purpose, he said. You just didn't believe me. If you can uncover something more, well, that will depend on your capacity. He straightened up and began walking toward the door. I promise you, he added without looking back, I won't interfere with your secret work here. It's all up to you, Agent Romanoff. Natasha felt a flash of frustration burn through her chest. He knows about me, but we know nothing about him. She hated being at a disadvantage. Why are you giving me a chance? She demanded before stepping closer. Ethan paused at the doorway with one hand resting casually against the frame. He turned his head slightly, a small grin playing at the corners of his mouth. Because it's interesting, he said simply. I want to see what you'll find, and how far you'll go. He met her gaze directly, the amusement fading from his expression for a moment. And for the record, I'm not trying for world domination or some evil mastermind thing. I'm just a guy trying to live in luxury, and make my girlfriends happy. Then, just before stepping out, he threw one last comment over his shoulder, oh, and tell Fury. I'll meet him at your apartment tomorrow night. With that, he disappeared down the hallway, leaving Natasha standing there, alone, frustrated, and more confused than ever. She exhaled slowly, her fists clenching at her sides. Arrogant. Naive. Stupid. That's what she wanted to believe. But deep down, a gnawing doubt lingered. If he had the power to back up those words, then he wasn't just some fool with a god complex. He was something else entirely. And more importantly, was he truly alone? Or was there an entire organization behind him, hidden from even S.H.I.E.L.D.'s eyes? It was far too early to abandon the mission. Her pride, and her instincts, wouldn't let her. He had challenged her, find the truth, if you have the ability. And she never backed away from a challenge. Not now. Not ever. Natasha Romanoff would find out everything there was to know about Ethan Carter. Tomorrow night, things would change. Because tomorrow night, she would see if Fury could find cracks in Ethan's perfect little world, or if they were stepping into something much bigger than any of them could imagine. For now, she closed her office door and leaned against it, her green eyes glinting with fierce determination. Game on. The next day, Ethan sat in his office on the top floor, feeling more than a little disappointed. Slouching back in his chair, he stared blankly at the ceiling, his mind grumbling about the betrayal he'd suffered. He thought last night would finally be the night. The night he got to enjoy some wild, unforgettable moments with both of his girls. Jean and Anna had teased him, only to drop a bombshell last night, girls' night out. And they didn't go alone either, they dragged Kitty, Angelica, and Jubilee with them. Unbelievable, Ethan thought before letting out a long, suffering sigh. Tonight was supposed to be special, too. He had a meeting with Fury planned, but after that, he had fully intended to reward himself. Instead, Jean and Anna were going off to Japan, official business trip, they said, to scout out a possible branch for the company. They'd promised to be back in a few days, but left him with a final, devastating warning. We can't concentrate on work if our bodies are sore all over. So be a good boy until we come back. It felt like cruel and unusual punishment. Ethan dragged a hand down his face and muttered, my body's way too healthy for its own good. It's starting to think with the wrong head. He leaned forward, forcing himself to focus on the glowing screen in front of him. There were more important things to deal with. Like the machine he was designing, one that could automatically produce their key products using only his blood as input. It was nearly done, just a few tweaks left. If it worked, he wouldn't have to personally oversee production every single time. It was in its final stages and would be completed by this evening. As for Natasha, she hadn't acted any differently since yesterday. Cool, professional, friendly with everyone. Yet, Ethan noticed her sharp gaze lingering a little too long on Anna more than once, especially on the fact that Anna always wore gloves, long sleeves, and is fully covered. Curious little spy, he thought with a faint grin. He knew Natasha was quietly piecing together little puzzles in her mind. The day slipped by quickly. Night came. Ethan personally drove Jean and Anna to the airport, kissing them both goodbye at the curb. They traveled light, just handbags slung over their shoulders. Technically, they could portal back anytime, but for the sake of official company records, they decided to fly like normal people. A little vacation, while he stayed behind. As he waved them off, he turned to find Natasha leaning casually against his car with arms crossed. He grinned and motioned toward his car. Come on, Agent Romanoff. I need a beautiful guide to your place. She snorted but followed him, sliding easily into the passenger seat. Along the way, Ethan couldn't resist teasing her. So, do spies often lure handsome men back to their apartments? He asked playfully. Only the dangerous ones, Natasha replied smoothly, in her lips quirking. Well, lucky me, I'm in the mood for some danger. She chuckled. Careful, Carter. Flirting with a spy is like playing with fire. He leaned a little closer with his eyes glinting. What if I don't get burned? Natasha arched an eyebrow, amused. She chuckled lowly and keep him talking, let him lower his guard, and maybe, just maybe, find some real answers tonight. The drive to her apartment was filled with light banter, teasing, and a dangerous kind of undercurrent, each testing the other, pushing boundaries, gauging reactions. Ethan shamelessly flirted, and Natasha played along, all the while following her instincts. As they reached her apartment, Natasha unlocked the door. The second it swung open, Ethan saw a tall figure stood inside with his back to them, hidden mostly in shadow. A dark coat and an eye patch. It is Nick Fury. Of course Ethan recognized him instantly, but where was the fun in that? Without missing a beat, Ethan grabbed Natasha by the waist and pulled her tightly against him. Intruder, he shouted dramatically, and before anyone could react, a bolt of controlled lightning crackled from his hand and shot straight at Fury. Shit! Natasha yelped. Fury barely turned before the bolt hit him square in the chest, sending him flying into the wall with a painful thud. All hell broke loose. Hidden SHIELD agents flooded into the apartment with their weapons raised, surrounding Ethan in a tight circle. For a moment, Ethan looked genuinely pale. Oh my God, he gasped. We're surrounded, Nat. Are all your enemies this punctual? Natasha facepalmed. Everyone, stand down, she ordered sharply. The agents hesitated, some lowered their weapons while others didn't. The lights flicked on, revealing the unfortunate intruder, Nick Fury himself, groaning as he staggered to his feet. Everyone stand down, he ordered, his voice a little strained. Ethan's face was a picture of exaggerated innocence. Oh my God, Director Fury. I thought some thief broke into Natasha's apartment. He scratched his head sheepishly. I swear, it was an honest mistake. I thought maybe you were here to, settle some old scores with her. No one looked like they bought his excuse, especially not Fury, who stared at him deadpan while Ethan fought hard to keep from laughing. Natasha, who was still pressed up against his chest. Let me go, hero. I'm just protecting you, Ethan whispered dramatically before reluctantly releasing her. Around them, the agents slowly withdrew, but it was clear they hadn't gone far. One wrong move, and they'd be back. Fury, Natasha, and Ethan finally sat down around the small coffee table. You could have just knocked on the door like a normal guy, Ethan quipped. Neither Fury nor Natasha looked amused. Fury studied Ethan closely, noticing the utter lack of nervousness in his demeanor. It was clear that Ethan was confident. Maybe a bit too confident. Fury leveled a flat, unimpressed stare at him. Drop the act, Carter. Why did you want to meet me? What's your real end goal? Ethan shrugged easily, lounging back into his chair. I wanted to meet the boss. After all, it's only polite to greet the person who sent such a charming spy after me. His gaze flickered to Natasha for a moment, a teasing smile playing on his lips. As for my end goal, I just want to live a happy, luxurious life with my girls. Maybe plant a few more trees. Make the world a greener place. Nothing sinister. Fury's single eye narrowed. You expect me to believe that? You can believe whatever you want, Director. Ethan's tone stayed light, almost amused. Fury leaned forward, elbows on his knees, voice low and sharp. Your place is surrounded by magic wards. Your house, your company, they're locked tighter than Fort Knox. You've got powers SHIELD doesn't even fully understand yet. And you want me to believe you're just some lovesick billionaire with a gardening hobby. Ethan tilted his head, genuinely curious. You know about the magic? Natasha added casually, we've had encounters with magic users before. And we noticed a lot of anomalies around your properties. That did catch Ethan off guard for a moment. Interesting. SHIELD's been playing with magic behind the scenes, huh? Maybe there's more going on in this world than I thought. He smiled faintly. Good. Means they're working. They're for security. I don't like uninvited guests. Like us? Natasha asked dryly. Exactly, Ethan said, flashing her a grin. Fury's expression stayed cold. You're a wild card, Carter. Wild cards get people killed. Ethan's smile faded a little. I'm not interested in bloodbaths. Or world domination. Or secret wars. I just want my own little slice of heaven. And if we don't believe you? Fury asked. Ethan shrugged. Then keep watching me. I'm not going to stop you if it lets you sleep in peace. Fury leaned back and his eyes never leaving Ethan. And what about Jean Grey and Anna Marie? For the first time, Ethan's relaxed demeanor shifted. His eyes grew cold, his smile fading entirely. "Touch a hair on their heads," he said softly, voice carrying an unmistakable threat, "and not just shield, but whoever backs you. I'll wipe you all off the face of this earth." The air seemed to grow heavier. For the first time in a long while, Fury felt a sliver of fear coil in his gut. He's not bluffing, Fury realized grimly. This kid could actually try it. Ethan's voice was calm, almost eerily so. "The only reason I'm sitting here, explaining things nicely, is because I want peace. Otherwise, none of you would have lived to see this conversation." For a long moment, silence stretched between them. Finally, Fury nodded slowly. "Understood." He paused, glancing briefly at Natasha. "But you understand, from my side, for now, Romanov will be working for you. For everyone's safety." Ethan nodded easily, showing no offense. "Of course. It's only natural you'd want to know who's sleeping in your neighborhood. Besides, beautiful women are always welcome in my life," he said, winking at Natasha, who simply smirked in return. Fury fought the urge to rub his temples. He had planned to ask Ethan if he knew anything about Sinister, but looking at him now, he decided to hold back. Better observe from the shadows for now. This guy's dangerous and unpredictable. As Fury rose from his seat, he couldn't help but throw one last calculated glance at Ethan. The young man was lounging casually on the sofa, acting like he didn't have a care in the world. But Fury knew better. There was a very dangerous mind lurking behind that easy smile. Still, there was one thing that kept nagging at him. He turned back. "You said, whoever backs us. You knew there's someone behind S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury said quietly. It wasn't a question, it was a statement. Ethan's smile didn't waver. He simply shrugged. When you deal with enough power, you get a sense for these things. He's lying, Fury thought immediately. He knows much more than he's letting on. Maybe even about the council itself. But Fury also knew pushing him wouldn't end well. Still, he wasn't the type to back down easily. "You may be dangerous, Carter, but I'm not planning to be caught blind either." "Fine," Fury said after a long moment. "I get it. You're not ready to share everything." Ethan's lips twitched. "Smart man. He's too unpredictable," Fury reasoned. "We need to learn his habits, his behavior. His limits, if he even has any." He stood up, stretching lazily. "I'm an open book, Director. As long as you respect my boundaries, we'll have no problems." The room fell silent for a moment longer before Fury finally turned and left, his coat billowing behind him. Natasha lingered by the door, watching Ethan with an unreadable expression. "You really know how to make an impression," she murmured. He chuckled, walking toward her with a slow, easy swagger. "What can I say? I like being memorable." "Memorable's one word for it," she said dryly, stepping aside to let him pass. But the hint of a smile touched her lips. Ethan paused right next to her, leaning in just a fraction closer. His voice dropped to a low murmur only she could hear. "So, Agent Romanov, will you be monitoring me tonight too?" he asked. Natasha smiled without missing a beat. "Only if you're planning something dangerous." He gave her a slow, mischievous grin before leaving. Natasha shook her head in amusement. As Fury exited the building into the cool night air, he stood beside his car before turning back and observing the building. Need to monitor him, Fury thought grimly. Need to learn everything. His strengths. His weaknesses. His triggers. Carter may claim he wants peace, but I know men like him are never truly peaceful. Not for long. Still, some part of Fury, deep down, almost wished Carter was telling the truth. Like it. Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 51, A New World, A New Battle. A few days had passed peacefully. Meanwhile, Natasha was keeping herself busy. Apart from her role as the secretary, she hadn't forgotten her other unofficial assignment, monitoring Ethan Carter. Yesterday, she had even tried sneaking into the mysterious 18th floor of the building. She had failed miserably. Instead of getting access, she found herself suddenly standing inside her office again, completely disoriented. Ethan had, of course, seen the entire thing through the security systems, and had laughed about it all evening. It's just too fun messing with her, Ethan thought with a smirk as he remembered her face. And now today he waited near the airport as Jean and Anna had just arrived back and they smiled at the familiar sight of Ethan waiting for them near the gate. Of course, they often traveled using portals whenever they had free time, and Ethan himself had gone to Japan several times whenever he missed them too much. It had been a sudden trip, but a fruitful one. The branch in Japan had officially been secured. Land, permits, legal clearances, everything was done. Building construction work would begin in few days. All in all, not bad for a sudden trip, huh? Ethan said as he drove them home. Jean chuckled. Could have been worse. Anna leaned into his side affectionately. Could have been better if you were there. Laughing, Ethan drove them back home. Since it was the weekend, they all agreed to take the day off, relax, maybe watch some movies, and just enjoy being together for once without the looming pressure of business or training. Later that night, the house was bathed in soft golden light. Ethan sat comfortably in his living room, the last sip of wine swirling lazily in his glass. Jean and Anna were curled up beside him, each of them hooking an arm around his. Weekend nights like these, they were precious. Ethan set down his glass before freeing himself from Thea's hold and stretching his arms lightly. From around his neck, he took the silver pocket watch, the Omni watch. It pulsed softly in his palm, fully charged. He glanced at the two women beside him. I'm going on vacation now. Anna immediately pouted. We just came back today, and you're going on vacation. That's not fair. Ethan chuckled before tugging her gently closer. You two portal here every night and sleep in with me on my bed anyway, he said, winking. So, I don't see the problem. Jean laughed softly. It's fine. Just, good luck. Hope you land somewhere you can move those muscles a little more. Yeah, Anna grinned. Stretch those muscles for us. Ethan smiled warmly at them both. His hand tightened around the watch. Be careful, both of you. I'll see you later. The Omni watch clicked open with a metallic snap. A bright, swirling light surrounded Ethan, and just like that, he was gone. Jean and Anna blinked, adjusting to the sudden absence of light and the stillness that followed. I hope he comes back quickly, Anna said softly. Don't worry, Jean reassured her, placing a hand on Anna's shoulder. But. She paused, frowning thoughtfully. It's hard to say how much time will pass for him. Every world we went to before, time moved faster there than it does here. Anna sighed, staring down at her gloved hands. Yeah, and he's still trying to find a way to help me control my powers, she murmured. Ethan and Jean both knew, Anna didn't mind so much that she couldn't touch other people. She could touch Ethan, after all, the men she loved. But still, sometimes, the longing to just feel like a normal girl weighed heavily on her heart. She never said it aloud, but Ethan and Jean could see it clearly. Ethan had been working endlessly, through science, through magic, and even forbidden knowledge, to find a permanent solution. He had studied gene dampeners, experimental pills that temporarily shut down mutations, even magical seals that could suppress abilities. But none of that was enough. He wanted a permanent solution. A real one. Something that would let Anna control her mutation, not just turn it off like a light switch. Something like Kevin from Ben 10, who could choose when to absorb powers. Ethan had gained some scattered knowledge about the X gene from probing Sinister's mind previously, but nothing concrete had come of it yet. And so, he used the Omni Watch again and again. Searching. Hoping. Diving into the infinite multiverse for answers. Jean could feel it, even if Ethan never said it aloud. He's doing all this because he wants Anna to live like any normal girl, she thought. Anna smiled faintly, brushing her gloved fingers together. I know he's searching for a real solution for me, she said quietly, as if hearing Jean's thoughts. And honestly, that just makes me love him more. Jean smiled back with warm and full of hope. Let's just hope he finds something this time. Yeah, Anna whispered. Let's hope. New universe, with Ethan. Ethan opened his eyes, the cool metal of the Omni Watch still resting securely in his hand. For a moment, all he heard was the distant hum of engines and the sharp, confused voices surrounding him. He blinked, adjusting to the sudden light. He was standing inside a luxurious airplane cabin, high-end leather seats, gold trim along the walls, and expensive carpets underfoot. A clear sign this wasn't an ordinary flight. In front of him, a man and a woman, both appearing to be in their 50s, stared at him with wide, stunned eyes. The man instinctively pulled the woman slightly behind him, shielding her. Around them, a dozen men in dark suits, armed guards immediately raised their guns, forming a protective wall between Ethan and the older couple. Who the hell are you? One of the guards barked. How did you get here? Hands where we can see them. Ethan stayed perfectly still, his expression unreadable. He could feel their fear, their confusion thick in the air. Private presidential jet, he guessed instantly. The guards moved quickly, trying to usher the couple away toward a secured area at the back of the plane. Ethan exhaled slowly and let a whisper of telepathic power drift into the older man's mind. Images, memories, thoughts spilled into him, rapid flashes of headlines, public speeches, classified meetings. President of the United States. And the First Lady. Ethan's lips quirked slightly upward. He knew where he was now. Before he could say anything, the plane shook violently. A deafening screech tore through the metal as monstrous creatures, twisted things with too many limbs and gaping maws, ripped open part of the plane's side. One of the guards turned, raising his gun, but he didn't even get a shot off before he was snatched away, screaming, into the night sky. The First Lady screamed. The guards opened fire, bullets rattling through the air, but it was like shooting into a hurricane. Then more creatures poured in. Ethan exhaled slowly, and then raised a hand, and instantly, 3 of the monstrous creatures froze midair, as if gripped by an invisible force. With a simple closing of his fist, they were crushed into bloody meatballs, splattering against the walls. Gasps and screams echoed around him. The president gawked at Ethan, mouth hanging slightly open. The First Lady clutched her husband's arm, her eyes huge and wet with fear. The guards, to their credit, didn't lower their guns, but now their hands were shaking. Ethan turned to the stunned older man, offering a small, reassuring smile. "Don't worry, Mr. President. You and your wife are in safe hands now." The guards stared at him, speechless. More creatures swarmed toward the plane, ripping into the fuselage, clawing their way in. He flicked his hand, and an invisible force yanked the president, the First Lady, and the closest guards beside him. With another wave of his fingers, a shimmering golden barrier snapped into existence, the shield of seraphim, surrounding them completely. The president swallowed hard and his face twitched between disbelief and fragile hope. He clutched his wife tighter, still half expecting the nightmare to continue. But it was only getting started. More creatures began pouring in through the torn side of the plane, crawling, slithering, flying. Ethan narrowed his eyes and he unleashed sharp waves of telekinetic energy, slamming creatures into walls, ceilings, ripping them apart midair. But they just kept coming. The president leaned closer, his voice low and hoarse, still trembling. "Who are you?" Ethan smiled, calm and amused despite the chaos. "I'm." He was interrupted by a thunderous crack above them. The ceiling exploded inward, and something cut a wide arc through the monsters. A woman landed with a heavy, confident thud between Ethan and the incoming swarm. She was stunning, tall, powerful, with flowing black hair and piercing blue eyes. A gleaming tiara adorned her forehead, and a sword that crackled with energy rested easily in her hand. She stood like a goddess. She turned her head slightly, locking eyes with Ethan and her expression fierce. "Are you protecting them?" she asked in a commanding tone and wielded a shining sword pointed directly at him, or holding them hostage. Ethan's eyes widened in surprise. The president shouted from behind the shield, "He's protecting us." The woman didn't lower her sword immediately. Her bright blue eyes flicked back to the incoming creatures, and then returned to Ethan with a nod of acknowledgement. Before another word could be exchanged, the monsters surged again. Ethan turned back to the president and his people. "It's time to go home," he said calmly. With a twist of his hand, a swirling golden portal opened beside them. Through it, they could clearly see the safe, familiar surroundings of the White House lawn. Gasps of awe broke out. You can do that," one of the guards whispered, stunned. Thanks to his telepathy, he knows the location of their house and opened a portal inside it. Ethan guided the portal closer, motioning for them to step through. One by one, the guards, the president, and his wife jumped through the shimmering doorway. As the First Lady turned back one last time, Ethan gave her a small, confident nod. She hesitated, then stepped through. The portal closed behind them with a gentle hum. Now only Ethan and the mysterious woman remained. The woman lowered her sword slightly before smirking. "You've got some tricks. Are you a wizard?" Ethan chuckled as his eyes beginning to glow with a fierce bluish-white light. The plane shook again, but this time it wasn't from the monsters. It was him. Storm clouds erupted outside the plane, swirling in the night sky. Thunder boomed. Lightning crackled viciously across the heavens. Wind howled through the breaches, creating miniature tornadoes that tore through the creatures like paper. "No," Ethan said lightly. "Just a human." The woman grinned widely, finally stepping fully into the fray. "You're strong. My name is Diana. But you can call me Wonder Woman." "Yeah, he is now in DC Universe." She raised her sword high, and the blade seemed to sing as it sliced through the air, cutting down monsters in clean, brutal strikes. Ethan rolled his shoulders, feeling the storm answer his call, lightning dancing eagerly across his arms. Beside Diana, he lifted his hand, and a dozen monsters were ripped apart midair, shredded by razor-sharp wind currents. Their movements synced almost naturally. Diana with her deadly grace, cutting down anything near. As another wave of monsters swarmed forward, she glanced sideways at him, eyes glinting with fierce joy. "You never did tell me your name," she shouted. Ethan still smiling as lightning split the air behind him. "Carter. Ethan Carter." "Well then, Ethan Carter," she said before spinning her sword with a flourish. "Let's clean up these monsters." "All right." Raising both arms, he summoned 2 raging tornadoes inside the plane, small enough to fit, but strong enough to tear the monsters apart. The creatures screeched as the whirling winds shredded their flesh, hurling them against the cracked walls. Ethan's eyes burned with bluish-white fury as he pointed a finger, and bolts of pure lightning rained down. The cabin creaked under the weight of the battle. More creatures lunged from every corner. He raised his hand, and a sharp arc of electricity lashed out, blasting 3 monsters into charred, smoking heaps before they even touched the ground. The very air around him roared to life. He spun his hand in a tight circle, and a miniature tornado erupted in the center of the aisle, sucking in the closest creatures with a howling shriek and ripping them apart mid-spin. Beside him, Diana was a blur of gold and blue. Her sword gleamed as she cut a precise, brutal path through the monsters. Each strike was a work of art, clean, efficient, devastating. One creature leapt at her from behind. Without even turning, Diana thrust her sword backward, impaling it through the chest before ripping the blade free with a fluid twist. Their movements were synchronized and instinctive. Ethan dropped a group of creatures with a massive bolt of lightning, the thunderclap shaking the entire plane. He looked across the battlefield at Diana. "You're not bad with a sword," he called out. Diana laughed, "And you're not bad with a storm." More monsters poured into the cabin and the plane is already groaning under the assault. It was a miracle it was still holding up. He then could hear the pilots frantically calling for help, panicked, desperate. Without wasting a second, he flicked his wrist. Golden portals shimmered to life around them. The pilots, mid-scream, were gently swept up and pushed through the portals, vanishing safely to their homes. The plane, however, was a lost cause. "Time to take this party outside," Ethan muttered before flicking his fingers. With a deafening boom, he blasted a massive hole through the side of the aircraft. The rush of air was instant, tearing seats and debris outward into the open sky. Diana didn't even flinch. She leapt gracefully through the hole into the open night sky. Ethan also followed her, but the plane plummeted below them and is a falling wreck, but the storm above raged even harder, Ethan's doing. Dozens of winged monsters took to the air, circling them like vultures sensing blood. Ethan hovered midair with his body glowing faintly with lightning crackling around him. Diana floated beside him before narrowing her eyes. The monsters attacked in waves as Diana used her sword and shot forward like a missile, carving a graceful, deadly path through the creatures. Ethan raised both hands, and the storm answered. Tornadoes spun down from the clouds, catching entire groups of monsters and hurling them like ragdolls into the heavens. Bolts of lightning speared down, exploding monsters into ash. One monster, a bit larger than the rest, dove at him with a shriek. Ethan caught it midair with a telekinetic grip, yanked it close, and drove a brutal fist into its face, cracking its skull like an egg. Another tried to claw his back. He spun midair, grabbed it by the leg, and hurled it into a waiting tornado. Meanwhile, Diana was a whirlwind of divine fury. She spun, kicked, and slashed with her sword, every move precise and beautiful. A creature managed to latch onto her arm. She simply smirked, twisted, and hurled it into a bolt of Ethan's summoned lightning. "Nice teamwork," Ethan called, hurling a cluster of smaller monsters away with a blast of telekinetic force. Diana flew beside him midair. "I'm starting to like you more, Carter," she said with a fierce grin. "Feelings mutual, princess." They dove back into the battle together and ended it in few minutes. The last monster let out a gurgling screech before dissolving into mist, shredded by Ethan's final blast of lightning. Silence settled over the battlefield. Only the low rumble of distant thunder and the occasional crackle of static energy lingered in the air. Their eyes met, and after a moment of heavy breathing and battle-high adrenaline, they both chuckled. Diana arched an eyebrow. "You're very good, for a storm slinger." Before Ethan could reply, a rush of air stirred around them, different from the aftermath of his own storms. A new figure descended from above, cutting cleanly through the clouds. A man dressed in blue, a crimson cape billowing behind him, hovered effortlessly in the sky. The iconic S symbol gleamed on his chest. The man floated closer, glancing around, and then looked at Ethan and Diana and asked in a tone that was half shocked, half impressed, "So, you two managed to kill all the aliens here, huh? Like it?" Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 52, The Arrival of the Tyrant. The streets were chaos. Explosions echoed through the city blocks, as the alien army tore through buildings, vehicles, and whatever stood in their way. The alien army was vicious, gray-skinned, with long limbs and jagged exoskeletons. Their eyes glowed a sickly orange, and they moved with unnatural agility. Some had wings, leathery and bat-like, while others crawled like spiders along buildings with their jaws dripping with venom. They were otherworldly, animalistic, and utterly relentless. Their movements were twitchy, erratic, animalistic. They descended in waves, screeching as they fired fire blasts from their mouth and slashed through anything that moved. But this city wasn't defenseless. Blurs of red lightning zipped between them. The Flash, in all his high-speed glory, was a crimson comet across the battlefield. He zipped between blasts, disarming enemies, redirecting fire, delivering rapid punches in flurries too fast to see. "Tag. You're unconscious." Flash quipped as he ran circles around a group, creating a vortex that sent them flying into nearby walls. Above them, Green light shimmered like a celestial firework. Hal Jordan aka Green Lantern was in the sky, his emerald ring conjuring weapons, barriers, and massive constructs with ease. A roaring green train plowed through a line of flying aliens. Chains burst from nowhere, yanking them mid-flight and slamming them to the ground. Turrets formed around him and began firing energy blasts. "Eat this, freaks," he said with a grin before forming a giant glowing green minigun. Down below, moving in shadows, was the Batman. Using his intellect, precision, and gadgets to kill them. He also used explosive batarangs that detonated with perfect timing, taking out clusters of them. And yet, despite their differences, the trio fought in sync. Flash zipped in to disarm one. Batman struck it down with a well-timed taser. Lantern blasted the next with a giant boxing glove construct. They moved as a unit, each complementing the other. Finally, after a brutal skirmish, the last few aliens fell. The street was littered with burning husks, broken weapons, and the smell of ozone. Batman knelt beside one of the fallen creatures. His cape flared around him as he studied its form, taking in the serrated armor, pulsating flesh, and strange alien symbols. A glowing figure descended beside Flash. "My men." Green Lantern landed with a bright grin. "Flash, you're doing some solid work out in Central City." He extended a hand, which Flash eyed with confusion. Thanks." Flash replied before cautiously shaking it. "Do I know you?" Lantern gave him a wink. "Nah. But you will." Flash then looked toward Batman, awkwardly scratching his neck. He jogged over with a mix of admiration and nerves. "Hi, sir." "Batman, sir. I'm a big fan. Huge, actually." Batman stood up before dusting off his gloves. His gaze met Flash's for a second longer than necessary. "I've heard of you, Flash. Good work in keeping your city safe." Flash's heart skipped a beat. He lit up with a boyish grin. Behind them, Lantern rolled his eyes. "You done with the fanboy moment, Flash?" Before he could respond, a new sound filled the air. WHRRRRRRHHHHHHH. Hundreds more aliens emerged from the darkened clouds above, flying toward them in perfect formation. Batman's jaw clenched. "There's too many of them. We need to close the portal, they're pouring in without end." Lantern nodded. "Yeah, and how exactly do we do that?" But then, the aliens went quiet. Every creature in the sky stopped midair. The clouds above twisted. The night sky darkened, wind picking up with an eerie howl. Lightning danced between clouds. Lantern's expression shifted. Is it just me, or did they all just freeze?" Batman's eyes narrowed. They didn't stop. Someone stopped them. In the sky, the aliens trembled, struggling like puppets suspended by invisible force. Crack! Lightning arced from the heavens. 1,000 bolts slammed into the suspended horde, turning them to ash midair. Their bodies disintegrated in brilliant flashes, raining down as dust. Then a heavy thud is heard behind them. Superman landed, cape billowing like a flag. His eyes scanned the scene. "Whoa," Flash whispered. "It's the Men of Steel." A moment later, another figure descended. Diana aka Wonder Woman landed with elegance and her lasso glowing faintly at her side. Lantern's eyebrows raised as he nudged Flash. "Dibs." He flew up to her with a cocky grin. "Hey there, beautiful. Name's Lantern. Green Lantern." He conjured a bouquet of glowing emerald roses. "You ever need a light?" Before Diana could react, a bolt of lightning split the sky and struck the ground between them, forcing him back. Lantern jumped back before raising a barrier. "Hey! Who the hell?" Another figure landed in the middle of the battlefield. His presence was commanding. Electricity danced along his body. His eyes glowing bluish-white. It was Ethan. Lantern blinked. "All right. Who the hell is this guy?" "Perhaps," Ethan said calmly before looking in certain direction, "it's better to deal with the problem in front of us." All heads turned in that direction. 3 aliens, burnt, limping, and terrified, had survived. They screeched and took flight, fleeing the area. Lantern pointed after them. "Yeah, you better run before I turn you all into glowing ash." Ethan turned toward him. "Is this guy serious?" Batman stepped forward. His analytical gaze swept over Ethan. "They're not retreating. They're regrouping," he said. "It's a common tactic. Tactic for a counteroffensive. They'll return with more." He then studied Ethan. "Thanks for the help. I've never seen you before. Are you new to this?" "You're welcome, my name is Ethan." Ethan said with a small nod. "And yeah. I'm new to this world." Batman caught the wording. "This world." His eyes narrowed. Superman stepped forward. All right, now what? Batman looked at the sky. The portal still shimmered faintly above the city. I don't know, he admitted. We don't know anything about them. Not enough to plan our next move. The silence that followed was heavy. The distant crash of shattering glass and tearing concrete pulled everyone's attention upward. Someone, was spiraling wildly through the air like a malfunctioning missile. The figure smashed through the corner of a tall building, tumbled across a billboard, and clipped a crane before finally slamming hard into the pavement just ahead of the group. The impact cracked the street and sent up a gust of smoke and debris. Everyone immediately dropped into a defensive stance. Out of the smoke rose a tall mechanical figure, unlike anything they'd seen before, part man, part machine. A metallic body wrapped in sleek black plating, glowing blue lines pulsed across his limbs, and a circular red light hummed on his chest. But what truly stood out was the left half of his face, still human, with rich brown skin, a sharp jaw, and a single expressive eye filled with surprise and confusion. Diana's eyes narrowed. Without thinking, she surged forward before drawing her sword. This one's mine, she declared flatly, not breaking stride. The mechanical figure held up his hand with his eyes wide. Wait. But his body moved instinctively, systems reacting before thought. A weaponized cannon formed over his right hand, whirring to life with a charging hum. It discharged a beam of crackling blue energy directly at Diana. She didn't flinch. Her arms crossed into a defensive X as the blast closed in. Boom. But the beam never touched her. A flash of lightning split the air and a figure appeared between them, so fast it was almost like he teleported. It was none other than Ethan Carter. The energy blast struck directly into his chest and dispersed with a sizzle of smoke. The others gasped. Diana's jaw tightened in fury. You shot him, she growled, and ready to fight him. But when the smoke cleared, and Ethan stood there, completely unharmed, brushing dust from his shirt. That didn't even tickle, he said with a smirk before brushing his shoulder like swatting off lint. The mechanical man blinked. Wait, I'm not with them, he shouted, pointing to a half-burnt alien corpse nearby, barely recognizable as anything humanoid. Before Diana could raise her sword again, Flash zoomed in and slid between them with his arms extended. Hold up. Hold up. Flash said, he's telling the truth. I've seen him in Star Labs. I think he's one of ours. Suddenly, the skies sparked with yellow lightning, and a muscular figure floated down from above, hooded, surrounded by crackling electric arcs. A glowing lightning bolt blazed on his chest as he slowly descended with short white cloak fluttering behind him. He landed between Ethan and Diana with an easy smile. Hey, everyone. Name's Shazam. What's up, he said casually and then pointed toward the cyborg. I'm with him. Lantern raised a brow and crossed his arms. Okay, seriously. Is lightning some kind of common superpower now? He pointed to Ethan. We had the blonde guy throwing storms earlier, then gestured to Shazam, and now this walking power surge shows up. I feel like it's the trending thing. Flash chuckled. You're just jealous yours is green. My power's versatile, Lantern muttered. The cybernetic figure turned toward the hooded man, voice dry. You're not with me. Rude, the man replied with a playful grin before lowering his hood to reveal his face. Lantern floated down beside them before frowning. And who the hell are you, RoboCop 2.0? The cyborg gave a tired sigh. Name's Victor. But that's not important right now. What is important is what I know. Batman's eyes narrowed beneath the cowl. Which is? Victor stepped forward and had grim expression. I've interacted with their tech. They're not just invading, they're terraforming. They're reshaping Earth into a world fit for them. We're in the middle of a full-scale conversion. Batman's expression darkened. I suspected as much. Lantern glanced sideways. Oh yeah. What gave it away, detective? Batman turned and pointed toward the coastline. One thing. The water's on fire. All heads turned. Sure enough, flames danced across the surface of the ocean, boiling steam rising in waves. Then, with a deep mechanical rumble, the sea split apart, a massive black tower rose from the depths, jagged and alien in design, humming with power. Before anyone could react, more towers began to emerge across the skyline, not just from the sea, but erupting from the land as well. The ground shook as skyscraper-sized structures clawed their way from beneath cities, forests, and ruins, spreading across the planet like an infection. At the pinnacle of each tower, a glowing red light flickered to life like a beacon or a gate. And from that light, they came. Parademons. Swarms of them, leaping, flying, screaming, pouring out like a plague. Hundreds at first, which then turned to thousands. Victor stared at the towers in horror. They're using the towers as dimensional gateways. Each one opens a rift, and they're flooding through. They all flew in different directions. Superman's expression darkened. What are they doing? I'm not sure, Batman said lowly. But they're not killing everyone. From what I've observed so far. It's like, they're harvesting. Flash's voice cut in. It's happening all over the world. Victor spoke again, they're converting people into them, parademons. They use their tech to override minds and bodies. They strip away what makes you human. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light erupted from the central tower, illuminating the sky with ominous crimson. Victor's face drained of color. We're too late. He's here. From the heart of the energy, a massive figure slowly emerged. He looked like a god among monsters. He stood nearly 10 feet tall. Broad and powerfully built, his armor was made of a seamless gray metal substance etched with ancient symbols. His skin was ashen stone, chiseled and impenetrable. His eyes glowed a piercing, unwavering red, crackling with omega energy, and behind him, an endless swarm of parademons followed in perfect, dreadful silence. Victor whispered with dread in his voice, he's here. Darkseid. Lantern gave a dry chuckle, well, I guess that's our bad guy. Batman replied flatly. Lucky guess. Superman narrowed his eyes at the figure. He doesn't look that tough. As if to answer his arrogance, a squadron of military fighter jets roared overhead before releasing a salvo of missiles aimed directly at Darkseid. The explosions lit up the sky, until the smoke cleared, revealing him completely unharmed. Zerzrock. His eyes flared with red fury, twin beams of pure destruction slicing through the sky, vaporizing the jets. Twin omega beams spiraled out, zigzagging midair and tearing through all the aircraft with surgical precision. Each one exploded in fiery balls across the sky. Ethan stood at the front with a grin stretching across his face. This is it, a real battle. One that'll push me further. But even amid that thrill, he didn't forget the civilians. He may not have worn a cape or symbol, but letting innocents die wasn't his style. I may not be a hero, but I'm not letting innocent people die either. He reached out with his mind, his telepathy expanding like a web, and formed a link between everyone present. Everyone, this is Ethan. The group blinked in unison, startled by the voice echoing inside their heads. Wait, you can talk inside our heads? Flash asked and excited. Whoa. That's awesome. Shazam chimed in. Ethan chuckled mentally. Yeah, just one of my powers. But focus up. We've got company. Gray and Ugly isn't waiting. We need a plan. Here's the strategy. He took command with the kind of clarity and conviction that surprised everyone, especially Batman. Flash, you're the fastest. Prioritize getting civilians to safety before those things can grab them. Clear as many blocks as you can. Set up a safe zone. Shazam, Lantern, Superman, I need you three to keep the skies and streets clear. Control the air and slow their advance. Victor, you said you've interfaced with their tech. Do it again. Find a way to reverse their portals. If you need anything, Batman's got your back. He can guide and help coordinate the others. Me and Diana will go for the big guy. We'll try to keep Darkseid occupied. Everyone turned to Ethan in stunned silence, even Batman raised an eyebrow. Impressive, precise, effective. And delivered with no hesitation. Batman thought. He's new to this world, but not new to war. As the plan settled in, Darkseid descended slowly, his arms behind his back like a king observing ants. But within that link, a skeptical voice broke through. Why the hell should I listen to some guy I've never met? Lantern muttered in the telepathic channel. I've got a power ring and I think I can handle that gray freak myself. His voice was deep and ancient, echoing across the battlefield. I am entropy. I am death. I am Darkseid. Lantern scoffed. Yeah. I don't care what you are. He ignited his ring, forming a massive, glowing metallic arm construct. Let's see if you can handle this. He launched forward, the fist slamming toward Darkseid's chest, only to shatter like glass. Lantern's eyes went wide. What the? Darkseid raised his hand and backhanded Lantern with monstrous force. The Green Warrior was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing into a distant building and disappearing into the rubble. The others stood stunned, but Ethan didn't wait. In a blink, he appeared in front of Darkseid, faster than the eye could track. Even Darkseid looked surprised by the sheer speed. Lightning danced around Ethan's body, and his right arm blazed with phoenix flames and blue lightning. He didn't hesitate, he delivered a thunderous punch to Darkseid's face, flames and lightning converging at the point of contact. Boom. The tyrant flew backward, skidding across the ocean's surface and crashing into one of his own towers. The others stood frozen. Did he just? Flash whispered. Parademons screamed and surged forward in response, hundreds, then thousands. Ethan turned towards them calmly before raising his left hand. Thunder boomed as a tornado of lightning spiraled from his palm, ripping across the incoming swarm. The sky tore open. Electricity danced wildly. The vortex swallowed the airborne beasts, the parademons were incinerated mid-flight, one after another, the tornado swallowed the airborne beasts, reduced to ash in a wave of power that cleared an entire sector. Silence fell. He turned back toward the group with a feral grin. His body is still crackled with energy. You listen to me because I'm the strongest one here. Like it? Add to library and review the fanfic. Chapter 53, Power of the Unyielding. The sky crackled with tension as silence fell for just a moment after Ethan's earth-shattering punch that sent Darkseid flying across the ocean. Smoke rose from the crater behind him, a path of destruction still sizzling with heat and lightning where the tyrant's body had scraped across land and ocean. Ethan stood tall at the edge of the long, scorched trench he had carved through the battlefield all the way to the ocean marking its end. For a breathless second, no one moved. Then, action returned like a snap of fate. Flash stretched his neck side to side. "All right, I'm on civilian duty," he said with a smile that masked his nerves. "Let the gods play. I'll make sure we have an audience to cheer for us when it's over." He then became a blur of motion, whisking civilians away from danger zones and establishing a secure perimeter. High above, Superman shot through the air like a missile, slamming into a cluster of parademons, scattering them with ease. Shazam followed close behind, crackling with yellow lightning, punching through another swarm mid-flight. Their goal: keep the sky clear, maintain the perimeter, hold the aliens back. Victor Stone, who is now a cyborg, took a knee. Panels opened in his arm, revealing the faintly glowing mother box embedded in his chassis. Wires slid out and connected to his arm, data streaming through his body like electricity. "Come on, talk to me," Victor muttered, "show me what you know. I need access to your portal pathways." Nearby, Batman crouched beside Green Lantern, who groaned as he sat up before rubbing his head. "I think I'm good," Lantern grumbled. "Still hate that guy, though." "You rushed in without intel," Batman said flatly before scanning the field. "Don't do it again." Meanwhile, Diana stepped up beside Ethan with her sword in hand. She glanced at him with a smile. "You're much stronger than I thought, Ethan." He returned the smile and is about to reply, when two burning red beams shot out of nowhere, slamming into him and engulfing his figure in a thick cloud of smoke. "Ethan!" Diana shouted and her eyes widened. She turned just in time to see Darkseid barreling toward her at blinding speed. The tyrant's massive fist collided with her, sending her crashing into a nearby structure. The smoke around Ethan cleared slowly. He stood in the middle of the blast zone, unharmed. Though his clothes bore a few torn patches, they shimmered with golden runes, pulsing with energy. He looked down and brushed off some ash. "Well, that's a first. Someone actually scorched my magic-enhanced gear." Darkseid turned to face him with a flicker of something rare, surprise, passing across his usually impassive face. No one had ever withstood his Omega beams head-on, let alone emerged unscathed. "You withstand my Omega beams," he rumbled, "I'm impressed, but..." He didn't get to finish. Ethan vanished from his sight and reappeared instantly with a thunderous punch. Darkseid, caught off guard, barely raised an arm in time to block. The shockwave of their impact cracked the air itself. "I'm a bit pissed," Ethan muttered as lightning danced across his body. "You punched her. I'm her fan, you know." Their fists met again, earth crumbling beneath their feet. This time, Ethan fought with no elemental force or exotic powers, just raw physical prowess. And in that domain, Darkseid had the upper hand. For now. Their battle shook the air with every blow. Ethan was fast, but Darkseid was stronger. Each clash sent ripples across the battlefield, but slowly, surely, Ethan's strength began to rise. His reflexes sharpened, his movements adjusted. His adaptive evolution was in full swing. Diana returned to the fray, leaping into the air with her sword flashing as she moved to flank Darkseid. Her strikes were clean, divine, and unrelenting. He batted her away like a child, sending her skidding through rubble. At first, Darkseid dominated the fight and his power is overwhelming. He swatted Diana, who joined the fight again, aside with ease, his eyes glowing with the promise of annihilation. But Ethan was the variable he couldn't predict. Later, when Darkseid unleashed his Omega beams at Diana, Ethan stepped into their path, tanking the searing energy without a flinch. The beams, capable of erasing gods, fizzled against his evolving resistance. "Keep trying, pal," Ethan taunted as he ducked a swing and countered with a punch that staggered Darkseid. "Those rays are losing their charm." Diana seized the opening with her lasso, snaring Darkseid's arm, yanking him off balance. She glanced at Ethan with a spark of camaraderie in her eyes. "You're full of surprises, aren't you?" "Just adapting to the moment," Ethan replied as he drove a knee into Darkseid's side, the impact reverberating like thunder. Darkseid found himself forced to split his attention for the first time in centuries. The Omega beams flared again, but Ethan intercepted them all, taking the full brunt without flinching. His body absorbed the energy, and his power spiked further. Every time Darkseid tried to focus on Diana, Ethan stepped in. Diana's heart pounded as she moved beside him again. "You don't have to protect me every time." "I'm not protecting you," Ethan replied with a wink, "I'm just showing off." Darkseid snarled and lunged, grabbing Ethan by the throat, but Ethan's body flared with light, burning with storm energy. The phoenix flame surged outward, blasting Darkseid back. Diana struck low with she sword, forcing Darkseid to block. Ethan struck high with his punch cracking through the sound barrier. Blow after blow, Ethan pressed harder, evolving mid-fight. He wasn't just keeping up anymore, he was becoming a problem. Every second, Ethan became faster, stronger, smarter. And with each passing moment, the tide began to turn. His strikes grew faster, heavier, matching the tyrant's godlike power. Darkseid's fighting style was no longer enough. Ethan's mind and body analyzed every move, predicting counters before they landed. While Ethan and Diana clashed with the god of apocalypse in a storm of power and steel, elsewhere on the battlefield, the chaos was thinning. Thanks to Superman and Shazam wreaking havoc in the skies, and Ethan's earlier earthrending strike, the number of parademons had dropped drastically. The air was no longer saturated with wings and screams. Instead, isolated clusters remained, still dangerous, still relentless, but manageable. Near a crumbled wall, Batman moved like a phantom with his cape swirling as he hurled batarangs that sliced Parademon wings. His face was a mask of grim focus. A Parademon lunged, and he sidestepped, driving a stunned Baton into its skull, his movements fluid yet deliberate. Numbers are down, but Darkseid's the real threat, he thought. And Ethan, he's an unknown variable. Green Lantern hovered beside him with his glowing construct smashing enemies left and right, a spiked mace here, a turret cannon there. They fought well together. But Batman soon noticed it. Lantern kept glancing toward the titanic clash in the distance. His gaze lingered on Ethan and Darkseid trading blows, on Diana holding her own with blazing defiance. That guy's holding his own against Darkseid, Hal thought with a mix of awe and frustration churning in his gut. I should be in there, not playing cleanup. Batman's gloved hand clamped onto Hal's arm. Don't. Out of my way, Batman. You idiot, Batman growled. If you go there, you'll just die. Lantern's jaw clenched. His hand gripped Batman's and pushed it aside. Then I die. What the hell are you trying to prove? Batman asked before stepping in front of him again in a low but firm voice. Lantern's expression cracked, anger flaring behind his eyes. I'm not trying to prove anything, you phenomenal douchebag. Don't act like you know me, you don't. Batman's voice didn't rise. It never needed to. We're somewhat alike. Lantern scoffed bitterly. We are nothing alike. We're fighting alongside an alien who can bench a battleship, an Amazonian warrior princess, a cyborg with a supercomputer brain, a guy who can punch the storming hell out of aliens, a human lightning bolt, and a speedster who makes physics his chew toy. Batman paused. As far as I can tell, Hal, we're the only normal people left here. Hal Jordan blinked. I never told you my name. Batman didn't miss a beat. I saw it on your flight suit, when I stole your ring earlier. Hal stared at him. You're pretty south of normal, spooky. You know that, right? You have no idea, Batman said flatly, then added, this is bigger than you and me. Get out of your own way, and focus on what matters. Hal exhaled slowly. His shoulders relaxed and then he raised his ring, and with a flash of green light, summoned a dozen new constructs, chainsaws, drones, swords, all tearing through the remaining parademons with precise, brutal efficiency. You've got a way with words, Bats, he muttered. Annoying, spooky words. High above the battle, Victor stood atop the skeletal remains of a skyscraper. His entire body pulsed with energy as the mother box synced with his systems. Digital code flowed through his eyes, data in ancient tongues surging into his mind. Then, through the telepathic link Ethan had established earlier, Victor's voice echoed across the battlefield. Guys, I did it. I'm in. I've connected to their system. I've got their pathways. I know how to teleport them back to their home. Above him, the sky shimmered, dozens of swirling boom tubes igniting across the globe like new stars being born. The portals spun rapidly, glowing with dimensional energy. Then, one by one, they began to suck the remaining parademons upward, drawing them screaming into the void. All across the battlefield, the alien invaders were being yanked away, one after another, torn from the earth like dust on the wind. Green Lantern floated beside Batman, watching the sky. Okay. I'll admit. That was impressive. Batman said nothing. But a faint smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth beneath the cowl. Far off, the battle between Ethan, Diana, and Darkseid still raged. Like it? Add to library and review the fanfic.